Like this video guys for more crazy parts. Chapter 1. Blue Star, a city, late at night. It was raining heavily. In the dark night, Rog dragged his wounded body and tightly protected the two shivering children behind him. Before my eyes was a group of thugs armed with knives and guns, scum who enjoyed looting and killing in the anarchic zone. Hand them over and get out of here, and your lives will be spared. The leading thug roared, his eyes full of greed. And Rog just smiled coldly. He was just an ordinary person in his previous life. But in this era of the end of the collapsed world, still clinging to the oldest and heaviest belief: justice cannot be trampled upon. He adjusted his breathing slightly, clenching his fists. Knowing he was doomed, he still refused to take a single step back. The next moment, the mob swarmed forward. Rog punched hard, fell down again and again, and struggled to get up again and again. Blood stained the tattered raincoat, his finger bones were broken under the steel pipe, and his chest was dented by the butt of the gun. But he never fell in front of the children. Until the last bullet, in the cold rainy night, pierced his heart. In the moment before his consciousness faded, he looked up at the dark sky, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If there is an afterlife, let me be born into a world where I can cleanse all filth with absolute justice. Darkness swept in. See Circle Calendar 1501. Deep within New World, Naval Headquarters G1 Branch Hospital. The night was dark and the corridor was filled with an icy and biting atmosphere. The smell of blood mixed with the pungent smell of disinfectant slowly flowed in the air, making this originally solemn military medical clinic look like the ruins of a battlefield. In an emergency room, Rog suddenly opened his eyes. The dazzling white light pierced into my pupils. Above my head was a strange and depressing ceiling, hanging coldly above my head. A vague and hurried conversation came from my ears. Luckily it was delivered in time. He's Vice Admiral Sakazuki's nephew. We can't afford to make any mistakes. But, the family members, were not spared. The words were like sharp needles, piercing the fog of consciousness. The next second, a torrent of memories rolled in, relentlessly impacting the mind. Akainu. This is, the world of the Pirate King. I, traveled through time. However, before I could be shocked or think, another even more cruel memory came to me. A small town in North Blue. On what should have been a peaceful night, black flags covered the sky. Pirates. A group of ferocious beasts swept in from the sea. Fire, screams, blood, despair. My father, the captain of the police force who had proudly protected the town, lay in a pool of blood. The mother gently and silently protected her young brother with her body, and eventually disappeared in the flames. And those familiar smiling faces. They fell one by one under the pirates' knives. And the so-called guardian marine. But he finally arrived the next day after everything was over. With feigned compassion and forgiveness. It felt like a volcano was boiling in my chest. Ouch! Anger. Hatred. Mixed with memories of his past life as a fanatical believer in the absolute justice of the Pirates King Akainu, now, a true blood feud has poured into his soul, and this life and belief and hatred have intertwined into an unshakable will. Rog gritted his teeth, his whole body trembling slightly, and he slowly clenched his fists on the hospital bed, his knuckles turning white from the force. He whispered to himself, his voice low and firm. This world doesn't need the freedom of scumbag pirates. Only absolute justice is required. At the moment when this thought was completely condensed. Bite. In my mind, a cold yet steady mechanical prompt sounded. Absolute justice system binding successfully. Initial permissions are enabled. Rules: each time the host annihilates pirates, they accumulate judgment points, which can be used for self-enhancement. Can be improved: physical fitness, armament haki, observation haki, fruit control. Awakening initial fruit ability, Logia air fruit. Air fruit. Control the atmosphere, tear the sky apart, and crush everything. Wind, pressure, explosion, control, and domain domination. Rog was stunned for a moment. Immediately, a burning belief rose in his chest. This is a gift from fate and an iron law of war. If the world is destined to be bloody chaos, then he would use his absolute strength to tear it apart, liquidate it, and reshape it. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open heavily. A hot and oppressive airflow hit my face, as if even the air was stuffy from the heat of the lava. Akainu Sakazuki, dressed in a standard marine uniform, strode in with a menacing look. His face was as dark as cast iron, and his shoulders were shaking slightly, as if he was suppressing a tremendous rage. At that moment, the temperature in the entire ward seemed to suddenly rise by dozens of degrees, and faint traces of burning appeared on the ground. Sakazuki stood in front of the bed, his iron-forged eyes fixed on Rog. Their eyes met. Rog saw it. In those eyes that were already used to being cold and decisive, there was actually a hint of soft humanity that was almost suppressed to the extreme. Faint, but extremely clear. That was the only tenderness he had left in this dirty world. Just for him, my only relative. Sakazuki was silent for a long time. Finally, the voice was low and heavy, roaring like rolling lava. Rai. From now on, there are only two of us left in this world. Are you ready? Just a few words seemed to crush the air and shatter all possibilities of a warm family. Rog slowly sat up. Pale fingers were clenched into fists beneath the sheets, the knuckles turning white from the strain. His eyes were like a knife piercing the morning mist, cold and firm. I'm ready. From this day forward, I will administer absolute justice. I will never let the pirates of this world set foot on land alive again. It's not enough to just kill all the pirates. I will cut off the soil that breeds evil in this world. We must forge a new order with absolute justice. Sakazuki didn't answer. Just looked up silently and looked out the window. In the distance, the night made the sea dark and gloomy, as if the whole world was burned by invisible anger. On the other side of the dark and deep sea, in the north blue sky, one can still vaguely see the lingering blood-red thunderclouds. Subsequent rumors. During these 3 days and 3 nights, Sakazuki single-handedly massacred dozens of North Blue's notorious pirates groups. No one survived. The entire North Blue area was reduced to charred ruins, as if it had been engulfed by lava flames. No commands. No report. Just pure, cold reckoning. That is, Sakazuki's elegy. It was also his final eulogy to his family. Outside the ward, the situation was turbulent. Far away above the sea, Gold Roger is heading towards the end with a destiny that will change the times. And now, in this broken corner of the new world, a young man's oath was quietly born. A star that will tear apart darkness and reshape justice quietly rises into the sky. Justice does not grow on its own. Justice requires blood and fire to forge. Chapter 2. The morning light is just breaking and the sea breeze is blowing. Naval Headquarters G1 Branch Outer Harbor, a large-scale military testing ground, is now bustling with people. Today is the annual special selection day of the Marine Officer Academy. Hundreds of young men stood in a line on the huge stone square, each of them with a look of tension, longing, and ambition on their face. On the cliff path at the edge of the test site, a tall black shadow stood in the wind, as if cast from lava. Sakazuki. He was dressed in military uniform, with broad shoulders and an upright posture, like a silent god of war, quietly overlooking the center of the square. His eyes were as hot as a volcano about to erupt. He locked his eyes on the boy standing upright. Rai. His nephew. It is also the only bloodline and hope left on his iron-blooded road. A moment ago. Insist on taking the test yourself. Sakazuki spoke in a deep voice, his voice was low and suppressed, as if it could tear the air at any time. As long as you agree, I can allow you to enter Zephyr's special training camp as an exception." In the square, the sea breeze blew the corners of Rog's thin uniform. He stood in the morning light, like a sword that had not yet been unsheathed, sharp and firm. Without even turning his head, his voice was extremely clear. "Unnecessary. I will use my own strength to convince everyone." Sakazuki frowned slightly. His mood was extremely complicated. There is both suppressed pride and a vague and difficult to suppress worry. After a moment of silence, Sakazuki asked in a low voice. "What's going on with that breath? It seems that some power has awakened in your body." Rog slowly turned his head, his eyes and brows revealing a hint of stubbornness and confidence that is unique to teenagers. He spread out his right palm. The silent breeze swirled and condensed in the palm of his hand, forming an uzumaki visible to the naked eye. The trajectory of the airflow was clearly visible, as if controlling the breath of heaven and earth. Rog said lightly. "After the North Blue disaster, while escaping, I found a dilapidated treasure chest among the ruins. There's a strange-looking fruit inside. I was so hungry at the time that I didn't think much about it and just ate it." He slowly brought his 5 fingers together. The air vibrated. The wind along the entire path seemed to be gently surging in accordance with his will. Result: "It's become like this. Later I heard that it was called devil fruit." Sakazuki narrowed his eyes, a sharp edge flashing through his burning gaze. He whispered. "Lodge. Air." Rog nodded. His eyes were as cold as ice, yet as hot as fire. The most basic and largest element in the world. It's also the power that's most easily overlooked. But in my hands, it will become the sharpest blade to cleanse this corrupt world. A gentle breeze blew by. The boy's words, filled with unshakable determination, sounded like heavy war bells in the sea breeze, lingering for a long time. Sakazuki exhaled slowly, hot breath. His fiery eyes finally revealed a strong and hidden pride. Rog stood under the scorching sun, the sea breeze blew his slender body, but it could not blow away the mountain of will forged by his faith. He slowly clenched his fists, his voice low but firm, like a sword drawn from its sheath. "If you rely on connections to get into the camp, then my justice is no more than that. I will use my own strength. Let everyone see my strength." Sakazuki remained silent, staring into Rog's eyes, which were so determined that they hurt his eyes. After a while, he suddenly laughed. His smile was desolate and cold, but when he turned and left, he whispered. "Then, use your fists and strength to defeat them. The test has begun." The entire square was filled with hundreds of recruit candidates from all over the world. Some of them are tall, some are thin, some have pride in their brows, and some have fear in their eyes. But without exception, they all understood one thing: to enter the Zephyr special training camp. We must stand out in this almost cruel competition. There is no warmth here. There is only a threshold built with strength, will, blood and sweat. Basic physical fitness test begins first. Long distance running, climbing, weight bearing, fighting. Rog completed all the projects silently. No trace of ostentation. No showing off at all. With an efficiency that was almost cold and indifferent, he broke all the records of the same period one by one. Under the scorching sun, he was like a sword with its edge hidden deep inside. Just wait for it to be unsheathed and tear the sky apart. However, what really made the whole square boil was. It's the last item, ability assessment demonstration. Center of the square. Stone shooting ranges dozens of meters high are scattered and densely distributed, simulating the most brutal environment of the battlefield. Rog slowly walked onto the demonstration stage. He stood straight, his thin figure casting a lonely and determined silhouette under the scorching sun. The eyes of the examiners, candidates, and instructors on the field were all cast on him. Rog raised his right hand. "Open your palms slightly." Air compression. Buzz. The air vibrates. Visible air waves slowly spread out with him as the center, like an invisible gravitational wave, shaking the surrounding space. The next moment Rog suddenly clenched his 5 fingers and clenched his fist. Boom! Dozens of heavy stone shooting ranges. At the same time, it exploded from the inside. Gravel poured down like rain, and the rumbling explosions shook the entire bay. The wind was raging, the air waves were sweeping across, and the entire test site seemed to be swept by an invisible hurricane storm. There was an uproar on the observation deck. The examiners on the scene were dumbfounded, and even the adjutant of the monitoring department had no time to remain restrained and jumped up from his seat in shock. And on the high platform, Zephyr, dressed in a neat military uniform, stood in the scorching sun with his hands behind his back, like a silent and motionless stone statue. His hawk-like eyes were fixed on Rog. After a moment, a rare smile finally appeared on that usually stern face. It is barely noticeable, yet as hot as fire. This kid. It's a good piece of steel. The test is declared over. Without a doubt, Rog passed all the selection criteria with an overwhelming advantage. Furthermore, Zephyr personally named him, Rog, from today on, you will be under my direct jurisdiction. That moment, Rog, scorched by the scorching sun, slowly raised his head. His eyes reflected the solemn Zephyr on the high platform, as well as the receding figure, Sakazuki, who left with a breath of flames. Zephyr Special Training Camp. This Shura field that gathers the strongest recruits from all over the world has officially opened its doors to Rog. The people here are all top-notch in terms of talent, background, and willpower. But among this group of people, Rog immediately noticed a young man. He was taciturn, dark-skinned, and of stocky build. He has neither the ability of devil fruit nor a brilliant background. But in the basic physical fitness test, he completed all the items with an almost self-destructive will. Every time he fell, he gritted his teeth and got up, with an unyielding fire burning in his eyes. His name is Rhett. Originally from South Blue. Similarly, he joined the Marine Corps because his family was slaughtered by pirates. Not for glory, not for status, only for revenge and justice. During a group training exercise, when a simulated pirates' attack was about to begin, the other trainees hesitated to move forward. Only Rhett stood in front of the student without hesitation and blocked a simulated artillery fire for him. That moment, Rog silently memorized his name. Future Lighter will become the first lieutenant of his Absolute Justice Fleet. However, in this place where new hope is ignited, the undercurrent is also quietly surging. Deep in the training camp, some officers hiding in the darkness have begun to pay close attention to this new meteor that has suddenly risen. Corruption. Benefit. Dark deal. It has already been deeply rooted and spread within Marine. A nail that is too sharp will often not only hurt the enemy, but also hurt colleagues. Someone whispered in the dark, "This kid is too dangerous." And Rog himself had already noticed it keenly. Outside of training, he quietly collected clues, bit by bit, quietly uncovering the veil of the deep rot within Marine. Because he understands. Just clearing out the pirates isn't enough. If even the internal corruption cannot be eradicated, future justice will be nothing more than a castle in the air built on a swamp. This road will be extremely difficult. But Rog never hesitated. From the moment his homeland was slaughtered by the pirates, he understood. Absolute justice. The world must be thoroughly liquidated from its roots. Chapter 3. Zephyr Special Training Camp Week 3. The sun was scorching, and the sea breeze, carrying the smell of salt and gunpowder, whistled over the vast training ground. The scorching sun baked the sand, creating heat waves visible to the naked eye. On this scorched earth, over 100 young men in neat uniforms began a hellish basic training under the personal command of Zephyr. Sand fighting. Sprint with weight. Basic physical training. High-intensity combat drills. Besides, initial enlightenment of Marine 6 styles. shave, burst forward at maximum speed. Moonwalk, staying in the air and gliding. Finger pistol, pierce steel with fingertips. Each one of them is not for show, but for the purest instinct to survive in blood and fire. Under the scorching sun, dust was flying and sweat was mixed with the smell of blood. A black-haired boy stood out in the entire training camp. His movements are crisp and clear, he launches like a cheetah in physical sprints, and every punch and elbow in a fight is precise and deadly. Whether it is long-term weight training or high-intensity physical confrontation, he quickly adapts, breaks through and surpasses others with an almost ruthless self-discipline. That's Rog. On the high platform, Zephyr crossed his arms over his chest, his hawk-like gaze fixed on the figure in the middle of the field. After a moment, he murmured. Extremely high physique reflexes. Excellent motor learning ability. Determined and unafraid of extreme pressure. A natural-born fighter. And that's not all. Under Zephyr's guidance, Rog officially entered the world of Haki. Armament Haki. Hours of hand-to-hand combat every day. Thousands of boxing training and blocking trials. In countless overlaps of sweat and scars. He gradually discovered the dormant power in his body. At first there was just a slight hardening feeling, but soon. After the 7th consecutive day of fists colliding head-on with Zephyr's adamantium arm bones. A very light inky black luster finally appeared on Rog's right fist. Although fragile, it is already a true beginner-level armament color. And at the same time, Rog did not forget his real trump card, air fruit. Every day in the abandoned corner behind the training ground, he secretly explored and experimented repeatedly. Air pressure step. Through the burst of high-pressure airflow, it completes the ultimate sprint, accelerating to the point where even shaving steps can hardly catch up. Floating sailing. Microcontrol the air lift to keep yourself in the air for a short time. Chi shock slash. Compress the air into a blade and release it into a twisted and vibrating cutting wind, capable of both long and short-range attacks. In repeated training and actual combat exercises, Rog gradually became able to combine physical attacks with shaving steps, air pressure, and air shock in close combat. A fighting style quickly took shape, fast, precise, and deadly. Like a sharp long knife that has not been fully polished, but is enough to cut flesh and blood. The other students of the same period were initially just shocked instinctively. But as time goes by, awe, jealousy, and a faint sense of unwillingness quietly fermented into undercurrents in the eyes of some young people. This guy, he's just a newcomer like us. Why? Did you take a shortcut? Somewhere in the training ground, whispers in groups of 3 or 2 gradually spread. And deeper into training camp. Certain eyes hidden behind the scenes are still coldly watching this rising star who is gradually emerging. Darkness will never tolerate the wanton burning of light. But Rog knew nothing about this and didn't care at all. He simply honed his edge inch by inch to the ultimate level, day after day, in blood, sweat, and the scorching sun. Because he knows. The real enemy is never the jealousy of these weaklings. But it is the rotting dark beast that occupies the top of the world. And Rhett, who was standing behind the crowd, had his pupils slightly contracted. He stared at Rog in silence. Not only was he shocked by the terrifying strength displayed by the young man, but also because, just a few days ago, he accidentally heard about Rog's past. That young man had also walked alone out of a pool of blood and a sea of fire on the ruins of his broken home. His parents were slaughtered by pirates, and all his relatives and friends died. How similar to himself! Leiter's fist clenched slightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Deep in his chest, some kind of pain and obsession that had been suppressed for many years, at that moment, gently overlapped with the lonely young man standing in front of him. Not out of pity. Not out of pity. But it comes from a resonance forged in blood and fire. This resonance has been buried in his heart for many years, and no one can understand it, no one can resonate with it. Until this moment, until this battle, until Rog Evening after training. The setting sun burns the sky with golden and red colors. The afterglow was like blood, spilling onto the broken sand. Sweat soaked the uniforms, blood blisters rubbed the skin, and the entire training ground was filled with the bitter smell of gunpowder. After the training, the other students left in twos and threes. And Red silently walked towards the black-haired boy who was sorting his equipment. He stood silently, took out an old cloth belt that was already soaked with sweat from his tattered pocket, and handed it over. His hands trembled slightly, but were extremely firm. He simply said, "In the future battles, I will stand in the front. Wherever you point, I'll hit you." Rog was slightly startled. Looking at the dark-skinned, silent-eyed boy in front of him, an imperceptible soft light appeared in his eyes. No extra words. No false vows. He solemnly took the cloth and wrapped it around his left arm in circles, as if wrapping a vow. The wind blew by. In the afterglow of the setting sun, two figures stood side by side. One in front and one behind. In the most silent yet resolute way, the first oath of absolute justice in the future was made. From then on, Red became Rog's first true follower. In the future, he will serve as the first lieutenant of the Absolute Justice Fleet and fight on the bloody road of the planet C. Meanwhile, outside the training ground, on a hidden commanding height in the distance, a figure stood quietly. Wearing a white military robe and a cape on his shoulders, he looked like he was made of lava, silent and fiery. Sakazuki. His eyes were sharp, like the roaring flames hidden beneath the magma. His fiery eyes stared quietly at the thin but upright figure of the young man in the training ground. Not supervision. Not doubt. But an indescribable and extremely suppressed care hidden deep in the blood. Every time Rog sprinted, fought, fell, and got up again. Whenever that almost paranoid will burns in the scorching sun and sweat. Whenever everyone despises or envy, there is always a hint of imperceptible tenderness in Sakazuki's eyes. Good. It really is, our family's wool. He whispered, his voice surging like magma, hot and fiery, and then quickly returned to cold silence. Sakazuki quietly closed his eyes, and advanced observation haki silently bloomed. Circles of perception waves spread out like ripples on the water, sweeping across the entire training ground silently. Soon, he keenly caught several unusual auras. Those auras are mixed with corruption, conspiracy, covetousness, and cold hostility. It was as if a group of crocodiles hiding in the undercurrent were quietly targeting his only nephew. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes, flames flickering in them. Without alarming anyone, I just silently memorized the breath tracks, breathing rhythms, and habitual frequencies of those breath owners. It was as if in his heart, he had prepared a future death list for them, one by one. Dare to touch Rog's hair. Just prepare to face the judgment of hell. The wind was howling. On this land scorched by the scorching sun, forged with sweat and blood, a star belonging to absolute justice is burning and rising silently. And above that silent sky, the sleeping lava beast has also quietly opened its burning eyes. Chapter 4. Zephyr Special Training Camp, 6 months later. The scorching sun burned the vast training ground. After 6 months of high-pressure training, the trainees of the Zephyr Training Camp have completed a complete transformation in terms of physique, willpower, and skills. And today, Zephyr personally issued the first task, Actual Combat Annihilation Mission. Mission Objectives. Location, East Blue Mill Town. Enemy, Emerging Pirates Group Grey Reef Fang Pirates Group. Threat Level, Upper C, capable of small-scale destruction. Objective Instructions, confirm annihilation, protect civilians, and assume full command on site. The two-person team, Rog and Ret, were chosen to carry out the mission. Zephyr put his hands behind his back, his eyes as steady as a hammer as he glanced over Rog and Ret. The battlefield is not a training ground. When encountering an enemy, first break their courage, then their army. Remember, protecting the people comes first, eliminating the scourge comes second. Red stood still and Rog nodded silently. The two looked at each other and reached an absolute understanding in silence. A strong wind blew past. Two young figures boarded the small warship heading towards East Blue. East Blue off the coast of Mill Town. In the evening, the sea reflected the blood-red afterglow, and the wind and waves beat against the dilapidated pier. The warship slowly approached the shore. Rog and Lighter went up to the deck side by side and saw from afar. A dilapidated but well-armed pirate ship is quietly approaching the port of Mill Town. On the deck, dozens of pirates roared and savagely, brandishing swords and muskets, looking like hungry beasts ready to pounce. The captain in the lead was 2 meters tall, muscular, and had a scarlet skull emblem tattooed on his left arm. Grey Reef Fang Krant. Target confirmed. Rog whispered, his eyes as cold as a knife. Take action. Red tilted his head, his fists already clenched, veins bulging. Rog nodded slightly, his voice like a sword whispering in the cold wind, quick battle, quick decision. Next second. Rog steps out. The air vibrated and surged around him. A layer of transparent air wave visible to the naked eye spread out with him as the center, and the earth trembled. Air pressure step. Boom. A black afterimage cut through the sea breeze. Rog's body instantly crossed dozens of meters and rushed into the pirate's formation like a gust of wind and lightning. The air compressed rapidly in front of his fist. Chi shock slash. Swish. A crescent-shaped air blade cut through the air, leaving a sharp sonic boom trail. Boom. More than 10 pirates were caught off guard, their chests torn and blood splattered. In an instant, they were thrown several meters away and fell to the ground wailing. Red followed closely behind. There are no fruit abilities and no gorgeous light effects. Only the ultimate taijutsu. Only the newly awakened armament haki. On the tip of the fist, the inky black armament color solidified like rock. Boom. As soon as he stepped on the ground, gravel flew everywhere. Red rushed into the enemy camp with extremely brutal punches, like an angry lion. Boom. A punch smashed the chest of a knife-wielding pirates. The sound of bone cracking was loud. The pirates flew backwards like rags and knocked down an old roof. Assholes! Kill them! Grey Reef Fang Krant roared and summoned the remaining followers to rush towards Rog and Red frantically. Rog narrowed his eyes and clenched his palms slightly. The air vibrated and compressed violently, and visible distorted ripples spread out. Explosive pressure bomb combo. High-frequency triple explosive air pressure shock. Boom. 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 3 huge explosive shock waves, like hammers tearing through the air, pierced through the pirates' crowd. Dozens of pirates who rushed over were directly sent flying by the compressed blast. The scene was bloody and the stone pillars at the port were broken. Red roared, and knocked an assassin away with a knee strike. Then he turned over and swept his leg, with the gravity hardened by the armament color, kicking the 2 attackers directly to the ground. Just 5 minutes. The port was pouring with blood. Grey Reef pirates. Total destruction. Only Captain Krant was left, still struggling. But the next moment, Rog stepped lightly, and the air suddenly exploded. The figure came like an arrow. A air pressure punch explosive style accurately hit Krant's chest. Boom. Krant didn't even have time to groan before his sternum collapsed and he flew dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into the ruins, his life or death unknown. Blood and smoke filled the sky above the port. Red clenched his fist and gasped for breath. Rog shook his wrist lightly and stood in the middle of the ruins and corpses, his eyes calm and steady. They quickly confirmed the internal protection situation of Mill Town. No civilian casualties. The townspeople were in shock. When I saw 2 young men in marine uniforms returning with blood and gunpowder, standing in the afterglow like divine soldiers descending from the sky. Countless townspeople shed tears with excitement, some covered their mouths and sobbed, while others put down the stones in their hands and knelt down to shout. "Thank you! Long live Marine! Savior!" At that moment, Rog lowered his head slightly and looked at those fragile lives that longed for protection. "In my heart, something deep and hot is burning silently." The first actual combat mission was completed perfectly. It was also the first time that I truly felt justice. It is not only a slogan, but also the hope of countless fragile lives. Just when Rog and Ret confirmed that they had completed the annihilation mission and boarded the small warship to prepare to return, the wind suddenly changed. There was a sudden commotion on the side of the deck. A man wearing the uniform of an ensign officer from the headquarters, with a fake smile on his face, slowly approached with several reserve soldiers. His voice was greasy and frivolous. "Just in case, let's do another real-world reaction test, little ones." Before Rog could agree, several soldiers have drawn their swords and rushed over. But Rog just glanced at him coldly. His brows were slightly raised, his expression was indifferent. His perception surged like a tide, and in an instant, he caught a hint of disguised malice in the air. "That's not training, that's not a test. But it is internal corruption test. Test whether he can be suppressed and whether he will submit to it." Rog's eyes suddenly turned cold. The next second. "Take a step. Floating flight." Boom. The air collapsed instantly under his feet, and his body drew a sharp arc like a broken arrow of light, rising into the air in an instant. "Close your palms slightly." The air vibrated and compressed in his palm. In the blink of an eye. High-frequency gas explosion. Triple compressed air roars and vibrates. Boom. The air waves within a 5-meter range suddenly exploded. Several assaulting soldiers who were caught off guard were blown away by the erupting air pressure storm and hit the deck railing like rags, vomiting blood and fainting. Weapons flew out of hands and wailing sounds rang out one after another. The entire deck fell into deathly silence in an instant. Only the sea breeze was left, carrying the groans of the wounded soldiers. In mid-air, Rog's figure slowly fell in the airflow, his black hair flying and his uniform fluttering in the wind. His eyes were as cold as a knife as he scanned the entire audience. His gaze lingered for a moment on the officer who was planning the test. The boy's voice was low, like the suppressed thunder before a storm. "Training accident. Really, a useless test." The officer's smile froze on his face. Cold sweat instantly soaked my back. He opened his mouth, trying to cover it up with a perfunctory smile, but his voice was so trembling that even he could hear it. "Haha, a small misunderstanding, a small misunderstanding." Rog glanced at him indifferently. Without saying a word. But deep down, I have already coldly engraved this person's name, appearance, and breath deep into my memory. Rot. It must be eradicated. Just like cleaning out pirates. No matter where it hides, no matter what skin it wears. In the end, it will be completely burned to ashes under absolute justice. From this moment on. In the Zephyr Special Training Camp, all those who harbor evil intentions. For the first time I really realized. This boy named Rog. Not a pawn that can be easily suppressed or manipulated. Late at night. The bright desk lamp illuminated the desk piled with documents alone, and the air was filled with the strong smell of tobacco and a suppressed sense of anxiety. Sakazuki, in uniform and with his cloak still on, sat alone behind his desk, a sealed report quietly unfolded in his hands. The content is simple to the point of being cold and cruel. Zephyr Training Camp Internal Reaction Report. Record of the accidental injury test incident encountered by the ROG team. List of responsible persons is attached. Pop. The cigar burned out. He exerted a little force with his fingers and crushed the report into a pile of ashes. A fiery yet cold light ignited in the fiery eyes. Waste. The low pronunciation was like the first muffled thunder suppressed under the lava. Sakazuki slowly pushed the chair away and stood up. With a flick of his cloak, a strong wind rushed in through the crack of the door, bringing with it the sound of rustling the corners of his clothes. The night outside the window is as dark as iron. He stood still, counted a few breaths in silence, and slowly closed his eyes. Advanced observation haki spreading silently. Those were the corrupt auras that he had secretly marked himself a few months ago. At this moment, the location, state, and habits of every breath appeared in his mind as clearly as stars in the night sky. Sakazuki opened his eyes, blood-red flames surging in his pupils. To beat a dog, you have to do it at night. That night, outside the training camp, in the dark harbor tavern, at the warehouse transfer point, those corrupt auras that were once engraved by the high-level observation haki disappeared silently overnight. The next morning, the sea breeze blows. There were a few barely noticeable dark red watermarks on the sea surface, as if even the waves themselves did not dare to mourn for them. And inside the training camp, those who harbored ulterior motives, faintly aware of, an invisible giant bloody hand was silently tightening the noose. Everyone's attitude towards the rising star Rog has completely changed. From temptation to fear. Sakazuki himself never said a word in public. It was as if nothing had happened that night. He simply, after finishing all his aftermath late at night, stood on the highest observation tower in the base and gazed at the new world that was about to rise in the distance. In the eyes filled with blazing flames, the straight and lonely figure of the black-haired boy emerged. The cold wind blows and the cloak flutters. The heart of the molten lava burns silently and fiercely. Chapter 5. See Circle Calendar 1504, Summer. Time passes like flowing water. The scorching sun burned the sea surface, and the sea breeze rolled up layers of white waves, hitting the harbor, making a low and powerful sound. At the moment when the final exam of the Zephyr Special Training Camp came to an end, the entire training ground fell into a brief and solemn silence. On the ruined training ground, collapsed obstacles, burning debris, rolling sweat, and bloodline intertwined to form an ultimate cruel battlefield scene. Sweat, blood, and fatigue are intertwined between every student's breath. And at the very front, still standing upright, were two young men. A man with flying black hair and a look as cold as a star. A man with dark skin, clenched fists, and a calm aura like a mountain. Ret. Finally, under Zephyr's iron-like gaze, the results list was slowly announced. First place, Rog, Air Fruit User, rating, S+. Second place, Lei Te, Physical Enhancer, rating, S. The two of them, with their absolutely overwhelming strength, crushed their peers and took the lead. The instructors from the headquarters who were watching from a distance were all whispering to each other, unable to hide their admiration. It's really a monster-like little ghost. This kind of momentum will surely lead to great things in the future. Especially that Rog, it's like he was born to fight. Graduation Ceremony Main Plaza. The sun was blazing high above the huge drill ground with the Naval Headquarters logo hanging on it. The sea breeze was blowing, and under the blue and white military flags, hundreds of newly promoted officers stood in formation, creating a solemn and austere atmosphere. Rog and Ret, one in front and one behind, stood in the front row. His chest was straight, his back was as taut as a bowstring, and every inch of his body showed the fortitude forged in battle. Zephyr walked slowly towards them, dressed in combat uniform, cape fluttering. Under the gaze of the audience, Zephyr personally put on the traditional blue and white marine cloak for Rog. Then, he solemnly pinned the silver badge symbolizing the lieutenant junior grade on the left side of his chest. Snap! The moment the badge touched the uniform, there was a crisp sound, as if sounding the horn for the young man to step onto the real battlefield. The iron badge gleamed with a cold and solemn glow in the sunlight. Zephyr spoke in a low voice, his voice resounding like thunder across the square. From today on, it's not just your own will that's on your shoulders. And the hopes of millions of ordinary people. And Marine's dignity. And justice. Rog's eyes were as calm as a mirror lake. He punched his chest with his right fist and gave the most standard salute. The voice is firm and clear as a knife. Never let down the name of justice. The sunlight shines on the boy's shoulders, casting a halo-like glow. At that moment, even Zephyr showed a rare smile. At the same time, Lei Te was also awarded the rank of ensign. But after the award ceremony, he walked up to Rog, knelt on one knee, and asked in a deep voice. Apply to become the direct lieutenant of Rog Lieutenant Junior Grade. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. You have to know that the Marines have strict military regulations and clear hierarchical barriers. Actively downgrading and following others means giving up personal honor and betting all your life's honor and disgrace on the other person. But Leiter's eyes were firm and without regret. It's not just out of trust, but also out of a resonance forged in blood and fire, that kind of belief that wants someone to lead them to tear apart and rebuild this corrupt world. Zephyr was silent for several seconds, looking at the red wool burning in Red's eyes. He finally nodded slightly, slammed his right fist on Lei Te's left shoulder, and whispered. Okay. Red stood up and stood half a step behind Rog. That is the position of adjutant. From this moment on, this young pair officially embarked on their own journey. Headquarters high-level meeting room. Behind the heavy rattan desk, a personnel transfer file was pushed in front of several generals of the headquarters. The highest meeting of Marines was proceeding in low voices. Name, Rog Lieutenant Junior Grade. Ability Assessment, Logia Air Fruit, Excellent Combat Command, Decisive and Ruthless, Absolute Political Stance. Note, it can be cultivated into an independent commander system seed in the future. Vice Admiral he pushed his glasses up and smiled approvingly. Marshal Sengoku held his coffee, thought for a moment, and nodded. And Sakazuki, standing at the side and behind, wearing a formal cape. His eyes were fixed on the file quietly. That was his nephew whom he had personally rescued from the ruins and pools of blood, and he was the one he was willing to protect with his whole body and blood. He slowly withdrew his gaze, and a very faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, even the iron-blooded Akainu felt a burning pride burning deep in his heart. Good. Sengoku made the decision. Since it's a knife, it should be sent for sharpening. Put it on East Blue first, and control the rhythm. Don't let the knife show its edge too quickly. See Circle Calendar Autumn 1504, East Blue, Branch 62. The morning light is dim. The rising sun was wrapped in mist, and the sea breeze carried the dampness and lingering smell of blood. Next to the small naval port, a brand new Marine Lieutenant Junior Grade flag slowly rose. The blue stripes on a white background rustled, announcing the arrival of the new owner of this silent branch. Center of the square. Rog, wearing a neat military uniform and a brand new Lieutenant Junior Grade badge of his headquarters, has a cold and determined look in his eyes. He stood upright, like a sword about to be unsheathed, emitting a faint sharp light in the morning light. Red stood solemnly beside him, sword at his side, his black combat cloak slightly raised, his brows filled with a murderous look as hard as iron. What they took over was a small, outdated and demoralized East Blue fleet. The warships were slightly barged, the gun batteries were rusty, and the soldiers were slack and lax, with carelessness and laziness in their eyes. But no one dared to speak disrespectfully in front of this new Lieutenant Junior Grade. Because during the first full review in the morning, Rog used extremely compressed air shock, and with just one blow, he shattered the 5-ton training stone pillar in the center of the playground. The entire branch, from officers to soldiers, was silent. This is no weak, empty commander. This is the real deal, capable of crushing the rebellious Lieutenant Junior Grade with one punch. Branch Operations Room Night. Under the dim light, the map was spread out on the long table. Midlands Circle. A sea area composed of isolated islands of varying sizes, with complex terrain and dense waterways, making it an easy place for pirates to hide and escape. Recent intelligence shows that here, at least 4 new pirate groups have begun to gather and harass nearby shipping routes, slaughtering fishermen and looting merchant caravans. Rog stared at the map, tapping the table with his fingertips, his voice cold. Tolerance is a betrayal of the common people. He looked up, his eyes like a knife cutting through the night. Lei Te stood up solemnly and waited for instructions. Rog personally drew up the first battle plan. East Blue Cleanup Operation, Midlands Circle. Target, 4 emerging pirates groups. Operation Principles. No mercy, no delay. Quick victory, clearing island by island. No one is left out, no one is compromised. Prioritize protecting innocent civilians, and secondly, completely annihilate the pirates' routes. Time limit, complete the cleanup within 1 month. Red punched his chest hard, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Port midnight. The night is dark. Rog stood with his sword, gazing at the 4 small battleships anchored at the dock. Although these ships were old, they completed basic repairs and weapons inspections under Leiter's leadership in just a few days. The flag is raised. The warship's flag fluttered in the night wind. The cold light is sharp, like an invisible blade. Under the light, more than 100 temporarily reorganized Special Forces soldiers stood solemnly on the deck, with stern expressions and burning eyes. The new Lieutenant Junior Grade Rog stood at the bow, his cape fluttering slightly, like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed. Red stood on his left, in the adjutant's position, with his hands behind his back and a look as cold as a mountain. After a moment of silence, Rog spoke. The voice was low, but it penetrated everyone's chest. East Blue was once the most peaceful sea in the world. And now, someone is trying to use the pirates' minions to tear this apart. I don't care how lazy you were in the past, or how much you compromised. From this moment on, follow me. Just move forward and eradicate evil. Justice can only be practiced with blood. The deck of the warship shook, the soldiers' chests heaved, and their breathing became hot. Rog swung his right fist. The air suddenly stagnated, and visible ripples of air waves appeared on the surrounding sea surface. Set sail! Boom! 4 warships set sail at the same time, breaking through the darkness of night and heading towards the turbulent Midlands Circle. On the battlefield where blood and fire have not yet been extinguished. The first step of the conquest of absolute justice has quietly begun. Future. They will use sword and fire, thunder and wind. Tear the darkness apart inch by inch. Until there is no more soil for pirates to run rampant in the whole world. Chapter 6. The night is as dark as ink and the sea breeze is howling. 4 small marine warships cut through the waves like ghosts in the dark night, quietly passing through the waves and heading straight for the depths of the archipelago. On the bow of the ship, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his black hair and cloak dancing wildly in the night wind, his eyes like cold stars, burning with a cold and fiery fighting spirit. Red stood aside, his fists clenched, armed color wrapped around his metacarpal bones, breathing steadily and powerfully, like a black panther about to be released from a cage. Intelligence Summary. First Island Ishizushi Island, Pirates, Cone Blade, specializes in stabbing and trap tactics. Second Island Deadwood Island, Pirates stationed there, Rot Fang Pirates, famous for their poisonous weapons and sneak attacks. The third island Blue Reef Island, Pirates stationed, Thunder Axe Pirates, heavy armor brute force. The fourth island Yutang Island, Pirates stationed in the Dark Tide Group, specialized in stealth raids. Midlands. The 4 islands are arranged in a fan shape, and are only a dozen nautical miles apart. They can be reached within half an hour by sailing. The 4 pirates groups are in collusion with each other, but due to the division of territory, they are entrenched in their own territory and are wary of each other, and have not yet formed a large-scale alliance. It's the best time to defeat them one by one. Rog scanned the entire ship, his eyes as cold as a knife, and raised his hand and waved. First target, Ishizuwi Island, land. As the order was given, the fleet silently adjusted its formation and turned into sharp arrows, cutting through the night. First battle, Ishizushi Island, the Cone Blade team. Shizui Island is a place with numerous rocks and boulders, and its terrain is complex and strange. Just landed. There was a sharp sound in the air. Hundreds of cold spikes shot out from the dark cave like a violent storm. Trap-type bastards! Red snorted coldly, his arms covered with armament color, crossed in front of his chest. Ding 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 ding! Dozens of spikes hit his inky black armor, sending out a series of sparks. At the same time, Rog's eyes narrowed. A swipe of the right hand. High-frequency air shock slash. Boom! A burst of air pressure cut through the air and swept across the entire venue. All the flying spikes shattered instantly in the air blade, scattering like iron filings in the sky. Red grinned and charged forward. The fist was wrapped in black armed color, like a mad wolf breaking through the formation, crushing the assassin's front-line defense. Rog flashed. Air compression step starts. He was like a black meteor, shuttling between enemy lines, controlling the vibrations of the air. Every time he threw a punch, a sharp-edged swordsman would fly backwards and spit blood. The enemy leader Spike Milo, holding a special giant triangular spike, attempts to attack from behind. However, Rog coldly punched back. Air collapse. Boom! Milo and the giant thorn in his hand were blown away by the compressed and explosive air wave, smashing through the 3 layers of rock walls behind him and completely unconscious. Pointed cone swordsman group wipe out in 5 minutes. First island clearance completed. Rog wiped the blood from his fingertips, his eyes as cold as a knife. Next. Red followed in tacit understanding, his eyes burning as he walked forward. The 4 warships turned around and set sail, heading straight for the next target. Second battle, Deadwood Island, Rot Fang Pirates. On the Deadwood Island, there are rotten forests everywhere, miasma is spreading, and undercurrents are surging. Just stepped onto the island shore. Dozens of spears and arrows coated with poison shot out from all directions. Poison! Rog narrowed his eyes and sneered. Air barrier. Boom! With Rog as the center, a high-speed rotating air shield instantly unfolded. All the poisonous arrows flying towards us will shatter upon contact. Red roared suddenly, and hardened his fists with armament color. Bang bang bang! Faced with the poisonous web of rotten vines, he used the simplest and most brutal method, breaking the vines with his punches and refusing to retreat. Charge head-on! The main force of the Rot Fang pirates attempted to surround and kill Red. Red stomped his feet, his body turned into a brutal black shadow, and knocked 2 people away with 1 punch. Then, he flipped forward and kneed a pirate who was trying to launch a sneak attack, breaking his sternum. I'll lead the way. Red roared and unleashed his physical skills. Rog swooped down from the sky. Vacuum explosion punch. The air in the palm of his hand collapses and condenses into an invisible giant hammer. Boom! The leader of the Rotten Fang pirates, Venom Fang Sao, didn't even let out a scream before half of his body was shattered by a punch and he fell to the ground dead. Less than 10 minutes. Rot Fang pirates destroyed. Second island clearance completed. Third battle, Blue Reef Island, Thunder Axe pirates. Blue Reef Island, with its stacked jagged rocks, looks like a natural fortress. The Thunder Axe pirates, all members are dressed in heavy armor, wielding naval-grade giant axes, and mainly rely on brute force to suppress. The battle breaks out. Dozens of heavily armored thugs roared as they charged forward, and the earth shook. Don't force it! Pull away! Red roared. But Rog just sneered and stood still. The air beneath my feet collapsed violently. Air compression blast. Boom! A circle of invisible repulsive force spreads like an air wave. The charging force of hundreds of tons was crushed in an instant. The heavily armored soldiers flew high into the sky like rags, and the sound of broken bones continued. Red took the opportunity to break into the crowd. Armament haki, heavy strike style. Every time a punch landed, a heavily armored madman would spit out blood and fly several meters away. The leader of the Thunder Axe Pirates, Thunder Fang Fred, roared and raised the giant lightning axe, as if he wanted to smash Rog to pieces with one blow. However, Rog's breath was shocked. Super pressure piercing body strike. Boom! Fred was hit by an invisible air blow. The heavy armor exploded, the giant axe broke into two pieces, and the body slammed heavily into the island, sinking several meters deep. Defeat the enemy with one strike. Third island clearance completed. Fourth battle, Yuteng Island, Dark Tide Group. On Yuteng Island, thick fog is shrouded, dark vines are spreading, and the mist obscures the sky. The Dark Tide Group hides in the dense forest and excels at mental interference and assassination raids. As soon as we entered the thick fog, ordinary soldiers felt dizzy and mentally stressed. Red gritted his teeth and held on, guarding Rog tightly. And Rog's eyes fixed. Air compression and ultrasound field. Buzz buzz buzz. High-frequency oscillations penetrate the entire island like an invisible storm. Most of the killers lurking in the dark showed up one after another, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Red roared, his whole body covered with armament haki, and he used his toughest body to forcibly resist all attacks from hidden weapons in the dark. Rog shuttled rapidly in the air. Air pressure step continuous attack. 7 consecutive charges in 1 second, each charge accurately kills an enemy. After the storm, blood rained down. Dark Tide Group completely destroyed. Clearance of the 4th island completed. Midlands summary. Operation time, 48 hours. Annihilate the Pirates Group, 4. Safety rate of purified sea areas, 100%. Civilian casualty rate, 0. Perfect purge. The battleship is on its way back. On the deck, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his black hair flying. Red followed, his eyes fiery and determined. Behind them is the sea cleansed by blood and fire. Ahead of them is a world waiting to reignite the flames of justice. The first step of the conquest of absolute justice has begun perfectly. Rog stood quietly at the bow, with the sea breeze blowing on his face. The system interface pops up in front of you. Byte. Total number of pirates eliminated, 4. Judgment points obtained, 4,000. Judgment growth unlocked, Advanced Observation Haki, Armament Haki Enhancement Authority. Air fruit control progress, increased to 60%. The night is late and the dew is heavy. In the spacious and quiet office, a solitary lamp shines on the table, and the candle light flickers slightly. A concise and cold performance report was quietly brought to the table. The Vice Admiral behind the desk slowly put down the cigar in his hand. Sakazuki. He lowered his head to read the report, his fiery eyes flickering with a suppressed and blazing light in the darkness. A long time. He smiled slightly, his laughter as deep as flowing magma. This is the justice I want to see. Not mercy, not compromise. But it was a clean and neat cut. A cleansing without any unnecessary words. An absolute result of 0 casualties. Sakazuki stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the sea in the east that was still shrouded in morning mist. East Blue situation changes. In the next few years, Rog led Lighter and the gradually expanding team to continuously implement the East Blue cleanup plan. The small pirates group was uprooted. The dark harbor black markets were destroyed one by one. Pirate strongholds, smuggling dens, and rebellious mercenary groups were cleared out one by one. Rog, with his group of cold-blooded and ruthless recruits, almost swept through the East Blue with a sweeping knife force, turning the undercurrent completely upside down. Through countless actual combats, Red's armament haki has become more and more mature, his physical skills have been continuously refined, and he has gradually grown into an independent iron-blooded warrior. Under Rog's supervision, his soldiers were trained to be as sharp as a sword. Strict discipline and thunderous attack. No mercy to the pirates. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. East Blue. This sea area was once home to countless small pirates, smuggling groups, and black market transactions. Between 1504 and 1510, after Rog's continuous and bloody purges, the breeding ground for vicious development was completely eliminated. In the recalculation of the Comprehensive Security Index of major sea areas by the Ministry of Water Resources, East Blue was officially classified as the world's safest sea area, security grade A. Pirates Activity Index, lowest in the world. Civilian Survival Index, highest in the world. East Blue has become the most difficult place for the new generation of pirates to rise. And all this, thanks to a name. Rai. He used absolute justice to completely block any signs of large-scale chaos in East Blue's future. Chapter 7. East Blue, G62 Branch, 1511. The morning light shines through the blinds and falls into the simple and solemn office. On the table, patrol reports from various sea areas were neatly stacked, each with a bright and eye-catching stamp. Pirates eliminated black market cleanup, no record of emerging forces. The air was filled with the faint scent of ink and the salty sea breeze. Behind his desk, Rog, wearing a military uniform and with his cape casually draped over the back of his chair, was reviewing the last batch of regional closing reports. There was a sound of a door being pushed open. Red walked in, his uniform straight and his steps steady, but his face couldn't hide a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Report, boss. He held up an envelope with the highest-ranking red seal of the department, his tone faintly revealing uncontrollable excitement. Headquarters summons has been issued again. This time, it even has Admiral Sakazuki's autograph. Rog paused slightly when he heard this. He slowly raised his eyes, and a complex and deep light flashed in his dark eyes. He smiled slightly, his smile cold but with a hint of affection. Is Uncle Sakazuki personally summoning you? The fingertips tapped the table, making a crisp sound. After a moment's silence, he closed the last East Blue battle report, stood up, put on his uniform jacket, and shook his cuffs lightly. His gaze was as calm as a lake, yet it revealed the suppressed flames of a deep-sea volcano. That's all. He walked slowly to the window and looked out at the calm East Blue Sea in the morning light. Sails are dotted around and fishing boats are sailing back and forth. This sea area, which was once a den of filth and a place where pirates were rampant, has now finally been cleaned up to its spotless state. If I don't move, it's boring. East Blue, it's almost cleaned up. Rog lowered his head and thoughtfully brushed across the old notebook on the corner of the table. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but frown slightly, and a name that made him feel helpless flashed through his mind. Buggy. This guy was clearly a Pirates player in East Blue back then. However, during the process of clearing out, he slipped away like a loach and disappeared without a trace. We've been cleaning it out for 4 years. We've even cleared every last island, and we still haven't found him. Rog narrowed his eyes slightly, with a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. Conqueror's physique? Or was it just pure luck? He chuckled and shook his head. However, you can escape temporarily, but you can't escape forever. Collect your thoughts for a moment. Rog turned around and said quietly. Reply to headquarters. Give me another 2 months to take care of the tail. Then we'll set off. Red straightened his back and nodded heavily. When he reached the door, he couldn't help but look back and asked casually. So, boss, where are we going for these 2 months? Rog raised his eyebrows slightly, a sharp, almost imperceptible smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Where are you going? His tone was leisurely, but it concealed an unshakable will. Sky Island. Lei Te was stunned. Sky Island. Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes as sharp as a blade. There is a god with great potential. It's time to bring that power under the banner of justice. The wind swept through the spacious office, blowing the marine flag on the table. When the last batch of suppression battle reports were compiled and Rhett left, Rog was left alone in the empty office. The next moment. Bite. The interface of the absolute justice system quietly unfolded in his mind, accompanied by a familiar and low prompt tone. Host judgment statistics. Pirates killed, 4,444. Black market strongholds destroyed, 144. Number of corrupt forces eliminated, 44. Key node suppression, East Blue entire area cleared, 99.9% complete. Cumulative judgment points, 198,600 points, highest cumulative point in history. Personal attribute panel. Physical foundation, beyond grade A, strengthening limit. Armament Haki, advanced control, can harden the entire body for a short period of time. Observation Haki, advanced control, sense killing intent 6 seconds in advance. Conqueror's Haki, initial awakening, can shock the weak in a short burst. Air fruit development, 100%, limited development, waiting for natural awakening. Fruit awakening, as the battle deepens, there is a chance to naturally break through under extreme conditions. Conquerors, due to its extremely strong will, it germinates early and needs continuous tempering. Rog lowered his eyes to look at the panel and tapped the table lightly with his fingertips. The ability of the fruit is controlled by Haki. His growth rate has already completely crushed the ordinary marine training curve. But he was not in a hurry to use the remaining judgment points to improve himself. Because. He chuckled softly and swiped his finger across the other side of the interface. Judgment points exchange. Redemption items. Rare item, Human Limit Breakthrough Potion, Marine Edition, one-time use. Effect description. Break through the limits of the conventional human body. Allows armament Haki to grow unlimitedly with refinement. Physical potential is fully released to adapt to future high-intensity combat environments. Consumable points, 180,000 points. Confirm to use. Confirm. East Blue G62 Branch Training Ground late night. It was late at night and the only sound on the training ground was the howling sea breeze. Rog stood on the sidelines, wearing a marine uniform, his cloak fluttering in the night wind, holding a small silver potion bottle in his hand, the bottle reflecting the faint moonlight. Not far away, Rhett was sweating profusely with his upper body bare, punching the stone pole for martial arts training alone. Boom! 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 Each punch was a heavy and powerful thud after the hardening of the armament Haki. Sweat wet the ends of his hair and dripped down his chin. Rog watched quietly for a while, then walked slowly forward and threw the potion in his hand over. Then. Bang! Rhett reacted extremely quickly and caught it steadily. He looked down at the bottle and then back up at Rog. His eyebrows raised and he grinned, "What is this?" Rog didn't answer. He just stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes as calm as the sea at night, and uttered only one sentence lightly. "I drank it." Rhett didn't ask any more questions. Without the slightest hesitation, he unscrewed the bottle cap without any doubt, tilted his head back, and drank it in one gulp. The sweet and hot liquid medicine slid into my mouth. Moment. Like a ball of fire, it exploded in his body. Boom! Rhett's blood boiled, his muscle fibers vibrated, and every cell in his body seemed to be awakening. He suddenly knelt on one knee, clenched his teeth, and his body trembled slightly. Sweat and blood mixed together and evaporated from under the skin like steam. And Rog just watched it all quietly. His eyes were calm and his palms were slightly clenched. He knew this process would be painful. But he knew even more that Rhett would be able to hold on. Because they are comrades who have walked side by side all the way to today. Moreover, because Ret, there is never any need to doubt. Hold on a little longer. Rog whispered, his voice full of unshakable conviction. Ret gritted his teeth and slammed his fists on the ground, his knuckles bursting out with inky hacky light. At this moment, flesh and blood and wool have truly sublimated. A few minutes later, Ret stood up slowly, his eyes were bloodshot, but with an unprecedented fanaticism. He clenched his fists, feeling the seemingly endless torrent of power in his body. This power is... Ret whispered in shock. Rog approached, patted his shoulder, and spoke indifferently with a hint of brotherly comfort. Remember. This is the qualification for the road ahead. Ret took a deep breath and suddenly grinned, his eyes filled with wolf-like sharpness. Got it, boss. The wind swept across the silent training ground. Two figures, under the starlight, have a tacit understanding with each other like steel. The East Blue chapter has come to an end. And the storm that belongs to the New World. It's brewing quietly. Meanwhile South Blue Unknown Sea. The waves were rolling and the rain was pouring down. A tattered little pirate's boat, which could almost be overturned by a wave, was struggling in the wind and waves. The mast was askew, the sails were tattered, and the deck was patched. On the boat, Buggy was wearing a flamboyant clown costume, holding onto the mast with both hands, swaying from side to side in the sea breeze while yelling. Damn it! What a horrible weather! What a horrible place! His face was ashen, like a colorful salted fish hanging on a pole. A few exhausted brothers nearby were trembling, holding onto the broken guardrails, retching and trembling as they asked. Captain, weren't we, living happily together in East Blue? Isn't East Blue the most gentle and safest? Why did you have to come to South Blue? Buggy gnashed his teeth, his red nose twitching, his tone filled with uncontrollable frustration and instinctive fear. I don't know why, but I feel like... He swallowed and looked up in the direction of East Blue, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. His body was trembling. If I even show my head in East Blue, I'll be blasted to pieces by some monster in the next second. The younger brothers were stunned. What kind of crazy excuse is this? What on earth happened in East Blue? Even our Captain Buggy is so scared. Buggy kicked the side of the boat hard, his face flushed red. You know nothing. I'm a born child of destiny, a top-notch intuitive conqueror's clown. My premonition was so accurate. Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning struck the sea next to the boat, causing the sea water to explode high into the air and the boat to shake so much that it almost capsized. The younger brothers covered their heads and howled. Ah! Captain! Don't set the flag! In the wind and rain, Buggy held on to the mast tightly and refused to let go. He was soaked and looked extremely miserable. The small broken boat drifted away like a fallen leaf in the turbulent waves of South Blue. As if fleeing from the roar of some terrible beast of fate. But Buggy was completely unaware. It is precisely because of the existence of a monster in East Blue that completely wipes out everything. He was forced to flee South Blue out of instinct, even though he could have lived in peace. Avoid the East Blue Justice era where even the air is filled with the scent of death. That sea area is no longer a place suitable for clowns to live. East Blue has changed. It has become a terrifying paradise where even Buggy, the conqueror's lucky physique, dares not stay for long. In the wind, Buggy hugs the mast and screams, I'm going to survive until I get to New World. Chapter 8 East Blue G62 Branch Pier. The sky is slightly bright and the sea breeze is cool. A small, fully equipped warship quietly docked at the outermost pier. On the deck, Rog was wearing his uniform cape, standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes calm. Red brought a team of elite soldiers, all of them were veterans who had fought with Rog in East Blue for several years. Each of them had a firm gaze and an iron-like military posture. The last batch of branch affairs was handled. Before leaving, the branch deputy commander saluted Rog with a solemn expression. Mr. Lieutenant Junior Grade, East Blue will always remember your cleaning and protection. Rog just nodded slightly without saying much. With a wave of hand, the warship set sail. The sound of the whistle pierced the morning sky, and the iron-clad ship broke through the waves and headed towards the Grand Line. Grand Line Gaia Island waters. Early in the morning, the thick fog dissipated and the sun shone on the sea. After 2 days, during which time the airflow was manipulated using the air fruit to increase speed, the warship landed steadily near the waters off Gaia Island. This is the location of the rumored airflow connecting to the White Sea Sky Island, the Sea Rising Dragon airflow area. But before the air current formed, Rog chose to land on Gaia Island first to replenish intelligence. Gaia Island Mogu Town. A dilapidated, chaotic, and crime-ridden town. The roadside was filled with drunken pirates, swords and knives were brandishing, and the sounds of gunfire and noise were heard one after another. Lei Te frowned and lowered his voice. What a stinking, rotten street. Rog's eyes were indifferent, and he walked forward with his hands behind his back. A group of Marines wearing headquarters uniforms stood out in a place like this. The local thugs and low-level pirates around were instantly alert and moved away. Because they felt a suffocating sense of murder from the walking rhythm and breath flow of these people. Who is this person? How could he have such an oppressive power? Someone murmured softly and retreated quietly. On the dilapidated streets, the flag of the Bellamy pirates hangs high in the center of town, arrogant and glaring. On the streets, a group of Bellamy's men, dressed in fancy clothes, were rampaging, knocking over vendors, stealing property, and beating and kicking people. The whole town fell into a terrified chaos. Leading the way was Bellamy himself, laughing wildly and waving his fists. He had blonde hair, sharp teeth, and an arrogant and cruel smile on his face. Ha 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 ha! Gaia Island is our Lord Bellamy's territory. Whoever dares to resist will have his house smashed. Bellamy smashed the front wall of a wooden house with one punch, causing his brothers to burst into laughter. At this time, the warship docked. Rog and Lighter led the team, wearing marine uniforms, and walked straight through the chaotic streets. Moving forward through the ruins and smoke, like two sharp knives. Bellamy noticed this scene and curled the corners of his mouth into a smile of extreme contempt. Hey! Where did this little brat come from? Why are you wearing marine uniforms? Ha 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 ha! You BD from East Blue? You think you can show off on the Grand Line just by changing into a uniform? Sax also laughed and joined in the fun. The younger brothers around started to make a commotion, and their disdainful looks and wanton insults flooded the entire street for a while. Rog paused slightly and lowered his eyes. Red grinned, his bones crackling. Boss, they're looking for death. Rog just nodded slightly, his voice low and cold. Then let them have their wish. Boom. Next second, Red's figure burst out like a cannonball. Armament hacky explosive assault. His fist was as black as iron and extremely powerful. With one punch, he knocked away the most arrogant Bellamy boss in front of him. Blood and broken teeth splattered everywhere as the man crashed through the 3-story wooden house, his life or death unknown. A hint of surprise flashed in Bellamy's eyes. You guys, are you taking action? He roared and kicked the ground. Spring fruit jump attack. His legs turned into high-frequency vibrating springs, and with terrifying impact force, he rushed straight towards Rog. The air exploded, as if the ground was collapsing. The crowd watching the excitement around burst into exclamations. But Rog simply raised his hand slightly, twirling his fingertips slightly. Compressed air. Ka. The moment Bellamy approaches, the invisible air was like a huge lock that suddenly fixed him in mid-air. Cluck. Bellamy's eyes bulged out, his body was tightly trapped by the compressed air flow, and he couldn't even move. What power! He roared in pain. Rog moved his feet slightly and took a step forward slowly. Open your palms slightly. Gas shock explosion. Boom. The invisible explosion point exploded in Bellamy's chest. The captain of the Bellamy pirates had his bones shattered and blood spitting out of his mouth. He was blown dozens of meters away like a broken sack and smashed heavily through the remaining wall of the tavern at the end of the street. Life or death unknown. The younger brothers watched helplessly as their captain was killed instantly with one move. A terrible chill instantly surged from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. Ah! Run away! There are timid little brothers who want to escape. But in the next second, Red rushed into the crowd with a grin. Iron Fist Frenzy. Armament Haki Piercing Fist. Each punch carries with it an extremely heavy sonic boom, and each blow will twist the enemy's limbs and splatter blood. The fist wind is whistling. Screams continuously. Less than 3 minutes. The entire remnant of Bellamy's pirates was knocked down into the ruins by Red's punches one by one. End of the street. Rog scanned the audience with a cold gaze. There was a faint ripple of air flowing in the palm of his hand, like the power of heaven. No one dared to move again. Demon Valley town was dead silent. Only the wind blew up the dust, blowing the bloodline and broken swords on the ground. Red retracted his fist and shook bloodline. He returned to Rog's side and grinned. Boss, do you want to send these dregs into the Shenglong airflow as well? Rog said lightly. Not worth it. He stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. Sweep it up, rest on the spot, and wait for the airflow. The wind blew the cloak again, making it rustle. Warships are on standby at the port. In the distant sky, heavy clouds are slowly gathering. A rising dragon air current is brewing at sea. Gaia Island, Magic Valley Town, a dark alley. The night is dark. Deep in the dilapidated alley, a figure leaned quietly behind a collapsed stone wall. The man was wearing a tattered black robe and a tattered hat pulled down on his face. He was hidden in the darkness, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard. His eyes, through the broken hole in the alley wall, were fixed on the solemn and orderly group of Marines on the street. Especially the black-haired lieutenant junior grade who controlled the vibrations of the air and had an aura as majestic as heaven. And the adjutant next to him, who had a powerful aura and whose punches could split mountains and rocks. In just a few minutes, the Bellamy Pirates, a group that had been operating in the Grand Line for many years and was arrogant and rampant, were completely crushed. Whether it was the decisive rhythm of his attacks or the swift and efficient methods without any unnecessary movements, it even suppressed the ultimate's aura fluctuations. Blackbeard, who was used to looking at people from the perspective of the big picture, felt a rare sense of solemnity in his heart. Thief, haha. He grinned silently, a hint of unconcealable fear crossing his lips. This guy must not be provoked casually. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes, shadows covering the cold glint in his pupils. He silently marked Rog with a striking mark in his heart. Danger, never engage in direct conflict. The next second, he turned around silently and disappeared into the shadows deeper into Demon Valley Town like a wisp of black smoke. Gaia Island, Magic Valley Town, noon. The sun scorched the dilapidated streets. The news of the demise of Bellamy's pirates spread across the entire Gaia Island like wings. Just as Rog was directing the soldiers to clean up the scene. In the distance, a small marine vessel approached. The marine flag with a white background and blue stripes flutters high. A few minutes later, a group of mid and senior level officers in marine uniforms arrived quickly. The leader was a burly man wearing a vice admiral uniform and an armband representing the East Blue G2 branch on his left shoulder. The current vice admiral of G2 branch, Gumir. Gummel and his men quickly stepped forward and first gave Rog a standard military salute with a solemn expression. Rog Lieutenant Junior Grey Densign. Thank you for cleaning up this mess. He had a deep voice and a rare sincerity and directness in his manner. Rog responded calmly and said, Magic Valley Town should have been under the Grand Line's jurisdiction. Why did it fall into this state? Gumir smiled bitterly and said bluntly. The periphery of Gaia Island is a special unlawful zone. Although G2 branch has been monitoring the situation, Demon Valley Town has been completely out of control since the pirates' golden route was severed many years ago. All sorts of roving pirates, exiles, and black market smuggling groups are colluding and entrenched here, creating an extremely chaotic situation. We conduct several clearance operations every year, but some always slip through the nets, making eradication extremely difficult. He paused and looked at Rog seriously. It's all thanks to you that this was resolved so cleanly and efficiently. Red grinned and accepted the compliment with a nonchalant smile. Rog just smiled faintly and said nothing more. In his heart, there is a no man's land and a dark corner. They only exist in places where the forces of justice have not yet reached. Seeing this, Gummel was secretly amazed. This team of young officers from East Blue has the same sternness and decisiveness as the top generals of this headquarters. In the future, they will definitely be the core of naval headquarters training. Gummel said nothing more, only left his contact information, and said that if necessary, the G2 branch was willing to provide Rog with intelligence, logistics, and military support. Before leaving, he sighed softly. If there were more people like you in the Marines, the world would have been a cleaner place long ago. The warship sailed away again. Rog stood with his hands behind his back, watching the cumulus clouds in the distant sky gradually gather into a vortex. The rising dragon airflow is almost taking shape. Lei Te laughed beside him. Boss, Shenglong Road is about to open. Rog smiled slightly. The wind blew the uniform, making a rustling sound. He looked at the rising sky pillar and whispered. Let's go. Go to Sky Island. Chapter 9. Gaia Island, sea area where the Shenglong air current is formed. Boom. Deep in the sea, a huge vortex slowly formed. Water vapor rises, clouds roll, and violent upwelling roars like a sleeping beast waking up. The sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. Rising dragon airflow is about to explode completely. Warship deck. Rog stood at the bow of the ship, his windbreaker fluttering, his figure like the sharpest spearhead in the dark night. Red and all the soldiers are ready to go. The atmosphere on the deck is tense, as if a string is about to break at any time. Boss. Lei Te approached against the strong wind and shouted, the airflow has formed. How do we get in? Rog stared calmly at the pillar of water that was gradually taking shape in the distance. He slowly raised his right hand and rotated his palm slightly. The air vibrates, and layers of airflow patterns spread like ripples. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the storm and spread to every corner of the deck. Dash set sail. The next moment, Rog took a step forward and clenched his fingers. Air control. Boom. The invisible aura enveloped the entire warship like a torrent. The transparent high-pressure airflow shield quickly condensed, like an invisible fortress, tightly covering the warship. Take off. Rog shouted. Air pressure rise burst mode. Boom. In the stunned eyes of everyone, the entire warship is like a blue dragon that has broken free from gravity, suddenly leaping into the violent rising dragon airflow. The wind roared. The water curtain rolled back. The thunder roared. Under Rog's control, the warship was as steady as a rock, braving the raging wind and sea, and sailing upstream. Deck. Everyone's reaction. Lei Te held the guardrail tightly, his hair blown into a hedgehog shape, and he opened his mouth and shouted. Ah! The bearded old soldier next to him was even more pale, his trouser legs trembling. I haven't made a will yet. The other CO helmsman holding the steering wheel howled. I'm not a seabird. I can't fly A tall and thin veteran was even more exaggerated, clasping his hands together. Oh my god! If I can make it to Sky Island alive, I'm willing to give up drinking for 3 days. Red yelled, you just said yesterday you'd quit drinking for 3 years. Just when everyone felt they were about to be torn apart by this crazy ascent, Rog alone suppressed the entire audience with one palm. He controlled the lift with his right hand and used his left hand to sense the pulse of the storm, accurately adjusting the ship's posture. Heavy rain? Steady. Cyclone? Cut it off. Storm ripped? Guide. The warship was like a silver dragon rising from heaven, drawing the most elegant and precise trajectory in the storm of destruction. Hold steady. Rog shouted calmly. Lei Te hugged the railing, his teeth chattering. Steady eh? How can you call it steady? Boom. The warship passed through the first layer of thunderclouds. Passed through the second layer of water vapor vortex. Break through the third layer of extremely cold altitude. White Sea, first appearance. When the last ray of lightning was left behind, the vision suddenly became clear. In front of us, a pure white ocean like a mythical creature quietly spread out across the sky. The sun shines down and the white sea sparkles, just like a dream. The warship broke through the waves in the air, raising pure white waves. On the deck, everyone was stunned. Lei Te's eyes widened and he muttered to himself. There really is a sea, in the sky. The veterans were all dumbfounded, their expressions like stone sculptures. I'm still alive. The bearded old soldier touched his head stupidly. I didn't wet my pants. The tall and thin man cried with joy. Lyta beside him silently added, your pants are wet, but you didn't pee. Rog stood at the bow, his hands behind his back. His eyes are as sharp as a knife blade and as calm as a 1,000-year-old glacier. He squinted his eyes at the boundless white sea, and a sharp arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Sky Island. White Sea. Above the vast sky, a pure white ocean quietly spreads between heaven and earth. The sun penetrated through the layers of clouds, casting brilliant light, illuminating the entire white sea like the remains of a divine kingdom. On deck, Red held on to the railing tightly, gasping for breath, his face turning pale and blue. Boss! Red gritted his teeth and growled, this is the first time I feel like you're going to kill me. In the rear, the elite soldiers gritted their teeth and tried not to faint, while trying to keep their posture steady, each with a wonderful expression. Ahem, Sky Island really exists. My God, I thought we were going straight to see God. Rog just glanced at his subordinates and said coldly. What are you yelling about? You can't even handle this little bit of pressure. Go back and train twice as hard. The soldiers were silent and stood at attention in unison. Lei Te scratched his head and grinned helplessly, Tisk, you still don't forget to exploit us at this time. He stood up straight and looked around. Above the vast white sea, the outline of an island floating in the clouds can be vaguely seen in the distance, as unreal as a fairy tale world. Lei Te couldn't help but mutter, that's the legendary Sky Island. Rog narrowed his eyes slightly, spreading his senses, sensing the energy fluctuations and human activity ahead, and calmly confirmed. That's right. Sky Island Scapia. Then, he raised his hand and gave orders to the fleet. All personnel, collect the ships, adjust the air mode, target, landing. Yes. The soldiers were cheered up and quickly adjusted the warship's navigation mode, switching the power system to adapt to the low-pressure environment. Rog controlled the flow of air, and his aura gently yet powerfully enveloped the entire warship, like a messenger of God steering a ship on the White Sea, slowly sailing towards Angel Island. Half an hour later, the warship approached the outskirts of Angel Island. Beneath the thick white clouds, you can vaguely see the floating city buildings, white houses, traffic tracks driven by wind shells, and the occasional flying knight. Red leaned against the deck railing, stunned. Shit, is there really someone living here? Rog's eyes were calm. Civilization and decay never change because of geographical location. Lighter blinked and asked casually, Boss, do you think Sky Island is a corrupt place? Rog put his hands behind his back and said coldly. We'll know soon enough. Sky Island, Angel Island outskirts. In the sky, several Angel Island guards riding on skyfish discovered the presence of the warship. A sharp alarm pierced the clouds. Intruder! Stop immediately for inspection! The leading guard captain shouted loudly, his white wing-like cloak fluttering in the air. Lei Te rubbed his hands excitedly. Boss, do you want to stretch your legs? Rog's eyes moved slightly, and the air shock ring quietly spread. He just raised his hand slightly, and the clouds above the white sea suddenly surged up like a frightened beast. Wow! What's going on? Before the guards could react, they felt a gentle but irresistible air current coming towards them. Their airfish mounts let out panicked cries, their wings lifted by the air currents, and both the people and the fish drew a perfect parabola in the air. Ah! Hold on to the reins! The guards frantically controlled their mounts, and finally landed steadily on the soft clouds in the distance. Although they were a little embarrassed, they were all unharmed. Lei Te curled his lips in disappointment. Tisk, just let them go like that. Rog withdrew his hand and said calmly, I'm just here to do my job. There's no need to hurt anyone. In the distance, the frightened guards looked at each other. The captain wiped the sweat off his forehead and tremblingly pulled out his den mushi. Report. An unidentified warship has been spotted. They seem to be showing some mercy. Let's go. To meet the god of this corrupt kingdom in the sky. The warship continues to break through the waves. The white sea rushed beneath them, and the clouds tore apart behind them. In the distance, the spires of the White Palace on Angel Island cast long shadows in the sunlight. The hunt for Sky Island is about to begin. The judgment of absolute justice is about to come. Chapter 10. Angel Island Outer Ring Airspace. Rumble. The clouds in the White Sea shook, and a huge golden flying conch bird flapped its wings and flew over. The air currents between its wings stirred up endless white waves. On the back of the flying conch bird, an old man in silver armor and cloak, holding a spear, sat solemnly, his white hair flying, his face resolute and weathered, exuding a calm and majestic air as if he had experienced many changes in the world. It is none other than the current god of Sky Island, Ganfal. He landed steadily in front of the warship deck, paused his spear, and the sound of his landing was crisp and powerful. Ganforge knelt on one knee, pounded his chest with his right fist, and performed a solemn salute to Rog and his party with a gesture that was almost like a knight's oath. The voice was loud and clear, piercing through the drifting clouds. Warriors of the sea! I am the guardian of Angel Island and the current god of Sky Island Ganfal. Your arrival has shaken the entire White Sea world. Please allow me, on behalf of Angel Island, to invite you all to land on God's Island to discuss business together. For a while, all the veterans on the deck stood in awe, even Rhett raised his eyebrows slightly, sighing that although the old man was old, he was full of backbone. Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his expression cold and indifferent. His eyes turned slightly and he nodded lightly. Lead the way. Angel Island Temple Hall. The high dome was bathed in golden light. The floating wind shell sprayed out soft mist, illuminating the entire temple like a sanctuary. Rog, Rhett, and several elite soldiers were arranged to sit on the main seat, accompanied by Ganforge himself. The white-robed attendant served the light tea prepared by Beineng Yuan, nodded slightly, and stepped back. Ganfal spoke with a heavy face, describing the current situation on Angel Island. The White Sea world relies on various shell energy to maintain life. Every year, a very high amount of bath tax, i.e. survival tax, must be paid to the Kingdom of God. People who are unable to pay taxes will be deprived of their land, property, and housing rights and become poor wandering in the White Sea basin. The collapse of Gaia Island caused the survivors of Shandora, the Shandia people, to be exiled to Sky Island, sparking a long-term battle with the indigenous people of Angel Island. Ganfurl sighed, his face filled with exhaustion and helplessness that he couldn't conceal. Today's Sky Island is no longer the pure land it once was. Class exploitation, corruption of power, civil war, and strife. On the White Sea, blood has already flowed like a river. Red slammed his fist down on the stone table, causing the tea to splash. He lowered his voice and growled. Tisk, is the sky so bad too? I thought I'd see a true holy kingdom when I flew up, but it turns out it's even worse than those crappy countries on earth. These so-called gods are even more filthy than those lowly princes and nobles. Rog lowered his eyes and tapped the armrest lightly with his fingertips, making a steady and rhythmic tapping sound. After a while, he slowly uttered a word. The voice was not loud, but it was like a knife cutting through the golden tranquility of the temple. Rot. The essence will not change because of the difference in height. The cold voice was like an icy sea breeze that penetrated the bones of everyone present. Ganfurl's face changed slightly, he lowered his head and remained silent. He clenched his fists tightly, but then couldn't help but let go. Because, every word Rog said. They are all bloody realities that pierce through disguises. Right now, standing in this once glorious temple, Rog had already made up his mind. This Sky Island, corrupted to its very foundation by hypocrisy and lust for power. He wants to use absolute justice to cleanse everything again. Arpyadur ruins, outskirts. 2 days later. Amidst the clouds and mist, the broken remains of the ancient bell tower stood on the top of the floating island, with golden light flashing, as if silently telling the elegy of past glory and destruction. Rog and Ret walked slowly among the broken walls with light steps. The air trembled slightly, and the pale sea of clouds was filled with subtle murderous intent. The moment the two stepped into the outer perimeter of the clock tower. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly came from all directions. Lei T's nerves tensed up and he said in a low voice. Ambush. Boom. The next second, more than 10 Shandia warriors wearing crude armor and fluttering feathers, carrying cold spears and axes, burst out from the thick fog around them. The roar was as deafening as a war song. Stranger, get out of Shandora. To protect our homeland, we will fight to the death. Red took a wrong step, his body lowered like a bow, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Armament hacky hardening heavy punch. Bang! He punched the 2 Shandia warriors who were charging towards him. The iron bones broke and blood splattered. The 2 men were blown away dozens of meters like rags, and fell heavily on the rubble of the ruins in the distance, losing their combat effectiveness. But more Shandia warriors swarmed in like a tide, full of murderous intent. And Rog just raised his eyes slightly. Step lightly. Air control capture. Buzz buzz buzz. The air around it contracted wildly, forming a circle of transparent ripples visible to the naked eye. The expressions of several Shandia warriors who had just jumped into the air to attack suddenly changed drastically. They felt that their movements became extremely slow. The limbs seemed to be stuck in a swamp, and every inch of muscle seemed to be entangled by invisible chains, unable to move. What's going on? They struggled like crazy. However, Rog simply raised his right hand, put his 5 fingers together, and clasped his palms together. Air wave collapse. Boom. The air collapsed violently. Those Shandia warriors who were trapped in the air fell down from the sky like kites with broken strings. The ground shook, dust flew, and the stone pillars of the ruins shattered into countless pieces. The entire battlefield was completely crushed by Rog and Ret in just 10 seconds. Lei Te flicked his wrist lightly and said with a click of his tongue. Tisk, these Shandia warriors have some courage, but their strength is far from enough. He glanced at Rog beside him with a playful look and grumbled in a low voice. Boss, your fruit ability, isn't it really a cheat? Rog calmly withdrew his right hand, his black hair flying in the wind, his eyes as cold as a knife across the sky. He did not respond, but glanced indifferently at the remaining Shandia soldiers groaning on the ground. And at this moment, the other side of the ruins, shadows of the ruins. A tall, blonde figure quietly hid behind the shadows of the collapsed temple. His blue eyes were cold, and a faint sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was none other than Enel. The ambitious person from Sky Island Birka has already devoured the thunder fruit. The electrical energy in his body is still in the initial rampage and development stage, and has not yet truly awakened to its full strength. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of the fight between Angel Island and Sandia to secretly accumulate strength and gradually rise. But the move of the black-haired officer in front of him, that heart-pounding absolute control of the air and the impeccable suppression, it made Enel feel a chill in his heart. No. Something's wrong. This person, his power is too terrifying. Even though he possessed the thunder fruit, he still felt a deep sense of oppression, shock and horror. But it also ignited an even more intense desire and obsession in the deepest part of my heart. I want to become stronger. I want to surpass him. I want to dominate this sky. Enel gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fanatical ambition like lightning, quietly disappearing into the wind, without a trace. And above the ruins of Xiangdora, white clouds rolled in. Rog stood on the high platform and the broken cliffs, his military uniform fluttering in the wind. He stood with his hands behind his back, gazing calmly at the distant white sea horizon. His perception had already captured the faint breath of lightning that was hidden in the darkness. But he didn't move. Because he knew. Sooner or later, the prey will come to you. Chapter 11. Sky Island, outskirts of God's Island, war clouds gather. The dark clouds were heavy, the sky was low, and the entire white sea seemed frozen under the pressure that was about to be torn apart. The Shandian warriors wore feathered armor, their faces painted with fiery colors, and held ancient spears in their hands. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with murderous intent. The Angel Island Legion lined up and waited, the white-winged knights and Templars wielded sharp spears, their silver armor reflecting a dazzling cold light under the lightning, and the priests whispered prayers nervously. The two sides were separated only by a sea of clouds, with countless eyes glaring at each other, and murderous intent was about to break out. However, higher up, amidst the rolling thunderclouds, a lonely and arrogant golden figure, suspended in the depths of the boiling electric light, looked down at the battlefield that was about to be torn apart. Enel. A few days ago, a strange fire suddenly ignited in the Shandia granary, and the flames were filled with strange blue and white electric patterns. The holy spring on Angel Island was suddenly struck by lightning, and the priest was horrified and called it a miracle warning. The Night Watch soldiers were inexplicably struck unconscious by lightning and pointed their spears at each other. Fear, suspicion, anger. Enel is like a ghost fiddling with chess pieces, pushing the two ethnic groups on the White Sea to the brink of the abyss. Today is the final catalyst. Go ahead. Enel whispered with a smile, flicking his slender fingers lightly. Snap! Lightning arcs flashed from his fingertips, and a flash of lightning so fine that it was difficult to see with the naked eye cut through the air. Snap! The negotiation tower was smashed to pieces with precision. In an instant, the Angel Island Legion was horrified. Sandia sneak attack. Shandia roared and raged. War on Angel Island. The drums are booming. Shouts of rage. Blood and fire suddenly ignited this ancient battlefield floating above the sky. God's Island battlefield, all-out war. Boom. Spears and swords intertwined. Lightning tears through the sea of clouds. The Shandian warriors roared and charged, their feather spears piercing the white angels. Angel Island's silver armor legion strikes back, cutting through the front line with a torrent of holy spears. Blood splattered on the soft white sea clouds, blooming into scarlet blood flowers. Just when the fighting between the two sides was at its most intense. Boom! There was a deafening roar of thunder, as if a hammer from the sky was crashing down. In the center of the White Sea, a golden blue beam of light penetrates the sky and the earth. The entire ruins was shaking. The air was trembling. Countless warriors looked up in disbelief. Enel debut. The lightning dispersed. Long golden ears and a pale cloak rustling in the wind. Enel was suspended on top of the thundercloud, with a spiral of surging lightning and thunder under his feet. He was shirtless, with smooth muscle lines and violent lightning snake patterns wrapped around his body. His golden hair was flying and his expression was cold and arrogant, like an ancient god who controlled heavenly punishment. A cold, contemptuous, and almost fanatical voice rolled down from the sky. "Listen here, dirty angel! Listen, lowly Shandia! From today on, the old gods are dead. I, Enel. You will become the only true god." Boom! Accompanied by his extremely arrogant declaration. Snap! A golden bolt of lightning with a diameter of tens of meters, like the wrath of a god, crashed down into the center of the battlefield. The air exploded and the white sea exploded. A large number of soldiers wailed, rolled, were knocked away, and fell to the ground charred in the explosion. Ruins, remnants of soldiers, lightning interwoven into a hellish picture. The battlefield is filled with wailing. The Angel Island soldiers looked desperate. The Shandia warriors' eyes were wide open. Under the control of this thunder, everyone seemed to be deprived of the courage to resist in an instant. Enel looked down from above, gazing with disdain at the struggling figures of the two tribes beneath his feet. He spread his arms, and the lightning coiled into a huge thunder ring in his palms. His voice was cold and absolute. "Traitor, fool, corrupt. Everything will be wiped out. A new order begins from now on. Warship direction." The storm raged. Lightning flashed. On the deck, the sea breeze blew the battle flag. Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes as calm as a glacier. He quietly raised his head and stared at the arrogant blonde boy in the sky, Enel. Lei Te was so angry that he gnashed his teeth and his shoulders trembled slightly. Damn it, that BD who was struck by thunder on this day finally shows his face. He clenched his fists, his joints crackling, and his face was filled with anger. How long did you think you could hide? Are you addicted to being a rat? Having said this, he suddenly tilted his head, looked at Rog who was motionless beside him, and blinked. "Boss, do you want to just knock this guy down? I'm itching to punch him." Rog smiled faintly, his eyes as cold as a knife. "Since you call yourself God, then let him have a taste of the absolute justice of heavenly punishment." As he spoke, he lightly stepped on the bow of the ship. Boom! The air compressed violently under his feet, making a low crackling sound, like the roar of a giant beast. The next moment, air fruit pressure rush. Boom! A huge lifting force lifted his body, and his black cloak fluttered violently. Rog turned into a black meteor and shot up into the sky at an astonishing speed, pointing directly at Enel who was laughing wildly in the air. On the deck, Red squinted his eyes and looked up at the figure that was getting farther and farther away, the corners of his mouth twitching violently. He held it in for a long time, and finally couldn't help muttering. "Boss! Has the god you're looking for always been this immature?" Lei Te covered his forehead and murmured softly, "Blonde hair, 2 big earrings, stepping on a cloud of electricity and calling himself the one true god, is that really okay?" He muttered to himself, maybe he grew up eating a telephone pole by mistake when he was a kid, that's why he looks so cool. Several veterans who had been following for many years couldn't hold back their laughter and laughed out loud. The atmosphere was subtle and joyful for a moment. Rog, who was in mid-air, caught this venomous remark with his sharp ears. The veins on his forehead were faintly visible. Rog narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth twitched. Mood 1. Rage +5. He murmured in a low voice, his breath cold. A child who hasn't experienced the harsh punishments of society. Let me teach you the first lesson. Boom! Rog suddenly speeds up. The air exploded behind him in the form of a spiral explosion, and his entire body looked like a sharp blade tearing through space. High in the sky, Enel sensed the approaching aura, raised his eyebrows, and sneered. "Ha, ants!" He raised his hand and spread his 5 fingers. The lightning condensed, the lightning arc twisted, and a blazing lightning roared and took shape in the palm of his hand. Thunder, thunder arrow! Bang! A golden lightning arrow was fired instantly like a punishment from heaven. Go straight for the rock that is coming from the sky. However, facing the lightning arrows fired by Enel, there was not even a ripple in Rog's eyes. He raised his eyes, his black pupils reflecting the lightning. He just raised his fingertips slightly, and the air around him collapsed instantly. Air deflection. The lightning arrow that was supposed to hit him was deflected away as if by an invisible hand when it approached him. Enel's pupils constricted. My heart was beating so fast. Why, my thunder can't hurt him. This is impossible. In the intense frustration, he gnashed his teeth, but a crazy voice in his heart became louder and louder. I want to become stronger. I want to surpass everything. Rog came from the sky like a black meteorite. The air collapsed and spun around him, forming a visible spiral explosion. Enel roared, summoned thunderclouds to weave a giant thunder halberd, and smashed it towards Rog. The confrontation between thunder and chi. The tearing of electricity and wind. The white sea rolled, and the clouds burst into huge waves. The entire sky island trembled at this moment. At the moment the two collided, the entire white sea exploded with waves thousands of feet high. The clouds and mist were torn apart, and thunder was roaming, as if the gods were fighting on the top of the white sea. From the Shandia front to the sky above the island of gods, all those who witnessed this air battle were stunned and shocked. Lei Te stood by the warship's railing, looking up at the sky with a fiery gaze. He sneered. Boss! Teach this kid in heaven who calls himself God a lesson. The drums of war have sounded. Chapter 12. God's Island Periphery White Sea War Zone. Rumble. Thunder pierced the sky, and the White Sea surged violently. The battle between Angel Island soldiers and Shandia warriors was in full swing, blood and smoke were intertwined, and the battlefield was in chaos. However, as Enel appeared and unleashed the initial might of thunder, morale on both sides plummeted and panic spread. Just then, Rog's elite troops are dispatched. Lei Te grinned, holding the blade in his hand, and moved his body. Armament haki burst out from his body, and a low sound of air vibration erupted. All troops, listen to my orders. He shouted in a deep voice, his momentum as strong as iron, shaking every corner of the battlefield. Extremists, forcibly suppress them. Civilians, protection first. Dozens of elite veterans roared in unison, their swords wrapped in armed colors, and charged forward in formation. They were dressed in marine uniforms, their fighting spirit was like a blazing flame, tearing a straight iron stream across the White Sea battlefield. Red is at the forefront. Armament haki heavy attack dance. The fist is like a meteor and the knife is like thunder. Every blow is full of violence and justice. Although the extremist Shandia warriors were brave, they were defeated and knocked down by the veterans' unmatched suppression tactics. These are not ordinary recruits. Instead, they were the absolute elite who followed Roglighter and wiped out more than 100 pirates groups in East Blue. Red waved his arms to block the sneak attack of 2 Shandia warriors, spun his feet, and hit one of them in the chest with a heavy elbow. The sound of bones breaking was clear. Then, he shouted angrily. Open your eyes and see clearly. We, the Marines, are not here to take your land. I'm not here to help Angel Island oppress you. Lei Te slashed through the clouds ahead with a powerful blow, the sound like the thunder of a war drum. We are here to put an end to your senseless slaughter. The shedding of innocent blood will not be tolerated anywhere in heaven or on earth. This is our justice. He finished speaking. It was as if the momentum of the entire battlefield was suppressed. Even the officers of Angel Island and some of Sandia's soldiers were stunned for a moment in the melee. The elite soldiers took advantage of the situation and advanced. Quickly suppress and arrest the extremist Sandia warriors, clear the battlefield inch by inch, and nip the most radical sparks of riots in the bud. And at the same time, high above the White Sea, and at the top of the higher sky, the battle that truly determines the fate of Sky Island has just begun. Boom! The sky is torn apart and the sea of thunder roars. The White Sea was surging, and the entire sky above the Island of Gods seemed to have turned into a Shura field where thunder and air intertwined. Two figures, one gold and one black, collided violently in the sky. On one side is Enel, who controls the mighty thunder and roars like the wrath of a god. On one side is Rog, the ruthless executor of absolute justice who controls the essence of air. Enel's entire body was wrapped in lightning, which coiled around him like vines, poised to explode devastatingly at any moment. Although he has only just begun to grasp the power of the thunder fruit, it has not yet been fully developed. But the destructive power of thunder alone is enough to shock most combat forces. He shouted loudly. 10,000 thunders! Snap! Hundreds of lightning pillars converged into the Uzumaki light spear, tearing through the White Sea and roaring towards them. Lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a piercing sonic boom, and pierced Rog's chest. But Rog's eyes just turned cold. Raise your right palm slightly and slowly spread your 5 fingers. Reverse blast. The air suddenly collapsed. The space seems to be distorted. Boom. When the lightning spear touched 3 meters around Rog, it was violently torn apart by a layer of reverse airflow visible to the naked eye. The lightning broke. Electric arcs spread everywhere. The entire sky was cracked like a piece of white paper. Enel's pupils shrank, and his heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly. This is not a simple suppression. It is absolute domination of the entire airflow. This is no longer a power that can be explained by nature. Enel is furious. He roared, forcibly compressing the lightning in his body, and his body expanded violently. Thunder God form thunder explosion. Boom! Enel's body was completely transformed into a body of thunder and lightning. The shimmering golden blue electric current surged to its ultimate level, its speed increasing to a point where it could not be grasped by the naked eye. He transformed into a ray of lightning that pierced through the sky and earth, dragging a long tail flame, and attacked with incredible teleportation speed. The lightning spear came through the air, as if it was going to tear Rog's body apart with one blow. And Rog. Just a step. Explosive step. The air collapsed and exploded. His figure rushed backwards like a black meteor. Whoosh! At the critical moment, Rog disappeared from the spot, avoiding the fatal blow. Snap! Snap! Enel in Thor form roared, and the violent thunder was like 1,000 dancing snakes, sweeping across the entire sky. His figure flashed and lightning exploded. A golden blue lightning spear transformed into an ultimate ray of light, instantly piercing through the clouds and piercing Rog's heart. If an ordinary person had been hit by this blow, he would have been turned into charcoal long ago. However, Rog's eyes were as calm as cold stars. He didn't dodge. No retreat. Instead, at the moment when the lightning spear was about to touch his body, he raised his right fist. Armament Haki Harden. Buzz. The inky black luster visible to the naked eye instantly covered the entire right arm. Like cast iron. Like a magic weapon. Boom. The lightning spear hit the right fist covered with armament color hard. In a moment, electric arcs flew. Light blasts tore through the air. The air shook violently. But what is shocking is that Rog's figure didn't move at all. His right fist was hit head-on by the lightning spear, but he was as steady as a rock. The thunder and lightning roared and tried to invade, but it was like a drop in the ocean, and was forcibly isolated from the surface of the body by the layer of dark and flowing armed color. Enel's pupils contracted violently. What? My lightning can't actually penetrate. He couldn't believe his eyes. Lightning attacks are supposedly invincible against all matter. No matter whether it is steel, rock, or even a strong man of flesh and blood, when encountering thunder, they will be carbonized into ashes in an instant. But the black-haired officer in front of him, actually relying on that strange black power, blocking the attack of the thunder god form with bare hands. Enel's heart is pounding. Rog slightly retracted his fist, sporadic lightning flashes remaining on his right fist, his knuckles trembling slightly, and whispered coldly. Pure energy attack. Too crispy. His eyes locked onto Enel like a knife, and his voice was low, like a death knell on a cold winter night. You don't understand what a true combat system is. Enel stared at the black-covered fist, gritting his teeth, his heart shaken like a tsunami. He roared loudly, "What is that? That black power? Why, can't my lightning penetrate?" Rog smiled faintly and said, "Want to learn? I'll teach you." But the next moment, Rog has appeared behind Enel. In the palm of his hand, the spiral air compressed to the limit flows like a Shinigami's sickle. Air explosion collapse. Boom. A terrifying air pressure collapse and explosion. The impact with armament haki hit Enel's back directly. Even though the Thor form has its own lightning element deflection and electromagnetic reflection, it was forcibly shattered under such a high-density air physical attack without any suspense. Enel screamed as if he was blown away by an invisible hammer. Boom! The golden lightning fell and smashed into the ruins of the floating island on the edge of the White Sea. Gravel flew everywhere, thunder went out of control, and the White Sea shook like a tsunami. Enel was half buried in the charred ruins, spitting blood, his eyes filled with horror and confusion. And in mid-air, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his black cloak fluttering, and his cold eyes looked down at the disheveled Enel below. His voice was like a cold judgment from the sky. Self-proclaimed god. He's just a little brat who just gained his powers and can't fully control them. In the ruins, Enel lay in the rubble, his body shaking violently, and residual currents of lightning continued to escape from his body. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were bloodshot. Humiliation. Shame. The so-called god was actually shot down by humans. But amidst the pain and anger, Enel suddenly sensed. At that moment, in the turbulent air, Rog guided every subtle change in the airflow, and released every rhythm of power. It seemed as if, invisibly, the collision of air and lightning awakened some deep intuition in his heart. The network of seeing, hearing, color and mind initial awakening. He began to vaguely perceive the subtle changes in the atmosphere of the battlefield, emotional shocks, and energy fluctuations. Enel's eyes flashed with enthusiasm. This is the path of the strong. I want. Completely awakened. Then I will tear apart all the hell that binds me with my own hands. His body of thunder and lightning trembled slightly in the ruins. Chapter 13. Boom. Lightning danced wildly on the ruins, and the heat and tearing sensation intertwined into chaos. Enel half knelt on the charred ground, lightning dancing all over his body, a twisted smile of madness and desire hanging on the corner of his mouth. Bite. In his ears, all the sounds suddenly became extremely clear. The sea of clouds shook, the soldiers' hearts beat, lightning surged, the air trembled. All pulses are within your perception. Observation Haki Heartnet, Initial Awakening. Boom. Lightning flashed around Enel's body, and his momentum reached its peak. Ha 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 ha. This is the ear of God. Watch out, mortal. Enel raised his hands high, and thunder erupted violently at his fingertips. Thunder and lightning fast strikes. The whole person turned into a vortex of lightning, rising into the sky with destructive thunder pressure, and rushed straight towards Rog who was suspended in the air. And facing this thunder attack, Rog just raised his eyes coldly. Advanced Observation Haki, Liberate. Buzz. With itself as the core, an invisible field quickly unfolded. In the network of perception, Enel's heartbeat frequency, arc oscillations, and attack paths are all as clear as slow-playing pictures. Airflow, under control. Rog tapped his toes lightly, and the airflow around his body collapsed and exploded. Explosive step, flowing shadow flash. Boom. Several air waves exploded, leaving afterimages everywhere. Rog's figure was like a black meteor, sliding and moving continuously, so fast that even the trajectory of thunder could not be captured. Enel roared and shot through the lightning, but it only hit pieces of shattered air. Are you kidding me? He clearly heard Rog's next move, but he couldn't hit it. Lightning blockade failed. He immediately detonated the lightning field all over his body, trying to create a large-scale chain lightning strike. Boom boom boom. Dense golden blue lightning chains blasted out, weaving a web of death. But Rog attacked coldly. Counter-pressure shock blast. Boom. The air collapsed and expanded instantly, shattering the lightning chain storm in the opposite direction in an exaggerated manner. The dense lightning strikes were destroyed layer by the invisible air explosion pressure. The lightning chain collapsed, and for the first time, real horror appeared in Enel's eyes. Air can actually suppress thunder. But there is no time to think. Next second, Rog moved. On the right fist, extremely thick armament haki suddenly covered it. Flowing like lava, blazing and oppressive. The fist tip is as black as iron, surrounded by air currents. Compressed air cannon, armed extreme attack. Boom. With a heavy punch, the explosive air pressure adds the power of armed color, forming a terrifying collapse impact. The fist flashes and arrives. Hit Enel's chest head-on. Crack, crack, crack. The air exploded. Thunder tore through. Enel's chest caved in, and his Thor form instantly collapsed. The whole person was covered with broken electric light, like a broken meteor, and was blasted away hundreds of meters. Tearing apart the white sea, it crashed into the ruins of the floating island in the distance. Boom! Gravel flew, electric arcs exploded, and the sea of clouds shook violently. Enel fell heavily into the rubble, and his life or death is unknown. But Rog didn't stop. He hung in the air, his right hand slightly retracted. A tiny vortex of air that collapsed to the extreme appeared at the fingertips. Finger pistol, sky-splitting strike. Finger pistol is one of the Marine 6 styles, but in Rog's hands, it incorporates the power of the air fruit. Every strike is not only a fingertip thrust, but also a collapse air-penetrating bullet. Faintly carrying the double destruction of space shock and air annihilation. Boom! Rog moved and instantly landed in front of the ruins. Right finger micro point. A finger pistol. Whoosh! Bang! The air was torn into sonic boom tracks, as thin as a needle and thread, but containing terrifying destructive power like tearing metal apart. This attack accurately pierced the area on Enel's chest where the lightning had not yet fully stabilized. Bang! Micro-collapse explosion. Enel vomited blood and flew backwards, completely losing the power to resist. On the ruins, there was a lingering flash of lightning and a low hum in the air. Enel's body was charred black, half kneeling on the shattered clouds, the lightning dimmed, and his body trembled continuously. He raised his head and saw a black figure passing through the remaining smoke in his blurry vision. Rog walked steadily, his uniform fluttering, and his cape crackling in the wind, like a Shinigami walking in a broken sky. Behind him, the entire sky island seemed to have fallen into deathly silence. Rog looked down from above, his eyes as cold as the stars. If you can't even contend with the air, how can you possibly rule the sky? Self-proclaimed God. Nothing more than that. His voice was low, but it was like thunder striking Enel's shattered pride. Enel clenched his fists, his whole body trembling, shame, anger, humiliation, and fear intertwined into a ball, but deeper within, an irrepressible awe and desire rose up. Longing for power. Desire, to become a truly strong person. At this moment, boom! Conqueror's haki is released. In a moment, an invisible pressure like the collapse of the sky poured down. The sky is torn apart and the white sea is rolling. The entire Sky Island, whether it was the Angel Island soldiers, the Sandia warriors, the extremist fighters, the civilians, or even Lei Te and the elite troops watching from afar. Except for a very few who were determined, everyone else was struck by lightning, their faces turned pale, their eyes were vacant, and they fell to their knees on the ground. The white sea fell into a suffocating silence. Lei Te leaned one hand against the bow railing and muttered with a grin. Tisk tisk. The boss is really hitting the shovel, it's like a natural disaster. On the ruins, Enel's body was stiff, covered in cold sweat, and his knees slammed heavily on the ground. My heart seemed to be torn apart by this invisible will of the king. He gritted his teeth, looked up at Rog with trembling eyes, and screamed madly in the depths of his heart. Submit. Surrender. Otherwise you will die. Rog approached slowly, his breath cold, like the embodiment of judgment. Looking down at Enel, he spoke calmly. Want to become a god? Want to rule the sky? Ridiculous. In the real world, lightning-style tricks like yours are just idiotic things that any strong person can crush with a single blow. Enel's pupils suddenly shrank and he stared at him intently. Rog sneered, his voice lowered even lower, like thunder piercing the soul. Listen carefully. On the sea, there are no fewer than 2,000 people who are 100 or 1,000 times stronger than you are now. The truly powerful ones, the Marine Admiral, the 4 Emperors, the Revolutionary Army, which one of them didn't turn the world upside down? You're hiding out here on Sky Island, dominating a bunch of ordinary natives, and you think you're a god. This is just the arrogance of a frog in a well. Enel's body trembled slightly and his face turned ashen. Rog's voice is like a hammer. Want to be truly powerful? Want to rule above the sky and below the ocean? Just follow me. Absolute justice will lead you out of this rotten and narrow sea of clouds. Otherwise, just stay here and decay into dust along with this white sea. The atmosphere is extremely depressing. There was a long silence. Enel was trembling all over, his nails dug deep into his palms, bleeding profusely, but he was unconscious. Under this overwhelming crushing pressure. Pride? Dignity? Arrogance? In the face of true power, it was completely crushed into dust. Finally, Enel lowered his head with difficulty. Bowing heavily on the broken white sea. The voice was hoarse and trembling, but extremely clear. Yes, sir. Boom. The remaining white sea mist around was shaking slightly. The future Thor, at this moment, completely surrendered. Under the banner of absolute justice. Enel surrender. Thor, rebirth. High above the broken white sea, Rog stood quietly with his hands behind his back. His back was like a rainbow splitting the sky, spanning the sky. In the distance, Rat and his soldiers stood at attention. And true justice is about to baptize this long-corrupted sky and sea. Chapter 14. The sunlight shines through the layers of clouds and spreads onto the golden brick floor of the magnificent and solemn temple. A meeting that could change the fate of Sky Island is proceeding tensely and solemnly. On the main seat, Rog was wearing a cloak, standing straight, and his military uniform was cold and neat. He stood with his hands behind his back, and there seemed to be an invisible aura around him, making the entire golden hall seem like his court of judgment. Ganfurl stood on one side, his silver-white knight armor reflecting the dazzling light, his expression solemn, like a spear unstained by rust. Below the temple, the Angel Island elders, representatives of the Shandia warriors, and representatives of all classes of civilians from Sky Island gathered together. Depressed, silent, tense. It seemed as if as long as the black-haired officer in the main seat spoke, a huge wave strong enough to overthrow the old order would be set off. And Rog spoke. The voice was calm, but it was like a hammer hitting a bell, shaking the whole place. I propose 3 reforms. He slowly raised his right hand, his fingertips seeming to touch the sky. First, abolish the bath tax. From this day forward, any land on Sky Island no longer belongs to the so-called gods, but to all who live here. Boom! The temple was in an uproar. The conservative nobles jumped up and roared. Blasphemy! This is a complete betrayal of Sky Island's tradition. An elder cried out in horror. Without the base tax, how will Bay energy be maintained? Angel Island is collapsing. Ganforer's face darkened and he shouted in a deep voice. Sky Island, there's no need to perpetuate this hypocritical theocracy through exploitation and lies. As soon as he finished speaking, the silver-white knight's spear pierced into the center of the temple with a clang sound. The final word. The conservatives looked dejected and trembling. Rog glanced at the audience indifferently and continued with the second sentence. Second, abolish the rule of God. Angel Island and the Shandayans establish a joint autonomous council. Angel Islanders and Shandayans rule together equally, without distinction of high or low. Wow! The Shandia representatives were trembling with excitement, and some even had tears in their eyes. Finally someone heard the oath of our ancestors. More Angel Island civilians bowed their heads deeply, relief in their eyes. Exploitation and misunderstanding have long become bitter fruits, and now we can finally tear off this hypocritical cloak of divine punishment. Rog took one last look around and coldly spat out the third sentence. 3. Search for the lamp of Shandora. His eyes were sharp. Rehabilitate the Shandayan people. They are not invaders. They are the guardians. To protect history, to protect civilization, and to protect the last faith left by their ancestors. In dead silence, Ganfowl knelt on one knee, raised his knight's lance above his head, and said in a steady and loud voice. I, Ganfowl. In the name of the former god of Angel Island, I acknowledge the justice of the Shandayans. And support all the reforms proposed by Mr. Rog. Boom! The whole audience was boiling. The Sandia representative shouted in tears, and many neutral parties on Angel Island also responded with their arms raised. The old era ends. A new era begins. As enthusiastic applause erupted in the temple. Warship observation area. Lei Te leaned against the railing, rolled his eyes, clapped his hands and muttered. Tisk tisk tisk, the big mess in heaven and on earth is finally waking up. But it doesn't sound bad at all, at least we don't have to waste time on these calls. And next to him. Enel, arms folded, smirking, earrings tinkling in the wind. Tisk, just some mortal affairs. How can you understand the great pattern of this god? Before he finished speaking. Whoosh! An extremely cold gaze passed by like a sharp blade. Enel's neck stiffened and he turned back stiffly. Rog raised an eyebrow from a distance, his eyes calm and meaningful. Enel felt a chill down his spine and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The next second, Enel turned into a company animal and bowed deeply, grinning stiffly and shouting. As you command. Old God Tier Saint is incredibly wise. The Supreme Council of the God Realm should follow your example. Ho ho ho. Lei Te almost fell down laughing while holding his stomach. Ha ha ha. How could you change your words so quickly? As expected, the God of Thunder and Lightning has the quickest reactions. Enel gnashed his teeth, smoke coming out of his ears. You be mortal. If you dare to laugh at me again, I'll strike you with lightning. Bang! Lei Te slapped him on the back of the head, shut up and listen to the boss's instructions. Enel was so angry that she jumped up and down, but she didn't dare to do anything rash. She could only pinch her earrings and mutter under her breath. Sooner or later, I will become the deputy god. Lei Te suppressed his laughter and stretched out his hand to make a boastful gesture. All right, Vice God. Laughter and cheers floated on the warship, slowly rising in the breeze of the White Sea. Sky Island Arpayatu Ruins core area. The setting sun shines obliquely, and the sea of clouds turns golden red. Deep in the ruined ancient city, Rog led Angel Island scholars, Shandia warriors, Rat and Enel, and carefully searched among the ruins. Under Rog's encouragement, as the ruins were explored more deeply, a truth that had been buried for 400 years finally surfaced. The Shandians and the Sky Island Angels are descendants of the same origin from the Great Migration period hundreds of years ago. The branches simply split due to geographical changes and resource constraints. What really caused the war to continue for hundreds of years was not racial hatred, but resources, land, and misunderstanding. Theocracy, the bath tax, the high-pressure system, these are nothing but disguises to cover up contradictions. This discovery shocked the entire Sky Island. Temple Hall Temporary Parliament. Ganfowl knelt on one knee in front of the Shandia elders and the Angel Island representatives, lowered his knight's spear, and said in a deep voice. Sky Island's loss was due to our own hubris. For centuries, we have misunderstood you. Today, in the name of the god I once was, I apologize to all the warriors and descendants of Shandia. The whole audience was silent. The eyes of the old Shandia warriors were red. Lei Te stood behind the crowd, scratched the back of his head, and whispered. Tisk. I've been beaten so badly this whole time, I even misremembered the source. How foolish. Enel crossed his arms and snorted coldly, mortals have always been stupid. After being glanced at by Rog, he immediately fell silent and pretended to listen carefully. Deep in the Siang Dora ruins, Golden Bell Square. Rog led the team further into the ruins of Arpayatu. Finally, under the deepest fault of the ruins, a thick golden boulder slowly emerged. Lamp of Shandora Golden Bell. The bell tower that witnessed the oath between Nolando and Calgara finally saw the light of day again after being silent for 400 years. Under the setting sun, the golden bell reflects a magnificent and sacred light. Rog stood with his hands behind his back under the golden bell, his cape fluttering wildly. His voice was calm and powerful, echoing throughout the ruins. 400 years of war, just because we all forgot. This land has never belonged to any one person, but belongs to everyone who looks up at the same sky. After a dead silence, Red grinned and walked aside. He raised his fist covered in jet-black armament color and smashed the ancient boulder with a dividing line engraved on it next to the clock tower. Boom! The stones shattered. The boundary marker that separated the Sky Islanders from the Shandians completely collapsed. Immediately following, the golden bell trembled slightly in the wind, emitting a magnificent and solemn bell sound. Boom! Boom! The sound of the bell pierces through the sea of clouds and resounds throughout the entire White Sea world. Whether it was the residents of Angel Island or the Shandia warriors, they all spontaneously raised their weapons, no longer pointing them at each other, but holding them high towards the sky. Oath. From today on, let's protect our new home together. Jointly inherit the oath of Nolandu and Calgara. The White Sea wind blows the flags. The two tribes were in tears and held each other's hands again as the bells rang. The blood and hatred end here. Peace and hope finally bloom over the White Sea. A few days later, under the chairmanship of Rog, Sky Island held the first Sky Island Joint Festival in history. Angel Island's traditional musicians work alongside Shandia warriors, weaving a unique new melody with wind shells, sound shells, and war drums. The Shandia girls danced gracefully in feathered war skirts. The Angel Island teenagers played trombones and shells, creating melodious tunes. Fire, dancing, singing, laughter. Sky Island has truly become a shared home. Lei Te held the wine jar and smiled broadly. This is the normal world. This is so boring. Enel turned his head away with a look of disdain, pouting narcissistically. Of course, this god knows that mortal celebrations are extremely boring, so I only participate reluctantly. However, when a Shandia child ran over and took his hand, Enel couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth again, and carefully made a small firework with lightning and gave it to the other party. Lei Te looked at it and laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Master Deputy God, great! We've expanded our business to kindergartens. Enel's earlobes were twitching wildly and he almost went berserk. After the celebration, night fell over the temple. Rog leaned on the railing at the top of the tower, looking at the huge black shadow looming in the sea of clouds in the distance, with a slight smile on his lips. "Hello, Enel," he said lazily, "you didn't make that thing secretly, did you?" Enel crossed his arms, his golden earrings swaying gently in the moonlight. A hint of pride crossed his face. "Humph, you have quite a good eye. That's Arc Proverbs, a masterpiece crafted by this god himself." Rog raised an eyebrow. "Oh? So are you planning on driving it away, or are you planning on flattening Sky Island with it?" Enel's forehead jumped. "Stop speculating on God's will in such a frivolous tone." Rog laughed and patted his shoulder. "Don't be nervous, I'm not going to steal your toys." He narrowed his eyes, his tone relaxed but unquestionable. "However, from today on, it has to be renamed." Enel frowned. "What do you mean?" "Arc Proverbs now the Sky Island Federation's mobile fortress and marine liaison base. Rog shrugged. "Don't worry, you're still the pilot, but I'll be the one to decide the route." The corners of Enel's mouth twitched, and his golden pupils were filled with dissatisfaction. But after a few seconds of silence, he turned his face away and snorted. "As you like." Rog grinned. "That's right. The night wind blows, and the sea of clouds surges. Arc Proverbs is officially incorporated into Rog's team. And the Sky Island chapter has come to a successful conclusion. Next stop, Grand Line, blood and fire really begin to burn." Chapter 15. Grand Line Naval Headquarters Cruise Ship. The sea breeze is blowing and the white sails are hoisted high. A standard medium-sized marine warship was cutting through the waves, heading back towards the center of the Grand Line Marine Fort, a symbol of world order and authority. Inside the warship's command room, a special encrypted military den mushi was quietly placed on the metal operating table, its outer shell engraved with the unique emblem representing the naval headquarters, majestic and solemn. The den mushi blinked click, click, slowly moved its antennae, and waited for the connection. Rog stood in front of the communication station, his military uniform straight, his cape fluttering, and the sword at his waist gleaming coldly. He looked calm, raised his hand, and pressed the answer button decisively. Ding, connection established. A cold and solemn announcement came from the den mushi. Naval Headquarters, Admiral Sakazuki's office. Marine Fort Admiral Exclusive Office. Under the scorching sun, the snow-white headquarters buildings stand tall. The atmosphere in the office was solemn. Sakazuki was wearing a military uniform, his admiral cape draped over the back of his chair, calmly reviewing stacks of thick military newspapers. A hot, oppressive feeling like magma filled the entire room, causing the air around him to vibrate slightly. The vibration of the den mushi interrupted his movements. He frowned and slowly pressed the answer button with his heavy fingers. A young and steady voice rang out from the other end of the den mushi. "Lieutenant Junior Grade Rog, East Blue clearing operation completed, currently on the return ship, expected to arrive at headquarters within 3 days. Simple. Calm. Clean. No irrelevant nonsense." Sakazuki paused for a moment. On that face that was always as cold and hard as iron, the corners of his eyebrows moved slightly, almost imperceptibly. Immediately, at the corner of his mouth, an extremely subtle arc, which he suppressed, quietly rose. It was like a river of fire was secretly surging beneath the lava layers. He sneered softly, his voice hoarse, his tone still cold. "Stinky boy, you're finally back." But deep down in his heart, waves were already surging. Laozi has endured for so many years and finally has a younger generation who can carry the flag. East Blue's purge was even faster than Laozi's initial move. Steady, ruthless, accurate, didn't let Laozi lose face. As expected of you, Sakazuki's nephew. You are my recognized heir. The future marine battle flag will sooner or later be planted all over the ocean. Sakazuki suddenly closed the military newspaper in his hand and waved his hand. The sound resounded throughout the office. Order. All middle and senior management, order your troops to line up and prepare to welcome the return of ROG Lieutenant Junior Grade. Full alert, no need for extravagance, standard level 1 reception. Inform Sengoku. Laozi came out in person to pick them up. Upon hearing this, the officer on duty's face turned grim. He almost staggered as he saluted quickly and ran off to convey the order. Sakazuki slowly stood up, his eyes blazing with flames as he looked down at the distant sea. The strong wind lifted the cloak. Lava-like anger and suppressed pride intertwined and swirled within him. The only family left. Laozi must protect them to the end. As Sakazuki's phone call came in, the atmosphere among the entire Marine senior management quietly changed, and everyone had different reactions to the news of his upcoming return to headquarters. Marshal Sengoku's office. Marshal Sengoku stood up, tall and with a calm expression. ROG's return is indeed good news. His voice was steady, revealing a calm and unhurried composure. The complete eradication of East Blue undoubtedly proves his ability. He paused for a moment, a thought flashing in his eyes. However, the name war faction. ROG's justice is too strong, and it may cause some unnecessary conflicts. Vice Admiral Tsuru sat next to Sengoku, frowning slightly before speaking calmly. I agree with you. ROG's decisiveness and ruthlessness are indeed shocking, but his tactical style is often direct, even leading many to believe he's a bit too eager for quick success. She gently adjusted her glasses and continued, if he could be more patient, he might be able to better integrate into the vast and complex system of the Marine. That kid is finally willing to come back. Garp laughed heartily, his expression still a little lazy as usual. East Blue has been cleaned up, but it's much more aggressive than what I did. He stretched, still smiling, but I'm looking forward to seeing what he looks like. Garp did not seem overly worried, but instead seemed very relaxed. Aokiji Admiral Office. Aokiji was still working idly at the headquarters. When he saw the news of ROG's return, he sighed softly, closed his eyes slightly, and had a slightly bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. Alas, it seems that even I can't settle down here anymore. Aokiji said softly, looking up at the ceiling. That boy is so cruel. Aokiji's voice was filled with helplessness and fatigue. Although he did not object to ROG's style of doing things, he preferred to find ways of compromise and peace rather than ROG's overly radical solutions. Kizaru Admiral Office. When Kizaru heard the news of ROG's imminent return, he gently swung the golden sunglasses in his hand and sighed slightly. Ha, it's almost here. Kizaru chuckled as he stared out the window, his eyes thoughtful. This kid is really strong. But Kizaru's smile remained unchanged, with a kind of detached casualness. He rarely intervenes in the conflicts within and outside the Marine, and still maintains his seemingly lazy yet intelligent demeanor. Cruise Warship Command Room. As the morning light breaks, the waves of the Grand Line roll in the sea breeze, and the warship, like a sharp arrow breaking through the air, sails steadily towards the center of the world, Marine Ford. Inside the command room, ROG's military uniform was straight, and his cape swayed slightly with the airflow. He stood in the center of the cabin, his expression calm and his eyes as dark as the abyss. East Blue cleared. This is the part he chose to reveal. As for unifying Sky Island, reclaiming Enel, and incorporating Arc Maxim, those trump cards that can truly shake the world, it's not time to unveil it yet. ROG slowly brought his 5 fingers together and tapped the platform lightly with his knuckles. That sound, like the rumble of thunder, indicated another sharp edge lurking in the darkness. "See you at headquarters." The Den Mushi hung up with a click, and its expression returned to dullness. Bang! Communications were completely interrupted. Rog turned around, his black cloak drawing a cold arc, like a hidden blade cutting through the morning sea fog. Lighter had been waiting impatiently by the door, grinning and waving his heavy saber, and asked carelessly. "Boss, is it done? What's the response from headquarters?" Rog raised his eyebrows, a faint sneer flashing across the corner of his mouth. "What else can I do? Those old guys at headquarters are waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves." The tone was understated, but murderous intent was hidden behind every word. Lei Te immediately Ichiraku, hefted the heavy sword to his shoulder, and laughed. "Okay. That's perfect, I'm itching to do it too. Then let's see whether we will be embarrassed or they will cry and admit their mistakes." There was a burning fighting spirit in his eyes, without any fear at all. Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the warship also smiled and adjusted their uniforms, their eyes revealing a strong sense of sharpness and confidence. This group of warriors who have followed Rog through countless bloody battles are already ready to welcome the glory on the battlefield that belongs to them. And in the corner, Enel leaned against the wall with his arms folded, his earlobes twitching as he muttered softly. This god is also a presence that commands great power. How dare a mere marine despise this god's might?" Bang! Lei Te smiled and slapped him on the back of the head, almost knocking him to the ground. "All right, little charlatan, seaman first class, behave yourself and don't cause us any trouble." Enel was furious, his hair standing on end and his earlobes twitching wildly. Just as he was about to fight back with thunder, Red glared at him fiercely, forcing him to hold back the thunder and lightning, making him so angry that his teeth were itching. The scene was extremely joyful for a while. But everyone knows that this is just a brief relaxation before the storm. The real battlefield is not just at sea. Behind that high white wall. Among those marine executives who talk about justice but have different thoughts. The wind blew up the waves, and the sea looked like a white mirror. The warships cut through the waves, their flags fluttering. The outline of Marineford has gradually emerged in the morning light. And the island that symbolizes world justice is about to usher in a new baptism. Rog stood quietly at the bow, his black hair slightly disheveled and his black cloak fluttering like a battle flag. His eyes reflected the smoke of war that was about to break out. This time, he wants to use his own hands to tear Marine's true justice out of corruption. Chapter 16. The morning light tore through the sea fog, and the waves of the Grand Line roared loudly. Marineford Naval Headquarters. This fortress, standing tall in the world in the name of absolute justice, is now quietly fluctuating under the undercurrent. The huge alarm bell rang slowly in the morning mist, and the low and heavy bell sound shook the entire sea. East Blue Perger Rog Lieutenant Junior Grade, returning home. The middle and senior management of the headquarters have already lined up. The neat snow-white marine uniform spread out like a sharp blade pointing straight to the sky. At the forefront, Marshal Sengoku, wearing a golden martial cloak, looks as calm as a mountain. Admiral Sakazuki, with a fiery red cape, his arms folded, flames and magma humming within him. Admiral Kuzan, with his eyes narrowed lazily, looked at him coldly. Admiral Borsellino, with a faint smile on his lips under the golden lenses. Further back, the deputy chiefs, the vice-admirals, and the rear admirals of each branch stood in a row, cold and stern as a forest, their eyes different from each other. Some people are very curious. Some people can't hide their subtle vigilance. There are also people with a hint of fear hidden in their eyes. In this solemn atmosphere, a standard medium-sized warship broke through the waves. On the bow of the ship, 3 figures stood facing the wind. Rai. The military uniform was as straight as armor, the cloak was blown high in the wind, and the black hair danced against the wind. He stood straight, his aura as cold as iron, and his eyes so sharp that they seemed to pierce through the clouds. Ret. He carried a heavy sword on his shoulder, his muscles tense like a drawn bow, his eyes cold and fierce. His entire body exuded a murderous aura that had been suppressed to the ultimate level, like a butcher who had not yet unsheathed his sword. Enel. Silver blue hair fluttered, lightning danced slightly between his fingers, and he had a defiant smile on his face. However, under the suppression of military discipline, he was forced to restrain his arrogance that wanted to tear the sky and split the earth. The three men stood side by side at the bow of the ship, like three black iron nails, drilling straight into the land of ancient power. The warship has arrived at the port, slowing down and preparing to dock. The adjutant's stern shout came from the deck, and the soldiers moved in unison. The capstan was tightened, and the anchor chain fell down with a bang. The ship docked steadily with a loud bang. The bell rings for the third time. The entire Marineford port was in complete silence. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the black shadow. That was the purifier who had returned after 5 years of bloody battle. That was the butcher knife that cut off the bloodline of the East Blue pirates. That is the hammer that will pry open the naval headquarters' deep-rooted problems. The wind sounded like a knife and the military flags fluttered. Rog slowly stepped down the gangway, his steps firm and steady. Leiter and Enel followed closely behind, like two heavy blades hammering down fate. Every step felt like a hammer hitting a stone slab, so heavy that it made one's heart tighten. He walked to the center of the formation and stood solemnly under the gaze of all the people in the headquarters. The solemnity, coldness, and murderousness condensed into a suffocating sense of oppression that enveloped the entire venue. After a short, almost frozen silence, Marshal Sengoku slowly stepped forward. His deep, majestic voice resonated like a morning bell or evening drum, resounding throughout the harbor. East Blue Clearance Task Force, ROG Lieutenant Junior Grade, Leiter Ensign. Returning, verified to be correct. He paused, his gaze fixed on ROG with a steady, mountain-like gaze, and announced in a deep voice. In view of the penultimate achievements in the East Blue Purge, after evaluation by this headquarters, effective immediately. ROG was promoted to Commodore, and Leiter was promoted to Lieutenant Colonel and appointed adjutant. Boom! These words were like a huge rock dropped into the middle of the harbor. The whole audience was in an uproar. The young soldiers' eyes were filled with fiery enthusiasm. Some of the veteran officers' faces changed slightly, their expressions varied. The world government spies hiding at the end of the line frowned imperceptibly. At the front line of the main formation, Sakazuki's lips curled up slightly, a rare occurrence. Hidden in his eyes beneath the blazing flames, he burned with intense joy and ambition. And the other side. When Enel heard the titles of Commodore ROG and Lieutenant Colonel Ret, his earlobes twitched wildly and his expression instantly became extremely wonderful. His originally defiant face suddenly darkened, and he muttered softly. "Why am I seaman first class? This mere human institution is a blasphemy to Kamui." As a result, before he could finish his grumbling, Lei Te turned his head, grinned, and reached out to knock him on the head. "Shut up, you little charlatan!" Enel was so angry that his silver hair stood on end, but he had to grit his teeth and resist the urge to strike with lightning, staring angrily at the entire field. ROG remained silent the entire time, standing still, his black pupils reflecting the burning sea of the future. Marineford Akainu Admiral Exclusive Office. The sun is scorching at noon. The pure white headquarters building complex shines like a knife edge in the sun. The sun was blazing, illuminating the entire naval headquarters like a giant sword about to be unsheathed, its cold light shining brightly. In the Admiral's office, one of the highest power centers, the atmosphere was as heavy as boiling magma. Sakazuki sat behind a heavy obsidian desk, his military uniform neatly pressed, his admiral cape casually draped over the back of his chair. The flame emblem reflected on the wall, making the entire room faintly red. He held his chin with one hand, his eyes as sharp as a knife as he coldly examined the three people in front of him. Enel. Standing as solemn as a gun, with a murderous aura, and a military posture as hard as iron. There was a brief silence. Sakazuki raised his chin, his tone cold and oppressive. Red, I remember, kid. But what's going on with that white-haired guy next to him, wearing a seaman first-class uniform and acting so sloppy? The sound was low, like the rumbling of a volcano, causing the air to tremble slightly. Enel's earlobe twitched slightly, and a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He was about to open his mouth to retort, but Rog had already raised his hand and pressed it on his shoulder with a cold force. Enel froze for a moment, gritted his teeth, swallowed his words, and lowered his head in silence. Rog's expression was calm, and his voice was calm and powerful. Logia Thunder Fruit ability user. While clearing out East Blue, they also unified Sky Island. He's a thorn in the flesh, with an arrogant personality. I'll suppress him first and then slowly hone him. As soon as the words fell, the office fell into dead silence. Sakazuki narrowed his eyes slightly, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. The power of magma flowed faintly on his body surface, and the hot breath made the temperature of the room rise sharply. Logia. Thunder Fruit. Sky Island. Seaman First Class. If it were someone else, Sakazuki would have punched them into the floor. But when he heard that it was Rog who took it, he just frowned, and then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Here you go. Clean and decisive, without a trace of doubt. Recruit the strong and expand your own strength. This is the nature of the war faction. Enel, who was standing aside, was staring at Sakazuki. Hot. Oppression. A heavy feeling of destruction. Just a glance made him feel a kind of suppression that was almost like a thunderous collapse. That's not just a simple fruit ability. Rather, it is the absolute momentum forged from countless bloody battles. Enel's earlobes were twitching slightly, and he was extremely shocked. He finally understood what Rog had said to him before. This world is filled with countless powerful sea warriors who are 100 times more terrifying than you can imagine. Instead of being afraid, Enel was so excited that his blood was boiling. In the depths of his eyes, lightning flickered quietly. Good. This is the sea that is worthy of my challenge. At the same time, Sakazuki narrowed his gaze and said in a deep voice. Kid, you didn't come back just to lead the army, did you? Rog raised his eyes, his black pupils as cold as a knife. Yes, uncle. I think. Clean up the Marines, eradicate corruption and eradicate betrayal. Then go out to sea. Use absolute justice to completely annihilate all pirates in the world. Just a few short sentences, but they were powerful and sonorous, like a hammer hitting an anvil. Red stood nearby, his fists clenched like iron, his eyes blazing. Enel also smiled slightly, lightning surged, and the desire to fight began to ignite. Inside the office, the air seemed to be completely ignited. In an instant, Sakazuki burst into laughter, the sound was as deafening as a volcanic eruption. Ha 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 ha. Good. He stood up suddenly, his red cloak fluttering in the flames, causing the floor to shake slightly. This is what Logia wants to hear. This is the real Marine. He strode out of the desk, his steps like a heavy hammer, and pressed down on Rog's shoulders with a heavy and fiery force. Little devil, from today on, do whatever you want. Logia is holding up the sky. What old-fashioned people, what world government, dare to stand in your way of rectification? Logia will burn them personally. The flames rolled and the rage soared into the sky. At this moment, the uncle and nephew generations of the war faction. Complete transfer of will. The wind of rectification will begin from this day, sweeping across the sea and tearing apart the old order. Red and Enel, who were standing behind them, also straightened their backs silently. They can clearly feel. The future of the ocean will be quietly rewritten at this moment because of this little secret conversation. Chapter 17. Marineford Headquarters Training Ground. The sun is scorching and the sea breeze is blowing. On the martial arts field, 4 figures stood solemnly. They are the 4 most elite vice-admirals in the naval headquarters. Ghost Spider, the cold-blooded Shura of the 8 Swords style, as iron-blooded as steel. Stolo Berry, calm and taciturn, with a mind as meticulous as the abyss. Doberman, a righteous fanatic, decisive in killing and never compromise. Flying Squirrel, aloof and noble, with steady swordsmanship, he rarely gets close to others. At this moment, they gathered here, not for anything else. Just to welcome the new flag that will be inserted into the core of this headquarters. Sakazuki, Admiral's nephew, the Blade of Correction, Rog. From the direction of the port, the sound of military boots hitting the ground came closer and closer. Rog, Rhett, and Enel strode into the training ground with steady steps. In an instant, 4 sharp and steady gazes were cast at the same time, scrutinizing with the instinctive scrutiny of warriors. Rog has an upright military posture, a restrained aura like a sharp sword, and his black pupils are cold and deep. Rhett, with a huge sword on his shoulder, was muscular and silent as a mountain. Enel, with his silver hair flying, lightning flickered restlessly at his fingertips, his aura of arrogance hard to conceal. The air seemed to be slightly stagnant. After a few seconds of silence, Ghost Spider took the lead, stomping his boots heavily on the ground, clasping his fists solemnly, and speaking in a voice as hard as iron. Rog the Cleaner, the work of East Blue's cleansing is something we admire. Barry nodded slightly, his voice steady. The blood of Admiral Sakazuki has lived up to its mission. Doberman grinned, revealing his white teeth. Happy boy. Laozi likes it. The flying squirrel gently turned the sword in his hand, and the blade flashed slightly, and sneered. It's much better than some losers who just eat and wait to die. Although the words were sharp, the atmosphere was refreshing and frank. Rog smiled slightly, raised his hand in return, and said in a concise and sharp voice. Rectification is just the beginning. Just a short sentence, but powerful. The 4 vice-admirals looked at each other, all with deep approval in their eyes. There is no need for unnecessary greetings between truly strong people. One glance and you'll know if we're on the same path. After a brief moment of solemnity, the atmosphere instantly became harmonious and warm. Marineford Science Department Weapon Customization Workshop. At the same time, at Rog's personal request and Sakazuki's direct order, the Science Department worked overtime throughout the night to create a special weapon. 3 days and 3 nights later, a pair of heavy-duty brass knuckles made entirely of sea stone is finally complete. The whole body is dark and heavy, emitting a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Each piece weighs 1 kilogram, sea stone is hard but not heavy, and integrates impact shell shock absorption and impact force amplification system. The back of the finger is engraved with the unique silver wing emblem of the Purification Army, which is sharp and cold, like the claws of a Shinigami. On the day of the delivery ceremony, Red took the brass knuckles and clasped them between his fists. The bone came into contact with the metal, making a dull and powerful collision sound. Lei Te grinned, his face flushed with excitement. FK. This is what real men do. Enel on the side rolled his eyes and sneered. Tisk, they're just 2 broken rocks, they can't even conduct a little electricity. Before he finished speaking, Red suddenly threw a punch. The air seemed to be torn apart, making a loud explosion. Boom! Enel's hair exploded, his earlobes twitched, his body staggered, and his face changed. He stared at the brass knuckles on Red's hand, and for the first time, his eyes were filled with shock. How could that punch you just made hit my thunder body? The lightning body is invisible and cannot be reached by conventional physical attacks. But this punch hit Lei Dian's body directly, and he almost rolled out. Rog curled his lips slightly and explained lightly. Sea stone, one of the few special minerals in the world that can suppress the power of devil fruit. The higher the purity, the stronger the suppression effect. especially deadly to Logia. Enel's expression changed slightly, and for the first time, he felt a real sense of alertness in his heart. It turns out that the thunder and lightning that he thought was invincible were just a small fight in this sea. Lei Te proudly shook his brass knuckles and grinned provocatively. How about it, little charlatan? Do you want to try my love blow? Enel was so angry that his silver hair stood on end, lightning wrapped around his fingertips, he snorted, turned his head and gave up. Playfulness between brothers. It is the most gentle relaxation in the iron-blooded storm. Rog watched the scene quietly, a hint of tenderness appearing imperceptibly in the depths of his eyes. Marineford Confidential Training Ground. The scorching sun scorched the training ground, and the air was filled with the dull atmosphere left over from the hacky collision. Enel knelt on one knee, his silver hair sticking to his forehead, sweat dripping down his chin onto the scorching ground, instantly evaporating into white mist. He gritted his teeth, his shoulders trembled, but he stubbornly refused to fall down. Across from him, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his expression stern and his eyes as cold as stars. Stand up. Continue. The cold and hard order came down, without a trace of emotion. Enel growled and suddenly pushed himself up, lightning flashing at his fingertips and his heart beating wildly in his chest. Observation Haki, Mind Network, expands perception. The brutal polishing of armament Haki's initial awakening. Thunder suppression and repeated stimulation of neural connections. Every training session is a tearing and reshaping of the soul and body. Pain? Of course. But more than that, it was the excitement that surged from deep within his bones. This is the correct use of power. It's not just a show of talent, nor is it an abuse of Logia's abilities. Instead, they temper and hone themselves to become unshakable weapons. At the same time, under Rog's instruction, Enel began to quietly expand the coverage of the heart network. Quietly monitor the words and actions of the department's middle management. Pay attention to whether the flow of logistics materials is abnormal. Secretly record improper transactions and secret contacts between military officers. Every clue of corruption was quietly noted down. Silently, he became an absolutely secret sharp blade in Rog's hand. In the future, the corruption and filth of the ocean will be cleared up by their own hands. Marineford Marshal's office. In the afternoon, the sun is scorching. The atmosphere in the Marshal's office, located at the center of the highest power, was extremely solemn. Marshal Sengoku sat quietly behind his obsidian desk, his golden cloak swaying gently in the air-conditioned breeze, his brows filled with calm and intimidating power. Outside the door, Rog pushed the door open with a straight military posture and his steps were firm and powerful. He was wearing a neat marine uniform with his cape fluttering in the wind, and he looked like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. Sengoku raised his head slightly, sizing up the young purifier who had shaken the headquarters. After a moment's silence, he whispered. Rog Commodore. In light of your penultimate achievements in the East Blue Cleansing Campaign, I have been ordered by this headquarters. Sengoku pushed over a thick, encrypted military order, his tone steady and forceful. Appoint you as Special Operations Commander and grant you independent command authority. Your first task. Sengoku's tone suddenly darkened, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Purge G5 branch. Every word sounded like a hammer falling down. Rog's eyes moved slightly, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. G5. A branch that has long since rotted to the bone marrow. Wine, S*X, and bribery are rampant, and there are secret dealings with pirates, which openly violate marine justice. It is also the most suitable place for the first blow of the rectification storm to fall. Sengoku added gravely. Clean up, do it neatly. Leave no stain, leave no tail. Just like you did at East Blue, decisive and thorough. Rog raised his hand in the most standard military salute, his voice as cold and hard as a knife. As you command. He took the document and turned to leave. The cloak fluttered high, like a dark blade of light that was about to pierce the old world. Under the scorching sun, at the end of the Grand Line in the distance, the sea breeze stirred up the faint smoke of war. The wind of rectification is finally blowing towards our headquarters system. The G5 branch will be the first testing ground for the bloodbath. Chapter 18. Marineford Headquarters Dispatch Office. The scorching sun scorched the port of Naval Headquarters, and the air seemed to be burning. High in the sky, the flag of justice fluttered in the wind, and the strong wind made the entire dock as quiet as the eve of a battlefield. In the spacious and solemn dispatch room, a troop adjustment that will determine the future direction of the Marine Corps is quietly underway. The one who leads all this is not the Marshal or the Admiral, but Rai. His arrival is not just a simple personnel transfer. It was more like a black blade of light that tore through the old world. Outside the hall, on the martial arts field, hundreds of elite warriors were lined up in neat rows, fully armed and silent. They are not ordinary soldiers, but the backbone of the army personally selected by the hawkish core of the headquarters. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral personally recommended it. Stolo Berry, Vice Admiral Doberman, Flying Squirrel, and others personally screened it. These people, some cold and taciturn, some unruly and fierce, but without exception, believe in the same idea. Be loyal to absolute justice and reject all corruption and compromise. In front of the training ground, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his military uniform straight, his black hair fluttering slightly in the strong wind. His eyes were like blades, slowly sweeping across the entire army formation. Red stood on his left, wearing a special seastone brass knuckles around his waist, his aura as steady as a mountain. Enel stood on the right, his silver hair flying, lightning wrapped around his fingertips, his aura restrained yet unstoppable. The edge of rectification has begun to take shape. There was a moment of silence. Rog slowly withdrew his gaze, his voice low and powerful, like a hammer hitting the dome of the hall. From now on, you are under my command. Mission: eliminate the G5 branch. There is only one goal. No trace of filth will be left. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell silent for a second. The next moment, hundreds of soldiers stood at attention, stomping their boots on the ground, making a roar like thunder. Everyone's eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit, their chests vibrated like drums, and they roared in unison. Yes! The sound waves are overwhelming and the wind is strong. Outside the dispatching hall, even the flag of justice fluttering in the sky seemed to bow its head in salute at this moment. The flags of the Suhan army fluttered in the wind. The Suhan fleet has officially assembled. Grand Line Suhan Fleet flagship 3 days later. 3 days later, the sun was high in the sky. The rectification fleet, commanded by Rog himself, broke through the waves from the first dock of Marineford and officially set sail. The mighty battleship formation is lined up on the Grand Line, like a blade ready to cut through all darkness. On the flagship of the pilot ship, the flag of the rectification army fluttered high in the wind, and the emblem of silver wings on a black background shone brightly under the scorching sun, as if heralding the arrival of a new era. On the bridge, Rog stood at the bow, his black hair fluttering in the strong wind, his cloak fluttering like a black battle flag. He stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes calm and sharp, like a hawk waiting for its prey to expose a flaw. Red's body was like steel, Enel's silver hair danced wildly, and the two stood behind Rog, their aura hidden, like thunder from the abyss. The rectification triangle is officially formed. The three of them stood side by side, their figures under the scorching sun and thunder, like 3 black spears that were about to cut the world apart. The flag of rectification is heading towards the most corrupt and darkest branch, G5. New World, rectifying fleet routes. The scorching sun was burning the sea surface, and the strong sea breeze in the distance was rolling up layers of waves. The Suhan fleet was like a black torrent, heading straight ahead. Before entering the G5 waters, a shadow suddenly appeared on the waterway. That was a group of blind pirates. The flags were covered with ferocious skulls, and the deck was crowded with pirates armed with swords and knives, laughing and shouting arrogantly. "Marine ahead, listen up. Hand over the military supplies, and Laozi will spare your lives." The shouts rolled in on the sea breeze, filled with mockery and contempt. However, in response to there was only dead silence. No one in the Suhan fleet was moved. On the bridge, all the soldiers had blank expressions on their faces, as if they were watching a group of ants jumping around. Enel wondered, are all New World pirates so brave? The next moment, Red stepped out, his feet stomping heavily on the deck, holding a huge sea stone brass knuckle. His shoulders shook slightly, and his joints made a crackling sound. "A mere scumbag dares to stop Marine." Before he finished speaking, Red suddenly jumped. The air was crushed, the wood under the deck shattered into pieces, and he flew out like a cannonball. Dash roll! Roaring, Red swung his fist. Boom! Sea Stone's brass knuckles created a visible airflow, and the wind from his fists tore through the air, slamming into the bow of the enemy ship. The next second, there was a loud noise that tore the sky and earth apart. The entire bow of the pirate's ship was crushed by a punch, and a huge gap appeared in the hull. More than a dozen pirates who had no time to react were directly blown away and flew into the air like rag bags. Blood, flesh, wood chips, and broken iron were mixed together and scattered in the strong wind. Wah what! Screams of terror and despair came from the enemy ships. But the nightmare is not over yet. In the distance, Enel stood with his hands behind his back, his silver hair flying, and his eyes were so indifferent as if he was looking at an ant. His fingertips flicked slightly. Sizzle! A dazzling lightning suddenly surged, and a condensed silver-blue lightning spear spun rapidly in the palm of his hand. Enel raised his hand lightly and threw the lightning spear out as if throwing a dart casually. Silver light streaked across the sky. Zzz boom! The lightning spear pierced through the central mast of the enemy ship with lightning speed. In an instant, thunder explodes. Flames shot up into the sky. The electric current climbed wildly along the damaged deck, and the entire pirate's ship was torn apart with a violent explosion. The flames and lightning intertwined into a scene of hell. The pirates who were still alive let out heart-wrenching screams and jumped into the sea in a panic to escape, but what greeted them was the cold firepower of the Suhan fleet. The naval guns fired together. Boom! The sea was boiling, and the remaining pirates didn't even have a chance to struggle before being completely crushed into dust. Just 3 minutes. The enemy ship was destroyed. The sea surface returned to a deathly silence, with only broken debris and smoke drifting away with the waves. The rectified military flag flutters high in the blood and thunder. On the bridge, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his black pupils as cold as the abyss. He looked down at all this quietly, without a trace of pity in his eyes. There is no need to waste time rectifying the fleet. They only use thunder punishment made of iron and fire to ensure that no filth will survive in this world. New World G5 Open Sea. The sun was high in the sky, and the sea breeze was blowing hot, salty air. In the distance, a huge, dilapidated and twisted military base was looming under the scorching sun. That is G5 Branch, the most special and notorious marine stronghold in the New World. But at this moment, the appearance it presented to the world had completely degenerated into a filthy place. In the distance, the pirates' flag and the Marines' flag of justice were hung side by side, fluttering and losing all dignity. The warships were broken and corroded, and the wreckage floated around the base's perimeter like a floating garbage dump. Soldiers in marine uniforms gathered in groups, some lazily drinking, others openly playing cards and frolicking. What's worse, they openly set up a black market trading area near the main gate of the base, and colluded with pirates and smugglers without any hesitation. Corruption, chaos, shame. The entire G5 is no longer a symbol of marine justice, but a decadent paradise where pirates and traders dance together. G5, not simply incompetent. On the contrary, it brings together a group of extremely dangerous and unruly warriors. There were those who were on the verge of court-martial for slaughtering too many enemies, but were pardoned because of their outstanding military achievements. There was a lone wolf commander who had single-handedly destroyed the pirates on New World. There are combat maniacs who are born bloodthirsty and extreme in style, but cannot be tolerated by ordinary troops. They believe in the unique rules of G5. 3 Don'ts Principle. No surrender will be accepted. Pirates will be executed on the spot. No prisoners will be taken. No evidence will be retained. All mission records are destroyed directly by headquarters and cannot be traced. No matter the means used. Gas warfare, hostage warfare, assassination warfare, all means are permitted as long as they lead to victory. This branch lived like a pack of wild wolves, struggling amidst filth and blood, carrying out the most unspeakable missions in the darkest corners of the New World. They possess a level of bravery and ferocity that ordinary Marines cannot match. But at the same time, it also breeds the ugliest and most corrupt evils. The real cancer is hidden within it. Rectify Fleet Bridge. The rectification fleet lined up off the coast of G5, its black flags fluttering in the wind. On the bridge, Red clasped his sea-stone brass knuckles tightly with a click, his eyes sharp as a knife, murderous intent surging. Enel put his hands behind his back, lightning flowing silently in his palms, his silver hair flying, and his eyes as sharp as an eagle. Rog, standing at the front, had his black cloak blown high in the strong wind, like a black blade about to cut through the sky. He stared coldly at the branch in front of him, silent for a moment, his eyes calm and sharp. This group of people is not without value. If we can eradicate the true cancer, what remains will be the sharpest fangs to conquer the world. Thinking of this, Rog slowly raised his right hand. His palm was like a blade, slashing silently in the air. The voice was low, but it was filled with an irresistible killing intent. The purge begins. Boom! The Suhan fleet advanced at full speed, and raging waves tore through the sea. The Black Fleet was like a blade tearing through the decayed world, piercing straight towards the G5 branch under the scorching sun and sea breeze. The storm of rectification has officially arrived. This battle will determine whether G5 will be completely destroyed. Still. Nirvana and Rebirth. Chapter 19. Grand Line G5 Branch Outer Port. The wind howled fiercely and huge waves rolled up on the sea. The Suhan fleet was like a black behemoth that broke through the air, covered in fighting spirit and murderous intent, and it anchored forcefully at the outer port of the G5 branch. On the bridge, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind, his black cloak fluttering fiercely, and he looked like a sword that was about to cut through the sky and the earth. Red silently adjusted his heavy sea-stone brass knuckles, his knuckles turning slightly white as he suppressed his boiling fighting spirit. Lightning flashed at Enel's fingertips, and the murderous aura around him seemed tangible, forcing the soldiers beside him to break out in cold sweat on their foreheads and not dare to look directly at him. The solemn and murderous atmosphere spread as the deck vibrated slightly, enveloping the entire outer harbor. Every inch of air seemed like a taut bowstring, on the verge of exploding. G5 branch interior. The alarm bell finally sounded, but it was slow and weak. The clear sound of the bell sounds like a dying whimper amid corruption and laziness. There was chaos inside the branch. On the playground, drunken soldiers staggered here and there, some simply lay on the lawn and continued to sleep soundly. The guard on the sentry post was huddled in the corner of the sentry box, snoring loudly. The rifle in his hand had long since slipped and was covered in dust. On the street, there were a few drunkards holding bottles and arguing loudly while walking barefoot. They didn't even react when they saw the Suhan warship docking. There are very few people who are truly alert. But even the soldiers who were awake mostly looked numb and uneasy. An instinctive fear of being overthrown and liquidated quietly spread within the branch. G5 branch, command building, Virgo's office. Bang! The ceramic coffee cup shattered, and coffee stains splattered all over the desk. Virgo clenched his fists tightly, veins on his forehead bulged, and his face was so gloomy that water almost dripped out. Rye! He gritted his teeth, his voice so low it seemed to come from underground. Sakazuki's nephew, East Blue Purger. The extreme absolutist who was rumored to have slaughtered all the pirates and wiped out their ashes. Virgo's knuckles trembled slightly, and his mind was thinking rapidly. The dark warehouse has not been cleaned up yet. The smuggling account books have not yet been destroyed. Some hidden agents are still stuck at the base. Once Rog intervenes, any small omission will lead to a fatal disaster. He stood up suddenly, lowered his voice, and gave an urgent order. Seal off the warehouse immediately and destroy all account books. Deal with all the hidden agents and smuggled materials. Tell the people below not to reveal any flaws to me. Virgo gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with a fierce coldness. This time, we can't get away with procrastination or prevarication. G5 branch rear military command area. Right now, in the rear military drill ground, a group of soldiers wearing old marine uniforms were doing hard training. On the podium stood a tall, burly, middle-aged vice admiral. Iron Bastier. When he learned that the coming ones were the rectification fleet and that their commander was Rog, he clapped his hands suddenly. The sound was deafening. Ha 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 ha. It's that kid Rog. Baster grinned wildly, the veins on his strong arms were exposed, and he seemed to have ignited a long-lost fighting spirit. Finally, here comes a real tough guy. Finally, there's hope for cleaning up this morass of decay. Beside him, Colonel Anvil Barros crossed his arms over his chest, a cruel smile on his lips. His voice was hoarse. I heard that in East Blue, Rog purged for 5 whole years and not a single pirate was left. This ruthlessness, this determination. He licked his cracked lips, his eyes gleaming with passion. I like. Baster slammed his fist hard on his own iron fist, his heroic spirit soaring to the sky. The one who survives is justice. If we wild dogs want to stay alive, we should wash off the stinky mud on our bodies. The two smiled at each other and clenched their fists quietly. G5 branch main entrance. The strong wind was blowing, making the dilapidated branch door creak. The rectification fleet was not notified and no salute was given. Rog personally led Leiter and Enel and advanced directly into this quagmire of corruption and depravity. The heavy door was half open. The soldier at the sentry post was leaning against the doorpost drunkenly, his face flushed and a deafening snore coming from his throat. The rifle in his hand had already fallen to the ground, covered in dust. Rog stepped into the scene, his steps pausing slightly. He slowly narrowed his eyes, and his gaze swept across the mess in front of him like a cold blade. The air seemed to freeze instantly. The temperature around them dropped suddenly, and even the drunkard in the distance shuddered instinctively. Enel felt the surging undercurrent of anger and raised his brows slightly. He raised his finger calmly, and lightning surged slightly at the tip of his finger. Sizzle! A precise and weak electric current shot out silently and hit the sentry soldier who was drunk on the ground. W.A. The drunk man shuddered all over and let out a shrill scream, as if he was awakened by a hammer. He jumped up from the ground, his expression dazed and terrified, and trembling all over, he crawled towards the assembly area. Enel said indifferently. When you wake up, go to the gathering. Cold and contemptuous, like a god of judgment. Red's face was grim, his shoulders slightly raised, and he clasped the heavy sea-stone brass knuckles tightly with a click, and the joints made a dull sound. The next moment, he strode forward and took a deep breath. Boom! Red roared suddenly, and haki surged like a raging wave, sweeping the entire audience. Rectify the military order. Everyone, gather within 3 minutes. Otherwise kill without mercy. The sound was like thunder, shaking the ground slightly and causing dust to fly. The entire G5 branch was instantly torn apart from its lazy and decadent state. Playground, tavern, casino, logistics warehouse. There was panic and chaos. Some people stumbled out from under the card table, some ran wildly while holding up their pants, and some ran barefoot towards the playground with terrified faces while holding jars of wine. The wine bottle rolled over, splashing the wine everywhere. Poker cards and dice danced on the ground. The sounds of screaming, collisions, and curses intertwined into a symphony of doomsday. In less than 3 minutes, the entire playground was already crowded with frightened and panicked soldiers. Some of them were drunk, some were disheveled, and some even carried chips from unfinished gambling games. His face was pale, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his posture was in a mess, but no one dared to question him. Because Rog's pressure was like a black thunder pressing down on their heads, completely suppressing all their luck and stubbornness. G5 playground on the high platform. On the temporary platform extending from the bridge, Su Zheng and the other two stood solemnly. Rog stood with his hands behind his back, tall and straight, his black cloak fluttering in the strong wind, and he looked like the embodiment of black judgment. He looked down coldly at these so-called marine on the playground, his black pupils were icy, as if he was examining a group of livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Red stood on the left, expressionless and muscular, like a silent iron tower, exuding a suppressed and explosive feeling. Enel stood on the right, his silver hair flying, lightning flickering quietly on his fingertips, and a sarcastic sneer on his lips. Like waiting for an impending slaughter feast. The strong wind blew so hard that all the soldiers could hardly breathe. On the playground, the solemn and murderous atmosphere was as stagnant as lead. Rog stared down at them in silence for a full 10 seconds. 10 seconds of dead silence, like being tortured to death. A fishy and salty taste surged in the soldiers' throats, their backs felt cold, and they dared not even breathe. Final. Rog spoke slowly, his voice low and cold, like a sentence from hell. From today on, G5 branch is under my command. Corrupt, cowardly, traitorous. It will be completely eradicated. Every word is like a blade, piercing into everyone's heart. Rog raised his hand slightly, his eyes cold. The first step in rectification. Call roll and check everyone's numbers, combat records, and current positions. Check them one by one. Anyone who engages in corruption, collaborating with the enemy, or smuggling. Kill without mercy. Boom. The whole place was in dead silence, as if even the air had frozen. Chapter 20. G5 Branch Playground Rally. The scorching sun burned the ground, and the air was filled with heat and oppression. On the huge parade ground, thousands of G5 soldiers stood in formation, their uniforms disheveled and their expressions panicked. All members of the rectification fleet lined up around the drill ground. The atmosphere was as cold as a blade, like the silence before a hanging. On the high platform, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his black cloak fluttering in the strong wind, his black pupils cold as he looked down at the entire audience. Red stood on the left, wearing sea-stone brass knuckles, with muscular torso and a wolf-like gaze. Enel stood on the right, his silver hair flying, lightning flashing silently at his fingertips, his eyes playful and cold. The solemn and murderous atmosphere seemed to be a substance that suppressed every inch of the air in the venue. The military order is officially promulgated. Rog's voice was low and cold, and every word he said was like a hammer striking everyone's heart. The playground was dead silent. First, all personnel identification numbers, current positions, and combat records will be thoroughly reviewed and approved within 3 days. Anyone who falsifies information, conceals information, or alters it will be executed on the spot. Second, military discipline must be rectified within 3 days. Gambling, smuggling, and collaborating with the enemy, once discovered, no trial required, direct execution. Third, From now on, the G5 will be completely blocked. Private contact with outsiders is strictly prohibited. Violators will be executed. Every line, every word, is like a cold death sentence. The soldiers' faces were pale, their backs were stiff, and cold sweat was dripping down their temples. The young officers' legs trembled slightly, and suppressed panic appeared in their eyes. In this dead silence that was suppressed to the ultimate level. Among the crowd below the platform, a mid-level officer with a gloomy look secretly glanced at Virgo. Virgo narrowed his eyes imperceptibly, giving an extremely slight hint. The middle-level officer who received the instruction took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and suddenly stepped out of the line, raised his hand and interrupted loudly. "I have objections." The sudden shout was like dropping a bomb. A slight commotion suddenly broke out on the playground, and countless soldiers looked at the middle-level officer in horror. The man's face was full of stubbornness and fierceness, and he asked loudly. "Rog Commodore. As a newly promoted Commodore, what qualifications do you have to give such an order to G5? His face flushed and his tone was inciting, trying to arouse more people to rise up in resistance. On top of a hill. Enel had already clearly captured this guy's intentions through the mind network. Corruption and smuggling. Accepting bribes multiple times. He also secretly planned to incite riots to cover up Virgo's secret transfer. A flash of lightning. Enel didn't even look at it, just flicked his fingertips slightly. Bang! A blazing white lightning descended like a spear of judgment. The middle-level officer didn't even have time to scream before he was struck by lightning in full view of everyone. Sizzle! Black smoke rose and the smell of burning filled the air. The corpse, which still had a challenging expression on its face, collapsed to the ground, twitched twice, and then completely lost its life. The whole audience was dead silent. The soldiers watched helplessly as a chill that penetrated deep into their bones suddenly swept through their bodies. On the high platform, Rog never even glanced at the charred corpse from beginning to end. His voice and expression remained unchanged as he continued to read out the orders coldly. Correcting Article 4. All financial, weapons, and logistical supplies of the G5 branch must be immediately sealed and inventoried. Anyone who tampers with, conceals, or hides anything will be killed without mercy. The voice was deep and powerful, like a Shinigami's announcement. All the soldiers on the playground, including the corrupt officers who had originally hoped for a lucky break, felt as if struck by thunder. Their legs went weak and their scalps went numb. No one dares to question it anymore. No one dared to say anything more. Under the scorching sun, thousands of people stood in silence with their heads bowed. Their military boots were soaked with sweat, but no one dared to move. The name of the Suhan fleet, iron-blooded, was branded into everyone's soul at this moment. On the playground. In just a few minutes, the atmosphere changed drastically. A large number of soldiers looked terrified and kept swallowing. Some mid-level officers frowned, exchanged glances, and their eyes wandered. It seems like he has long been accustomed to hiding dirt, but now he is exposed to the sight of Shinigami. Lei Te was like a silent god of war, standing at the side of the stage, looking down at everyone coldly. The brass knuckles had already been clenched, and the joints were crackling, as if waiting for the order to come. Rog looked down at the whole audience quietly. He didn't say anything, but his eyes were like a dark sea approaching and a storm was about to come. Virgo was wearing a Marine Vice Admiral uniform, looking solemn and standing at attention. The scorching sun was like a knife, burning the earth, but he was like a still statue, without any ripples. But that's just appearance. Beneath his calm face, his heart was beating like a war drum, and cold sweat was quietly sliding down his forehead under his military cap. Not good. This isn't just a cleansing, it's a purge, it's a hunt. Everything must be burned before he can do anything, including people. Virgo's eyes were like nails, fixed on the figure with fluttering cloak on the stage. For the first time, an unsuppressible chill rose in my heart. After the lecture, on the podium, Enel stood on Rog's right side and closed his eyes after receiving Rog's instructions. He took a deep breath, his mind moved slightly. Observation Hacky Heart Network maximum coverage. Sizzle. Lightning quietly bloomed at the fingertips, turning into an invisible electric field and slowly spreading in the air. That was not an explosive thunder, but a perception field as precise, accurate, and all-pervasive as a spider web. In a flash, the entire G5 base was tightly wrapped by this silent lightning net. The whispers in the command building, the breathing in the underground trading area, the sounds of movement in the logistics warehouse. All heartbeats, thoughts, steps, pulses. A three-dimensional and smelly picture of sin formed in Enel's mind. He did not open his eyes, but slightly raised the corners of his mouth, and lightning flickered faintly at the edge of his lips. The stench is practically seeping out from the cracks in the bricks. He quickly locked onto several key signals. Scarface John, he is directing several of his cronies to burn the smuggling account books in an abandoned warehouse in the black market, trying to escape. Logistics Depot, 2 soldiers are quietly loading a transport boat with undeclared bootleg weapons. Underground corridor, 3 smugglers in regular military uniforms are sneaking through a secret passage. Virgo himself, a covered cleanup team is being mobilized through the alternate ordnance channel, intending to erase all traces of collusion with the Dongquixote family. At this moment, Enel sneered in his heart. Very good, all exposed. Tonight, please ask them to disappear, in batches. After hearing the news, Rog slowly put away his cloak and took a step forward. The footsteps sounded like a judge's hammer. I can't hide it anymore. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly, without a trace of smile, and he looked extremely cold. Scarface John, Internal Affairs Squadron 2, Smuggling Group. Virgo. A purge list has already been drawn up in his mind. He turned around calmly and said softly. Get ready, take action tonight. Enel lowered his head and chuckled, and lightning wrapped around his shoulders with a hiss. I can't wait any longer. Lei Te only nodded solemnly, stroking his brass knuckles and growling. Crush them all. Rog turned around, flames of destruction flashing in his black pupils. Leave no one behind. Chapter 21. Nightfall G5 Branch. The moon was dark, the wind was strong, and the clouds were low. The entire G5 base fell into an eerie, suffocating silence. The harbor lighthouse went out, and in the distance, the waves roared softly, like the gasps of a dying person. The members of the purification fleet have quietly dispersed into the darkness, while the corrupted are still unaware of the Shinigami's arrival. Temporary Command Hall. Rog stood in front of the sand table, his cloak fluttering slightly, his face cold and steady. Tonight, we will conduct 3 parallel operations. He glanced at everyone, his tone like a frosty blade unsheathed. Lyta, take charge of the eastern section of the secret passage. Block the smuggling route and clear out all those hiding in the secret warehouse. Enel, attack the main logistics warehouse, targeting the arms bribery network and disguised dealers. Keep one who can speak, and the rest. The tone suddenly became low. Kill without mercy. Lei Te clenched his fists and smiled darkly, it's time for me to stretch my legs. Enel raised his hand, the thunder ring on his earlobe hissing, and replied with a sneer, don't worry, this god will only flash once tonight. Rog's eyes finally fell on Scarface John's profile, and he said coldly. I'll come myself. As for Virgo. He suddenly looked up, a frightening cold light flashing in his pupils. Keep it. I want to catch a bigger fish. Everyone nodded silently. Secret Passage East Area Secret Warehouse Passage. The night was as dark as ink, and Red led the Sahun assault team to sneak to the entrance of the secret passage. Behind the broken iron ventilation plate, 3 smugglers disguised as orderlies were anxiously moving arms boxes with panicked expressions. Hurry! It will be too late if you delay any longer. Put the firearms into the bottom of the boat. Boom! Red smashed the iron door of the passage with one punch, and metal fragments flew everywhere. The whole door flew out like paper, knocking one person over. UFG! Shut up! Red took a step forward, his brass knuckles flashed, and his fists were like an explosion. Bang! The second man was hit in the chest by a punch. The sound of bones breaking was clear and sharp, and blood spurted out several meters. The third man fled in panic, but was kicked over by Red and hit on the head with a punch, causing his skull to explode. The shelves were stained with blood. Lei Te stood among the corpses and whispered coldly. Smuggling, collaborating with the enemy, betraying justice. You deserve it. Logistics main warehouse night raid operation. Enel floated down to the top of the warehouse silently, his mind network already spread out to sense the overall situation. 4 middle-level officers were supervising more than 20 soldiers to carry the firearms boxes to the back door, intending to smuggle them onto a ship and escape overnight. Are you sure the account books have been burned? It's finished. The ship will dock in 5 minutes. Pa! Thunder suddenly appeared. Lightning flashes instantly gathered in the air, blocking the entire warehouse area like a spider web. Enel, draped in electricity, slowly descended from the sky, his silver hair flying and a stern smile on his face. I hate sneaky people the most. He raised his hand, and lightning flashed like a dragon. Boom! A pillar of lightning fell from the sky, flames exploded, and thunder tore the earth apart. The entire warehouse instantly turned into a lightning purgatory. More than 20 people turned to charcoal in an instant, and only 2 people survived and fell to the ground, twitching and roaring. Enel walked slowly down among the charred wreckage, the lightning slowly fading at his fingertips. He said lightly. Leave one who can speak, the others they can no longer speak. The thunder of rectification came silently, and the killing intent was like a tide. In the darkness of the night, the G5 branch was completely torn apart by thunder and fire. And this is just the beginning. Main office building Scarface John's hideout. Bang! The heavy explosion-proof door was kicked open, the cold wind rushed in, and the lights shook violently. Scarface John suddenly raised his head, his face trembling in the candle light. You dare to trespass into the middle-level official's residence? I was appointed by the headquarters. Before he could finish his words, he was frozen by the cold gaze. Rog walked in slowly, his figure reflected in the corner of the house where the half-burned account books, the scattered and uncovered ammunition boxes, and the fresh corpse of Bloodline were found. He glanced at it, his eyes were cold, and his tone was as heavy as iron. I support killing the pirates who surrendered, but embezzling military funds, destroying public funds, and connecting with the black market. Scarface John! You're the damned one! John roared and drew his gun, his roar tearing through the fear. Don't think that just because your last name is Sakazuki you can. Bang! The air suddenly collapsed. Rog raised his right hand slightly, an invisible airflow surrounded his palm. Air stripping chest lock. Hiss! The oxygen in the room was instantly drawn out, forming a circle of compressed vacuum. Scarface John's pupils suddenly contracted, and he opened his mouth but could not make a sound. He fell to the ground and struggled like a dead dog with its throat strangled. In 30 seconds, his bruised and purple face was distorted beyond recognition. For a minute, he remained motionless, his death looking grim. Rog leaned over and picked up a fragment of the unburned smuggling account book from the brazier, staring at it coldly for a moment. The flames ignited the corners of the paper, and the flames licked away the bloody evidence. Rotten meat like UG5, is not needed. Simultaneously G5 branch underground passage. The smell of gunpowder has not yet dissipated, and the smell of blood is still lingering in the ventilation ducts. Virgo stood alone at the end of the abandoned underground passage, his knuckles rubbing against the stone wall, his cold eyes staring through the ventilation slits towards the main building. Scarface John, dead. The violent and cruel mad dog didn't even have time to leave a last word before it turned into a cold corpse at the hands of Rog. Virgo slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. At that moment, he had never understood so clearly in his heart. This person is a true absolute cleaner. He raised his hand and took out a special-shaped black den mushi from the inside of his military uniform. The shell was covered with a sea stone coating, which could absolutely shield signal fluctuations. With a click, den mushi opened its eyes, a look of cynical laziness in it. As always, that hoarse and frivolous voice slowly sounded. Hey 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 hey! You're still alive, Virgo? There was no questioning in his voice, only a smile, as if he were teasing an old friend. Virgo smiled tiredly and replied in a low voice. Nonsense, I'm not one of those useless guys under your command who couldn't even run away after blowing up the warehouse. That guy Rog attacked on 3 fronts and killed them all. East District, main warehouse, and Scarface John. It was a clean and efficient move. I almost thought I was exposed. But he just didn't touch me. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the den mushi, and then a low laugh came. Hey 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 hey! Rog, that's the blood relative of that magma guy. You said, he deliberately let you go, was he waiting for you to betray yourself? Virgo responded in a low voice. I know. But I have no choice but to do it. I still have that thing hidden. If I really want to leave, I can take it directly out of G5. The other end of the den mushi was silent for a few breaths, then the tone became softer. Virgo, you know I won't let your death be in vain. Ever since we were together in North Sea, you have been the person I trust the most. This time, I'm not sending you to your death. I want you to fish out that new justice and see if he's worthy of playing this game. Virgo chuckled softly. I will leave, but I won't run away. I will take the evidence and leave right under his nose. What you want, I'll bring it back. Den mushi slowly closed its eyes, and the communication ended. The passage fell into silence. Virgo stood quietly for a few seconds, then slowly put the den mushi back into his sleeve. The next moment, he raised his left hand and slowly pulled out a colorless, poison-coated short blade from his sleeve. The night wind suddenly stopped and my heart beat faster. His eyes were cold. He wants me to leave. I want to see if you dare to stop me. The other end of the ventilation duct. A streak of lightning, as thin as a gossamer, quietly attached itself to the imperceptible gap in the metal mesh. Enelhart network monitoring status. The silver-haired thunder god leaned against the back edge of the tower, his eyes closed and his expression cold. The lightning flowed quietly like a snake on his fingertips, and the lightning ring on his earlobe beat silently. Dong Quixote da Flamingo. What's hidden? Enel sneered and whispered. It seems that I have to tell him that the fish has been hooked. He turned around, a flash of lightning appeared, and his figure disappeared into the night. And in the distance, Rog stood quietly in the wind, his eyes as dark as the night. Release the tiger back to the mountains and set the net to hunt the king. Chapter 22. The next morning, G5 branch drill ground. The sun is rising, and golden rays are shining obliquely. The ruined warehouse and the charred remains of the main warehouse stood quietly in the morning light. The thunder and flames of last night seemed to have not yet gone away, and the smell of gunpowder and blood still lingered in the air. The wind blew through the broken wall, rolling up a few pages of burnt account book paper, swirling in the air, and falling at the feet of the silent soldier. The entire G5 was like a sleeping giant beast that had just crawled out of the battlefield, silent and solemn, but its bloodline had not yet dried. In the center of the playground, Rog stood on the high platform, his cloak fluttering, his face stern, holding a stack of sealed lists in his hand, his eyes as sharp as a knife. Red stood to his left, his fists folded across his chest, his eyes as fierce as a wolf's. Enel leaned in the shadow of a pillar, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, but his eyes were as sharp as lightning. The solemn and murderous atmosphere oppressed the entire playground and no one dared to speak. Rog spoke slowly, his voice as hard as iron. The results of last night's cleaning. Smuggling groups in secret passages, smuggling gangs in the Dongdao warehouse, and bribery of military officers in the main warehouse. A total of 47 people were beheaded and 3 were captured alive. The evidence list, original account documents, and smuggled materials have all been sealed and escorted by warship directly to the Marineford military court. His tone was steady, but each number pierced everyone's heart like an icicle. Below, all the soldiers looked pale, with cold sweat dripping quietly from their foreheads. Rog suddenly looked up and glanced over. He stared at every face and said slowly, "But the cleanup operation is not over yet. This branch is my territory. But anywhere that's infected with rot and insects, it must be opened and removed." His eyes were cold and his voice was low. "You. Or be converted. Or return to the grave." The short 8 characters are as powerful as thunder. The playground suddenly became dead silent. Everyone lowered their heads, some clenched their teeth, and some had cold sweat on their palms that soaked through their military gloves. Countless people who had been involved in the black market, smuggling, and collusion fell into an icy cave. And more people who were already angry about corruption but had to remain silent finally raised their heads. The heavily armored Iron Fist Bastille strode forward, half knelt on his knees, and hammered his heavy sword into the ground. The sound resonated throughout the playground. "Righteousness is ruthless, justice has soul. I, your subordinate, am willing to serve you to follow Lord Rog and clean up the world's filth." His voice was loud, like the beating of a war drum, clanging and deafening. A moment later, Anvil Barros also came up with a serious face. "This is what a marine should be. I've been wanting to smash the teeth of those smuggling dogs for a long time. This time I'll fight you with my life." In the array of soldiers, the officers who were originally watching and hiding looked at each other in confusion. But soon, more people's eyes became determined, and the formation quietly tightened. They saw the real Marine's blade. Justice cleaning is no longer a campaign run by the higher UPS. But it is, a real beheading sword. On top of a hill. Rog stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the G5 formation that had returned to order. His eyes were slightly downcast, but still as cold as iron. He turned slowly and said in a deep voice, "From now on, justice will no longer be an excuse." The fierce wind blew the military flag, its silver wings fluttered, and the solemn pattern on the black background stood proudly high like an eagle's beak pecking at blood. At this moment, G5 is no longer the muddy water in the marine. But it is, the first piece of land that the Suhan army stepped onto. Hugong Branch Dawn. The setting sun has not yet risen, and fog is lingering on the sea like lingering smoke. Virgo was dressed in a neat vice admiral uniform, his badge shining, and in his hand was a copy of the official transfer order stamped with the counter-signature of Marshal Sengoku. The paper is clean, the ink is slightly damp, and it is flawless. But it is a lie that is fabricated to the point of being an art. He walked calmly and with a calm expression, as if it was just an ordinary military supplies transfer mission. But the attendant following closely behind him was holding a dark golden sealed weapons box in his hand. The box is engraved with the headquarters top secret logo, and inside is sealed an extremely dangerous marine high-level combat deployment map. It's called Plan B. Virgo made no unnecessary movements, his eyes did not wander, and his demeanor remained the same as usual. Only he himself knew that at that moment, he was carrying more than just a black box. Rather, it is a bomb that has not yet exploded. End of the pier. The soldiers of the Suhan fleet lined up without saying a word. Red had already stood still, with sea stone knuckles on his hands, his eyes cold and fierce. Virgo continued walking, and as he passed him, he nodded calmly, "Deputy Captain." Red snorted coldly and did not move. On the steps ahead, Rog, wearing a solemn black cloak, stood between the gangway and the sea breeze, his eyes as calm as the night. Lei Te gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. "Where is he going?" Rog answered simply. "Marineford, supplies handover." Lei Te raised his eyebrows, his voice cold and angry. "Fake. He's a traitor, carrying the black box. We already know the truth. Letting him leave now isn't that too merciful? Let me do it. Just one clean punch, and I'll feed the Sea Kings with both the man and the box." Rog turned his head and looked at him, his eyes as cold as the abyss of the night sea. "No rush. A dog will bite a man and then he will be crushed to death. Taking action too early will only make the snake behind you hide deeper." Red gritted his teeth and clattered his fists. "He'll run away. Then let him run." Rog turned around, his eyes fixed on the receding figure in the distance, his voice as low as the wind. "He can escape today, but he can't escape his master's face." Branch Communication Hall Confidential Call Room. Requesting connection to the Marineford Marshal's office. Click. Den Den Mushi opened its eyes, and an old yet majestic voice slowly came out from the receiver. "This is Sengoku." After a moment, the fearless marshal spoke with a heavy tone. "Are you going to let Virgo go?" Rog's expression was calm, and his voice was like a steel blade cutting through ice. "Yes. He's not a target. Our target has never been just a mole hiding in the base. But the one sitting behind the chair, the political puppet and the master of the black market." There was silence on the other end of the Den Den Mushi for a few seconds. Then, Sengoku sighed softly. "You want to catch Doflamingo? He's not someone who's easily taken in." Rog said softly. "I know. So I have to hold the line myself, stare at the bait, and wait for the moment he bites the hook. I will pull this line to the end." Sengoku said slowly. "I approve. You are responsible for monitoring all of Virgo's movements. If necessary, mobilize SSG forces to assist. I just want one result. Let the world know, Marine, we will never again allow maggots to hide under the guise of justice." Click. The Den Den Mushi is hung up. The early morning wind swirled between the playground and the pier. The small ship that left the port has slowly sailed out of the sea outside the branch. Virgo stood on the deck, his back silent. He didn't look back. But he knew that the cold and ruthless blade of justice was on the high platform, silently watching him leave. Rog knew he was a traitor. And he also knew that from now on, he was completely exposed to the hunter's gun. But he knew better. As long as he can successfully return that black chess piece, the Dongquixote family will never sink into the deep sea. On the platform, Rog whispered quietly. The one who was let go was not a traitor. It's the fuse. I want to expose everything hidden in the dark to the light of day. Chapter 23. G5 Branch, Day 7. The morning sun is as red as blood, and the iron flag is flying angrily. The base, which was as dilapidated as a tomb 7 days ago, has now been reconstructed by 70%. The broken walls were repaired, the black market was burned down, the outposts were replaced, and the rectified army flag, the broken silver-winged sword, fluttered in the cold wind, like a sharp blade tearing through the sky. The Lord of Justice, the one who commands this place, Naval Headquarters Commodore G5 Branch Chief Rai. His black cloak fluttered, his eyebrows were cold and sharp, and his black eyes were as icy as the abyss. And in his left and right hand positions, Lieutenant Colonel Leiter, Deputy Commander of the Discipline Army, a Taijutsu thug, and a master in the Haki field. Seaman First Class Enel, a descendant of Sky Island, is a member of the Skynet Reconnaissance Killer family. The three of them were like an iron triangle, suppressing the entire branch. Abolish the black market, rectify military discipline, and block intelligence. ROG implements the zero-compromise strategy to eliminate pirates. Do not accept surrender. No remnants will be allowed. No prisoner-of-war camps were set up. Any pirate ship that dares to enter the G5 patrol zone will only be greeted by thunder and fire and cold iron judgment. This rectification fleet cleared all confirmed suspicious targets on the route at an irrefutable brutal speed. Just 7 days. 47 pirates' ships were destroyed. 12 black market supply points burned down. 5 smuggling ships were bombarded and sunk on the spot. The news was like a hurricane, sweeping towards the major imperial thrones. Whitebeard pirates. The blue sky is vast and the sea breeze is fierce. Marco remained silent. In his hand was a newly taken photo of the Suhan army. A young man in a black cloak stood on the blazing wreckage, his eyes cold and the solemn military flag flying high behind him. Someone whispered, "He is Akainu's nephew." I heard that even the broken-tooth pirates from East Blue, veteran pirates who have been fighting in the New World for decades, couldn't last more than 2 hours. Marco held the photo tightly and said calmly, "Akainu, at least you kill with anger. This kid he kills without even getting angry. Like a knife without a sheath." The sea breeze blew, and the blue sky seemed to have a hint of blood color. Big Mom Pirates Group Sugar Island Conference Hall. The aroma of Sugar Island is everywhere, and laughter and joy are heard everywhere. Perospero licked the candy cane, his eyes filled with a subtle solemnity. "Oh my goodness, in just 3 days, you cleaned 47 pirates' ships and cleared more than 10 ports. This isn't something an ordinary marine would do." Smoothie whispered. "The more he kills, the further he gets from the justice Marine speaks of. But it's also more dangerous." Perospero narrowed his eyes. "It's best to let this madman die with his own knife, otherwise. Even my mother will have a headache in the future." Beasts Pirates in Nagashima Stronghold. The giant axe danced wildly and the wine jars shattered. Quinn's beard curled with anger as he roared loudly. "Damn it! That brat wiped out 3 of our fleets that were escorting munitions. And they set up some kind of minefield off the coast of G5. Even the Sea Kings were blown away when they passed by." Quinn cursed and roared loudly. Even Akainu never did it this hard. Yin next to him remained silent, his golden eyes staring at the map. The southeast channel of New World has been completely ignited. Red Hair Pirate's main ship. Late at night. Shanks, wearing a red hair cloak, stood at the bow, holding an urgent letter from the intelligence network in his hand. The pages of paper fluttered. Beckman lit a cigarette and whispered. "The G5 purge is complete, and the new leader is ROG, who I heard is Sakazuki's nephew. East Blue ordered a full lockdown 3 days ago." Shanks looked out into the darkness, tapped the deck with his fingers, and said in a deep voice. "East Blue. If we want to go back to the starting point, that kid will be the wall we have to cross." He narrowed his eyes, his gaze slightly cold. "And it's not just the wall. It's still a sharp blade that can bite back." Marineford World Government Information Office. The latest information is reflected on the transparent water curtain. The senior staff officer knocked on the crystal table with a serious expression. "The Rectification Army has formed an independent system, with patrol areas blocked and intelligence sealed. No pirate ship has dared to enter the G5 waters for 2 weeks. The pirate route has been forced to shift southwest. The staff officer said in a low voice. "The commander of this fleet is Sakazuki's blood relative, Commodore ROG Sakazuki." The intelligence chief standing in front of the table nodded slowly, a trace of uncontrollable worry flashing between his brows. "Dress Rosa, Donquixote family, underground council chamber." A heavy sealed iron box was slammed onto the long conference table. Virgo had a blank expression on his face as he knelt on one knee and unfastened the lock. Doflamingo leaned back on the throne, legs crossed, his gold-rimmed sunglasses hiding the emotions in his eyes. "Hey hey hey hey! Is this what you call Plan B? Virgo lowered his head, it's well sealed. Dover chuckled and lifted the cover with his fingertips. The next second, the air froze. Inside the box was a map of East Blue's training deployment from 3 years ago. Outdated, useless, and long since discarded. Diamante flipped the table in anger. We've been tricked. Pika roared, it was that Rog. He switched the information. Sandang bit her lollipop, her face livid. He doesn't even take us seriously. Virgo lowered his head and said in a steady voice, your subordinate has failed in his duty. After a brief silence, Doflamingo suddenly smiled, closed the lid of the box, and whispered. Hey, it's okay. This is just a small game. Rog, you thought you had something. He slowly pushed the chair away and stood up, his mouth curled up coldly under his sunglasses. But the sharper he is, the sharper the edge, the easier it is to break. The sunset outside the window is like blood. Dover chuckled. Now, what we need to focus on is who owns the OPOP fruit. As for him, let's play slowly later. In the shadows of the conference room, Rosinante left silently, his eyes taking in the name deeply. Rai. G5 branch, drill ground, daily martial arts drills. The sun is scorching and the iron flag is flying angrily. In the middle of the playground, 2 sturdy figures are fighting fiercely. Red vs Barros. Both of them were shirtless, with muscles as muscular as iron body, and their hands were wearing their own sea-stone brass knuckles. Every time the fists collide, armament haki explodes the air and the ground shakes, creating cracked spider webs. Boom! Red threw a straight punch, his knuckles covered in black light, and his haki was like a knife. Barros gritted his teeth and roared, sweeping his huge hammer across and charging forward. Bang! Amidst the loud noise, the 2 men took 3 steps back at the same time, the floor tiles collapsed, and dust rolled up. The soldiers on duty around the playground were already stunned with fear, and even breathed cautiously. This is already the 13th game today, right? Oh my god, Lieutenant Leiter's armament color is even thicker than last week, right? And on the record sheet, it was clearly written. Leiter has 10 wins and 2 draws, while Barros has no wins. Barros was panting heavily, but he still refused to admit defeat. Come on! Another round! Lei Te sneered and wiped the blood from his fist. Okay, I'm in great shape today. On the side, Enel leaned against the pillar of the martial arts arena in silence, holding a lollipop in his mouth and sneering. What's so good about seeing 2 fat-armed idiots fighting like this? The female officer next to him chuckled and whispered. Weren't you knocked away by Leiter's punch last time? Enel's ears exploded with anger, and he slammed his fist against the pillar. That was my carelessness. Come on, I can electrocute him 8 times in 1 second. At this time. Tada, tada, tada. Rog walked across the edge of the arena with his hands behind his back, his cold eyes sweeping over the group of people who were making a fuss. The sound was not loud, but it was like a sudden drop of cold iron. This is a training base, not a wrestling club. Everyone, return to your posts. The killing moment comes. Everyone on the playground suddenly froze and stood at attention. Yes. The shouts were deafening and the crowd of onlookers cleared out in an instant. Enel simply flew back to the sentry post. G5 branch, command center, evening of that day. Night is falling. Drip drip drip. An encrypted den mushi suddenly rang, a black shell with silver lines, the exclusive contact line for the East Blue branch. Lei Te picked up the phone immediately, his expression slightly changed, and he quickly handed the receiver to Rog. Emergency report from East Blue branch. Rog's expression changed slightly and he took the phone. An anxious and solemn voice came from the other side. Rog Commodore. East Blue has spotted an unidentified warship approaching the waters off Windmill Village. Based on the mast pattern and eyewitness descriptions. It's the red hair pirates. Boom. In an instant, the temperature in the entire command hall seemed to drop sharply. Rog lowered his eyes, his black eyes were as deep as the abyss, and his fingertips tapped lightly on the table. After a while, he said lightly. Notify Marineford. Let's go back. Chapter 24. G5 Base Command Tower. The night is dark and the stars are sparse. The entire G5 base was silent as iron under the strict discipline, and in the highest tower, the lights were dimmed, and a silent attack order was about to be issued. Drip drip drip. The den mushi vibrated slightly on the operating table, and the silver lines on its shell shone slightly. Rog stood quietly, his black cloak hanging to the ground, his military boots as solid as a mountain, his eyes cold and deep. He reached out and pressed the answer button. Den mushi blinked its solemn eyes, and then a deep and resonant voice came out. This is Sengoku. On the other end of the line, Marshal Sengoku of Marineford frowned and lowered his voice to a very low level. Commodore Rog, I heard you applied to attack East Blue. Rog stood in a military posture, his voice calm and concise. Yes. Objective to confirm the Red Hair Pirates' movements and ensure East Blue remains unthreatened. There was a brief silence on the den mushi side. After a moment, Sengoku warned in a deep voice. Remember. We must not provoke a large-scale conflict in East Blue. Red Hair is one of the strongest pirate groups on the sea. If he has no intention of fighting, he must not start a fight. You can scout, you can be on guard, but... Sengoku's voice was like a hammer striking each word. Unless the other party takes the initiative, you are not allowed to start a war without authorization. Rog replied coldly, I understand. Sengoku's voice relaxed slightly, but still solemn. You have ultimate discretion. But you must keep your sanity. Click. Den mushi slowly closed its eyes, and the call ended. But only a few seconds later. Another den mushi suddenly rang, vibrating even more rapidly. Rog glanced at it, raised his eyebrows slightly, and answered it. This time, a hoarse voice as hot as roiling lava came. Hey, kid, it's me. Akainu. On the other end of the den mushi, Akainu asked in his usual cold and gruff voice. Do you want me to send someone to support you? Rog smiled slightly, his eyes cold and stern. No need. This time, I'm only bringing lighter and enel. That's enough. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the den mushi, followed by a low, rough laugh. Ahem, you little brat, you're so arrogant. Remember, I'm not asking you to die in East Blue. If you really can't do it, come back with your life. When the time comes, Lao Zi will take you back to fight. Rog's mouth curled up slightly into a smile. But leave the slapping in the face to the enemy. Click. Den mushi closed its eyes quietly, and the call was completely terminated. Inside the control tower, the air seemed to turn cold. Rog turned slowly, his black cloak fluttering. At the door, Ret was ready, his muscles were as hard as iron and he was full of fighting spirit. Enel crossed his legs, holding a lightning lollipop in his mouth, his silver hair flying, and a hint of nonchalance on the corners of his mouth. Set off. G5 Branch Outer Port. The night is as dark as ink and the sea breeze is howling. A standard headquarters high-speed warship was waiting quietly. The black flag of solemnity hangs high, and the broken silver-winged sword pierces the night sky, making a rustling sound. On the bridge, Rog climbed onto the bow of the ship, stood with his hands behind his back, and looked coldly at the distant sea. Lighter and Enel followed closely behind, each adjusting the status of their equipment, their auras solemn and murderous. Boom! The anchor was lifted and the steam roared. The Suhan ship tore through the sea surface like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, heading towards East Blue at full speed. Under the starlight, the black warship cut through the waves, with murderous intent like a tide, heading straight for the sea outside Windmill Village. East Blue Ocean Windmill Village near the sea. The night is dark and the waves are surging like waves. Thick clouds obscured the moon, and only the blood-red skull flag on the top of the mainmast roared silently in the night wind, as if announcing that this sea area was about to be hit by a weight that did not belong to peace. The Red Hair Pirates' flagship, Red Force, is quietly anchored off the coast of East Blue, like a silent, dormant giant whale. On deck, First Officer Ben Beckman stood at the railing, lit a cigarette, and looked deeply at the distant coastline. "Shanks," he spoke in a low voice, mixed with the sea breeze and smoke. "It's not a wise move to come to East Blue at this time. The new leader of G5, Rog. He's Akainu's nephew. He doesn't welcome any pirates, especially. You are a free passerby of the Four Emperors level." His tone was not harsh, but it carried with it the keen intuition of a veteran soldier about the air currents on the battlefield. On the other side of the deck, Shanks stood quietly at the bow. Her red hair fluttered in the wind, and her silhouette stood in the night like a silent barrier. His left hand was in his windbreaker pocket intact. In his right hand he held a fist-sized dark mahogany box. It was not opened, but a faint but unignorable breath quietly escaped from the gap, like a whisper, or like a call. Shanks glanced down at the box in his hand and whispered to himself. "It always leads this way." Just like the ripples that day, they were not waves, but they could overturn the entire ocean. He looked eastward at the familiar outline of the village. "So I have to come back and take a look. Even if it's just to confirm, the places I walk through are still freedom." Beckman took a puff of his cigarette, shook his head and sighed. "I'm afraid this sea is no longer the East Blue it was 10 years ago. The purifier of the G5 is not a diplomatic person. He didn't send out a fleet, he sent out a sword. Before knives meet, it's best to confirm who's still alive." Shanks raised his lips, revealing his usual understated yet unignorable smile. "That depends on who dares to swing the knife first." He turned his head and looked towards the northeast. "Beckman, if he really comes, I'll give him a good greeting." The sea breeze was surging and the waves were thundering. Red Force, waiting for the first spark in silence. Grand Line, East Blue Channel, warships, night speed cruise. The night sky is as dark as ink and the sea breeze is biting. The Suhan ship cut through the waves at high speed, its hull as steady as thunder. On the bridge. East Blue is the starting point. It's also a place of rules. Rog looked towards the end of the Black Sea, his voice cold but not angry. "This sea never welcomes uninvited giants. Even if that giant beast is called Red Hair." Behind him, Lei Te was wiping the sea stone brass knuckles with a special lubricant, his movements were steady and his eyes were like an eagle. "Red-haired Shanks." He grinned, "The guy who sank the world government's warship. I heard that he landed on the island in a single ship, with his sword always sheathed, and no other ships dared to approach." He put on his brass knuckles. "But I don't believe it. I hope he really is the monster that the legend says he is. Let my fists also be stained with the ashes of legend." Enel half lay on the mast beam, his silver hair flying. He turned over and replied nonchalantly. "I think it's better to say he came here because he got lost. Think about it, the new world is foggy and windy, and the magnetosphere is in turmoil. It would be strange if his shabby ship didn't drift in." Lei Te couldn't help laughing. "Okay, then we have to be careful when we stop him. We don't want to break his boat with one punch." "Enel, really? What if after the fight, he lies on the side of the boat crying and saying I just wanted to find some East Blue ramen?" The two of them chatted back and forth, and laughter filled the air on the bridge. But the next second, Rog's words were like a cold wind, instantly freezing the atmosphere. "Shut up!" He turned around, his eyes as black as iron, his tone indifferent but with an oppressive tone that made people dare not disobey. Red-haired Shanks is not someone you can casually tease right now. Although he was a pirate, he was also one of the pinnacle figures of this era. Red put away his smile and fixed his eyes. Enel also slowly sat up straight, his earlobes twitched slightly, and the lightning quietly subsided. Rog spoke slowly, his tone turning low. I brought you here not to capture pirates, nor to fight for fun. It's to show you what the top of the ocean means. Your haki, your brass knuckles, your thunderbolts, all grew in a greenhouse. And Red Hair is the one who was able to stand firm in the Four Emperors' chaos and made even the Marines wary of him. He slowly clenched his fist, his tone like a hammer hitting the ground. When facing people like that, you have to shake off all the arrogance in your bones. Otherwise, you are unworthy of standing under the word justice. Red lowered his head, took a deep breath, his Adam's apple rolled, and his fists clenched. Enel pursed his lips, lightning streaking down his neck, and for the first time on the ship, his eyes became serious. No. But what if he really is just passing by? Rog smiled slightly, but the coldness in his eyes remained. Then ask him if he has any good wine to bring to East Blue. If not, I'll make him clear the entire sea. The iron ship continued to break through the waves, and the sea breeze howled like a war horn. The Sahun trio, with their murderous aura restrained, are beginning to reveal their edge. East Blue is about to usher in the collision of two forces of the times. Chapter 25. East Blue, Windmill Village, dusk. The afterglow of the sunset falls on the sea, the golden light shimmers, and the wheat waves roll. The windmills turned as before, as peaceful and tranquil as before, as if they had never been touched by the world's war. But at this moment, there was a suffocating sense of oppression in the wind, like the low roar before a storm. The tide is approaching quietly. Red Hair Pirates Red Force. The ship has docked, and the Red Skull flag flutters in the wind. The red-haired people who had just returned from the tavern did not make any noise, but stood quietly on the beach of the harbor, looking at the junction of the sea and the sky in the distance. Beckman stood still, his cigarette burning to the end, his brows slowly furrowed. He squinted his eyes and looked. Here I come. That aura is like the entire ocean forging its rage into a fist, coming for justice. Shanks stood in the wind, his hands in his pockets, facing the wheat field. His red hair fluttered in the evening breeze, and his expression was neither angry nor smiling, but it was unpredictable. He suddenly spoke softly. Don't do it. Today is not the day for us to draw our swords. He turned around and smiled lightly, but his eyes were filled with an indescribable solemnity. This sea has a new owner. We are just guests. East Blue, Windmill Village offshore, warships. The night is dark and the sea is cold. Breaking through the waves and slowly slowing down on the last leg of the route, the black iron ship was like a sea beast approaching its prey. Rog stood at the bow, his eyes sharp as a blade, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. Arrive. He spoke lightly, his eyes had already passed through the night fog and locked onto the distant coastline dyed red by the sunset. Lei Te stood on the right, holding a brass knuckle in one hand, and whispered calmly. That's the redhead. You don't sound like you're drinking. He grinned, but his face was full of fighting spirit. Enel stood atop a tall mast, surrounded by lightning, squinting at the figures on the shore. 3 people on the boat and 4 on the shore. Shanks, Beckman, Yasop, Lucky Roo, all there. They're all waiting for us. They watched from afar. Windmill Village port and beach. Under the dim sky, the main force of the Red Hair Pirates stood quietly on the beach. Shanks stood at the front, his red hair flying in the wind, his hands in his windbreaker pockets, his expression calm. To his left was Beckman, cigarette still unsmoked, eyes sharp as an eagle. On the right, Yasop is carrying a sniper rifle on his shoulder, his eyes like an eagle. A little further away, Lakai Lu held the meaty leg but didn't bite it. He just lowered his head and stared at the sand under his feet, uncharacteristically calm. The four of them stood like rocks, with the waves slowly rising and falling behind them. Shanks raised his head slightly, looked at the black warship on the sea in the distance, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Here I come." "Light, Enel." Rog's voice was low and his tone was as cold as ice. "Get off the boat." Lighter nodded heavily and jumped off the deck. Enel landed like lightning, his silver hair fluttering and lightning flashing across his palms and arms. The three of them stood side by side, slowly stepped down the gangway, and walked towards the shore. The entire Windmill Village sea area was like the boundary of a battlefield torn apart by two forces of heaven. On one side is red-haired Shanks, on the other side is Marine Rog. Justice and freedom are about to clash head-on. Windmill Village Tavern. At this moment, in the old tavern in the village. The wooden door is slightly closed, the curtains are half rolled up, and the evening breeze blows gently on the wooden platform. On the familiar bar counter, a small, old wooden box was placed alone, with the lid slightly loose, as if waiting for the call of fate. The box body is covered with traces of time, but it emits a faint luster under the dim light. It is silent, yet it seems to be calling out to a child. At the bar, an excited childish figure jumped onto a high stool. 8-year-old Monkey D. Luffy, his grubby little hands clinging to the side of the box, curiously peeked in. "Hey? What kind of weird fruit is this?" He didn't think much about it, he just opened his mouth and bit it. "Wah-ah-ah-ah, this is so painful." He stuck out his tongue, but had already swallowed the whole fruit. The wooden box fell quietly to the ground, the lid was completely opened, empty as a mirror, and completely quiet. The gears of fate mesh silently on this sea. At this moment when the two kings are competing, a new legend is quietly ignited. And that boy, the name that will soon be remembered by the world. He was chewing rubber with a painful look on his face. "Wow! I'll never eat unfamiliar fruit again." He didn't know that just a few kilometers away, two auras of kings were confronting each other on the shore. Lighter was the first to step out from the harbor gravel, leaving behind a trail of heavy footprints as he headed straight for Lachi Lu. "Are you the guy who gnaws on meat while fighting?" He twirled his brass knuckles and grinned. "Come on, let's try and see if your fat body can take my punch." Lachi Lu bit off a large piece of meat, chewed it and said vaguely. "I could eat a whole bison in one mouthful. But I'm never afraid of a head-on confrontation with Titu." He stuffed the meat into his pocket, licked his fingers, and drew his battle axe with a bang. "Just right, I'm full. Let's fight fists against axes and see who breaks bones first." The aura between the two of them suddenly rose, gravel flew everywhere, and the air seemed to vibrate in advance due to the collision of power. On the other side, Enel flashed and blocked Usopp's way. His silver hair was flying, lightning flashed at his fingertips, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. The legendary sniper who never misses a shot. My heart beat a few times, my pupils shrank slightly, and I exerted force with my index finger. These are all clear in my mind. Usopp's eyes flashed, and he placed his rifle against his shoulder, aiming instantly. I don't need to look for a heartbeat. I only look at the aura and lock it in for a moment. Enel grinned, his arms flashing with lightning. "So, can you lock up Lay now?" Bang! A loud thunder tore through the night sky, and the lightning and the cold gun collided at the same time. The sand beneath Lachi Lu's feet crumbled, and Red's fighting spirit pressed down on him like a mountain. The two sides have not yet fought, but the wind waves are already surging in the harbor. The evening breeze died down, the clouds lowered, and the air felt heavy as if drowning. Rog walked slowly, his black cloak fluttering in the wind, his footsteps on the sand and gravel, each step like a falling hammer. 5 meters away, Shanks stopped. He turned around and their eyes met. Justice and freedom, at this moment, a silent confrontation. Shanks's smile was inquiring, but unyielding. Sakazuki's nephew, an executive of East Blue. Are you here for me or for the sea? Rog's eyes were as cold as a blade, and his voice was calm but iron-hearted. You shouldn't have come. East Blue is the last pure land in the ocean. You're polluting more than just the land. And faith. Shanks's expression was restrained and his tone was low. I just want to confirm whether this sea still has the power to protect freedom. Rog's eyes were like cold stars in the night sky, and he said with absolute certainty. Freedom cannot be built on slaughter. You pirates never bring romance, but loss of control and disaster. Shanks's eyes were solemn as he spoke word by word. You are justice. I understand. But justice is too sharp, and sometimes it hurts more than sin. The two men slowly pressed forward, their steps approaching like the sound of a drum. The next moment. Boom! Conqueror's haki, head-on collision. The air pressure dropped suddenly, and the sky and the earth lost their color. The air seemed to be torn apart, and black thunder and red flames exploded and collided between the two, just like the confrontation between Uranus. The wind is blowing violently. The ground around exploded, the wooden planks at the port snapped, debris flew backwards, and a violent tide instantly rose on the sea. Hiss! Red's pupils shrank suddenly, his feet slipped and he was pushed back 3 steps. He raised his arms tightly to protect his face, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. This is the king's haki. This oppressive feeling, like my soul being torn apart. Lightning surrounded Enel, and at this moment his pupils suddenly shook. Is this a clash of wills? His arms spasmed and his earlobes twitched continuously, as if his radar was out of control. Lightning flashed uncontrollably around him, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it! How can this be the kind of aura a human can release? Yasop half knelt, holding his gun at his shoulder, his expression unable to conceal his shock. He actually awakened conquerors. It's still a marine and so young. Lakai Lu gritted his teeth, flesh fell off, and cried out in shock. This guy's aura is actually on par with the captain's. Beckman took a deep puff of his cigarette, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Oh my god! There's actually a king in marine. Still so young. This is more than just trouble. Shanks retracted his foot, a meaningful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. I thought East Blue was still gentle. It seems. I was wrong. Rog's black hair flew up, and he responded expressionlessly. If you don't retreat. This sea is only big enough for one person to stand. The next second. Boom! The gravel under the feet of the two men exploded inch by inch, and the aftermath of haki swept across. Chapter 26. The shockwaves of the haki collision had not yet completely subsided, gravel was still slowly falling from the sky, cracks in the remaining walls of the port were making faint noises, and the air seemed to be hit by a hammer. Shanks slowly retracted his stance, his figure still standing tall like a mountain. His red hair fluttered, his windbreaker fluttered, and he looked out at the still sea, his tone calm yet exceptionally steady. Once we're done resupplying, we'll leave. It's not the time for us to get involved in this sea yet. This doesn't seem like a retreat, but more like the decision of a veteran on the battlefield to put away his sword. It is a threat, but also respect. Beckman was silent for a moment, raised his hand to clamp the cigarette holder, looked up and sighed, wise. Then follow up. Yasop and Lachi Lu also retreated without saying a single harsh word, as if they both understood that the young Commodore's edge was not something to be underestimated. They never really bowed their heads, but this time, they did not choose to fight head-on. The black wind is howling and the cold tide is rolling. Rog stood quietly among the rubble, his black cloak blown high by the sea breeze, his profile as cold as carved iron. He didn't take another step. No order to pursue was given. It was as if all his anger and murderous intent had been sheathed in that instant, while he was staring at the red-haired man. Red's grip on the brass knuckles tightened slightly, and his eyes still showed reluctance and fear. He gritted his teeth and whispered hoarsely. Just let them go like that. We can fight. Rog glanced back at him. His eyes were calm, but his tone was as cold as iron. Do it now. You will die. As he finished speaking, Red's throat choked and his brass knuckles tightened with a click. He seemed to want to argue, but no sound came out. Enel stood beside him, his hands tucked into his battle robe, his face heavier than ever. The air pressure at that moment was like a thunder hammer hitting his brain. That's not lay. It was the overwhelming bombardment brought about by will itself. Just like when he faced the sky, he understood for the first time what it meant to look up. He whispered to himself, his tone carrying a rare admiration. I hate this feeling. It's like a thundercloud being pinched off. If I had that kind of oppressive power, no, that kind of aura. He paused, his eyes becoming extremely firm. I don't believe that there is anyone in heaven who can suppress me. Red was silent. He also lowered his head and murmured. Me too. One day, I will win. The two men stood behind Rog, their eyes fiery and stubborn. At that moment, they didn't say much, but they had already made a silent vow in their hearts. Catch up with Rog. I want to have another fist bump with that man named Shanks, in a fair and square manner. Even if the front is the nest of the four emperors, the most powerful of the pirates, the city of the gods. They must also follow closely and never fall behind. Windmill Village Tavern 15 minutes later. The night breeze blows gently, and the sea tide hits the reefs. The red-haired group had just finished their clash of justice with Rog. With unfinished fighting spirit and fatigue, they pushed the door and returned to the familiar tavern. Hey Machina, we're back. Lachi Lu greeted him with a chicken leg in his mouth, and took another bite before sitting down. Machina was walking out of the kitchen, holding a towel, and said with a smile, Welcome back, the water is ready. Shanks had just walked to the bar when he suddenly frowned and felt a slow gear in his mind click and stop abruptly. Wait. He turned around suddenly and glanced at the corner of the wine cabinet. Beckman's face darkened, his eyes darted like a hawk, and his voice suddenly became low. And the box? The atmosphere in the whole venue froze in an instant. The small wooden box that originally contained that fruit was lying quietly behind the wine cabinet. The lid of the box was open, the bottom was empty, and there was even a trace of bite marks left. Shanks's mouth twitched, and the next second, he kicked the chair in front of him with a sudden kick. The chair flew into the ceiling with a crash and got stuck in the beam, shaking non-stop. Who touched the fruit? We actually forgot to take that thing with us. Beckman took a long drag on his cigarette and gritted his teeth. Damn it! I was so focused on confronting that guy. I actually forgot about this. Machina quickly raised his hand and spoke rapidly, Yes, it's Luffy. He said he was hungry, and then he saw a strange-looking fruit lying there, and then... Just eat it. The entire row of people's faces began to twitch. Have eaten. Devil fruit. Yasop's nose was about to burst, and you said it tasted bad. Lachi Lu's chicken leg fell to the ground with a clatter. The next second, everyone heard. Bang. Outside the door, there was a crisp sound of falling. Then came. Ah! My body feels like it's bouncing back. Shanks stormed out the door. People filed out, overturning door sills, kicking trash cans, and even knocking over kettles. The 8-year-old monkey D. Luffy was bouncing like a ball without air, looking confused but excited as he shouted. Wow! My stomach is bouncing. Can I be a slingshot now? Shanks! Look at me! I'm turning into Elasti-Man. Shanks stood in front of the door, his fists slowly clenched, his face turning blue and red, as if he was trying hard to suppress the question marks and exclamation marks that popped up in his head. Beckman rushed over and saw this scene. He almost choked to death when he took a puff of cigarette. Everyone was petrified. Luffy continued to cheer himself up, turning 180 degrees on the grass and rolling past Shanks. Wah ha 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 ha, am I stronger than you guys now? For a long time. Shanks finally sighed, raised his hand to his forehead, and sighed. This must be fate. We didn't give it to him. He swallowed it himself. He looked at the night sky, and Rog's words echoed in his mind. You shouldn't have come. You're not only desecrating the land, but also the faith. The one who defiled the land was a naughty kid who ate without checking the box. Beckman patted his shoulder. Anyway, what's coming will come. Shanks murmured a smile, and a hint of unclear and complex emotions suddenly appeared in his golden eyes. Then it depends on whether he can become the rubber ball that can change this era. He looked at the aftermath of Haki that had not yet dissipated in the night and whispered to himself. That's the path you chose. The wind blew the hem of his windbreaker, but his eyes were even more complicated than before. It's not regret, but solemn resignation. Some destinies are indeed one step faster than us. Windmill Village, Harbor, the next morning. The sea breeze is blowing gently and seabirds are singing. The Red Hair Pirates' flagship, the Ludru, has been resupplied, the cables have been untied, and the sails are hoisted. Shanks stood at the front of the deck, his red hair fluttering in the wind, and he had regained his former carefree look, as if the Haki confrontation yesterday had never happened. Beckman leaned against the mast, lit a cigarette, glanced at the small warship docked in the distance, and said lightly. This trip comes at an inopportune time. Shanks smiled and shook his head. What is meant to come will come. Some things, even if you forget to take them away, they will find their way back to where they belong. Beckman exhaled a puff of smoke and cast his gaze towards the warship in the distance, his expression more solemn than ever before. But, that kid. In the future, sooner or later, they will come to kill me. Shanks didn't deny it, but just threw his cloak. Then we'll see who wins. The Red Hair Pirates set sail and slowly sailed out of East Blue Harbor. The children of Windmill Village stood on the shore, waving. Luffy, snotty and trudging along, followed behind them, shouting. Shanks, next time, teach me some more powerful moves. Shanks raised his arms and looked back, a smile on his face. If you want to be the king of pirates, then surpass me. What he didn't say was, if you can't surpass that man, you might not even be qualified to come to the New World. Windmill Village 10 minutes later, East Street Alley. Rog stood under a tree, quietly watching the red-haired group's departing boat. Lei Te leaned against the tree trunk and snorted coldly, it's obvious that you can't win, but you just leave like this. Enel rolled his eyes. Didn't smoke come out of the bottom of your feet when you were shocked by the red-haired conquerors yesterday? Shut up. At this moment, a young voice suddenly sounded. Hey, are you that cool soldier from yesterday? The three of them turned their heads. I saw a little kid wearing a straw hat, running towards me, wiping his nose and smiling. Her clothes were bulging, and she could vaguely see her belly bouncing gently like a balloon. Monkey D. Luffy. Lei Te frowned. Whose child is this? Enel looked at him and suddenly showed a surprised expression. Hey, this brat has the remnant of the fruit. There's a bit of a strange smell. Rog's gaze fell on Luffy, and he remained silent for a long time. That face, that straw hat, and that persistent, almost reckless purity in his eyes. He seemed to see in this child some kind of reincarnation that was repeated over and over again. May I have your name? Luffy. The child raised his fist and shouted. I'm going to be the king of pirates. Rog's expression changed slightly and his eyes fixed. The wind blew up the hem of his cloak, and the sunlight shone on the silver eagle on his military uniform, cold as a mirror. The Pirate King again. He whispered to himself. At this moment, both Rhett and Enel keenly noticed that Rog's expression, which had almost never wavered, had a slight crack. Rog turned and left, saying softly. Fate, how many times will this cycle repeat itself? The red force gradually went away, and the Suizheng ship turned back the same way. Windmill Village returned to peace again. But no one knows that a brief intersection today is destined to cause huge waves in the future. And the child who swallowed fate was now running happily at the end of the coastline. Chapter 27. Marineford Naval Headquarters Marshal's Office. Sengoku, donning the marshal's cloak, was buried in a thick stack of war documents. A den mushi on the corner of the table suddenly opened its eyes, vibrating like an alarm bell. Drip drip drip. Sengoku paused, frowning as he looked at the call frequency. G5 line. He immediately pressed the answer button, and the den mushi imitated the familiar cold voice. Rog, East Blue has completed its mission and is now on its way back. Sengoku narrowed his eyes and spoke more slowly. I heard you met with the red-haired man. I did. Rog said simply. Fire exchange? No. Sengoku paused, then let out a long breath, and the tense nerves on his forehead relaxed slightly. At least you didn't make East Blue a world news story. Yes, well done. He knocked on the table and said in a deep voice. That guy is not the type to be easily dealt with. Many people would rather fight Kaido than touch that red-haired mess. On the other end of the den mushi, Rog's response remained calm. I'm not negotiating with him, I'm giving him notice. There won't be a next time. Sengoku was silent for a few breaths, a rare look of relief on his face. You're even harder than Akainu. Continue to defend G5. The branch will be your powder keg in the next phase. But don't forget the ocean never moves just for you. Hang up. Snap. Den mushi closed its eyes and fell silent. G5 Branch West Training Ground. The scorching sun burned the steel training ground, and the air was filled with the smell of iron and sweat. Red went into battle shirtless, his fists wrapped in heavy sea-stone brass knuckles, facing the Iron Fist Vice Admiral Bastille. The two men's fists and feet collided, like a heavy hammer hitting iron, with sonic booms. Come on, buddy. Red laughed, his shoulders bulging with veins. Your strength isn't enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Bastille responded in a deep voice, sending a punch crashing down, sweeping up gravel. Stop talking nonsense. You're still 2 points short of Haki. Not far away, Enel's entire body was tightly wrapped in high-density armament Haki vines, and lightning was madly dissipating on the surface of his skin. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral had a cold expression and a glare like a knife. If you have poor control, don't call me Thor. Your lightning is only enough to kill a mouse. Enel gnashed his teeth, his earlobes throbbing, and he roared while struggling. Hey, you old spider! Say that again. Wait until I break free, and the first bolt of lightning will strike your desk. The sun is shining brightly and the dust is flying. Under the banner of the Suhan Army, an unusual actual combat training is taking place in the center of the training ground. Bang! A flash of lightning exploded, the ground was charred, and rubble flew everywhere. Enel's arms were wrapped in lightning. With a step, he instantly leaped into the air and shouted angrily from above. Thunder Beast Zhuangming! 2 spiral thunder dragons shot out from the fingertips and rolled towards the black shadow on the ground. And almost at the same time. Drink it! Red rushed out from the flank, carrying sea stone on his shoulder and punching like a mountain. He and Enel launched a double-team attack for who knows how many times. The offensive was like an iron tide and thunder, heading straight for the black figure in the field. Rai! But he still stood there, his eyes calm as a mirror, his right hand slightly raised. Air cut off. Buzz! The air is forcibly extracted, forming a vacuum barrier. Boom! Lightning exploded at the edge of the void and was forcibly bounced away by the barrier, while Red's heavy punch was frozen by an inch of air, unable to move. Cut! Lei Te roared, and suddenly unleashed armament Haki. Black and red patterns surged across his arms. And the next moment, Enel actually wrapped the remaining lightning directly around Lei Ti's arm. Thunder Force, release. Chilla. Thunder flashed on his fist, and Lei Ti roared and smashed his fist down. Drink. Bang. This attack truly broke through the air barrier set up by Rog. Dust flew everywhere, and the bricks on the training ground collapsed half a meter. But it's moving faster. A deep voice sounded from the smoke and dust. I've also learned to cooperate. As soon as the words fell, a black shadow instantly cut through the space and slid out from behind the two of them. But the weakness. Rog clenched his right fist, and the air was like a knife. It's still too obvious. Bang. Red and Enel were knocked back at the same time by a blow from behind, knocking over the protective pillars of the training area. Lightning scattered, and the aura surged. The two men fell to the ground, gasping for breath, but with smiles on their faces. Lei Ti grinned, ha, ha, this time, you didn't dodge our trick. Enel's earlobes were still twitching, and a hint of pride rose at the corner of his mouth. I broke your defense. Just at that moment, I heard your heartbeat stop for a moment. Rog stood there, his cloak fluttering slightly, his eyes calm. Next time, use that blow to knock me down directly. One step slower and you'll be dead. The two looked at each other and nodded heavily. They still lost this training. But they know. One step closer to being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Rog. The other soldiers on the training ground were trembling with fear and dared not make a sound. The whole place was filled with an oppressive feeling as if hell had begun to boil. This is not a training camp, this is a battlefield. This is G5, the darkest iron wall in the Marine Corps, the place that pirates fear the most. Announcement of G5 branch code names 6 months later. Summary of public information from the World Government Intelligence Agency. Branch number, G5. Code name, Rectification Barrier. Commander, Rog Commodore. Adjutant, Lieutenant Colonel Rhett. Special Forces Captain, Enel Warrant Officer, most active contributor to the annihilation of pirates in the past 6 months. Risk level, fleets below the 4 Emperors level are not recommended to force their way in. 6-month cumulative record, 94 pirate fleets destroyed, 7 corrupt officers purged from the branch. Enemy nicknames, Purgatory Iron Throat and East Blue Break Gate. G5 Branch Intelligence Department. Rhett dozed against the wall, with army biscuit crumbs on the corners of his mouth. Enel, bored out of his mind, drew eerie images on the control panel with static electricity, muttering to himself, "My heart network is about to grow mushrooms." Alarm. High-density channel activated. A mechanical sound suddenly interrupted the lazy atmosphere of the two. Buzz. The main intelligence screen flashed red codes. Source, North Blue Branch Intelligence Station G17. The intelligence officer in front of the control panel suddenly changed his expression, quickly stood up and stood at attention, his voice hurried. Report. North Blue Pirates Diaz-Bereras have been spotted in contact with an unknown force. Suspected transaction item. Up fruit. A suspicious keyword appeared in the conversation to be transferred to Marine. The air froze instantly as if struck by lightning. Leiter's eyelids twitched, and he jumped up from the wall. What? OP fruit. Enel's fingertips flashed with lightning. Isn't that the fruit Doflamingo has been chasing? Behind him. Boom. A steady sound of footsteps was heard, and the metal floor creaked under the military boots. Rog, dressed in a dark combat uniform, has arrived, his cape unfastened, his gloves buttoned tightly, his aura as cold as a blade unsheathed. He glanced at the holographic briefing and said only 4 words. Don't go. Rhett, hey. Enel, boss. Rog turned around, his steps resolute. This time, I can do it alone. Immediately call up the North Blue route for me and set up single ship sortie clearance. The intelligence officer was stunned, but Commodore Rog, this level. Bastille had walked into the intelligence room at some point and advised in a deep voice. Rog, that sea area is not patrolled by the G5. If you take action, it will implicate a wide range of people. Rog interrupted coldly. I just want to be involved. His eyes were as cold as ice, but there was a raging fire hidden in them. If this fruit really falls into our hands, none of those behind this will have an easy life. He turned slowly, his steps steady and each one like a nail into fate. When he reached the door, he murmured softly, as if speaking only to himself. Old man Sengoku. You have to owe me a favor this time. G5 Pier Night Sailing. The standard single ship slowly sailed out of the military port. On the bow, a black cloak fluttered, and Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his figure as straight as a gun. The wind rose, the sea surged, and the north blue thunderclouds piled up layer by layer, as if vaguely opening a huge mouth to swallow everything. But Rog's eyes, still extremely calm. The word wait and see has never entered his mind. If there is something in this world that needs to be controlled more than war, it is false justice under the influence of power politics. This time, he will go deep into the quagmire alone. But so what? The blade of rectification never needs backup. Chapter 28. North Blue, Mignon Island, Snowy Night. The wind and snow are biting and the night is as dark as ink. The fire in the distance illuminated half of the sky. The burning houses, the dead bodies of pirates, and the villagers fleeing in panic formed a purgatory-like picture. The bloody transaction on Mignon Island finally came to the end it deserved. Behind a dilapidated stone house in the port, a swaying figure was staggering forward, dragging his blood-covered body. Rosinante, formerly a Marine lieutenant colonel and now a secret agent under the world government, Corazon, looks like an ordinary person struggling before death. In his arms, Luo was curled up in a closed wooden box, having already taken the OPOP fruit. Luo, listen carefully. He gasped and coughed up blood. Don't cry, don't make any sound. He covered the wound on his abdomen caused by Virgo's kick with one hand, and used his other hand to completely block out the sound inside the box with his ability. You must survive. Even if it's through lies. He glanced back at the footsteps approaching behind him. That is, Doflamingo. The sky was so low that it seemed as if the whole world was waiting for him to shoot. Do you really think you can fool me? Doflamingo walked over slowly, his eyes as cold as hellfire. Corazon, how dare you lie to me for 10 years, and even attempt to take my engine? Do you think this little fire can burn down my world? He slowly raised the gun and pointed it at Rosinante's heart. As a brother, I will let you die in peace. Rosinante didn't flinch, but simply slowly spread a bright smile. But at least, I saved a child. I'm not a failed Marine. I'm someone who smiles, and stands in front of justice. So. He closed his eyes, come on. Bang. There was no gunshot in the air, but instead a buzzing sound that tore through the air and exploded. The next moment, a vacuum wave as sharp as thunder roared from a distance and blew Doflamingo away. What? Doflamingo suddenly rolled over and landed on the ground, his toes tightening the silk thread to stabilize his body. A corner of his gold-rimmed sunglasses was broken, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. In the distance, the snow and fog suddenly broke apart. A figure in a white cloak slashed into the battlefield like a sword, the solace of his boots crushed the snow, and the ice chips splashed by the iron boots flew like iron nails. Naval Headquarters Commodore Rog. He walked slowly towards me, his eyes like a cold abyss, his face expressionless. He withdrew his palm, but the air was still surging behind him, as if the entire world had solidified again because of his arrival. Rog. Dover muttered through gritted teeth. Why are you here? Rog's tone was calm, with a sharpness that cut through the night snow. Received a piece of information. I thought it was just a fruit transaction. But now it seems that you, this old snake, are about to devour the lifeblood of North Blue. He raised his head, his eyes like blades falling on Doflamingo. I'm here to take the knife for you. To take the place of the justice who has fallen laughing, and continue the unfinished work. Rosinante leaned against the broken wall, a slight curve at the corner of his lips. Rai. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes had a tired and relieved light. You really did, fall from the sky. I owe you my life. Rog didn't look at him, his eyes remained fixed on Dover. Corazon, take Luo and move back. Doflamingo grinned, spread out his 5 fingers, and the sound of countless tangled threads echoed in the air. Do you think you can stop me by yourself? Don't be ridiculous, kid. I am the abandoned child of celestial dragons, the joker of the underworld, the king of North Blue. Before he finished speaking, Rog swung his right hand violently. Vacuum enclosed zone earthquake. Boom. It was as if a layer of heaven and earth was forcibly peeled off, the air suddenly collapsed, and a circle of invisible shock waves swept across like a gas hammer. Doflamingo's face changed drastically, he retreated quickly, crossed his hands and used a wire shield to block. The air was like thunder, shaking the snow at the edge of the ruins so that pillars of fire exploded and corpses flew everywhere. I don't care what you are. Rog said in a steady tone. I only know. In my eyes, you are just a walking flamingo. Luo's perspective, inside the box. In a closed wooden box, young Luo watched the battle outside with tears in his eyes. He saw the man who had only appeared in marine files, standing silently before the fire. The wind blew up the silver-winged military emblem on his dark military uniform, and a lightning-like aura spread from his body. Who is that man? He murmured, why, he also smiled so coldly, yet so reassuringly. Rosinante leaned against the wall and whispered with his last breath. That's a reliable demon in the Marines. He will save you. He understands justice better than anyone else. North Blue, Mignon Island, snowy night, battle core area. The storm howled and the ice and snow rolled across. Amidst the ruins, Rog and Doflamingo faced each other in the air, the pressure of the air and the lines intertwined like 2 roaring beasts about to bite each other. Rog took a slow step forward, and the ground beneath his feet collapsed. The air was compressed to the point where dense ripples visible to the naked eye vibrated around him. Doflamingo grinned, his eyes cold under his golden sunglasses, the air fruit, a little fresh, but... He opened his hands like a harpist. Line super giant line network. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of transparent and sharp high-strength steel wires burst out from between the fingers, suddenly spreading out like a spider web, instantly covering Rog for dozens of meters from the sky to the ground. You can't move. Dover sneered, this is my world. I don't need to move. Rog stretched out his hand and clenched it, and the air suddenly collapsed. Reverse compression. Boom. As soon as Doflamingo's wire net got close, it was twisted and shredded as if it had hit a vacuum bomb. A deafening sonic boom exploded in space, and the compressed air turned into an impact ring that pushed the ground into a deep pit. Dover's eyes narrowed slightly, it's ridiculously strong. Before he could come to his senses, Rog had already leaped into the air and pushed forward with one palm. Shake the sky. A ball of air, nearly distorting space, slammed down. The surrounding temperature plummeted, even snowflakes were deflected by the pressure. Doflamingo's pupils contracted, and he immediately crossed his arms to defend himself. Line feather white line shield. Countless threads wrapped around his arms and turned into thick shields to block the front. Bang! The impact penetrated the wire shield, and the entire street was instantly blown to pieces. Buildings collapsed, ice and snow flew, and Doflamingo was forcibly blasted dozens of meters in the dust and sand, heavily smashing the remaining building walls behind him. In the dust and fog, he slowly stood up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face gloomy. You are not a recruit at all. Who taught you to be such a monster? Rog stood in mid-air, his hands interlaced and stretched forward, and the air between his palms formed two high-speed rotating vacuum wheels. Killing you is no different than cleaning out a rotten tumor. Doflamingo tensed his arms in anger, and a low-frequency buzzing sound suddenly vibrated in the air. Fruit awakening. String fruit field control. Within a radius of 100 meters, the ground, ruined buildings, and streets all turned into linear fluctuations. They danced like snakes and drilled through the air like insects, rushing towards Rog madly. Rog! In my kingdom of threads, you can hardly even breathe. Then you should learn to shut up. Rog spun his hands and slammed the air vacuum wheel into the ground. Extreme pressure explosion swallowing the abyss. In an instant, a vacuum black hole with a diameter of 20 meters collapsed on the ground, and the surrounding lines, terrain, and building debris were all crushed into dust under the invisible pressure. This is not simple destruction, it is the gas itself that extracts and extinguishes all life. Doflamingo's face turned pale as he retreated rapidly through the air. This kid is basically a living compressed bomb. Rog did not pursue the victory, but instead looked at him coldly and whispered. I haven't tried to kill you yet. I just came to take the fruit away. He turned around, his back to the battlefield. If you insist on blocking my way the next time I come, it will be your head. Doflamingo stared at Rog's departing back, his fists clenched until they made a creaking sound. For the first time, true fear appeared in his eyes. The purifiers of this era, are they crazy? The snow continues to fall. But the wind direction on Mignon Island has changed completely since then. And the horror of the air fruit has officially become famous in North Blue starting tonight. The flames finally died down. Rog carried Rosinante and the unconscious Luo on his back and walked into the warship. In the snowy night, the flag of the Suhan army fluttered in the wind. Before Khorasan fell into a coma, he spoke with difficulty. This time, I finally don't have to take the bullet. Rog didn't look back, but said calmly. I am coming. That's why. The world shouldn't always be a tragedy. Chapter 29. North Blue, warship on its way home. The snowy night has ended, the sun is rising, and the frost on the entire North Blue is gradually smoothed by the golden morning light. The Suhan warship cut through the waves, with long white waves rolling up at the stern, like a cold blade splitting the boundless silence. On the deck, the Marine Corps' flag fluttered in the morning breeze. Military medical cabin, deep in the cabin. In the quiet cabin, only the slight beeping sound of the instruments was heard. Rosinante leaned on the hospital bed, gauze wrapped around half of his body, breathing slowly but weakly. On the small chair beside the bed, the young boy Luo Zheng was sitting with his head down and his knees hugged. The corners of his clothes were stained with blood, and his fingers were white hidden in his sleeves, but he didn't say a word. He still carried the warmth of yesterday's battle, but his eyes were calmer than many veterans. The door opened. Rog walked into the cabin. He was wearing a formal military coat with dried blood splattered on the collar. He looked like a cold sword that had not been sheathed, and his aura was cold. Military doctor, continue to observe. He glanced at the instrument and gave the order in a calm voice. Yes, Commodore. The military doctor saluted and retreated. Rog walked to the communication cabin, operated the dial device, and opened the encrypted channel. Naval Headquarters Marine Ford Marshal's office. Drip drip. The Den Mushi opened its eyes, revealing a pair of old yet steady eyes. This is Sengoku. On the other end of the phone, Rog remained calm as usual. North Blue eradication mission completed. Target pirates Diaz Barreras eliminated, OPOP fruit recovered. Commander Khorasan is seriously injured but not dead. He is currently receiving treatment on this ship. Just a few words, without any emotion. But Sengoku on the other side remained silent for a few seconds. Those old eyes, which had never been rippled, suddenly trembled slightly. You saved him. Sengoku's voice was filled with obvious suppressed emotion. You saved Kora-san. Rog nodded calmly, yes. A long breath came from the other end of the den mushi. Thank you, Rog. Sengoku's voice was low, this time, thank you so much. Rog did not respond to this emotion, but said calmly with an unchanged expression. I really want to thank me. Then don't stop me from now on. As soon as the words were spoken, there was a sudden silence on the other end of the den mushi. In the marshal's office, Sengoku sat frozen at his desk, his fingers slowly sliding off the folder as he understood. This is not a joke, it is a declaration. After a long while, a slow response came from the den mushi. I'll try my best. We'll discuss this in detail after you return to headquarters. Hang up. Rog didn't say much and hung up the phone. Military medical cabin. Half an hour later. The injection flows coldly into the blood vessels, dripping across the edge of life and death. Amid the faint sound of the respirator, Rosinante slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. The light was dim and blurry, but the first thing he saw was a figure standing tall like a rock wall. White military uniform, stern outline, eyes like knives. His voice was weak, but with a hint of a smile, he turned his head with difficulty to look at Luo, who was sitting beside the bed. Little ghost, are you still alive? The fruit was eaten. Luo nodded gently, his voice hoarse, as if he was swallowing some emotion. The shock in his eyes had not yet faded, escaping from the sea of fire, struggling back from the brink of death, and now the Commodore of Rectification who made all pirates tremble in fear came to his rescue. Everything seemed to be still burning. Rosinante was about to say something when he was interrupted by a cold voice. I saved you not out of charity. Rog slowly took a step forward and stood in front of Luo's bed, his tone as sharp as a knife. Especially you, little brat. He leaned forward, his dark eyes like a cold pond, and every word weighed heavily on the heartstrings. What are you now? Luo lowered his head and said nothing. Speak. Rog's voice became deeper. The user of the OPOP fruit. Do you know what that means? Rog looked straight at him, his voice a verdict. From today on, you are no longer a human. You are the goods. You are the key to the deal, the bargaining chip in the pirates' dreams, the elixir of immortality in the mouths of madmen. Everywhere you go, people will chase you, grab you, and cut you open. Your life no longer belongs to you. Luo's eyes were slightly red and his knuckles were white, but he still tried hard not to waver. So. Rog stood up straight, his tone calm but firm as iron. You have to stay. Join the Marines, be under my supervision, be trained by me, and live better than them all. This is your only way to survive. Luo didn't answer, but his eyes didn't flinch. Rosinante, who was standing by, was silent for a long time after hearing this. He looked at Luo lying on the hospital bed, then at Rog standing like a lone peak, and finally slowly closed his eyes and exhaled. Let him stay. If it's you, I'm relieved. There was no pleading in the words, only frank entrustment and acceptance of fate. Rog didn't look back, just nodded slightly and turned out. His cloak swept across the hatch, creating a gentle breeze. Young Luo looked at the figure from behind, and for the first time there was more in his eyes, direction. A reason stronger than hatred. At this moment, fate seemed to turn to the side of justice. Marineford Naval Headquarters, Port Afternoon. The sun shines through the clouds and onto the magnificent main harbor. A solemn black warship broke through the waves and returned home. Its hull was a Madara barge, full of gunpowder and the afterglow of victory. On the ship-facing platform at the highest point of the port, Marshal Sengoku was waiting early, which was unusual. Surrounding him were the medical officer and other professional medical teams of the headquarters, all standing in awe. The dove of peace flew low and circled in the sea breeze, as if it also sensed the unusualness of this moment. "Here it comes!" Sengoku whispered. The next moment, the deck slowly dropped. Rog was the first to step out of the cabin, wearing a black military uniform and looking as imposing as a mountain. Behind him was Rosinante lying on a stretcher, no longer in danger of death, but still looking a little pale. Standing next to him, with a calm expression but eyes filled with unspeakable emotions, was the young Trafalgar Law. Rog's eyes were normal as he glanced at the people above him. He didn't deliberately salute, but spoke lightly. "The person has been brought back." Sengoku was shocked, then hurried forward and went to the stretcher himself. He squatted down, looked at Rosinante's face, which was still recovering, and said in a low and hoarse voice. "UBD. Finally. I came back alive." At this moment, the usually dignified marshal had a barely perceptible moisture in the corners of his eyes. "Battle, Uncle Sengoku." Rosinante grinned, with a hint of weak teasing, "I'm back." Sengoku said nothing more, just gently gripped his shoulders without saying a word. Rog stood silently by, neither urging nor interrupting. He knew that this father and son, perhaps not really father and son, but the concern that had lasted for more than 10 years had long surpassed blood ties. On the other side, the young boy Law instinctively stood where he was, but Sengoku turned around to look at him and actually smiled, which was rare. "You are, Trafalgar Law." "Quite calm." Sengoku patted his shoulder gently, his eyes showing some of the kindness and gentleness that only an old grandfather could have. "Come on, I'll take you to register." He smiled. "From today on, you are ours." Luo was slightly stunned, and looked up at the kind figure. For some reason, a warm feeling suddenly arose in his heart. It was like that person suddenly had a grandson. Rog stood at the side of the warship, watching them go away, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He didn't stop it, just watched silently. After a long while, he uttered softly. "Live well, little devil. This sea will not give you a second chance from now on." The wind blows from the distant sea. Chapter 30. Marineford Main Office Building. On the night of his return, Rog did not rest immediately, but walked towards another building carrying a bag of black peppers he brought back from North Blue. He didn't knock on the door, but pushed it open and walked in. "I'm back." Inside the Admiral's exclusive office, Akainu Sakazuki was sitting behind the stone desk, holding his chin with one hand and reviewing documents with the other. He looked up when he heard the voice, and after seeing who it was, he pressed the corners of his mouth together, revealing a rare relaxation. "Humph, you little brat, you're back so quickly." Rog casually placed the pepper on the table and said, "You've been talking about that North Blue thing, haven't you?" "I just happened to bring it back on the way." Sakazuki raised his eyebrows and took a look at the pepper. "It's quite good. You finally remember me, an old man." Before he finished speaking, he looked at Rog again. "I heard that you rescued the OPOP fruit from those beasts of Diaz Barreras." Rog pulled out a chair and sat down, his tone calm. "The fruit was not saved, but a special ability user named Trafalgar Law was brought back. And the madman behind him who died once," with a smile. Sakazuki was stunned when he heard this, and a look of unexpected solemnity appeared in his eyes. "Rosinante." After a moment of silence, Akainu nodded, with a smile on his face. "Well done, kiddo. This time, you've thrown the old man an offer he can't refuse." Under the warm yellow light, Akainu Sakazuki leaned back in his office chair, with the chili peppers in his hand put aside. On fruit." He murmured again, his expression deepening, "I never thought that boy would fall into your hands. This is no ordinary victory." He stared at Rog with a dagger-like gaze. "You know what you're getting back?" "No." Rog's expression remained impassive as he looked directly at him. That's why I set out alone. Sakazuki said gravely, you're stirring up trouble, Rog. Yet. Rog nodded without hesitation, I just have to choose. Pick their bottom line, pick the pirates' greed, pick how wide-eyed the world government is willing to be. Sakazuki suddenly smiled when he heard this and whispered, who is the same as him? But it's good this way, you can't just be someone who follows orders. He pointed at the chili peppers on the table and said, next time, don't just bring the seasoning. Take North Blue's hiding rebels with you as well. Rest assured. Rog stood up, his cape fluttering slightly, they're all lining up. Marineford Rog residence late night. The room was as quiet as usual, the military uniforms were hung neatly, the sword rack stood at an angle in the corner, and the air was filled with the smell of iron and ink. Rog's fingertips slid across the desktop, and he looked at the system interface after a long time, Absolute Justice System. A curtain of light emerged like a battle record deep within the soul. Current judgment points, 100,742. Total pirates eliminated, 943 fleets/15,273 people. G5 cleanup index, S+. Rog stared at the panel, his fingertips moving slightly. Conqueror's entanglement activating. Confirmed judgment point consumption, 100,000 points. In an instant, the air in the whole room trembled, and haki surged from his back like a dragon, flowing into his limbs along his blood vessels. It was a suffocating weight. Fists clenched tightly, a domineering aura faintly emerged. It was like transparent flames wrapped around the finger bones, and the air vibrated slightly due to its existence, and even the iron sword placed beside it rang slightly. This feeling. He muttered to himself, his eyes growing calmer. Rather than destruction, it's more suitable for liquidation. Conqueror's entanglement LV.1. Can add King's suppression impact to any attack. When combined with armament color, it possesses the penetration and disintegration property. Rog walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and overlooked the entire Marineford naval port. The harbor lights are like stars, and the solemn ships are moored quietly. 100,000 judgment points, only to exchange for a level 1 skill. This system is truly rigged. But efficient. He turned around, took down the standard short blade from the rack, and casually swung it out. The air made a low hum, and wherever the short blade reached, a shallow crack was directly torn open as if by the cut-off wind. Air fruit coordinated forced vibration completed. Bindable, Conqueror's entanglement. Combo unlocked. Rog raised the corner of his mouth. Interesting. He closed the system interface, flung his cloak, walked into the inner room, lay down, closed his eyes, and murmured softly. The Marine's knife must be sharpened in blood. My knife should be sharper. The lights went out. Before dawn, the air in Marineford seemed to have become a little more solemn because of the breeze that was wrapped around the Overlord's wool. Day 2, Marineford, Headquarters Tower. The morning sun streamed through the windows into the tower conference room, but the air was still heavy. Bang! Sengoku scowled as he slammed a stack of intelligence files onto the table, sending dust flying. This is all the information Rosinante has completed. Trafalgar Law's physique, fruit reactions, mental evaluation, combat potential, mental stability, and even his motivation for revenge. He pointed at the cover of the file, his tone calm and serious. That boy may be just a scarred child now, but you and I both know that he is no ordinary person. The OPOP fruit in his body has initially fused. According to the medical department's assessment, his ability activity is 3 times higher than the known standard value. Although we're still a long way from achieving so-called anti-aging surgery, this kind of growth potential is terrifying. Sengoku paused, his gaze fixed on the black-capped officer before him. He trusts you and even considers you his master. He said with a complicated tone. I approve. He can go back with you to G5 and receive your training. Rog remained calm and nodded gently, very good. Sengoku slowly sat back in his chair and looked out the window at the shimmering naval port in the distance. After a few seconds of silence, he lowered his voice. But, Rog, you're different from Sakazuki, your uncle. He is the knife and you are the nail. You may look cold, but sometimes you're even more ruthless than Akainu. I know you never ask questions about the rules when carrying out missions, but this time. He stared at Rog sharply. Trafalgar Law, if one day you plan to take him to do something Marines shouldn't do. The words were not yet finished, but they were already full of meaning. As long as it's not a big deal that threatens the entire Marine Corps, I can choose not to watch it. It's a military language. Sengoku added slowly, his tone low, it's also a human word. Rog was silent for 2 seconds, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said in a calm tone. I never do anything a Marine shouldn't do. I only do what is right. Sengoku exhaled lightly, leaned back in his chair as if a huge burden had been lifted, and closed his eyes. Let's go, kid. Your bunch of lunatics have probably already torn down half of the training grounds in G5. Rog stood up, his cape fluttering and his steps brisk. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped and glanced sideways at Sengoku. Luo is very smart. It's also very dangerous. Since he ate that fruit, he is destined to never return to the path of an ordinary person. In that case I will teach him how to live uprightly in this dirty world. After saying that, Rog pushed the door open and walked out. As always, those cold, straight steps seemed to crush the rusty iron tracks of the entire old era. Sengoku stared at the departing figure for a long time without moving. He whispered to himself. I really want to see how far you'll take this cause of justice. Chapter 31 Grand Line G5 Branch Main Gate Post Morning Mist. The morning mist was as thick as cloth splashed with salt, making a crackling sound as it fell on the military boots. The sirens in the guardhouse were as silent as tombstones, with only the solemn eagle on the flag soaring high in the sky. Red was holding an old toothpick in his mouth, lazily leaning against the sentry box, staring at the entrance where the fog was rolling, and suddenly poked the guy next to him with his elbow. Hey, you charlatan, your ears are so big, did you hear that? The smell of rusty iron mixed with the smell of blood is back. Our leader is back. Enel's earlobe crackled, and the golden stick slowly rose horizontally, pointing towards a vague figure in the fog. And a smell of milk. The wind lifted the edge of the fog, and beneath that familiar cloak was Rog's stone-still profile, and beside him a young man followed silently in his footsteps. His thin figure was wrapped in an oversized uniform with a crooked collar, but his military cap was worn straight. His golden pupils looked down coldly at the two seniors. Ha! Lei Te blinked, then laughed out loud. Boss, did you kill a little devil on this mission? Enel stabbed the golden stick into the ground with a thud, raised his eyebrows and snorted, this little thing's face is not even as big as my earlobe. How many bombs can it withstand? Trafalgar Law, personally approved by Sengoku, Seaman First Class. Rog said lightly. Before he finished speaking, Enel's earlobes began to tap. You beat me up like that back then, and only then did I get Seaman First Class. How come this little brat started right at the same level as me? Rog, his Sengoku grandfather can cut out your minds as if they were his appendix. When Lei Te heard this, his face was numb with smile. Sure, kid, your resume is quite impressive. He ruffled Luo's hair and pointed at the furious Thor next to him. Don't look at him getting angry, when he gets angry, even the kitchen disappears. Luo looked at the two lunatics in front of him, his expression did not change, but he raised the corner of his mouth slightly. You two, teach him from today on. Rog patted Red's shoulder and said, don't hold back. Beat me like you were taught. He stared at Enel again, especially you. Humph. Enel's earlobes twitched as he sneered, leave it to me. Enel narrowed his eyes and smiled dangerously. Now I'll teach you your first lesson, how to say I was wrong when struck by lightning. Time skip, tempering 1 year later. From East Blue to New World, whenever the G5 flag was raised, the pirates seemed to hear the hum of a knife sterilizer. Trafalgar Law, this name began to spread quietly within Marine. 12 naval battles, 34 near-death rescues, and nearly 100 sutures. When the word room is heard on the battlefield, it means that death is about to be precisely cut. The enemy ship was like a living body being dissected by him. The mast was broken, the deck was separated, the gunpowder magazine was removed at specific locations, and even the whaling was neatly divided into left and right channels. On the G5 bridge, Enel arrived like the god of thunder, his lightning net covering the sky. And Trafalgar Law. He is no longer the aloof boy covered in scars. Like an executioner in surgical gown, he cleans up the battlefield time and time again in a low voice and ruthlessly. Just barely passing. Lei Te carried a bazooka and said, but your smile is uglier than Enel's. Enel raised his eyebrows, his earlobes clicking. If you don't learn how to pull up the corners of your mouth, I'll consider getting you a muscle lift. At the celebration banquet, the bonfire crackled. Luo Zheng squatted next to Lei Te, using room to accurately remove the alcohol residue in his body, while quietly complaining. The alcohol level far exceeds your lightning pressure and muscle concussion. This is my medical conclusion. The corner of Lei Te's mouth twitched, and he slapped Luo's wrist with his backhand. You dare to steal my wine now? I just cut out the hangover zone. Luo smiled slightly, his tone too serious to be a joke. On the side, Enel swung out a can of marshmallows from the shadows and said, hey, last year you couldn't even tie your combat boots, you were so anxious you almost cried. Now you have become the military Dr. King, right? Who cried? Luo did not shy away, his golden eyes as calm as water. Do you want me to remove your exaggeration? Ha! Red laughed out loud, blowing his nose and yelling, this kid is becoming more and more like a member of our gang. The bonfire jumped high in the night wind, making everyone's smiles hotter. Distant pier. Rosinante stood quietly in the shadows, not moving forward. He saw the little devil who once had blood and mud on his face, holding a knife and cursing the world, now being thrown into the air by his companions with a smile, and falling down in lightning and laughter. He leaned lightly against the wooden pillar, holding the barrel of liquor specified by lighter in his hand, his eyes full of the silent satisfaction of time. Little ghost! He whispered, his voice so low that it was blown away by the sea breeze. Finally, you smile like a human being. He did not disturb Luo's celebration party, nor did he appear under the lights. Just stood there quietly, watching the child step by step leave the wasteland of hatred and walk into the light. If you can live with a smile like this, then it's worth it to me. G5 training ground, early morning. Ha! If I don't come soon, you'll be laughing more than me. Rosinante finally emerged, barrel in hand, leaning against the fence. On the training ground, Luo Zheng was shooting calmly. Hearing the voice, he responded without turning his head, talk less and exercise more. Enel's catchphrase. He turned and gave Rosinante a slightly awkward but genuine smile. Good fellow. Rosinante grinned as well, you really have learned it all. Same day, Naval Headquarters, Intelligence Conference Room. The morning light filtered through the blinds of the conference room, illuminating the sullen faces. On the projection screen, the intelligence officer used a laser pointer to highlight the key points of the notice, speaking in a clear, emotionless tone. The Shishibukai system has been officially adopted by the 5 elders. First round of entries, My Hawk, the Hawkeye, Jinbei, the Sea Knight, Boa Hancock, the Empress. The remaining candidates are being shortlisted and it is expected that the 7 seats will be filled within a few months. The exclusive intelligence carrier pigeon on the corner of the table just returned home, carrying an urgent document. It landed on the G5 branch's special channel. G5 branch operations command room. Bang! Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the edge of the fine porcelain teacup, and the slightly hot tea slid down Rog's fingertips and dripped onto the red zone C on the map. He stood in front of the strategic sand table, his eyes as cold as ice. Hawkeye, Empress, Seaman. These names were printed on the top secret documents of the briefing, and they surprisingly became the licensed holders of the illegal butcher knife. They really give pirates medals of honor. Rog sneered, then picked up the den mushi on the table and dialed the hotline. Beep beep. The moment den mushi opened its eyes, it transformed into the expressionless face of Akainu Sakazuki. Uncle. Rog lowered his voice and said, I think you've received it too. Akainu's voice, as always, suppressed the dullness of a volcano about to erupt. These world government guys are actually using the pirates as a banner of peace. Sooner or later, I'm going to tear their skins apart myself. Rog lowered his eyes slightly, his voice carrying an uncontrollable sharpness. Sooner or later, the world will turn against itself. Sakazuki paused, then suddenly asked, You know about the training ship over at Zephyr, right? No. Rog said calmly, I heard that the teacher personally led a group of elite marine freshmen to go out to sea for training. Having said that, Rog looked up at the sky outside the window. The sea under the morning light seemed to reveal an indescribable anxiety. I want to go over there. Why? Akainu raised an eyebrow. Rog's eyes were as deep as the abyss, and he slowly uttered a sentence. I have a feeling, something's going to happen. At this moment, the other end of the den mushi was silent for a few seconds. Sakazuki frowned and whispered. Your premonitions are always so accurate that they're annoying. I'll have the intelligence department immediately send you the Zephyr fleet's location, route, and escort organization. If there really is a problem, he said this, his tone becoming grim. Kill them all. Rog nodded gently. As you command, Admiral. The den mushi slowly closed its eyes and went out. Bridge 10 minutes later. The wind blew from afar. Rog put on his windbreaker and climbed up the ladder. Lei Te clasped his sea stone brass knuckles tightly and grinned, setting off again. Enel twirled the golden stick while complaining, I've only been lying down for 2 hours. Target Zephyr training fleet. Go to sea. Rog spat out 2 words, and his figure was like a sharp blade piercing the sky. He will personally guard this peaceful training area. Because he knew. The real storm often comes after the calm. Chapter 32. New World, Deep Sea Outpost Axe Island. The wind was howling, but the flames were still burning. The tattered pirate's flag fluttered in the thick smoke, the corpses of the completely annihilated Rustbite pirates, Bounty, 50 million berries, were scattered all over the ground, and the wreckage of the ship was washed on the shore. It was a standard practice annihilation battle, at least it had been for an hour. The marine training ship War Training No. 1 is docked on the coast of Axe Island, and the hull still has signs of melting. On the deck, elite trainees were cleaning weapons or treating the wounded, still celebrating their victory. The Rustbite group has been completely wiped out. The number of casualties has been kept below 5. Ein, who was in charge of post-war coordination, frowned as he wrote a report, however. Mr. Zephyr's breathing has become more frequent. On the other side, Bin's manipulated vines to help bandage the wound, sweat dripping down his forehead. The teacher is holding on. His old injury has recurred. At this moment, a sonic boom that tore through the air suddenly came. Boom! Along with the roar of the strange iron ship falling into the sea, a 100-foot wall of water was raised on the sea surface, shattering the reefs. The next moment, 2 figures came walking on the waves. One of them is a strong man as big as a giant bear, with messy golden hair and a dull expression, but he exudes a strong murderous aura. The second is a hunchbacked old woman wearing an extravagant kimono, wearing strange and heavy makeup, leaning on a cane, and with a voice as shrill as a saw. Gujiji! Listen up! If these little brats don't hand over the list of war criminals, they'll all be chopped into fish cakes. Weeble! Tear all these disobedient losers apart. Edward Weibel, called himself son of Whitebeard. Bacon Gum Stussy self-proclaimed Whitebeard's wife. Okay. I'll listen to everything Mom says. Weibel roared, raised his naginata, and smashed towards the group of marine trainees like a human battering ram. Everyone retreat. Standing at the front was Marine instructor and former Admiral Zephyr. He raised his arms, tensed the muscles in his hands, and haki instantly covered his entire arms. Armament color cover dual arms mode. Justice will never retreat. Zephyr roared and blasted out with both fists, breaking the mountain. It caused a strong sonic boom and air wave, forcing the oncoming Weevil back 3 meters. W.A. Weibul slid backwards and broke 3 sea trees behind him, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Hee, the old man is so hard. I like it. The battle breaks out. Zephyr's fists were wrapped with armament haki, transforming into black steel hammers. Each punch was powerful and upright, without any restrictions. And Weevil was like a wild giant ape, slashing with his naginata without any pattern, but each blow contained amazing weight and destructiveness. Boom! The island's ground cracked. The waves were lifted by the pressure of the fist. After dozens of consecutive battles, Zephyr beat Weevil back to the coast. But when he was about to punch again, gurgle, cough, cough cough. He suddenly stopped, held his chest with his left hand, and coughed violently. Years of high-intensity training, physical exhaustion, and old injuries have caused his lungs to spasm and his breathing to become as rapid as a saw. Teacher! Ian screamed from the back and was about to go forward to support, but was yelled at by Zephyr to go back. Retreat to the ship. None of you are allowed to come near. But you will. I won't die at the hands of a clown like that. He gritted his teeth again, his momentum as fierce as thunder. With 2 heavy punches, Weibul was slammed into the hillside again. But at this moment, Zephyr's face had turned pale, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his breathing sounded like an old bellows. He was obviously exhausted. Bacongum grinned and raised his staff. Weeble, pull out his arm. Weibul grinned foolishly, his naginata already raised high, like a thunderbolt. Mom said, I'll chop you in 2. Bang! The earth suddenly collapsed. The huge blade turned into a meteor and slashed down, pointing directly at Zephyr's right shoulder. At this moment, Zephyr could barely move. He wanted to hide, but every time he moved a muscle, his chest ached like a burning fire. The air felt like nails piercing his lungs, and his body was as stiff as iron. I can't move. At that moment, he almost realized. My arm is going to be broken. I'm sorry, my students. At this moment. Call. The sea breeze suddenly stopped, the space seemed to be frozen in an instant, the sonic boom was deprived, and gravity seemed to be sucked away. Air collapse, shattering shock. What? Bacongum screamed. The next moment, a wind pressure that did not belong to this battle came from high altitude, carrying a spiral transparent shock wave, which instantly deviated from Weibul's slashing trajectory and blasted a gas explosion pit on the ground. Weevil's entire huge body flew out and his attack missed. Zephyr felt his vision go dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a familiar and glaring figure before him. His cloak fluttered, his boots crushed the ground, and the air still hummed around him. At the same time, a low and calm voice came. The Marine's old god of war can't just die like that. In the fog, military boots stepped on the ground. Rog, Ret, and Enel arrived to provide support. Commodore Rog, G5 Branch Special Dispatch, ordered to support the training fleet. You. Zephyr whispered, are you here again without permission? Boom! With a loud bang, Red came down from the mountain like a tiger, his arms wrapped in ink like armed color, and with sea stone heavy knuckles on his hands, he smashed directly into Weevil's giant naginata. He roared angrily and his fist broke through the air. What a heavy punch! Weevil was knocked back half a step by the punch, and for the first time, confusion appeared on his dull face. Red grinned and kicked his feet, and a wave of air exploded. Laozi wants to take apart those sandbags of yours to see if there are glutinous rice balls inside. The two men instantly wrestled into a ball, their fists like thunder and their swords like waves, shaking the entire battlefield. Red uses his unparalleled taijutsu and armament haki to counter Weevil's incredible strength, and every blow is a head-on collision. The other side high on the sea cliff. You stinky BCH! Stop hiding! Enel jumped up, and the lightning gathered into a spherical arc explosion in his palm, and the thunder was like a dragon wrapping around the golden rod. Bakingum retreated with the help of his cane, screaming and complaining, "Ah my, you actually let me get hit by this kind of electricity and my hair stood up, you pretty face marines are so rude. This god will blow you into pieces today." Enel's earlobes vibrated at a high frequency, and thunder instantly broke through the air and struck the cliff. Stussy's figure moved instantly like a ghost, and the tip of his staff drew out a black shadow and poisonous mist. The two of them exchanged verbal attacks while releasing high-intensity lightning and illusionary poisonous gas in a fierce battle in the air. "Teacher, I'm here to take you back to the fleet." The sound of air explosion resounded throughout the battlefield. Rog leaped to Zephyr's side and placed a hand behind the teacher's shoulder. Air shockwave lift. Boom! A semicircular vacuum shock visible to the naked eye lifted Zephyr up and threw him directly into the sky above the battleship behind him. Low! Zephyr tried to object, but the strong wind muffled his voice. At the rear of the fleet, Anne and Binz had already rushed to support them. Vines quickly wrapped around Zephyr's waist in midair and dragged it steadily into the battleship. "Teacher, take a deep breath, quickly, open the emergency inhalation valve." Binz yelled while operating the breathing device. In pressed Zephyr's chest, his observation haki rapidly analyzing her heart and lung rhythms. Severe muscle hypoxia. Assisted ventilation is being performed. Zephyr opened his bloodshot eyes and watched the three figures on the shore charging against the raging flames and sandstorms. The battle between Red and Weevil was like the collapse of the earth and the mountains. Enel Dao Bakingum is like thunder rolling in the sky. And Rog stepped out, his black cloak fluttering, facing the chaotic world alone, like a blade of justice. "UBD brats!" Zephyr muttered, "Give me, win." Chapter 33. New World Axe Island Coastal Scorched Earth War Zone. In the center of the battlefield, Rog walked steadily into the charred earth, put his hands behind his back, and stood still. He raised his eyes and looked towards both sides of the front line of the battle zone, his gaze cold and stern, like the blade of military discipline incarnate. "Ret, Enel!" he ordered coldly. "Destroy the target." Ret vs Edward Weeble. The wind and sand roared and the scorched earth rolled. Two burly figures suddenly collided among the broken walls. Red's muscles were as knotty as iron pillars, his arms were wrapped in pitch-black armor, and the sea stone knuckles at his knuckles shone with a cold metallic luster in the sunlight. Across from him, Edward Weeble charged like a mad elephant, his huge naginata dragging across the ground and cutting the stones. Every step he took raised waves of gravel and dust like an earthquake. Pure brute force versus pure tempering. Thunder explosion, core collapse. Red roared and stomped on the ground suddenly, and the scorched earth under his feet exploded. The wind from his fist, wrapped in the armed color dominance, pierced through the air with a bang and hit Weevil's face. "Mom said you can't get near me!" Weeble shouted, slashed with his naginata, and the wind from the sword was like a hurricane. Bang! Fists and blades clashed, and the entire battlefield seemed to be lifted up by distorted sound waves, shattering the rocks on the coast and exploding on the beach. Red took root, his right shoulder bulged, and he withstood the blow with the armament color covering his body. "My fists are made for muscle monsters like you with straw heads!" He roared, and fiercely counterattacked with his left fist, iron explosion fist meteoric elbow. Boom! Red used his elbow as a hammer, twisted his half-body, and hit Weevil's chest with all his strength. The hacky lightning stream exploded from the brass knuckles, and the black and gold impact spread out like a spherical ripple for 10 meters. Weevil was knocked back by the blow, and his boots pulled the ground, leaving 2 deep grooves. "So strong! You're not an ordinary marine." He grinned and gasped, "But I'm still going to slice you into pieces." He roared and leaped up, breaking mountain slash. The Naginata, with its jet-black armament color, slashed down in a spiral, as if to tear the entire battlefield apart. Red snorted coldly, raised his arms, crossed his brass knuckles in front of him, and took it head-on. Ka! A deafening bang! The ground collapsed, rubble flew everywhere, and Red's legs were stuck deep in the mud. He was blown several meters away, but he didn't take a single step back. "That's it." He spat out a mouthful of blood foam and grinned. He took a deep breath, and a faint purple light flashed in his eyes. "Thunder annihilation, 8-direction penetration." He stomped his feet, and his fists smashed out like meteors, launching dozens of consecutive hacky attacks. In an instant, his fists turned into a formation, pressing Weeabul into the cage of fists. Each one is a powerful punch that can penetrate the deck of a battleship. Weevil's face finally changed drastically. He roared and used his Naginata to protect his body, but was blown back to the edge of the scorched earth by the wind of the fist. His clothes were torn and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. The dust on the battlefield has not yet settled, but Red has already taken another step forward. Enel vs Bakingum Stussy. He, little boy, is the thunder in you sweet? Bakingum Stussy walked slowly out from the ruins like a poisonous demon covered in powder and makeup. Dragging a crutch that had been corroded to the point of being cracked by Madara, hundreds of poison-coated flying needles floated between his 10 fingers, shining coldly with silver light and carrying a deadly fragrance. Her eyes were crazy, the corners of her mouth were painted blood red, and she licked her lips and chuckled softly, "Such a handsome face, would it look better if it rotted?" Thunder roared in the air. Enel hangs in the sky, with its thunder wings spread out, and its figure looks like the incarnation of Thor. He did not respond, but his earlobes were beating cracklingly. His heart network had quietly spread hundreds of meters, locking onto every breathing frequency of the target. This god hates greasy old goblins the most. He raised the golden stick, and lightning instantly exploded like thousands of sparks. 10,000 Thunder's Judgment Spear. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of lightning spears fell from the sky, their trajectories like meteor showers, and smashed into the ground with sonic booms that compressed the air. Every impact point instantly detonated scorched earth, the rock layers cracked inch by inch, and thunderstorms crisscrossed into a network. But the next moment, Bakingum's figure disappeared as light as a piece of paper, and hundreds of poisonous needles pierced out from the smoke and dust, like a lion majesty passing through the forest, heading straight for Enel's heart. Snort! Enel's figure flashed, and the lightning turned into an aurora and instantly deflected 100 meters away. 1,000 thunder feathers! Sizzle! He flipped his palm, and countless arc-shaped lightning rings spun out from his palm, hitting the flying needles and turning them all into poisonous mist. You hid so quickly. Then I will. Bakingum stepped forward, and the poisonous fog became like a sea, and the cursed poisonous butterfly flew into the air in the poisonous cloud. But Enel suddenly smiled. I've heard your old heartbeat a long time ago. Bang! Thunder God's powerful voice resounded, and Enel struck back like lightning, holding his golden staff high, Thunder Hammer, triple shock. The first strike shattered the swarm of butterflies. The second strike of lightning and poisonous fog. The third strike of the Thunder Hammer with a beam of lightning directly struck the rock layer where Bakingum was. Boom boom boom. The entire coastline collapsed in the tremor, and Stussy was smashed into the deep valley. The poisonous fog dissipated, and the scorched earth cracked into more than a dozen deep ravines. But at the bottom of the rock, the sinister smile still continued. Oh my you, Thunderbolt, are really hot. She coughed up blood and laughed, it's just not cruel enough. Enel hung high in the sky, and lightning illuminated his entire body again. You old woman, dare you tease me again? I'll scatter you to ashes. Zilla. The thunder gathered again, and the arc condensed at the tip of the golden stick formed a lightning spear. Judgment style, divine thunder penetrates the soul. Thunder rumbles in the sky, and the next blow will truly fall. Battle training no one main deck. All the trainees had retreated into the cabin, but they remained on the deck to observe the battle situation. Young boys and girls stared at the battlefield in amazement, thunder shook the sky, the ground collapsed, and the enemy generals flew backwards. This is the Marine Elite. A senior intern's lips trembled. Are they human? Was that a flash just now? Red Senpai actually was fighting Weevil head-on and still laughing. On the other side, an intern clenched his fists desperately. I want to join G5 too. I want to become stronger. That attack from Enel Senpai was so cool. There was no longer fear in everyone's eyes, but passion. This is our senior brother. As Ian was observing the battle and helping Zephyr sit down, he heard the teacher suddenly cough and laugh. Cough cough cough, ha 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 ha. Did you see that? This is your senior. Marine madmen. Monsters. The future of the Marine front. That's not talent, that's what they worked for. Zephyr's chest heaved and he gasped, but his laughter was deafening. If you're scared, pack up and leave the Marine now, but if you still dare to chase after us, you are the next Lighter, Enel, or even Rog. Ian patted his back and combed his breath, gritted his teeth and looked at the battlefield, a complex fire flashing in his eyes. Teacher, I won't retreat. Next time, I'll be one of the people standing there. The battle was in full swing, but Rog remained motionless like a ghost. He stood quietly on the high platform along the coast, stepping on the charred broken rocks, his hands behind his back, his cloak fluttering. The cold wind blew, lifting the metal buckles on his shoulders, and dust rolled around his boots, but his figure was like an immovable war monument. Golden thunder raged in the air, and Lighter and Weibul fought hard like a dragon and an elephant. Enel and Bacongam's poisonous thunder fought each other, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be torn apart. Rog stared at the battlefield with cold eyes, his pupils reflecting the chaotic scene of thunder and fire, and rising smoke and dust. His voice was like a blade, calm yet carrying a bone-crushing pressure. The battlefield is where madmen grow their teeth. A truly strong person is not one without wounds. But to be able to walk out of a sea of fire and corpses with a smile on your face. Chapter 34. Thunder rolled and the clouds seemed to collapse. Enel stood high in the sky, with thunder wrapped around his body like gilded armor, his arms outstretched, and thunder wings behind him like the wings of a god. Arcs of electricity exploded from his fingertips, leaving behind dazzling lightning marks. Bakingam Stussy crawled out of the charred rocks in a panic, his heavy makeup torn and his face distorted. She stepped back, laughing tremblingly, You are not a god, you are just a... Bang! Lightning suddenly flashed, and the golden stick slammed heavily into the ground in front of her. With a loud thunder, Bakingam fell to the ground, his expression completely broken. Enel looked down at her, lightning flashing in his pupils, and his tone was extremely annoyed. Do you know what annoys me the most? A noisy old witch. Thor form unlock. Enel's body surface instantly turned to lightning, his skin transformed into lapis lazuli lightning patterns, and his long hair danced wildly like a lightning snake. The thunder gathered behind him and transformed into a majestic shadow of the thunder god, with 6 arms embracing each other, and the sky and the earth changed color. 60 million volt thunder dragon. Boom! The thunderclouds suddenly split, and a dragon-shaped lightning gushed out from the tip of his stick. The dragon head roared and swooped down with anger that tore through the air. Bakingum screamed, "Weeble, help!" Before he could finish his words, he was swallowed by the thunder dragon. Lightning flashed, flames rose, and a 100-meter-long scorch crater was burned on the ground. The poison needles, crutches, and afterimages, all disappeared. Bakingum Stussy, confirmed dead. Enel hung in the air and gently waved his thunder wings, and the wind and thunder dissipated. "This god warned you." He uttered the last word, "It's too noisy." "Mother!" The sky and earth roared, and the wind howled. Weibul's pupils shrank suddenly, and his scattered gaze instantly condensed into a bloody murderous glow. The originally dull and dazed face twisted and cracked, the muscles swelled like mountains, the veins on the body churned, and the roar shook the sky. "I'm going to kill you!" Boom! He stomped his feet hard on the ground, and the entire ground shattered like bone plates. Deep pits and cracks exploded outward with him as the center, and the scorched earth burst into broken rocks several meters high. Naginata sweeps sideways. "Get out of here!" The air was forcibly crushed by a violent force. Red had no time to dodge and was swept dozens of meters away. Puff! Blood spurted from his chest like an arrow, and he smashed into a broken rock wall, sending up a cloud of dust. But the next moment, he rushed out from the ruins coughing and laughing, with an unyielding laugh still on his lips. "Come on, fatty!" Lei Te laughed while spitting blood, "Your mother is gone. Are you finally serious?" With his feet on the crumbling earth and his arms tensed up, the sea stone knuckles emitted a cold light, and haki wrapped around him, and his fighting spirit surged. Double dragon collapse. Two black dragon fist shadows covered with high-density armed colors roared out, and Red roared like a war ghost and rushed straight into Weevil's chest. Bang! The wind from his fist shook the mountains and seas, and Weevil was knocked back 3 meters, with blood splattering from the corners of his mouth. "You!" He roared angrily, swung his naginata, and slashed it diagonally. Whitebeard swirls and collapses. Call! A cold light flashed across the sky. The flesh on Red's chest exploded, and a horrible bone-touching crack went straight from his right shoulder to his abdomen. Guha! However, he gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, holding on tightly to the wrist bone that prevented the naginata from leaving his hand. Laozi said it. "You want to kill someone? Ask me, this rotten iron man, if I agree first." Weevil was furious like a demon, his arms expanded rapidly and smashed Red like 2 hammers. Bang! 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 Every punch was like hammering a battleship to pieces. Red's blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of bones cracking continued, but he still didn't let go. "That's enough." A low and cold voice came from the sky. "Air fault fracture." Boom! The void suddenly exploded. More than 10 transparent and twisted air blades slashed down in an interlaced manner, like cutting a mirror and shattering glass, accurately and swiftly separating Red and Weevil. The air was like a knife, wrapping around Weibul's limbs like chains. "You're not Whitebeard." Rog walked over slowly, his eyes as black as the bottom of the sea. "You don't even understand what it means to be a son." Before he finished speaking. Vacuum strangulation. Boom! The surrounding space collapsed into a mirror fold, and a giant twisted air cube formed in the central area, forcibly sucking Weeble's entire body into it. Boom! The air pressure is cut off, bones are broken, and muscles explode. Ugh! Ah! Even Weibul's screams were swallowed by the vacuum. Next second. Explosion! The body and fighting spirit collapsed together. Edward Weeble, confirmed, kill. The battlefield fell into dead silence. The scorching wind tore at the scorched earth, and the blond man's cloak fluttered among the rubble. Rog slowly walked towards Red, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath, and lifted his almost unable to lift body up from the pool of blood. Lightning took shape, and Enel also rushed over and looked at Rhett. Lei Ti's chest was completely cracked, his ribs exposed, but he grinned, weak but stubborn. "Boss! I'm not embarrassing myself, am I?" Rog lowered his head, his eyes as calm as cold stars. "You are the striker, the punch. But you are not alone," he warned in a deep voice. "When you have us behind you, you shouldn't have fought so hard alone." Lei Ti was stunned, gritting his teeth, sweat and blood mixing together, he growled in a low voice. "Understood." At this moment, marine training ship. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, and the warships were anchored quietly on the sea. On the deck, Zephyr was leaning back in the spare medical chair, a heavy cloak covering him, his oxygen mask removed, and his face covered with a few blue Madaram marks from an asthma attack. Anne and Bin squatted on his left and right, still urgently handling medicines and respiratory clearance devices. "Teacher, don't move." Ian frowned. "The air pressure is too low, your lungs are still." "Fine." Zephyr's voice was still low and hoarse, but his eyes were fixed on the scorched earth of the distant island. Thunder and lightning are like dragons flying across the sky, and scorched earth is like a knife cutting the coast. The air collapsed, crushing the roar of the last enemy. The three of them stood side by side in the center of the smoke, their cloaks fluttering in the wind. Rog was in the middle, his boots digging into the scorched rock, his body filled with coldness. Enel stood on the left, the lightning still blazing, his golden hair like the king of divine judgment. Red stood on the right, supporting his bloody shoulder, still grinning, like a weapon walking out of anger. "Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." Zephyr coughed violently, but the next moment he burst into laughter. With intense panting and hoarse voice, he laughed like a madman, as if he had released a huge weight. "Ha ha 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 ha. These crazy people, were all taught by me. Look carefully." He suddenly raised his arm and pointed at the three figures on the scorched earth front, standing like battle flags. "That's your senior brother. It's not senpai, it's the iron you'll be chasing for your whole life." The entire combat training ship fell silent in an instant. All the interns were now standing at the edge of the deck, their eyes looking beyond the smoke and clouds at the three unshakable figures. Some people gritted their teeth, tears welling up in their eyes. Someone suddenly knelt down, his eyes ablaze with fire. Some people pursed their lips, their knuckles turned white, and their eyes trembled, but it was because of desire. Yearning for the power to crush evil. Yearning for the courage to defend the battlefield. At that moment, they seemed to no longer be interns or students. They seemed to see their future selves. Wearing a military uniform, he no longer hides behind others, no longer fears orders, but holds the blade of justice and stands at the forefront. This is Marine. Someone whispered. The scorched earth trio, like a knife, like a flag. That is the hammer of justice. That is the light and shadow of the new era. Chapter 35. New World Marine Homeward Bound, Day 7. The morning light shone on the sea, and golden light danced on the hull. The Suhan ship and the training ship followed one after the other, breaking through the waves steadily and returning home, with their flags flying high, reflecting a golden glow on the sky. Military Medical Office. Lei Te gritted his teeth and pulled off the last piece of gauze. The bloody scar on his chest had already scabbed over. "All right. Laozi, this iron plate has been repolished." Enel sat across from me, leisurely operating the micro-thunder massager. "Don't worry, the muscles will be twice as strong after the shock, but of course, it will also hurt more." Lei Te rolled his eyes. "No wonder you sleep with your lollipop in your arms. Are you afraid of the pain and breaking your teeth?" "What did you say?" The electric current exploded with a crackling sound. Just as the two were about to start fighting again, the cabin door was pushed open with a whoosh. Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his cloak lifted by the morning breeze, his eyes as cold as before. If you keep playing around, I'll make you two the figureheads. The two of them paused and lay down together. Yes. Lei Te rolled his eyes. Boss, shouldn't you go see the teacher? Rog's eyes narrowed. I was just about to go. Training ship medical area. Zephyr leaned back in a specially made chair, receiving N4 drip in his right hand while flipping through the newly delivered Shishibukai establishment notice with his left hand, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He heard the door open, his eyes turned slightly, and he saw the figure of the young man wearing a wind cape and with slightly wet black hair. You kid! Zephyr laughed bitterly, his voice low and hoarse. 10 years later, you're still so troublesome. Rog smiled lightly, without any sharpness. I have no choice. I heard that the teacher has to lead the team out at his age. I have to come and see. If you really saw what I was saying, you should have beaten those old dogs of the world government into submission for me. Zephyr narrowed his eyes and suddenly changed his tone. They're doing this so-called Shishibukai. What do you think? What Hawkeye, Empress, Jinbei? Ha, what a bunch of scum wearing embroidered badges. Rog said calmly, you're inviting the pirates to a higher level, giving them special privileges, and yet you still want to use order to curb madness. That's, handing over the world's justice and bottom line to the Blood Sea smugglers to polish their shoes. Zephyr sat up straight, his chest heaving. Well said. If you want to do it, I support you. Although I have retired, my students and my ship are still running in this world. Rog looked into those tired yet determined eyes and replied softly, I'll take care of it and won't let you down. The Shishibukai system is a surrender to the lowest point of justice. Since the world government is condoning the butcher's knife, then I will prepare the whetstone. Zephyr was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled softly, his face full of vicissitudes but also filled with fighting spirit. If you're going to touch them, do it thoroughly. Don't be like me back then, trying to keep some fire alive. He looked up at Rog with a serious look. Remember, justice doesn't just win once. It's a belief that must be held tightly in the fist every second. Rog nodded. Training ship training deck. The fleet sailed towards Marineford, and during the rest period along the way, the interns surrounded Lighter and Enel. Brother Light, are those brass knuckles of yours specially made? How did you achieve that thickness with your armament haki? Enel senpai, when can I learn Thunder God form? How can I turn into thunder if I don't have enough electricity? Lei Te smiled as he bandaged the wound. You'll understand after getting beaten by your teacher a few more times. The hull vibrated. On the training deck, Bins controlled a giant vine that circled the target, while Ian kept moving back and forth to avoid the simulated attack. Brother Lei Te, what do you think of this move? Lei Te held the bandage in one hand and instructed with the other, it's too fancy, and your foundation is unstable. Enel leaned leisurely against the mast and said, don't just practice your hands and feet, first learn to judge the situation with your eyes open. Aft deck. Ion and Bins saluted Rog formally, saying earnestly. Commando Rog, we hope to join the G5 branch after graduation. Rog didn't agree immediately, but turned to look at Zephyr. Zephyr leaned against the railing, smiled, and raised his hand, let's take it. There's a shortage of crazy people who know the rules over there. Rog smiled and nodded. The two warships advanced like double blades, moving side by side on the line between sea and sky. Marineford Naval Headquarters Arrival Terminal. The Combat Training No. 1 slowly approached the shore, and the port welcomed a rare group of people. Zephyr's return attracted almost all the backbone members of the headquarters to come and greet him. Teacher. Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, and other former students came quickly and saluted with red eyes. You're holding on again, old man, complained Vice Admiral the Flying Squirrel. You even dare to confront Weeble. Are you trying to piss us off to death? Nonsense. Zephyr laughed loudly. Even though his lungs hadn't fully recovered yet, his voice was still booming. Laozi's bones are much stronger than you little brats. Among the crowd, two lazy figures stood out. Kizaru Borsellino, wearing sunglasses and with his hands in his pockets, spoke slowly, "Ah, Brother Rog, you're really scary. It seems, G5 is quite busy lately." Aokiji Kyuzan sighed and whispered, "If he's not lively, then the pirates will be lively." The two admirals made an exception and arrived at the port together, obviously approving of Rog's actions. Rog remained silent and simply responded. Sengoku finished reading the intelligence documents and nodded solemnly. The matter of Axe Island was handled cleanly and efficiently. Bakingum, Weeble, destroy them all. Looking up at Rog, he said, "G5, you continue to be in charge. I will approve any personnel transfers as soon as possible." Rog nodded and closed the briefing paper. "Then I'll be back." Sengoku, those interns were pretty good. They can go anytime they want. Rog saw Sakazuki at the entrance of the corridor and stopped for a moment. Sakazuki grinned, "Nice job, kid. Those who deserve to be beaten should be beaten, and those who deserve to be killed should be killed. You have done more cruelly than I expected." Rog said softly, "Shishibukai system, they will regret it. I will let them see the cost of institutional miscarriage of justice." Same day, G5 on the way back to prepare, on the warship. Report. East Blue Kakosia village was attacked by unknown pirates, suspected to be a group of fishman pirates calling themselves Arlong. The supporting team, led by Trafalgar Law, has confirmed the completion of their mission and is currently cleaning up the scene. Rog finished reading the report, put down the paper, and said lightly, "Where did this little minion come from?" East Blue Kokosia village. As the sun sets, at the edge of the village ruins, Trafalgar Law, wearing a marine cloak, is directing his soldiers to dispose of the Murloc corpses. The remaining air currents in the room area were still swirling slightly on the stone road, and a faint smell of medical alcohol mixed with gunpowder smoke was floating in the air. The collapsed roofs of the fishing village, the soaked fishing nets and the broken weapons of the fishermen form an anatomical diagram that has been subjected to a just operation. Pull the body away from the well over there so as not to pollute the water. Search the Murloc's room for slave contracts and account books. And the body of that Arlong fishman. Cut off his head and bring it back to be put on the G5 warning list. The instructions were calm and clear. The Marines moved quickly, having long been accustomed to the style of this young, combat-oriented commander. Luo stood among the ruins, staring down at the broken serrated blades at his feet, muttering to himself, "How dare this kind of BD claim to be the king of a village?" He looked up and took in the frightened eyes of the villagers. Just like himself back then, he was numb and seething with anger, but he couldn't find a way to vent. "Don't worry," he whispered, "there will be no more Murloc kingdom here." Beside the orange grove, Belmir stood at the entrance of the village holding the young Nami's hand, holding unripe oranges in her hands, her eyes full of shock and yearning. She looked at the stern young man in black, waving his hands to direct the battlefield, like a young surgeon performing a just operation. She made a silent promise in her heart. "I want to become stronger. I want to be that kind of person. Someone who can smash bad guys to pieces." Belmir looked at the young Luo's style of behavior and said, "Marine, I really miss it." Chapter 36. See Circle Calendar 1516 Grand Line Rear Section G5 Branch Main Tower General Campus. The morning light slanted down from the red-gold sky, penetrating the iron walls and illuminating the central tower of the G5 branch. The metal eagle emblem on the flag of the Rectification Army fluttered in the strong wind, as if the entire sea was silently reciting the oath of rectification. Outside the base, the fleet's triple blockade remains in place all year round, anti-submarine mine nets are laid on the seabed, bridge guards change shifts every half hour, and the sounds of artillery and slashing are intertwined in the training ground. The branch that used to be like a marine exile camp has now become the sharpest and coldest iron fortress in the latter part of the Grand Line. Today, the entire world government has tacitly accepted an unwritten consensus. Marineford is the beacon of world order, while G5 is the executioner hiding in the shadows. The headquarters is the spokesperson for the law, while G5 is the sword sharpened by justice itself. In the 3 years since the establishment of the rectification banner, G5 branch has achieved the following. Number of pirates eliminated, 7,448. Annihilate A rank and above pirates groups, 148. Killed the leader with a wanted value of over 100 million yuan, 48 people. Directly disrupted New World underground black market trading chains, 44. The most popular saying in the underground world today. If you want to ship goods via the Grand Line East, remember to pray that Suanlin doesn't get up today. This Suanlin is the code name of the current branch chief of G5, Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Rog, in the Dark World. Some people have tried to hire bounty hunters, bounty assassins, and even the killer organization Silent Thunder Group to hunt down G5 generals. None of them were successful. The most sensational incident was when the owner of the Dressrosa underground auction house, Ferdinand, hired a total of 13 submarines and 5 mercenary fleets to assassinate Rog and his subordinates. Result: the night before the operation, Ferdinand was struck by lightning and turned into charcoal. Its body was wrapped in an air cage and the lightning pattern had not yet disappeared. It quietly appeared on the steps at the entrance of Marineford headquarters. It was accompanied by a single page written in a sloppy but sharp hand. Shut up! On the afternoon of Dressrosa, Doflamingo's roar made the crystal chandeliers in the palace rustle. That black Kiran BD again! He clutched the return smuggling list, and the string fruits power cut spider web like cracks in the marble floor. Torrible huddled in a corner, counting his snot bubbles, he. This is the 7th time this week. Doflamingo ripped up the marine bulletin and suddenly turned to Diamante with a sinister look. What do you say? Send Kaido some sea stone. In the dead silence of the whole audience, Virgo's sunglasses slipped off. Their young master was finally driven crazy by Suanlin. G5 branch, operations tower, main building office. The sea breeze blew into the upper floors of the building. Rog stood by the window, with the thick table of combined military newspapers and global briefings in front of him. The tea has gone cold, the uniform is straight, and the cloak is hanging quietly. He was flipping through the latest copy of the Intelligence Department's World Dynamics High Confidence Briefing, with 4 lines in bold red on the cover. The red-haired Shank's 4 emperors have completely solidified their position, and in recent years have expanded their territory to the borders of the Beastmasters and the edge of Big Mom's harbor. The Shishibukai system is stable, and active members continue to maintain a neutral attitude and have not yet taken the initiative to challenge the rules. Baroque Works suffered heavy losses, with its funding chain shattered by nearly 30% within a year, and its trading center was raided and shut down by the G5. Illegal pirate warship blueprints have appeared in the Frankie House shipyard of Water 7 City. The SSG is secretly investigating. Rog was silent for a while, his eyes shifted from the teacup back to the table, and he chuckled barely perceptibly. Ha, you're really patient. He had already lost count of how many times he had tripped Shishibukai. Disrupting smuggling lines, money laundering routes, ship supply, bounty acquisition lines, even if only a little bit was cut off each time, they never fought back. It's not that I don't dare. But they all knew that if they fought back, it would be the best reason to fire with justice. Rog sat down and unfolded another internal transfer order. The cover clearly stated: G5 branch's latest officers and officers' assignments, see Circle Calendar, 4th quarter 2016. Vice Admiral Rog, G5 Base Director. Small Black Square Commodore Lighter, Frontline Combat Commander. Commodore Enel, Director of Mobility and Ranged Suppression. Small Black Square Lieutenant Colonel Trafalgar Law, Tactical Deployment Officer directly under the Command Section. Major Ian, Combat Instructor/Melee Instructor. Small Black Square Major Bins, Assisting Control and Coordination of Plant Combat Corps. Trafalgar Law is only 16 years old, but he has become the youngest lieutenant commander in the Marine. He is skilled in using OPOP fruit and his haki has stabilized. He is known as the cold-faced military doctor in the rectification attack team, and is personally recognized by Leiter and Enel as the third axe of G5. Within the Marine Corps, he has been regarded by many officers and commanders as one of the next generation's 3 general seeds. In the outside world, he is the black mark of the underground pirate world, the third claw of the Black Kirin. Rog collected his thoughts, closed the briefing, and prepared to stand up and walk into the inner hall. Dong dong dot. There were 2 clean and powerful knocks on the door. Come in. Rog didn't even raise his head, his eyes still fixed on the map on the intelligence desk, his tone as calm as usual. As the door slowly opened, a chilling and solemn atmosphere entered the room. Anne and Bins walked in wearing black and blue G5 standard combat uniforms. Their shoulder straps clearly showed them as majors, and they looked tall and capable. The 2 men stood at attention and saluted. Rog Vice Admiral. Apply for an active expedition mission, target, Flower Country. Rog then looked up, his eyes swept over the 2 of them, and his eyebrows raised slightly, Flower Kingdom. He leaned back in his chair and tapped his knuckles. You have great ambitions. The old immortals in that place are no pushovers. We want to challenge the strong. Ian's voice was calm, his back as strong as a sword. As long as you don't die, you can hone yourself. Bins added with a smile, his hands still wearing the vine control gloves, but there was no frivolity in his tone. Rog stared at the 2 of them and was silent for a few seconds. After a long pause, he nodded gently. You have indeed reached the stage where you can lead the team independently and implement high-pressure tactics. Approved to go. Bring 3 rectification ships, and deploy them independently. Just move forward, don't cause trouble. But... His eyes turned cold. If you encounter pirates, you can easily kill them. Anne and Bin stood at attention and saluted, their eyes full of fire and fighting spirit. Understood. As the door closed again, the footsteps of the 2 people gradually faded away. And at this time... Da-da! A low-frequency electric current oscillation sound passed by outside the window, and lightning flashed faintly. A streak of lightning climbed along the iron frame and then a familiar flash of lightning condensed at the window. Enel was wearing a formal military cape, his silver hair was untied, his feet were on thunderbolts, he was half leaning against the window frame, his eyes half glancing, half looking at the backs of the 2 people leaving. Those 2 brats dare to challenge the Qingjiao family now? They are getting bolder and bolder. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and his earlobes made a clicking sound with low pressure. Rog raised his eyes slightly and met his gaze. Secret escort, long-range alert. Rog said calmly, don't interfere unless your life is at stake. I know. Enel shrugged. Rog remained silent, returning his gaze to the intelligence map, his voice as low as thunder. Justice cannot simply be forced. It's about teaching the young seedlings to take root in the storm. The next second. Sizzle. Thunder exploded, and Enel turned into a streak of lightning and dissipated at the top of the tower. The arc of electricity turned into a shadow and rushed into the thick clouds. Chapter 37. 7 days later, G5 Branch Operations Command Room. The sea mist in the early morning was like the lingering smoke from a battlefield. The salty wind blew in through the gaps in the iron windows, stirring up the documents on the desk. The Suhan command hall was as quiet as grey, with only the aroma of tea wafting in the air. Rog sat at his desk, still in his military uniform, looking through intelligence on the movements of smuggling gangs along the route over the past 3 weeks. He held a cup of undrunk tea between his fingers, his expression as calm as usual. Suddenly. Boom! 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 There was an anxious and urgent knock on the door, and then the intelligence officer pushed the door open and rushed in, his face pale and cold sweat on his forehead. Your Excellency, Vice Admiral. He held up a sealed note. West Blue urgent report: Red Hair pirates and a suspected lightning-type Esper engaged in a violent conflict. The situation is unclear. Bang! The teacup in Rog's hand suddenly shattered, and the broken porcelain and boiling hot tea spilled onto the official documents, and the tea color quickly spread. His eyes suddenly became as cold as frozen iron, and his voice was suppressed like a rifle bolt that had not been drawn. Who? The intelligence officer stuttered, among the wounded. Major Binns is confirmed to be present, as is Major Ian. Another has erupted in Thor form, with the strength approaching peak combat record. It's Enel Commodore. Rog stood up suddenly, and the papers on the table flew around. Don't those guys at headquarters track life on every mission? Yes. Yes. But, this battle zone is located in the dark zone between West Blue and New World. The magnetic field is disordered, and the positioning system is severely interfered with. The intelligence officer shouted, Headquarters Intelligence Department is searching with all their might. Rog didn't say anything, but the next second he reached out and grabbed the military Den Mushi on the corner of the table and dialed the dedicated line. Gala Gala. Den Mushi opened his eyes, and a steady voice rang out. What's wrong? Uncle. Rog's voice was low and cold, the redhead has crossed the line. The other party was silent for 3 seconds. What's going on? Rog's eyes flashed with a fierce look like lightning. Ian and Binns are both injured, Enel stopped them. A dull, heavy breathing sound came from the other end of the Den Mushi. I'll immediately have the CP mobilize the external spy network to quickly find them. Sakazuki said in a deep voice. You don't have to ask. Go do what you want to do. Rog gently put down the Den Mushi and his fingertips brushed across a yellowed old paper on the table. On it was written. Red-haired Shanks, 4 Emperors, the most uncontrollable force in active service. He moved his nails slightly, sealed the document with a snap, and his eyes pressed into the misty morning light like a blade. He whispered softly. Red hair. 2 hands are indeed too many. At the same time the Kingdom of Flowers post-war scorched earth. The sky torn by thunder finally fell silent, and the charred mountaintop looked like an altar of the earth cut by the sharp blade of Thor. The thick smoke has not yet dissipated, and the embers of lightning are still jumping in the cracks of the rocks. Enel was half kneeling on the top of the mountain, half of his cloak had been burned off, his metal armor was charred and twisted, his thunder-patterned armbands were flickering, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, but he never frowned. His eyes were as sharp as blades, staring coldly at the gradually disappearing ship at the junction of the sea and the sky in the distance. Red hair. He murmured in a low voice, lightning brushed past his earlobe, and the heart net had already chased him dozens of kilometers away. You are indeed ridiculously strong. But the distance between you and me is getting smaller and smaller. A weak gasp came from behind me. In was pressing down hard on Binns's chest wound, and the power of the retrograde fruit condensed into a faint uzumaki in the air, forcibly reversing his sternum and internal organs that had been pierced by the armament-colored sniper bullet to the state 3 minutes ago. Again. Ain's face was pale, and his palms were shaking. I can push for 30 seconds at most. We have to hurry, otherwise, he won't be able to hold on. Binns had passed out. Although the wound on his chest was no longer bleeding, the residual haki poison was still spreading like ink. Enel suppressed the fishy and sweet taste in his throat and gathered the lightning in his palm. Heart network activated, full frequency search. Buzz lightning patterns covered the sky above the peninsula like a spider web. Within 10 seconds, his eyes lit up. Found it. He said calmly, the headquarters support intelligence department has located us. He looked at Anne, can you hold on? Ian took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. This isn't the first time I've brought someone back from the dead. Marineford Headquarters Intelligence Department. Location confirmed. West Blue Dark Belt Flower Country Outskirts 17th Branch Line. Thor Enel Mark Strength A+, Survival Status Fluctuates, 2G5 marked officers nearby, one of them is seriously injured. Notify His Excellency the Vice Admiral immediately. Rog suddenly raised his head in the air, his eyes like cold knives. Drum Island, he whispered. Divert the nearby routes and provide full support. Meanwhile, Red Hair Pirate's main ship. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was as heavy as if half a ton of gunpowder was pressed. Shanks leaned against the porthole, looking coldly at the thundercloud that had disappeared behind the clouds. In his hand, he held an intelligence map that had been nearly burned by electricity. The corners were charred black, and the surface still bore the burn marks of Madara. The words were faintly visible. G5 Third Force Commodore Enel. Confirmed. Shanks whispered. Beckman nodded, his tone heavy. Bins, confirmed identities. Directly affiliated with G5 branch. Core personnel in frontline operations. And that Thor, is none other than him. He paused and exhaled a thick puff of smoke. It's Enel from the Sahun trio. Yasop gritted his teeth and said, I just wanted to help King Jiao's old grandson out, who knew these two brats could force Qing Jiao to his knees. I shot that green kid in the head, and that thunder god just popped out of a thundercloud and nearly shattered our mainmast. Beckman said coldly, we have casualties. Kira was injured by the electric shock and has been unconscious ever since. There was silence in the cabin. Shanks slowly lowered his head, clenched the Lihen paper in his hand, and spoke in a lower tone than ever before. Suinlin's hand has reached this far. This era is really crazy. He looked up at the distant sky where the storm had not yet ended and gave the order in a deep voice. Everyone, it's time to get ready. The ship roared down and the headquarters rescue doctor landed in the thundercloud. Enel breathed a sigh of relief, turned to look at Anne, his eyes calm as usual, and whispered. This time, I shouldn't be late. Ian forced a smile, hugged Bins tightly, and handed him over to the military doctor. The wind rises, and the scorched earth front falls quietly into silence. But this world has already noticed Suinlin's anger. At the same moment, above the sky, the high-altitude sound barrier, the airflow is interrupted. Thunderclouds rolled and air currents howled. A figure broke through thousands of layers of airwaves and sped through the sky 10,000 meters above. Behind him were torn wind belts and twisted clouds, as if the sky was forcibly cut apart by some will. That's Marine Vice Admiral Rog. Wearing a solemn black cloak, he controlled the aura slipstream platform constructed by the air fruit with his palm, like a meteor crack, shuttling through the atmospheric fault at inhuman speed. Behind him, there was no fleet and no reinforcements. Only one person. Only wind. Target direction. He muttered to himself coldly, the back of his hand moved slightly, and the Den Mushi connected. Your Excellency, Vice Admiral, the Red Hair Pirates have now left the border between West Blue and New World. Latest position, the mist tide is retreating westward. Speed has slowed, likely indicating post-battle repairs. There are traces of lightning strikes and severe interference outside the fleet. We estimate the battle will end in no more than 6 hours. Rog's eyes were as black as ink. He clenched his right fist, and the air swirled and compressed in his palm, as if the entire battlefield was hidden in it. Air wall extreme flow state is turned on. His figure flashed and the air exploded like an explosion. He flew above the clouds. Thunder roars and eagles soar into the sky. His voice disappeared in the wind, and only the remaining aura mark swept towards the sea of fog. Chapter 38. New World, Sea of Mist, Red Force. Fog and waves rolled in, the sky was dark, and the sea was like a sleeping beast, so quiet that it was suffocating. Red Force traveled through the deep fog, while the core members of the Red Hair Pirates sat in the main deck meeting area. Beckman whispered, "CP said it was an accidental intelligence incident and told us to keep a low profile." He flicked the ash between his fingers, his eyes as calm as a deep well, but Xianlin is not someone who will accept misunderstandings. Shanks frowned and tapped the rim of the cup with his knuckles, each sound crisp but heart-wrenching. Yasop bit his pipe and looked up at the dark clouds overhead. "We wounded his personal guards. This matter cannot be resolved like this." Before he finished speaking, boom! The sky roars. A terrifying air pressure, like the collapse of heaven and earth, came crashing down from the deepest part of the fog and the top of the 9 heavens. The sea breeze blew against the ship, the hull shook violently, the ironware on the deck creaked, the wine glasses shattered, and the hull sank half a foot. Coming. Shanks stood up, his face darkening. Beckman's fingertips paused, Yasop's pipe fell to the ground, and the 3 cotters looked up at the sky almost at the same time. "That is the direction of the atmospheric tearing." In the sea of fog, a dark figure came from the air. The air waves intertwined and formed whirlpools under his feet, and circles of air twisted and folded like spinning mirrors, as if even the sky was torn apart. His black cape billowing, he stood atop the clouds like the judge of order, his gaze looking down, his tone as cold as ice tearing through flesh. "Who injured my subordinates?" The next moment, Conqueror's Haki release. Boom! The invisible impact crushed the air and bombarded the deck like a roaring black thunder. The entire Red Force seemed to be sinking into an inescapable sea of heavy pressure. The weaker crew members knelt on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices and fainted. The hull frame made a wailing and crackling sound. Beckman kicked a fainted sailor beside him into the boat, his eyes cold. "This guy, his aura has become even stronger. It's not even on the same level as 3 years ago." Yasop gritted his teeth, raised his rifle with trembling arms, grinned, and his voice was filled with disdain and provocation. "I hit him. Why? You came here alone to seek revenge." Bang! The gunshot was like thunder, and the bullet was wrapped in high-density armament haki and shot out violently. However, bite! Rog raised his right hand slightly and flicked his index finger. The bullet exploded in the void, as if hitting an invisible shield, shattered into dust and dissipated in the wind. Red-haired Shanks twitched his lips helplessly, slowly drew his knife, and looked at the abyss. "We won't abandon any of our partners. Suinlin Rog," he said in a low voice, "if you want to fight, we will fight you to the end." The storm and murderous intent intertwined, and the sea seemed to fall into a silent abyss. Before Shanks' words had even finished echoing, Rog's eyes were as cold as falling into the deep sea. He slowly raised his right palm, and the atmosphere collapsed, rotated, and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. "In that case, then you prepare to die." Skyfall Vortex Blade. Boom! The air folded and compressed like a steel blade, the sky and the earth roared, the void was torn into thousands of spiral wind columns, and an ultimate compressed air cone slammed down into the center of Red Force. Shanks yelled, "Hold on!" He stepped into the air, his sword energy like a tide. "God avoid!" At that moment, the sword tip swept across the atmospheric section and collided head-on with Rog's air pressure. Boom boom! 100-meter-long crack appeared in the sky, and the clouds rolled back like raging waves. The hull shook in the shock wave, the mast broke, the sea wind was harsh, and all the crew members on the ship were suppressed to the point that they could hardly breathe. Beckman drew his gun instantly, and Yasop, also furious, fired 2 bullets infused with advanced armament haki simultaneously, attacking Rog in a triangular position. However, bang! Rog was hit in the right shoulder by Yasop, but he didn't even turn his head, just snorted coldly, the air twisted, and the bullet was blocked millimeters away from his shoulder and could not penetrate deeper. The next moment, he stomped on the wind field in the air with a bang, dodged Beckman's bullet, and at the same time, his 5 fingers turned into claws. You guys are too slow. Before Rog finished speaking, his figure flashed. Vacuum continuous collapse. He suddenly exploded, and 5 folding mirrors spread out into space-breaking blades, reflecting and cutting air pressure like glass, and the entire deck fell into the hurricane-tearing zone. Shanks and Beckman had to wield their swords to create a defensive field, forcibly protecting the entire ship and the sailors. Damn it, they're forcing us to guard the ship. Just when the momentum of the two was restrained. Crack! Rog's figure floated behind Yasopp like a shadow, stretched out his 5 fingers, grabbed his neck, and lifted him high into the air. Cough cough, you're crazy! Yasopp's face was flushed. Beckman was horrified. Stop it! What do you want? State your conditions. Shanks also roared. Give me a... for your mother. Before he finished speaking. Crack! Yasopp's neck bones were shattered, blood was flowing like a thread, and his body was thrown from a high altitude and fell into the vast sea fog. Rog seemed to be still unsatisfied, and with a single hand, the corpses on the sea were directly shattered by the air, and the sea was dyed red with blood. All the members of the Red Hair Pirates looked pale. Yasopp! Yasopp! Time seemed to freeze at that moment. All the Red Hair Pirates were shocked. Shank's pupils shrank sharply, bloodshot eyes popped up, and Beckman was about to draw his gun. The next moment, a cold light flashed in Rog's eyes, and he suddenly stepped into the void. With one step, he was like a thunder that split the sky. With the help of the air fruit, he cut into the position accurately and appeared beside Shanks in an instant. His right arm was like a blade, and the 2 air-cutting lines twisted into a sharp edge. Red hair. The whispers were like a judge reading out the crimes, but there was no rhythm in the words. Sure enough, one arm suits you. Ka 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 ka. The air violently broke into a knife-shaped structure. Shanks hastily leaned sideways and drew his sword to block, but because he was distracted by Yasopp's death and was mentally shaken, his reaction was a little slow. Airstrike, fixed orbit. The air at the axis of his left arm instantly collapsed into 6 spiral sections. Shanks' pupils shrank into needles, and he roared, swinging his knife to block. But it was too late. Puff! Blood splattered. His entire left arm was broken down to the shoulder. Aye! Shanks staggered to his knees, and the blood gushing from his left shoulder dyed the sea red. Beckman screamed in shock and anger, Shanks! The other crew members who were not unconscious screamed almost hoarsely, and the scene completely collapsed. At this moment, the Red Hair Pirates' fighting power and soul were both broken. Shanks gritted his teeth and pressed the wound, sweat and blood mixing together. There was anger, hatred, fear in his eyes, and a little unwillingness to admit fear. Rog stood in mid-air, his robes fluttering in the wind, his tone as solemn as judgment. You think I won't kill anyone? You think you can escape? He slowly raised his 5 fingers again, the void surged, and the 3 air mirrors converged behind him. The air pressure for the next attack began to gather. Right now! Beep 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 beep! The den mushi suddenly rang. Rog lowered his head, not wanting to pay attention at first, but his eyes caught sight of Sakazuki's den mushi pattern, his fingertips paused slightly, and he answered the call coldly. The next second, the voice in the den mushi was not Akainu's familiar hoarse voice. It was a cold, silent, and inhumane voice. Suinlin Rog! Let the red-haired man go for once, for the sake of balance. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky and the wind suddenly stopped. The air blades condensed by his 5 fingers paused in the void in an instant, as if the air currents in the entire sea area had frozen with this command. Rog's eyes changed slightly, balance. Even if I kill them all, there will still be green hair, purple hair, and white hair on the sea. Kill them all and balance will naturally come. The voice on the other end of the den mushi was still cold. The one who injured your subordinate is already dead. Besides, this was an order from above. Rog stared at the Den Mushi with a gloomy expression and said nothing. What's going on? The command above? Why can they monitor us in real time? The phone call came right after they killed Yasop? The air fruit stopped disintegrating and the space distortion slowly closed. To compensate you, you can move CP0 as you please, and you are allowed to pick a devil fruit in Marie Joyce. The quality is up to you. A serious sense of crisis surged into my heart. Something was wrong. What was going on? Okay, we're even this time, but there won't be a next time. The Den Mushi was snapped shut by Rog. Rog looked at the red-haired group below, a fierce gleam in his eyes, but he still held back and flew towards the magnetic drum island. The sea breeze blew again, the corpses floated away, and blood mist filled the foggy sea. The so-called Four Emperors fleet was left in silence with the breath of death. Chapter 39 New World, over the route to Drum Island. 10,000 meters high, the wind was howling, and the clouds were torn into traces of cyclones. Rog flew alone in the sky like a black eagle, his cloak rustling behind him, and the atmosphere collapsed layer by layer under his feet, forming an air slipstream. His brows were grim, but the command from heaven was still echoing in his mind. Let the redhead go for once. This is an order from above. Above. Rog's eyes flashed like lightning, and he smiled coldly. How interesting. Those corpses of the 5 elders who have been hiding in the Holy Land for hundreds of years are starting to move. He slowly clenched his right palm, and a crackling sound burst out from the air layer in the void, as if glass was shattered. Or, it wasn't them who did it. I'm. His pupils narrowed slightly, and the only explanation from his many previous life speculations emerged in his mind. Yim, the actual ruler of the current world government, existed 800 years ago. Then we can't stop. He turned his head to look at the snow-capped drum mountains in the distance, his eyes as cold as a knife. New World Ghost Island Beasts Pirates. The wine jar was smashed to pieces, and the boiling hot sake spilled on Quinn's fat face. What? Redhead's arm was chopped off. Yasop was killed. Quinn was sweating profusely in shock. You must be kidding, that red-haired guy is one of the 4 emperors. Kaido, sitting on the dragon bone throne, finally opened his drunken eyes and licked his cracked lips. That little brat Suinlin. He grinned and said in a thunderous voice, the battle is about to begin. Great, this world is finally going to be rotten, ha 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 ha. Wangguo Charlotte Family Island. In the frosting palace, Charlotte Linlin held a small cake, dipped her fingertips in the syrup and licked it slowly. Red hair? He, that dull brat finally got into trouble. Sparrow reported. Mom. The intelligence confirms that it was G5 Vice Admiral Suinlin Rog who raided and severed Shanks's left arm, and also executed Yasop. Linlin's eyes flashed coldly, but her smile became more exaggerated. That madman. Faster than I thought. Whitebeard pirates, Moby DK. Gulala red-haired man's hand was cut off. Whitebeard leaned back in the high-backed chair, the newspaper tucked between his fingers, the picture with the words Yasop confirmed dead fluttering in the sea breeze. Suinlin Rog, Akainu's nephew. Marco had a complicated expression. Dad, he really started. Whitebeard sighed, as if looking across the entire sea. It's the gear of the times. Back then, Roger said there would be monsters in the Marines. Now it seems, this kid might be more than just a monster. Baldigo Revolutionary Army Headquarters. On the top of the Blizzard Mountain, Long stood on the top of the communication tower wearing a black windbreaker. Dancing in the wind beside him was the latest newspaper, a full-page headline about Rog's raid on the Red Hair Pirates under the name of Suinlin. Even the 4 emperors are being targeted by the Marines. Sabo muttered to himself. Long whispered in a deep voice. Rog from G5. It seems that things are finally changing within Marine. Marineford Naval Headquarters Marshal's office. He actually took action directly. Bang! Sengoku smashed the corner of the table with his fist, sending tea flying and soaking the latest issue of World News. On paper, the words Yasop's death, Red Hair's broken arm, and G5's rectification of Vice Admiral Suinlin Rog were like knives piercing all the top leaders. Vice Admiral, he frowned and said, the 5 elders have already spoken out to stop him, and he still attacked? Even killed people and cut off their arms. She shook her head slowly, her eyes full of worry. On the side, Sakazuki lowered his head and smiled softly, his eyes deep and blazing. This is the kind of person I taught. Don't even think about him. He's already ahead of justice. Drum Island Winter Snow Clinic. There was wind and snow outside, and the clinic was in chaos. Are you crazy? If you were 10 minutes later, this guy would have had complete organ failure. The head of the most prestigious medical team on the island grabbed his stethoscope and shouted. Several doctors around him were performing emergency life-saving management on bins, and the instruments at the bedside were jumping and flashing. Lung burns, liver damage, nerve poisoning, haki erosion, none of these can be overcome with medication. Even if we use our entire island's medicine storehouse and the reversal fruit, we won't last more than a month, we'll die. Rog stood in the snow wind, his black hair blowing in his face, his figure standing at the door like a statue. His voice was low, but it penetrated the sound of snow. 1 month. That's enough. The doctor wanted to say something, but saw that there was no wavering in his eyes. I'm going to find someone. He slowly raised his head and looked towards the end of the snow clouds. Let him live. The next second, Rog took a high step into the air, turning into a sonic boom and rushing straight to the forefront of technology. Future Island Igerhead. Future Island outskirts Vegapunk Experiment Tower 14th floor. The electromagnetic wall made a slight sound and the door opened. Rog, wearing a cloak of the Prudent Army, walked into the snow, and his black boots shook up the ground, creating a fine air flow. His face was cold and his steps were as sharp as a sword. Vegapunk turned off the holographic scanner in front of him, stood in front of the window and turned around, seeing the familiar figure as cold as iron. Rai. He sounded slightly surprised, but not surprised. You don't seem like the type to gamble your own people's lives with others. I believe he can hold on. Rog spoke in a low voice, wiping the snow from the back of his hand, but there was still murderous intent between his eyebrows. I also believe that you have a way. What a shame, Vegapunk said, spreading his hands and walking towards the console. I'm not a god. He opened a bone marrow scan and pointed to the data markers showing multiple organ ruptures and haki infestation. If I treat him now, I can use replacement tissue and medication to keep him alive, for 6 months to 8 years. But if you want him to live like a warrior, not a living puppet, you have to find someone. He turned his head, his eyes sharp. Dressrosa. The bloodline factors of a number of people with the healing fruit ability are circulating on the black market. Although incomplete, they have successfully saved experimental subjects whose organs were nearly completely destroyed. But that powerful person is now hiding in the dark, possibly controlled by some force. Rog listened and nodded. That's enough. He didn't ask any more questions and directly took out the communication bug. Enel. Leave immediately for Dressrosa. Find that flamingo and hand over the healing fruit user. The other end of the call. Enel's voice was full of weariness, but the low-pitched thunder still echoed in my ears. We're going to fight again right after we've just rested, okay? The call was disconnected. Vegapunk looked at Rog's back and slowly sat back down beside the instrument. He was silent for a few seconds, his tone subtle. You didn't go there in person. It's not that I don't want to. Rog turned around, his black pupils as dark as the night. This time, I have another goal. He looked at Vegapunk and slowly extended his palm. I want to work with you. The air suddenly froze at this moment. Vegapunk looked at the outstretched hand quietly for a moment, then whispered back. You actually chose to come to me. Suan Lin. Vegapunk's mouth curled up slightly, what do you want to build? Rog replied softly. Not made. It's a reckoning. The air seemed to stop flowing between the two of them. The moment absolute justice and science intersect, the new direction of the entire world is determined. Chapter 40. Dressrosa Royal Palace Keep. Doflamingo sat lazily on the throne with his legs crossed, holding the news of the world in his hand, his sunglasses hanging askew on the tip of his nose, looking like a gangster whose lunch break was interrupted. G5 Vice Admiral Suan Lin Rog fights alone against 4 emperors red-haired Shanks. Cuts off his left arm and kills the cotter. Puff he spat out a mouthful of red wine, wetting a large area of the newspaper. That guy Shanks actually had his hand chopped off. He wiped the corners of his mouth, his shoulders shaking with laughter. This really is red-haired becoming one-handed, ah 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 ah. He was having a good time, when suddenly... boom! The entire palace wall was shattered by lightning, and bricks, candy decorations, and even his collection of limited edition sunglasses were all blown away. Enemy attack! Pika screamed at the top of her lungs, her voice an octave higher than usual. Diamante drew his sword and tried to pose, but the scabbard got stuck and he couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he tried. Buffalo spun his propellers frantically, trying to fly, but ended up hitting the ceiling and falling down in a daze. Master! I tried my best. Doflamingo's mouth twitched, stop it. He took a deep breath and tried hard to maintain his boss image. Ahem. He forced himself to remain calm, grinning like he was being completely calm. Lord Thunder God, you broke in personally, are you here for afternoon tea? Enel hovered in mid-air, his thunder wings spread out behind him, his eyes unflinching, handed over the one with the healing fruit. The air suddenly became dead silent. Doflamingo's smile froze on his face, and his fingertips tapped rhythmically on the armrests of the throne, like the death-dealing beat spitted out by Lion Majesty. Pika and Virgo looked at each other, hesitation and uneasiness flashing in each other's eyes. The air around them seemed to freeze, as if the heartbeat of Thor's arrival was still ringing in their ears. Enel looked down at the entire field from above, his thunderous eyes narrowed slightly, his mind net extending silently. You creepers who live in the dark world can hide your knives, but you can't hide your heartbeats. Doflamingo's eyes at this moment were completely gloomy. He lowered his head and chuckled, then slammed his knuckles on the armrest of the throne. With a crack, cracks crawled up the corner of the chair like snakes. You Marines! He muttered through gritted teeth, are you starting to push the boundaries? Enel walked down the thunder step by step, and slowly stepped into the center of the palace. He landed silently, but the pressure of thunder was as heavy as a mountain. This is not a touch, it's a push. His eyes were cold. Rog Vice Admiral only gives you 2 paths. First, hand the person over now. Second, let him come in person tomorrow. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop by dozens of degrees, and even those cotters who were usually arrogant and domineering held their breath unconsciously. That's the one who dared to touch even 4 emperors' red hair. Diamante whispered, a rare hesitation appearing on his brow. Doflamingo took off his sunglasses expressionlessly, revealing his bloodshot eyes. His expression instantly became like the Black Sea before a storm. Then he laughed. He. He laughed wildly twice, but said nothing more, as if all his resentment and bitterness were crushed by the oppressive name Rog. He exhaled, gritted his teeth and ordered. Bring up men surely. Everyone was shocked. Young master. Virgo subconsciously wanted to persuade him, but was suppressed by a cold look like a knife. Do as you are told. Doflamingo shouted harshly, his tone revealing the anger he had suppressed to the limit. That fruit is priceless. You Marines are so bold to ask for it. But I don't want this place to become a scorched earth tomorrow. As the soldiers led their men to fetch Manshari, Enel put his hands behind his back and looked at Doflamingo coldly. I'm not here to negotiate. I'm just here to inform you. He glanced at Virgo by the way, and the look in his eyes made Virgo terrified. The candle light was dim and the air seemed to be compressed into ice. Soon, a small figure was escorted over. She was wearing shackles, her long silver hair had lost its luster, her face was pale, and her steps were unsteady. At that moment, the only sound that seemed to be heard in the entire palace was her faint breathing. The user of the healing fruit, Princess Manshari of the Tontata tribe. No. I don't want to help them anymore. Her voice trembled and she looked around in fear, like a fawn that had strayed into the midst of jackals. When she saw the godlike man standing in the center of the thunder, she unconsciously took a half step back. Enel approached slowly, his lightning gradually faded, his golden hair fluttered slightly, and his face was calmer than ever before. He half knelt down and said in a low and gentle voice, "My name is Enel, and I'm a Marine. We need you to save a good man who's dying. He's Marine, a true justice, who was injured to protect others." Manswali was startled, tears welling in her eyes, but she still shook her head. "But, my people, they're all still in the dungeon. I saved a lot of bad guys, but they're locking us up too. If you are really a good person." She looked up and cried, "Please, take everyone with you." Enel said nothing, just turned his head. The thunder has not yet arrived, but the momentum has already arrived. You heard it all. He looked at Doflamingo, and his tone returned to that suffocating pressure. She didn't leave alone. Doflamingo's face was grim, and his pupils trembled slightly behind his sunglasses. "Do you really think I'm afraid of everything?" Enel stood up, smiled softly, his earlobes vibrating da-da-da, and lightning flashed around his fingers. "Do you count on Kaido? Or Sengoku? Who do you expect to control with the little secrets you know? Want to make a bet? Will Suinlin come tomorrow?" The air instantly became like solidified gunpowder smoke, and the entire audience fell into a deadly silence. The next second, "Bring all the Tontata people up here!" Doflamingo roared, his voice bloodshot. The palace dungeon opens. The underground fire illuminated the short figures who had been trapped in cages for many years. They were all ragged, but their eyes were filled with tenacious light. More than 500 members of the Dongtata tribe slowly walked out of the cage, as if they were welcoming the light they had never hoped for. Manshari cried excitedly, "Everyone is finally free! It was this Marine brother who saved us, Master Enel." 500 Dongtata people knelt down, kowtowed deeply to Enel, and shouted, "Thank you, Enel Lando! Justice Thunder God, you saved my clan! I have no way to repay you, so I will follow you till death." Enel snorted softly, turned his back to the crowd, and spread his thunder wings. "Don't give me that! Just call me Enel Landu, sounds a little itchy." He waved his hand, and a lightning net floated into the air, lifting Manswali and 500 Dongtata people up, turning them into lightning and rising into the sky. Thunder extreme heavenly luck returns. As lightning hurtled through the sky, Manshari looked at the trajectory of the lightning and stared at Enel in amazement. "Are you really here to save us?" Enel snorted, "Without looking back, Rog asked me to come. But now, I don't hate this job anymore." Dressrosa Royal Palace. The lightning disappeared, and the palace was half destroyed. The air suddenly shook. Boom! A purple and black intertwined conqueror's haki rose into the sky. Doflamingo sat on the throne, and the buildings around him were filled with flying sand and rocks, and the entire palace was shaking. All the cotters knelt on the ground in fear. It's the young master's conquerors. He's angry. In the distant sky, there was a flash of lightning. Enel turned his head and looked down at the ground indifferently. "Tisk!" He sneered, "You still want to pretend to be conquerors? Your aura is not even enough to be the shadow of Lord Rog's feet." After saying that, lightning flashed across the sky and flew straight towards Magnetic Drum Island. Chapter 41 New World Drum Route Marine Warship Thor. In the early morning, the sea breeze blew gently, and the waves hit the hull. A steel battleship engraved with the G5 Rectification Branch logo was sailing steadily towards the Magnetic Drum Island. On the deck, the sun was shining, and a group of Don Tata members wearing hastily sewn mini marine uniforms were surrounding the man who was flashing with lightning at the back of the deck. Enel, chattering like elementary school students surrounding their teacher. Lord Enel Lando. Can you hear what we're thinking? Wicca asked, pressing her hat nervously. You're flying so fast, won't your earlobes be torn off by the wind? Bian asked seriously while holding a telescope. Lando. Are you really a god? Can you split a mountain? Cabu jumped onto the edge of the guardrail with admiration on his face. Leo walked forward, holding a bundle of thread spools, and said solemnly, although we are small, joining you is the consensus of our entire clan. I am the user of the sewing fruit. I can close cracks in ship hulls, suture battle wounds, and even temporarily splice passages. Lord Lando, please give us a chance on the battlefield in the future. Enel was half leaning against the stern railing, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. It's so noisy, he said lightly. After a moment, he smacked his lips again, but, it's quite interesting. Now that you're on board and you're willing to work, Vice Admiral Rog certainly won't take you on this trip for nothing. But listen carefully. Don't just think about playing the victim and getting free food and drinks. Lightning light vibrated gently on his earlobe, and although the voice was cold, it did not contain any mockery or rejection. As long as you really want to do something, there will be a place for you. After hearing this, the members of the Dongtata tribe were all shocked. They lined up neatly, puffed out their chests and shouted. It's Enel Lando. We will fight for justice, desperately. The ship trembled, and waves rose like thunder. Golden lightning flowed along the mast, like a flag of solemnity, fluttering high. Drum Island Winter Snow Clinic. Snowflakes were flying, the ground was covered in silver, and the cold mountain wind blew through the window lattice but could not blow into the house at all. The fire in the room was burning brightly, and the medical instruments were neatly arranged, but the doctor's environment was as quiet as a temple. Dr. Kulha was wearing a pair of reading glasses and goggles, circling around Princess Manshari, with a fiery light in her eyes as if she had seen a living fossil of medicine. This natural healing ability is actually derived steadily from the awakening of the fruit. She stopped and her sharp eyes fell on Manshari's slightly glowing palms. This is not a power, this is a miracle. Manshari shrank back a step frightened by the old woman's burning gaze and explained in a low voice, I just feel that everyone is hurt, and I just hope they won't feel any more pain. Behind the counter in the corner, Little Chopper was holding a medicine box with half of his head sticking out, his eyes full of excitement. Wow, that's amazing, even better than my medical skills. Is she an angel? And at this moment, the pale golden light on the bed slowly faded away, Binz's eyelashes trembled slightly, and with regular and steady breathing, he finally slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was Anne leaning on the bed, having not slept all night, and a tear sliding down from the corner of his eye. Anne. You're awake. Anne grabbed his hand fiercely, unable to suppress the redness in his eyes. You're finally awake. Binz lowered his head in shock and found that his abdomen, which had been pierced by the sniper bullet and was a bloody mess, now had no scars at all, not even a trace of a scar. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly sat up and turned to look at Princess Manshari, who was still kneeling in front of the bed, breathing slightly hard. You saved me. As soon as he finished speaking, Binz got off the bed, knelt on one knee, lowered his head and pounded his fist. Miss Manshari. You saved my life from now on, whenever and wherever you need me. Binz, will protect you with my life. Man Shirley's face flushed red, even the tips of her ears were pink, and she danced around in a hurry. Oh no, you don't have to do this. I just did what I was supposed to do. She buried her head in her cloak, her voice changing tone. This is the first time someone has thanked me so sincerely. The room was suddenly filled with a warm yet indescribable shy atmosphere. Ian finally relaxed and let out a long breath. She stood between the warm fire and the drizzling snow, quietly looking at her teammate, a partner who never retreated on the battlefield, and who could now smile and talk peacefully. She smiled softly, "Welcome back. The snow falls silently, the fire is warm, and people's hearts are at peace." As Binz recovered from his injuries and left the cabin, everyone prepared to return to the G5 base. Enel looked towards the end of the snowy mountain, then turned to Kulha and said, "Rog Vice Admiral said that you can make a request to us later that is not contrary to the principles of justice as payment for this medical treatment." Dr. Kulha chuckled, picked up his pipe, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. "This kid, the tone is so like an old cotter." After everyone left, she turned to look at Chopper. "It seems that we haven't received the approval of that Xian Lin." Chopper looked confused, blinking foolishly while holding the medicine box. "Eh? Who is that? Are you talking about Uncle Thor?" Kulha snorted, turned around and pushed open the door of the clinic. "Fool, of course it's not him. Magnetic Drum Island, Naval Port Snow Bay." Just as Enel led everyone to board the warship, the sea breeze suddenly rises in the snow. Boom! A shell streaked across the sky and headed towards the bridge. But in an instant, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, and the shell was accurately shattered by Enel in mid-air. The explosions flew everywhere and the fireworks rolled. Everyone quickly turned around and was on guard. Ian stood in front of the deck with a sword in hand, and Red protected the Dantata people. In the snow and fog, a group of neatly equipped soldiers gathered around. A fat man wearing a crown and a white fur cloak appeared with a big laugh. He, don't you know that the king doesn't allow anyone to set foot on Drum Island to seek medical treatment? Without that madman Rog, do you think you can still get away? Wapol is here." Behind him were dozens of transformed soldiers and noble guards, their iron boots stomping on the snow, making the air tremble. The Dantata tribe looked wary, and Manshari hid behind Enel in fear. And Ian slowly raised the sword in his hand, his expression stern. "I've heard this name, on the island for a whole month. Are you the one who turned this island into a rotten experimental field?" Lightning quietly gathered behind her. Enel, however, seemed not to hear and slowly took out the metal den mushi that was close to him and turned the knob. Sizzle crackle. The line was connected, and a deep and familiar male voice sounded instantly. "This is Rog." Enel said calmly. "Boss, Wapol took the initiative to lead his troops to intercept the warship and openly bombarded us at Drum Island. Several Marines were slightly injured. How should I deal with this?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the den mushi, followed by a familiar, cold voice. "Wapol? That piece of garbage is still alive. Deal with it, and remember to find someone suitable to clean up the mess later. I'll have CP0 retrieve the Munch Fruit's abilities." Hiss, snap. The telephone bug was disconnected without any hesitation. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone was stunned, and the color on Wapol's face faded away in a few breaths. He stepped back suddenly, waving his hands, his voice broken and hysterical. "You're crazy. I'm the king recognized by the world government. I'm the king. I'm a member of the Allied Powers. If you dare to kill me, you'll attract the celestial dragons." However, Enel had already closed his eyes and put the den mushi back into the inner pocket of his cloak without saying another word. His figure turned slightly. "Binz, An." Before he finished speaking. "Clear." Two figures rushed out at the same time. Binz moved like the wind, flipping the staff in his hand and striking Walpole's knee. Ian's long hair flew, the sword came silently, bringing up a wisp of frosty wind. Puff! Walpole's chest exploded with blood. His fear was frozen on his face, his lips moved but he couldn't utter a word. He fell limply into the snow, no longer making a sound. There was a brief silence. Then, a soldier dropped his weapon with trembling hands and knelt in the snow. Finally died. That BD king is finally dead. Another soldier also threw down his spear, tears in his eyes. For so many years, he's been worse than a dead person. Hooray! Long live Marine! Then, more soldiers dropped their weapons one after another. Many local soldiers who were forced to conscript on Drum Island applauded and cried on the spot, and some even knelt down to salute Ian and Binns. Leo raised his fist, and the Tontata tribe shouted in unison. Justice! G5. Long live Enel Lando! In the snow, Enel said nothing, but looked up at the overcast sky. We are here to take our companions away. I'm not here to talk about rules with trash. Chapter 42. Future Island Vegapunk Experiment Tower 14th floor. Wind surged high in the sky, thunderclouds and low pressure surrounded the core area of Future Island, and the metal floating bridge on the outer layer of the experimental tower hummed like a flute under the intersection of wind and electrical energy. The entire Future Island looks like a steel temple that is awakening. Drop. Inside the experimental core, Rog put away the Den Mushi and stood in front of the suspended holographic window. His cloak was blown lightly by the cold wind, and his figure was pulled into several projections by the dense light screen. Amid the interweaving of light and shadow, his face was as cold as an absolute assertion. Behind him, the automatic hatch slid open, and Vegapunk stepped in, stopped, and his eyes fell on the back looking into the distance. The phone call you just made. He spoke, his tone rational yet tinged with shock, just like that deciding the life and death of the king of a member state of the world government. Rog didn't turn around, his voice as steady as ever, attacked headquarters ships, blocked medical support, and attempted to detain healing abilities and justice soldiers. He no longer deserves to live in a world that will soon be covered by justice. Vegapunk stared at his back, remained silent for a long time, and then slowly said, "Are you really going to say this to the celestial dragons in the future? If they are unworthy either?" Rog turned slowly, his eyes as clear as a cold star breaking through the sky. "If they cross the line, I'll be the first to act." Vegapunk's expression trembled slightly. The next moment, Rog took out the Den Mushi again and dialed the hidden channel. Crackle, crackle. A CP0 agent wearing a white bird beak mask appeared on the projected communication, his tone as cold and standard as ever. "CP0, District 7 Intelligence Unit, please give instructions." Rog said simply, "I need you to help me find something." "Munch munch fruit." The other end was obviously stunned. "Munch munch fruit? You mean, the ability of King Walpole of Drum Island?" "Sir, he is the monarch of a member state officially recognized by the world government." "Such a person." Rog didn't wait for him to finish, his tone was as cold as a knife. "He is dead. How he died, you CP0 can make it up yourselves. After you find the fruit, send it to Future Island and give it to Vegapunk." Before he finished speaking, beep. The Den Mushi was hung up, and the CP0 projection slowly went out, leaving the agents in silence in front of the intercom. Didn't the five elders tell him to use CP0 at will? But this is a bit too casual. No one dared to say anything more, and in the end they could only lower their heads to take notes and prepare to act according to orders. Future Island Experimental Core D-Level Inner Circle. Vegapunk listened to the entire process quietly, his fingers slowly sliding across the console, and Devil Fruit Sample Archive appeared on the projection. He glanced at Rog sideways, "Munch munch fruit. What on earth do you want to do with it?" Rog stared at the wall of light and replied calmly, "I don't need it for combat. I need its devouring mechanism to work with your mind. He paused. It is used to eliminate certain forces that should no longer exist. Vegapunk was startled, a gleam in his eyes. Vegapunk's lips twitched slightly, and he finally nodded, then I need a higher level of research rights. Rog turned, his cape billowing. I'll open the access channel for you when we get back to G5. But remember, don't give these technologies to celestial dragons. Vegapunk, don't worry, I hate them even more than you do. The lights dimmed, the hatch opened automatically with a click, and the metal floating bridge extended to the vertical airflow channel outside the tower. Rog stepped out calmly, with a wall of light made of storm and electrical energy behind him. I should get back to G5. It's time to turn over the muddy waters of New World. Vegapunk looked at his back as he gradually rose into the air and whispered to himself. How far do you want to go? No one answered, only the thunder of Future Island roared, indicating that a complete technological awakening was approaching reality. Drum Island, Snowfield Old Barracks, dungeon level. The wall was covered with frost, and the cold air condensed into ice cones on the wall. The heavy iron door opened with a boom under Binza's palm. Coldness and darkness hit me in the face. At the end of the corridor, a weak but still upright figure sat behind the iron railings. That was former Defense Captain Dalton, with thin cheeks and stubble. His old military uniform was tattered, but his figure still maintained the dignity of a soldier. Who are you? He raised his head with difficulty, his voice hoarse, but there was still alertness in his eyes. Enel walked in front, lightning entwined between his fingers, and glanced at him indifferently. I came to your country to collect the corpses. Dalton's expression froze, but before he could say anything, Ian beside him had already drawn his sword and cut the chain. With a clang, the iron chain broke. Captain Dalton, your people, have no one to rely on. Anne's tone was low, but every word was piercing. You could have stood up, but you didn't. Dalton lowered his head, his eyes dimming. I tried, but I couldn't defeat Wapol, and I couldn't protect anyone. Ian retorted coldly, Wapol is dead. Dalton looked up suddenly, with shock mixed with disbelief. Enel leaned against the wall, his expression calm. The regime designated by Rog Vice Admiral as a corrupt regime that should be eliminated has been dealt with by us personally. Now, you are the only person left in this country who can be called a soldier. The question is, how long are you going to run away? Ian slowly drew his sword and pointed it at the ground. A country that lacks the courage to stand up and cut off evil will only wait for charity and mercy from others in ruins has no right to exist at all. Your so-called kindness will only breed the next Wapol. Ain walked forward and looked at his hard expression. This month, I have traveled to the snowy mountains, villages, and the ruins of the ward. Everyone is waiting for you. Not because you surrender weakly. It's because of your courage and integrity in the past. Silence lasted for a while. Dalton slowly stood up, the shackles dropped to the ground, and he whispered in a deep voice, I've been waiting for a reason. He looked out the window and the snow was still falling. Now I have it. I once thought that kindness was the end of justice, but now I understand, kindness without the protection of power is just cowardice. He stood up straight, his tattered uniform still crisp as armor. From now on, I will reorganize the Snow Mountain front and restore medical order. This land will no longer be called the Drum Kingdom. It will be renamed Sakura Flower Kingdom. Outside, the morning light filtered through the cracked window, a ray of light falling on the snow marks on the iron handcuffs, reflecting a pattern that looked like a blooming sakura flower. The Tontada people looked towards the end of the snow, and Leo raised his fist and shouted. Sakura flowers! All the Don't-Atas responded in unison, Sakura flower! Enel looked up at the dilapidated old palace faintly visible in the falling snow, his eyes darkening slightly. Sakura flower, such a naive and somewhat silly name. As everyone was assembling to board the ship for the return voyage, a sakura flower-shaped ice sculpture, carved by the villagers and the Tontata tribe, stood tall in the snowy wind and snow, symbolizing the new hope for the kingdom's rebirth. Chapter 43. Marie joys, the Holy Land, the Hall of Power, and the Five Elders' Round Table Meeting Room. The white-walled and golden Hashirama Tower on the cloud top is filled with a deep cold pressure. The CP0 white-faced envoy knelt on one knee and bowed his head to present a sealed urgent telegram. Five elders sat quietly beside the round table, the lights casting an uncertain shadow on their stone-like faces. Rog's men killed the world government's allied king, Wapol, on Drum Island. The entire Tontata tribe joined the G5 branch and is currently assisting them in restoring order in the area. There was a moment of silence. Topman Vokulai Sheng snorted lightly, put down the newspaper, and glared at him. "This kid is really brave." Saint Satan closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, whispering. The king of the alliance was executed privately. According to the old law, the entire fleet should have been wiped out long ago. But he slowly opened his eyes, his tone solemn. Lord Yim has already decreed that Suinlin Rog will be the destined enemy of the so-called guiding light. We don't have to stop him. On the other side, Saint Ten Peter twisted the Buddhist beads in his hand and asked in a low voice. Even the Tontata tribe sided with him. That tribe that believes in the field of light always follows only the one chosen by fate. Their movements are more revealing than intelligence. Makas Mazashung nodded in response. Rog's hands are stained with the blood of red hair, and now he has killed Wapol. He is no ordinary man. Isam V Nasujiro Saint spoke slowly. Let him continue. Have him help us, clean up those restless guide lights. Whether it's a lamp or a fire, it should be extinguished. Everyone looked around, was silent for a moment, and finally nodded in unison. Seconding. 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 The candle light flickered silently, and the shadows of the five rulers were reflected on the wall, like five huge mouths of the abyss, quietly swallowing up the future of the entire world. Half a year after returning to the G5 base, the golden light of the setting sun shines down, reflecting the sea surface rolling like lava, and the harbor lined with warships is bathed in the evening light of red gold and dark blue. Rog sat at the top of the central tower, turning to the last page of the account book in his hand, after the last item total amount of financial recovery after the liquidation of East Blue. He closed the account book in silence and tapped the corner of the table with his fingertips. Man, how many thieves did Ret raid in those years at East Blue? He smiled wryly and shook his head. Okay, this money is clean. He raised his hand and looked at the obsidian ring placed beside the desk. Along the silver lines, the fruit mark slowly flowed with a strange glow. Secret fruit space ring. This was one of the compensations he forced from the five elders half a year ago in exchange for letting red hair go at that time. The space-type mobile treasure ability has no combat bonus but extremely high strategic value, allowing Vegapunk to help integrate it into the ring. Create an independent space, the capacity of which increases with ability development, and the items stored in it are permanently preserved. The ring contains an independent space of approximately 1000 cubic meters and has a temporary shelter function that can accommodate living targets for a short period of time. In short, this thing is not only a battlefield emergency warehouse, but also a strategic material transfer warehouse. When necessary, it can also temporarily hide a small team harmlessly to people and animals. Rog leaned back in his chair and glanced out the window. Vegapunk's brain is sometimes too powerful. He whispered. Outside the window, the training ground was extremely lively. Enel's body was covered in lightning. Without activating the Thunder God form, he forced the opponent Ret to dodge repeatedly with just the alternating physical skills and electric discharges of thunder. You just rely on lightning to get people struck. Ret roared, and flipped the sea stone knuckles in his hand violently, and the armament color exploded like ink, covering his fists. Shut up! Enel put his hands together and pointed, and with a boom, a thunder struck out. The two men fought in close combat again, and a white-hot arc of lightning exploded in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The floor tiles cracked again, arcs of electricity and haki tore at each other, and gravel flew everywhere. The G5 soldiers next to them had already become numb and sat in a circle, eating French fries and placing bets. Come on, can you dodge Red's next attack? I'm betting on Enel to use his ultimate to shock myself. Didn't he get hurt by lightning last time? In the corner, Trafalgar Law squatted with his arms folded, quietly opened the room, and with a serious face, took the golden rod from Enel's hand and handed it to Ret. This is scientific research sampling, he said. You thief! Enel was so angry that he was about to explode. You only use that room for your own private matters. Luo Dandingkide, scientific observation. You can't shock me. Upstairs, Rog leaned against the window, flipping through the account book in his hand while watching the group of problem children below making trouble again. He sighed slightly, but couldn't help laughing. These little bastards! Putting on his cloak, he walked to the balcony, the corners of his clothes fluttering in the wind. Enel. Ret. Who's going to fix the training ground tiles after you blew them up like that? Xiu? Didn't you find the Dantata tribe? Ret retorted while jumping to avoid the lightning. Yes, Leo and the others work very fast, and they can even sing while sewing. Enel looked righteous, with thunder balls shaking above his head. Rog rubbed his forehead and took a deep breath. If you keep making such a fuss, you'll all be on night duty tomorrow. Patrol 3 times and copy the tactical regulations 10 times. 10 times. Ret screamed, why don't you just let me surrender? I can copy it 5 times, so will the remaining 5 times of Thunderbolt count? Enel was eager to try. Electric your sister. What did you say? Stop fighting. There was chaos down there, so much noise that even the wind was blowing around Luffy. Rog leaned against the balcony, looked up at the sunset in the sky, squinted his eyes and said to himself. But, that's fine. With them, the G5 feels like a living force. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Rog suddenly raised his brows and stopped. Right. He paused slightly, his eyes looking towards the far north, past the base tower and the ice sea line. His sight seemed to penetrate hundreds of kilometers of frost border, and fell on the white desolate land that was frozen all year round and shrouded in clouds and mist, the Great Glacier. That place. His eyes were dim and the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Under the Great Glacier, there seems to be a gold cave left by someone. It is said that even a top-level armament haki would need 3 shocks to break through that extremely cold ice layer. He changed the subject, glancing down at Red and Enel, who were still fighting and lashing out at each other. His expression changed from cold to lazy, with a hint of malicious ridicule. Just right. Let these guys go down and stretch their muscles. Stop sitting around the base like they're playing drums. But halfway through his words, Rog fell into a brief contemplation. Red hair pirates. The battlefield survey map when Binz was injured half a year ago emerged in his mind. Binz was seriously injured around that glacier. His eyes darkened slightly. He snorted coldly, turned and walked into the office, his windbreaker creating a series of neat ripples. He murmured as he walked, it's time to lift up that layer of ice and take a look. He casually picked up the spare den mushi on the corner of the table and tapped the shell with his knuckles. His tone was relaxed but with a sense of pressure. Anne, notify the training team. Ding den mushi connected. Yes, Rog Vice Admiral. Ian responded quickly. Leave tomorrow. Target the Great Glacier. Just call it intensive training. By the way, let's take stock of the assets that were omitted from the old account books. The wind outside the window was getting stronger, the snow in the sky was rolling, and the clouds seemed to be torn apart by a sharp blade. In that distant, icy land, buried deep are not only treasures, but also unsolved mysteries and the scent of old enemies. Chapter 44. In the early morning, the sea breeze rolled in, light and shadow intertwined in the combat tower, and the tactical sand table projected the large glacier terrain at the northernmost end of the new world. Rog's cloak fell, his eyes were steady, and his knuckles tapped lightly on the edge of the strategic terminal, making a regular low hum. The door opened and Ian entered first, followed by Rhett, Trafalgar Law, Enel, and Binns. The representative of the Dantata tribe, Leo, was also dressed in simple clothes and saluted with a serious expression. The training team has assembled. Ian reported calmly as usual. Rog nodded and said concisely. This time the target is the Great Glacier. Lyta, Luo, follow me to the battle. Enel, Binns, and the Dantata tribe will remain at G5 to maintain security in the defense zone and assist with the upgrade of the military depot. As soon as the words fell, Enel's face immediately fell, and he put his hands on his hips. Hey, hey, hey. Boss, you don't want to play with me again. Rog raised an eyebrow and said, if you can find a way to get 500 people from the Dantata tribe to follow me, I can also consider taking you. I refuse. Leo's face turned pale, and he hugged Enel's thigh in fear. Lord Lando, we are flesh and blood. Enel retreated in a second. Okay, then I'll stay behind reluctantly. Lei Te in the corner chuckled, I'm afraid your earlobes will get frozen going up the mountain. Enel angrily pointed at him, what did you say? If you keep saying that, I'll shock you on the forehead, believe it or not. Binns tried to smooth things over. Okay, Master Lighter, Master Enel, Master Rog is still here. Rog said calmly, after all, many people still covet the healing fruit. I feel at ease with you around. Enel turned his head proudly and snorted softly. Seeing everyone's lively mood, Ain opened the information board and continued to add. Also, Doflamingo submitted another complaint to the world government yesterday, stating that the expansion of the G5 Annihilation Front has significantly damaged the Dressrosa underground trade order. Lei Tetsked. Those underground traffickers of smuggling, arms, and drugs, right? You put it so elegantly. Rog calmly placed the document in his hand on the table, his tone unchanged. Don't worry about it, CP0 will take care of it. This sentence was like an ice-cold military order, directly cutting off the root of the complaint. Everyone was solemn. Arrange for departure. Lei Te suddenly perked up, rubbing his hands together and jumping up. Oh yeah. But seriously, boss, our crappy boat is faster than Leo running. Yesterday I saw CP0's boat floating right on the waves, that was so cool. Enel chimed in, not wanting to be outdone. And with turbine propulsion, it surges like a thundercloud. I'm applying to get one. Rog's eyes moved when he heard this, and he suddenly frowned and thought. Speaking of which, I still haven't received a clear answer regarding the Munch fruit recall. He calmly picked up the special communication bug on the corner of the table and dialed the encrypted number. Click beep beep beep. CP0's 7th liaison officer is here. Please give instructions. Rog's tone was as calm as water. I'll arrange for your ship to dock within half an hour to pick us up and set off. Yes, understood. We'll arrange it immediately. As soon as the insect finished speaking, Rog hung up. Lei Te's eyes lit up, this time I can finally experience high-end official transportation. The waves rolled outside the window, and the iron ship came rushing like a shark through the waves. On the way to departure CP0 ship. The sea was surging like silver scales, the bow of the ship was rushing through the waves, and its trail was like a pale sharp blade slashing straight at the sea surface. The sky was covered with low clouds, the air was getting colder, and in the distant icy fog, the outlines of icebergs were already looming. At this moment, Rog stood in front of the bridge railing with his hands behind his back, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He calmly scanned the sea and said, "This ship has quite a speed. The CP0 agent next to him immediately stepped forward, bowing slightly. Your Excellency, this ship is the new magnetic propulsion experimental ship submitted by Vegapunk last month. It's one of 6 trial ships, specially approved by the 5 elders and allocated exclusively for your use. Rog nodded slightly, but then his tone changed, his gaze sharp. Then, what about munch fruit? CP0's body suddenly tensed up, and his expression changed slightly. At present, the exact location has not been determined yet. He lowered his head and quickly replied, according to the lack of fruit fluctuations within 3 nautical miles of Drum Island, we have mobilized our direct intelligence branch to conduct searches at 4 ports and 15 fruit trading bases in New World, but have yet to find anything. Before he could finish his words, Rog slowly turned around and fixed his gaze on him. His eyes at that moment were as cold as the gleam of a blade on the edge of a battlefield. Do you want a promotion? CP0 was stunned, his brain not reacting for a moment. Rog's tone remained calm, but every word was decisive. It was you who contacted us last time, right? Yes, yes. Your Excellency, please remember me. I am honored. CP0's forehead was covered with sweat and his speech slowed down. Rog took a step forward and calmly stated a task: if you can get that fruit within 7 days. I'll give you a little tidbit, enough to report to the CP0 center. Promotion, change of position, it won't be difficult. CP0 stood up straight, his eyes blazing with enthusiasm. I will immediately activate the Level 1 search network and mobilize all of my direct informants. I will complete the recovery mission in the shortest possible time. I don't need a reason. Rog turned his back to him and looked towards the ice field they were about to reach. I don't care about the process either. Hand over the fruit within 7 days. Don't make me speak a second time. CP0 didn't dare to breathe, and replied through gritted teeth, understood. The ship continued to pass through the ice rapids, the cold wind blew sideways, and the fog in the distance was like an inverted whale's back, vaguely revealing large areas of frozen soil and cracked cliffs. The ice sheet is near. New World, extremely cold seas and ice continent. The pale sea breeze whistled across the vast snowfield, and the snowflakes were like knives, hitting the deck with a loud sound. The bow of the ship slowly broke through the ice, and in the distance a huge ice archipelago suddenly emerged, like the back of a white whale, with layer upon layer of peaks, stretching for thousands of miles. It is the extremely cold restricted area in the North Blue area east of New World, the ice continent, commonly known as the Great Glacier. The ship docked, and Rog, Lighter, Luo and CP0 agent walked on the snow. Looking at the glacial rift valley before him, which looked like a mountain-to-sea chasm, Lei Te took a deep breath and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too big. The cold here even makes me feel numb." Luo Zi hugged his cloak tightly, his teeth chattering, "Why is there a treasure in this kind of place? You. I'm going to freeze to death." Rog stepped onto the ice slope ahead and said in a low voice, "I brought you here not just for the treasure, but mainly to hone your armament." He stopped and pointed to a huge ice ridge in front of him, saying lightly, "It's rumored that when Qing Jiao of the Babao Navy was young, he hid all his loot in a deep ice cave here. No one can easily open this place. If we can find and clean up that treasure, it will be enough to supplement G5's operational budget for the next 2 years." Black mist emerged from Red's fists, and the armed color covered the fists. Without saying a word, he punched the iceberg. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed through the valley, and broken ice splashed everywhere. But the iceberg didn't move at all, only his fist was sunk half an inch. Lei Te was confused. "Hey? No way, I used to be able to directly destroy the front-line bunkers." Luo's face turned even greener. "Boss, do I need to practice too? I don't seem to be the type to handle violence. Watch carefully." Rog slowly walked up to the ice wall, slowly raised his right hand, and covered it with a layer of dark luster, armament haki flow cover. I saw the black color flowing from the elbow to the fingertips like water, showing an extremely delicate oscillating texture. He pressed his palm against the ice wall, and the next moment, the edge of his palm penetrated the ice layer as easily as a sharp blade, as if cutting into tofu. Rog withdrew his palm that was inserted into the ice wall. There was no frost on the edge of his palm, and the lines on the palm were as clear as before. This is the armament haki in the flow state. He glanced at Red and Luo, his tone steady but full of oppression. Haki is not a coating that is put on. It's an extension of your will. It must be under your control, flowing through your body and surging across its surface, rather than just sitting there motionless on your fist. Lei Ti's face was solemn. Luo Zi couldn't help but raise his hand to observe his wrist and whispered, "So there really is such a big gap." Even the experienced CP0 agents were shocked. Rog continued to explain slowly. You must begin to experience the three core functions of armament haki and flow today. The first is internal sabotage. He raised his left fist and lightly hit the icicle beside him. No explosion, no shattering. The next second, the entire icicle collapsed from the inside, breaking into countless fragments. Haki penetrates the target's body and directly attacks its internal structures. He spoke in a low voice. This is a nemesis for enemies with high defense or Zoan ability users. The second type is an outward impact. The haki under his feet shook, and a circle of black ripples spread out like lightning striking the ground, shaking the ice and snow several feet up. Release haki, creating a short-range shockwave that can strike the enemy without contact. It's fast and has a wide range of judgments, but it consumes more energy and requires extremely high core control. The third type is weapon penetration enhancement. He drew the short blade from his waist, covered it with armament haki, and slashed the ice diagonally. The blade did not touch the ice, but the ice was cut at an angle, and the edge was as smooth as a mirror. This type of application will enable you to penetrate vital points when facing special materials, defensive shells, and even sea stone armor in the future. Lei Ti's eyes were full of fire. Boss, I will definitely learn it. Luo's face was tense. Then, can my OPOP fruit also be strengthened? Rog said calmly, the OPOP fruit is powerful, but extremely draining. Your limited attack methods are your biggest weakness. You must use the flow of armament haki to allow the fruit's room blade to have penetrating power, or even achieve a double blow of internal destruction and surgical penetration. Otherwise, you'll just be a helping hand in front of the strong. Luo lowered his head in thought, and after a while he slowly clenched his fist. I understand. I'll practice haki. Rog looked at him, nodded, and then turned to look at the ice field stretching to the horizon. The ice walls here are compressed layer by layer and have not melted for thousands of years. It's no use punching through a wall. You have to learn how to penetrate it, how to disintegrate it. This is training, but also, screening. Lei Ti tightened his brass knuckles with a click sound. Boss, let me give it a try. You didn't use haki properly just now, right? I can penetrate it. You'll be able to feel it after trying a few more times. Luo gritted his teeth and followed Red to another layer of ice, his fist also covered with a layer of trembling black current. Don't play for fun, practice seriously. Rog stood there with his hands behind his back and said coldly. There's more than just treasure buried in this great glacier. Also, whether you can gain a foothold in the future new world. His tone was light, but it struck like a nail into their nerves. The sky is filled with ice and snow, and the cold penetrates the bones. Red and Luo looked at each other, raised their fists, and suddenly rushed towards the ice ridge. Bang! The broken ice vibrated, the black current surged, and the armed color flowed like life. And in the depths of the ice, far away and unnoticed, a subtle magnetic wave is quietly floating. Seem. There's more than just gold treasure buried there. Chapter 45. New World, Ice Continent, Day 5. The extremely cold wind and snow were still blowing relentlessly, but Red stood in front of the ice wall, breathing evenly, his fists clenched, and sweat oozing from his forehead. He punched the ice again and again, his fists no longer wrapped in the dull armed color, but in a dark, swirling, spiral-flowing active haki. Drink! Boom! A rotating armed color impact slammed into the ice wall, causing the deep layer of the glacier to vibrate, like a landmine exploding, and directly chiseled out a perfect circular gap with a diameter of 4 meters. Ice chips exploded and shock waves swept across the valley. Wow! The CP0 agent in the distance was so scared that he sat on the ground and slid back 3 meters. Logia opened his mouth wide, really? It's only been 5 days and you're already. Lei Te laughed excitedly, ha ha ha. Laozi finally made this ice lump make a sound. He pumped his fist, full of confidence. Rog just rolled his eyes at him and said calmly. I'm teaching you to study the flow of armament color, not to restrict you to one form. Rotation is just the beginning. You can also try outward release, penetration, diffusion, vibration, impact, and hidden power. At least figure out which one suits you best. Lei Te immediately scratched his head, there are so many kinds. Can you take it easy, boss? Rog glanced at him and said, stop talking nonsense and practice. Yes. A few kilometers away, Babao Navy's secret snow cave. In a crack in the mountain wall, in a small geothermal cave surrounded by blankets and animal skins, the remnants of the Babao Navy were huddled together, shivering. The fire flickered, reflecting the forehead that was flattened into a cone shape, Mr. Green Pepper. Wow, it's been 5 days, and they're still practicing armament haki. The flat-headed Green Pepper sat in the corner, hugging his knees, tears in his eyes, ice stuck to his forehead, and his pointed head tilted even more crooked than the mountain road. Boss, aren't they here looking for treasure? A soldier peeked outside, his voice trembling, but they haven't even found any clues to the treasure yet, and they're still practicing breaking through mountains with their fists. I don't think they came here for the treasure at all. Another soldier huddled in a blanket shivered. Are they here to cause trouble for us? Are we exposed? Have we been discovered? Qingjia roared in anger, you think I didn't consider that they couldn't see us? That guy named Rog, that Suan Lin. He just sat on the cliff for 5 days without saying a word. Do you know what that look was like? Like what? Everyone asked. Like you owe him 20 years of military pay. Kaid said tearfully, and you even stole his dog. Everyone was silent for a long time, huddled together in fear. How about we, formally protest to the world government in the name of the Flower Kingdom 8 Treasures Navy? Someone blurted out, they said the G5 illegally invaded a national property burial area. Yes, yes, yes. We are a legally registered armed group within the Flower Kingdom. This is considered a military provocation. Qingjiao's eyes lit up when she heard this. Okay. Let's do it. Send that complaint out right away. Quick. Get the Den Den mushy. CP0 agents suddenly received an urgent telegram. It was clearly written on it. Protest. The Flower Country's 8 Treasures Navy strongly condemns the G5 branch's military actions, which have seriously interfered with the nation's sovereignty over its buried assets. We demand their immediate withdrawal from the ice continent. CP0 took a look, then looked at Rog, who was still in the middle of the ice valley, instructing Red on the angle of his punch, and his eyelids twitched. After thinking for a moment, he finally told Rog, Sir, there is a formal protest from the Flower Kingdom 8 Treasures Navy. They claim that you. Tell them if they keep pushing us, we'll kill all those BD pirates hiding in the snow. Rog's voice was low and cold, without any emotion. CP0 was silent for 3 seconds. Clear. He slowly picked up another intercom and dialed the number of the Babao Navy in an extremely calm tone. Beep, beep kala. Qingjiao was just about to say some diplomatic words. CP0 said expressionlessly. Shut up those idiots. Bang, the phone was hung up. Green Pepper Cave, 3 seconds of silence. Flat-headed Green Pepper's face turned pale, and his lips trembled. Are we dead? The soldier next to him looked at the ice wall that had cracked in the distance and nodded with tears in his eyes. New world, a certain sea area, red hair pirates. The deck seemed to be frozen even though the wind and snow had not yet arrived. Shanks sat upright at the bow, the cloak at the end of his broken arm fluttering in the wind, without saying a word. Spread out in front of him was a detailed navigation map, the ice continent fault map. More than 10 abnormal areas were marked on the map, one of which was circled 3 times in red pen. Beckman asked gravely, "Is that fault related to what happened back then?" Shanks didn't answer, his eyes remained stern. If Rog were really there. He paused, his tone cold, "That thing can't be hidden. I hope he's just here to train his men. But if he steps into the core fault..." Beckman put down the hip flask. "We'll have to prepare in advance. Ice Continent, Ice Ridge Fault, Day 7. Drink." Red roared, his whole body filled with armed color vibrating like ripples, and his spiral fist smashed into the center of the ice again. Boom! The entire ice valley trembled slightly like a beating heart, and a crack was finally torn deep in the ancient ice layer. Luo released subtle vibrations of haki from his palms, widening the gap. What appeared before them was a huge dungeon sealed by a whole bronze chain. Gold coins, weapons, gems, documents, ancient weaponry, and even a mini battleship are included. This amount of treasure is too outrageous. Luo's jaw dropped in shock. Lei Te excitedly grabbed the 2 boxes of gold bars. Lao Zi has never touched so much money in his life. Rog said nothing, his fingertips moved slightly, and the secret ring flashed with light. The entire treasure house was uprooted and directly moved into a secret storage space of 1,000 square meters, taking away the chains and bottom plate together. Boss! News from CP Munch Munch Fruit has been found. Location, Sabayati Archipelago, outside the black market auction house. An illegal hunter organization is bringing the target Wapol's ability reincarnation from the north blue direction. Rog collected the treasure and stood up, prepare to sail. The 3 of them slowly boarded the CP-0 fleet and sailed away. 10 minutes later, the ice at the entrance of the secret cave suddenly collapsed. Qingjia rushed in with the remnants of the Babao navy, his face changing drastically. "Hurry, hurry, hurry, they're finally gone. He rushed to the original site of the treasure house and stepped into the empty ice cave. Only a piece of paper with the words "Thank you for your support" left by G5 branch was left quietly falling. "AA!" The flat-headed Green Pepper howled to the sky, knelt on the ground, and burst into tears. "My gold! My wine! My treasure! Will you damn Suan Lin! You're worse than Garp!" The subordinates in the rear collapsed. "Boss, we don't even have a place to file a lawsuit now." Chapter 46. New World, on the way to the Sabayati Archipelago, the CP-0 exclusive warship Shenzhen. The wind blew and the waves surged, and sea fog rolled on the deck. Rog put his hands behind his back, his gaze traversing the sea and sky, his tone calm but with a sharp judgment. "You said Munch Munch Fruit is on the auction list." The CP-0 agent stood at attention and nodded, speaking quickly, confirmed. The Dongquixote family auction, Lot 11, officially named Devil Fruit, Swallow Swallow, has been confirmed by the appraiser to be a Paramecia rebirth type high adaptability fruit. That's the one we're looking for. Rog turned his head slowly, "Are you sure it's not suspected?" CP-0's forehead was covered with sweat. "Confirmed. It's the original. It was registered as arriving within 3 days of the item's delivery date. It's currently stored in a sealed vault in Pavilion 81 of the Sabayati Archipelago. No preview images have been leaked. But a noble has already made a reservation." "Then what?" Rog's voice was filled with contempt. "You came to me to report this, are you planning to let me go and buy something else? CP0's expression was stiff. We did plant a secret bidder, but if they get snatched away by those celestial beings, there's nothing we can do. Then go and get it back. Lei Te leaned against the guardrail and said lazily, aren't you CP0 people in the business of eradicating the roots, framing and brainwashing, assassinating and exterminating families? CP0 smiled awkwardly, in recent years we have advocated peaceful infiltration and regulated diplomacy. His voice gradually became smaller. Regulate your mother. Red rolled his eyes. He was wearing a Shinigami mask like a priest, and he could scare a 3-year-old to tears at the dock. Luo finished his complaint and continued to look at the surgical information. Why don't you dress up as a pink bunny? Maybe it will help. Meanwhile, in the distant Dressrosa Palace. Who are you talking about? Doflamingo stood up suddenly and overturned the red wine glass in front of him. Rog is going to the auction house. His smile froze instantly, and his eyes stared at the empty space in front of him like lion majesty. That madman, why is he joining in the fun? Virgo frowned slightly and handed over a piece of encrypted contact information. It's for Munch Munch Fruit. Young master. We were originally going to sell that one to a world noble in Sabayati at a high price. Doflamingo snatched the documents away, his gaze fixed on the words Lot 11 Munch Munch Fruit, Reborn, Owner, Dongquixote family. His fingertips suddenly tightened, causing the paper to crackle. Chuckles, so that's it. He actually knew we brought the Wapole fruit to the auction. Tisk. He sat down slowly, his eyes cold. Tell the host over there in Sabayati. He spoke word by word, his tone icy, immediately freeze all local buyer qualifications. If he wants to take it, give it to him. Anyone who dares to interfere, will be put in a sack and thrown into the Fishman Island to feed the sharks tonight. And don't mess with him. Even if he destroys the auction house, he is only allowed to compensate, not ask questions. This madman is not someone we can touch right now. Diamante and Virgo looked at each other, sweat on their foreheads, and said, yes. Sabayati Archipelago, Auction Street 81, Dongquixote Auction Venue. The air was filled with glass lamp oil and agar wood, and the auction venue was crowded, but when a group of figures passed through the main street entrance, the entire red carpet suddenly became quiet. The leader wore a black coat with gold edges, had a stern face, and walked with steady and powerful steps, like an iron-blooded judge patrolling the hunting grounds, the head of the G5 branch, Rog. Beside him, Red was swinging his cape, chewing an unlit cigar, staring intently. Trafalgar Law lowered his head as he flipped through the auction house catalogue, his expression gloomy and indifferent. Behind him, the CP0 white-masked agent followed silently with his head down. On both sides of the auction street, the nobles and pirate hunters passing by almost instinctively avoided the area, especially after seeing the familiar black and white Shinigami attire of the CP0 uniform. They all lowered their heads and moved away, even breathing carefully. Isn't that G5S, Rog? Next to him is CP0? Who dares to touch this combination? I heard he single-handedly killed all the 4 Emperor's cotters and even cut off Shanks's hand. SHHH, don't you want to live anymore? Rog looked at CP0's standard uniform of white mask and black cape, and suddenly smiled, teasing lightly. Honestly, your outfit is even more intimidating than our Marines. From now on, I'll be relying on you to scare the pirates in the countryside. The corners of CP0's mouth twitched beneath his mask. Amidst the panicked gazes of the crowd, Rog and others walked into the main auction hall and sat in the center of the VIP area. Sabayati Archipelago Auction No. 79 Dongquixote Auction House. The metal dome venue was brightly lit, yet exuded a cold splendor. Dozens of world nobles, representatives of underground forces, and bounty hunter brokers sat quietly around, and on each chair sat a buyer who was sizing up the price of human life. The host had a smile on his face, but cold sweat couldn't stop flowing down his forehead. Welcome, distinguished guests. This auction will feature the following special items: Mermaid Tribe, Attendant, Fur Tribe, Warrior in Training, Long-Handed Tribe, Living Musician, Sky Island Winged People, Collector's Grade Survivor, and 3 ultra-rare devil fruits. As he spoke, the curtains were unveiled one after another. The first to appear was a blonde mermaid girl with a dull look in her eyes. Her hands and feet were shackled with sea stone. When she was pushed onto the stage, she caused a burst of laughter from the nobles. Next came 3 mink warriors, covered in battle wounds but still with their fangs bared, staring intently at the audience. He really dares to sell anything. Red muttered softly, his fists creaking. These bastards! Luo gritted his teeth. Rog, who was sitting in the VIP seats on the top floor, looked normal as he scanned the items one by one, but he was suppressing a deep anger. He said nothing, but the air beside him became stagnant. The host quickly realized that something was wrong, sped up the process, and turned directly to the list of today's core items. Number 11, Paramecia Devil Fruit Munch Munch Fruit. Possesses special mechanisms such as devour, contain, transform and then release, and is suspected to possess spatial structural properties. Starting price, 100 million berries. The moment the voice fell, the whole place fell into silence. Including several black-clad agents who wanted to raise signs, they all looked at the team in the main guest seats, Rog in a military uniform and cloak, with CP0 agent on his left and Rhett and Luo on his right. This group doesn't look like they are here to shoot but more like they are here to collect. 110 million berry. The CP0 agent raised the sign in a deep voice, announcing every word like a referee. No one answered. The host's mouth was twitching. 110 million berry once, twice, 3 times, deal. The fruits are packed into special refrigerated boxes, sealed directly on site and sent to the backstage. Everyone lowered their heads and whispered, and the atmosphere was weird. Is that Rog from G5? Who's crazy enough to raise the price? Do you know how he fought his way back from New World? He even cut off one of Red Hair's hands. Do you want to try it? Someone broke out in a cold sweat. The auction ended abruptly, and that was the finale. Backstage VIP trading area. After CP0 handed the fruit over to Rog for confirmation, he immediately sealed the box and affixed an authorization mark, and then had it sent to Future Island by a direct technology escort team. At the same time, Rog called Den Den Mushi. Beep click Vegapunk's voice appeared, did you get the stuff? Seal the fruit and send it over. Rog said, weren't you planning to experiment with the super alloy bone transmutation technology? This munch munch fruit can serve as a transformation anchor. You're really willing to do that? Vegapunk snorted, okay, then I'll go all out and do something. Also, Rog continued, Enel will use a thundercloud to send the Arc Proverbs to Future Island to collaborate with the laboratory in constructing an aircraft carrier platform. You should be ready to receive it. Interesting. Vegapunk was clearly excited. I'll see if I can make it into a flying battleship island. Communication interrupted. Sabayati port at night. The fruits were loaded onto the ship and left the port. Red and Luo walked down the auction floor side by side. Lighter glanced back at the still magnificent and dazzling slave trading hall and said in a deep voice, when did even people become numbers? Luo whispered, when we become stronger, these bastards won't be in charge anymore. Rog waved his cloak and walked in front. Sharpen your own knife first, then talk about unlocking the shackles for others. They are waiting for an opportunity, and we will create opportunities for them. On a quiet, snowy night, the warship set sail. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared in the direction of Future Island. It was the Arc Proverbs descending from the clouds, shining across the entire sea. Chapter 47. Alabasta Baroque Workshop. Outside the house, the sun is scorching and the wind and sand are swirling. The sand hit the window frame, making a rustling sound, as if foreshadowing the coming of some crisis. The house felt like an icy cave. Crocodile leaned back in a high-backed chair, tapping the tabletop lightly with the golden hook in his left hand, again and again, as anxious as the countdown of fate. Sweat broke out on his forehead, his cigar burned to the point where he didn't even feel it on his knuckles. Amidst the smoke, he stared at the intelligence officer with eyes that almost seemed to want to nail him to the wall. "You said, who's coming?" he repeated in a low voice, his voice so hoarse that it was almost distorted. The intelligence officer's lips trembled, and cold sweat broke out on his neck. "Confirmed. It's the Chief of Marine G5 codenamed Suan Lin, Vice Admiral Rog. He left the port yesterday and is heading towards Alabasta. He is expected to arrive as early as this evening." Crocodile's body shook slightly, and at that moment even the fine sand that had been floating around his shoulders stopped for a second. He slowly stood up and walked to the French window. Looking at the sea of sand, he seemed to see the Vice Admiral in a white cloak leading an army. Why did he come? Did he find out something? Or? He spoke in a low voice, with a hint of anxiety and uneasiness in his voice. "Are you here for Pluton as well?" These words to himself made Nico Robin, who was sitting not far away, raise his eyes slightly, with a rare look of surprise in his expression. She closed the ancient book in her hand and asked calmly, "Are you scared?" Crocodile was silent for a long time, then slowly turned back to look at her. "Nico Robin." His tone was slow, but unusually free of anger. "You may not yet understand what that guy represents. In this world, there are some people who can easily overturn the tide of war. If it weren't for Garp, Rog would be the strongest vice admiral in marine history. Even now, even though Garp is still a figurehead, the one who can truly control the entire New World marine system, is only him. He's Sakazuki's nephew, but he's even more ruthless than Admiral Akainu. Even Sengoku, the core leader of the hawkish faction within the Marine Corps, admits that his operational judgment is on par with the Admiral. You think he's just here to patrol the desert? No, he even dares to hunt down 4 emperors' red-haired shanks." The more Crocodile spoke, the more solemn his expression became. The metal of the hook blade in his right hand trembled slightly, but he didn't even notice it. "If he's coming for you, then you might not have it tomorrow." Robin was silent for a moment. Although she was knowledgeable, this was the first time she heard such an evaluation from a Shishibukai. For the first time, an involuntary thought emerged in her heart. What kind of person is this man named Rog? At this moment, boom! With a loud bang like thunder, the heavy door was kicked away directly, and the loud noise shook the entire sand building. The wind and sand poured into the conference hall, like an overwhelming black wave, crushing down. In the midst of the dust, a tall and slender figure walked in slowly, with a stern face and eyes like an eagle, sharp and intimidating. Rog Vice Admiral. Behind him was Anne standing with a sword, his eyes cold and his aura as cold as ice. Crocodile was instantly unable to move, sand rising silently as it surrounded the area for defense, yet it didn't dare to act rashly. And Robin's heart suddenly tightened when those calm, almost indifferent eyes swept over her. "Nico Robin." His voice was very soft, but it exploded in her ears like a Shinigami whisper. Robin's mind raced. Recognized me? Was it intentional? Or was it a warning? No, is he here to kill me? Is it over? Her body leaned back almost instinctively, and her fingers had already slightly opened into the shape of petals. Crocodile's mind was racing when he heard Rog say his name. Should I take action? No, I can't. Confronting this madman head-on is courting death. But at this critical moment between life and death, Rog simply withdrew his gaze, as if everything was not worth his effort. He turned around and said in a tone that was neither light nor heavy. "Don't be nervous, I'll come over and take a look." Before leaving, he stopped and gave me a cold look that was not angry but suffocating. Sand crocodile, be more restrained. I don't care if you're a Shishibukai or not. But don't make me come a second time. Pop. He closed the door and left, his steps as steady as if nothing had just happened. The air began to flow again only after he left. Crocodile, sweating profusely, slowly sat back in his chair, while Robin remained pale. At that moment, the temperature in the sand building seemed to have dropped to freezing point. This is Suinlin Rog. Even if you don't take action, it feels like a mountain pressing down on you. Alabaster Rainland. The sun was setting, sand and fog were rolling, the streets were bustling with activity, vendors were shouting, travelers were walking by, but it seemed that they could not be affected by the two figures walking silently forward. Rog put his hands in his pockets, his cloak fluttering in the wind. He had a calm expression, and his eyes swept across the yellow sand street in the distance with a hint of thought. Anne followed beside him, a hint of doubt still lingering on his face. When the two of them were wandering aimlessly, they came to the end of a deserted alley. Finally, she whispered. Rog Vice Admiral, why didn't you do anything just now? Rog looked straight ahead. I did it. Ian pursed his lips, but you only glanced at them. You're too young. Rog's lips curled slightly and he smiled softly. Sometimes, just one look is enough. Ian was stunned. Rog lowered his head, his eyes slightly deep. Nico Robin's reaction. I'm a little disappointed. She is not an ignorant person, but she hides so naturally next to Crocodile. This shows that she had already prepared for the worst and accepted that she was a tool being used. She clearly had the talent to survive, but she still chose to stay close to the shadows. We can't move her. First, her identity is too sensitive. One move could affect the whole body. As for Marie Joyce, if I take action now, it will only confirm some people's suspicions. As for the second one. Just as Rog's thoughts were wandering, the air around him suddenly changed. The sand suddenly turned cold, frost appeared on the street corners, and the air was as solid as ice. Just come. At the corner of the street in the distance, a tall figure in a dark blue cloak walked out slowly, his hands in his pockets, leaving behind a string of ice crystal echoes. Aokiji Admiral Kyuzan. Rai. His tone was calm, yet revealed a rare solemnity. Ian subconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword, while Rog stopped, looking at him quietly without changing his expression. The two top marine fighters faced off on the sandy streets of Alabasta. The air was so quiet that it seemed like it would break at any second. Rog glanced sideways and said in a low voice, I have no plans to do anything to her for now. Kyuzan sighed. Robin, she didn't do anything wrong. She's just a child who's been taken advantage of countless times by the world. She didn't do anything, she just wanted to survive. Rog was silent for a few breaths, then suddenly chuckled, Are you pleading for her? I'm not. Aokiji shook his head, I just don't want you to make the wrong move. Rog's tone suddenly turned colder. I'm not interested in her for the time being, don't worry. But, if she does something like pirates in the future, I won't be like some people who choose to turn a blind eye. When he mentioned certain people, his eyes were sharp, pointing straight to the depths of Aokiji's heart. Aokiji narrowed his eyes, his expression slightly stiff. The auras of the two collided, as if the entire neighborhood was trapped in ultimate oppression, and even the air turned into an invisible blade, surging between the two. The situation is tense. After a few breaths, Aokiji exhaled slowly and turned around. Then I'll just assume you're not interested. But Rog. Aokiji's tone suddenly lightened, but still carried the warning of an old friend, don't go too far. Sometimes it looks like you're dispensing justice. But take one more step forward and you will become another world. After saying that, he strode into the icy fog, his figure hidden at the junction of mist and yellow sand, leaving a lingering chill in the air. Ion took a deep breath and looked back at Rog. Rog just stared at the direction Aokiji left and whispered. Pedophile. I'm here to put an end to this stupid pirate's world. Chapter 48. Alabaster Rainy Street. Yellow sand swept across the street corners in the wind, the remaining frost quietly melted, and pedestrians began to resume their hustle and bustle. But Rog did not stop, and continued to walk calmly among the increasingly bustling crowd, as if the brief confrontation with Aokiji just now was just an ordinary encounter between old acquaintances. Ian was silent for a long time, and finally spoke in a low voice. When you mentioned pedophile just now, sir, are you referring to? Rog turned around and grinned innocently, who else could it be? Can't you stop making jokes like these that could easily lead to accidents? Ian said helplessly. I'm not kidding. Rog raised his hand to straighten his cloak, his tone lazy and somewhat playful. You can see that, Nico Robin, I will not take action for the time being. It's not because she's pitiful, but because the power behind her is quite strong. His tone was tinged with sarcasm. If I touch her, not only will the celestial dragons take notice of me, but some of my old colleagues will probably be upset too. Ian nodded thoughtfully, then caught a glimpse of Rog's eyes falling on the sword at his waist. Have you improved your swordsmanship recently? Rog suddenly asked. Hey! Ian was stunned for a moment, then stood at attention. I'm practicing, but to be honest, I've really felt like I've hit a plateau lately. Haki's coordination with taijutsu is better than before, but in terms of swordsmanship, there aren't many seniors in the Marines who can be called sword masters. Rog nodded slightly, put his hands in his pockets, and said calmly. Marine isn't short of experts, it's short of pure swordsmen. From Gendarme's taijutsu style, Kizaru's light-speed combat, to ancient monsters like Garp whose punches are as hard as cannonballs, you'll find that those who are good with swords are basically on the other side. But... He looked up into the distance, his eyes growing darker. If I were to name a swordsman-level figure in the Marines, there was one. Anne's eyes lit up. Who is it? Rog gave a meaningful smile. Our next destination is Impel Down. Ain was shocked. Impel Down? That's where they hold serious criminals. Didn't you say I should improve my swordsmanship? Rog's lips curled slightly, his voice was not loud, but resounding. You'll know when you get there. The dust rolled up, the picture faded, and the outline of Impel Down appeared in the distance in the background wind and sand. Impel Down Magellan office. What? Magellan slammed the table, and poisonous mist rose from his shoulders. You want to take Shiryu away? He's a murderer. No. He didn't kill the enemy, he killed his own people. I know. Rog took a step forward, his eyes calm as water, but I also said that I will subdue him. There are, never too many people in this world who enjoy killing pirates. Magellan's face was filled with distrust. He tried to poison the entire security department at dinner time last time. How can you make someone like that obey you? You don't have to believe him, but you can believe me. Rog said calmly, I've already contacted Marshal Sengoku. He said that as long as you agree to take me to level 6 for verification, it will be fine. Magellan gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. Let's go. But I warn you, if he loses control, I will poison him immediately. No problem. Rog smiled, I'm not here to take a pet anyway. Impel Down level 6 Eternal Hell. Beneath the bottomless cage, the smell of rust and death lingers, and the darkness that has not seen the light of day for years weighs on every inch of the air like a substance. In the deepest solitary cell, Shiryu slowly opened her eyes. It was a blood-red gaze, like a sleeping beast. Here you are. Rog stood outside the iron bars, his cloak hanging down, his aura as steady as a mountain. It's actually the famous Rog Vice Admiral. Shiryu scoffed and stood up, the sound of the dragging chains echoing like a death knell. Are you here to laugh at me? Or are you here to read my final confession? Neither. Rog responded lightly, his voice calm but unquestionable. I'll take you in. Accept me. Shiryu licked her cracked lips, her smile growing crazier. I won't be as obedient as those weaklings. Rog stretched out his hand and stepped towards the cage, his footsteps seeming to beat on people's heartbeats. You are the former chief of the Impel Down Police Department. Condemned to death for excessive killing of prisoners, you were later imprisoned in Level 6 Eternal Hell due to your immense combat prowess. You love killing, but you're not crazy. You just enjoy the sense of accomplishment of the strong beheading the weak. Shiryu's smile froze for a moment. I don't care if you follow orders or not. I only want your knife only for the deserving person. The so-called pirates of the damned? You want me to be your butcher? Shiryu's eyes were like blades. Good. Rog stepped into the cell where Impel Down's most dangerous criminals were held, threw thunderstorm to Shiryu, and his footsteps rang like a bell of judgment in Shiryu's ears. I know you can come out anytime, come on. Shiryu grinned, the madness from years of confinement swirling in his eyes. He licked the corners of his cracked mouth, and a smile slid across his lips like a snake's tongue. Do you know how many people I killed in Level 6? Those guys didn't even have time to scream. Before he finished speaking, the ground shook. Shiryu suddenly jumped up, his body like a black shadow and lightning. The hand with broken chains picked up thunderstorm and slashed down wildly. The wind from the sword was like a roaring sea. Try and see if you are worthy of saying this. Swish! The long sword cut through the air, but it stopped strangely at the moment of its slash. It was not blocked, nor was it caught, but it stopped in the air and froze. Air! Shiryu's face suddenly changed. Rog's face was calm, his right hand slightly raised, his 5 fingers spread out. You think? I'll teach you a lesson with a knife. The next second, the air exploded with a pop. The invisible weight fell like a hammer from the sky, and Shiryu felt as if the chest was pierced by the hammer, and he slammed to the ground, causing the entire floor to cave in and explode. Amidst the billowing dust and smoke, the stone pillars collapsed, and the iron bars of the cage dozens of meters away creaked. Shiryu coughed up a mouthful of blood from the ruins, but his eyes became excited. He slowly stood up. So you're not a swordsman? That's even better. I hate those guys with titles. He leaped up again, haki wrapped around the blade, and slashed down violently. I'll show you. Impel Down's most vicious lunatic isn't called that by shouting. Soul Breaker. The sword energy was like a hurricane, splitting 10 meters in length. But Rog didn't move a step, just hooked his finger. 7 transparent space barriers instantly blocked the area ahead. The sword light fell into it, but seemed to be swallowed by several flexible yet indestructible air membranes. Crack! The last barrier bounced back and Shiryu's arm shook violently, and his knuckles burst. Dash what? Rog took a slow step, and haki spread from under his feet to the entire ground, drowning Shiryu like a tide. Air it can not only block movement routes and distort paths. I can also remove your blade and extinguish your arrogance. As soon as he finished speaking, Rog stepped forward. Air explosion, internal strike. Boom! The air behind Shiryu suddenly exploded, like silent thunder piercing through his nerves, and the whole person was blown away from behind, crashing through 3 steel pillars and falling headfirst into the stone wall. He vomited blood and fell to the ground, his bones dislocated, but his face became more and more crazy. Ha ha ha! That's amazing! I understand. He covered his ribs and stared at the figure coming towards him in the dust with burning eyes. The air, as hot as hell, solidified in an instant. Rog stood quietly in front of Shiryu, motionless, with his eyes slightly closed. But the next moment, he opened his eyes. As soon as the words fell, a pressure as heavy as the doomsday bell suddenly erupted. Boom! Dash! Conqueror's haki unbounded release. It was as if the entire level 6 was caught in an invisible storm. Black and purple lightning rose from his body, and the air was exploded with ripples. The stone pillars collapsed, the cage trembled, the iron chains hissed, and the walls were torn into spider-web-like cracks. Shiryu's pupils shrank, and his knees suddenly softened as he stood up, and he fell to the ground with a thud. This is... He gritted his teeth and held on, but found that even the hand holding the knife was shaking, and the haki in his body collapsed and disintegrated as if it was squeezed. Conquerors, how could he be this strong? It's not intimidation, but a sense of dominance at the level of ordering you to kneel down. In the cells within hundreds of meters, other death row prisoners were startled and saw the light that burst out like a heavenly punishment through the narrow gap. That guy Shiryu was, suppressed. Are you kidding me? Even he's on his knees. Who could have subdued Shiryu and impel down? Is that the Xianlin that's being uploaded to New World? What on earth has this world become? Fear spreads like a plague in the deepest hell. Some of the originally arrogant and indifferent desperados now retreated silently in the cage, not daring to say a word. And Shiryu, his face was distorted, but he forced himself to get up, his teeth clenched until they bled, and his eyes were no longer filled with contempt and frenzy, but with suppressed shock and rare respect. I give in. He whispered, his voice like broken iron. I, Shiryu, obey you. But I also took a gamble. He lowered his head and gripped the hilt of the knife tightly. Even if you tie me up, one day, I will definitely defeat you. Rog sneered, welcome to the challenge. He turned around, his cloak rising like a dark tide, and stepped out of the cracked cage threshold. From today on, your knife belongs to me. But remember the rules. Only kill the pirates, leave the civilians alone. You can challenge me once a year. If you win, you're free. If you lose, you'll continue to chop for me. I'll chop you to death, or all the pirates will die. Shiryu lowered his head and smiled, remained silent for 3 seconds, and then struggled to get up. Make a deal. I hate rules the most in my life, but this one of yours I'll put up with it. With Marshal Sengoku's filing documents and Rog's signature completed, Shiryu was specially approved to be transferred to a Special Organization Observation Soldier and included in the G5 Branch Special Operations Cooperation member. Rog watched him get on board, then turned to Magellan and said, "Don't worry. If he really goes crazy, I will send him back myself." Magellan was silent for a long time, then said coldly, "You better know what you're doing." Rog smiled and waved. "Don't worry, Impel Down won't be empty. I'll probably be sending a whole bunch of people back soon. You might have to ask him to come back and help you carve out some space then." Magellan looked at the people walking away and said helplessly, "It's as if the pirates you've handled are still alive." Chapter 49. Impel Down Level 6 Eternal Hell Between the Broken Tiles. The moment Rog conquered Shiryu with the combined power of the Air Fruit and Conqueror's Haki, the air in all of hell seemed to freeze. The broken cage twisted and collapsed, the iron pillars were charred and broken, and the Haki impact left over from the battle lingered for a long time like the roar of a ferocious beast. At the end of the dark dungeon, dozens of sitting figures slowly opened their eyes amidst the shock. "It's Rog," a giant man said in a low voice, his fingers gripping the cold iron bars, his knuckles turning white. "Suinlin Rog, the Marine's strongest vice-admiral. He single-handedly killed the third-in-command and crippled the red-haired right in front of the red-haired group." Another voice cracked. "That madman actually came to Impel Down. Even Shiryu was beaten down, so if we go out, are we seeking death?" A death row inmate who had tortured soldiers from many countries laughed bitterly. "The rules of the sea have changed." The heavy atmosphere seeped into the bones of all the prisoners like fog. They had once wanted to escape for revenge and dominance, but for the first time they felt impelled down to the 6th floor. Perhaps it is the safest place. New World Channel G5 Flagship Judgment. Night is approaching and the sea breeze is fierce. Ian was practicing swordsmanship on the deck, but the long sword in her hand moved hesitantly. Although her swing was accurate, there was no killing intent in it. Every time he retreated, he showed a hesitation of just enough. Clean movements. On the other side of the deck, Shiryu leaned against the mast and spoke in a cold tone, but it's too gentle, not like a murderous sword. Ian stopped and looked at him warily. You want to teach me? Not that I think. Shiryu slowly approached, holding the thunderstorm in a reverse grip. It was your lunatic commander who asked me to teach you. He said it was the first lesson, teaching you how to strike the pirates without mercy. Ian frowned slightly. Don't take advantage of this opportunity to do anything wrong. Shiryu chuckled, a hint of ferocity in his tone. There's no point in messing around now. I'm still observing whether you're worthy of my serious attack. Then let's compare. Anne's eyes narrowed, the blade was raised, and haki fluttered like the wind. The next second, the knife flashed through the air, and sparks flew everywhere. This class is not about aesthetics, it only teaches murderous intent. Marineford Strategic Conference Hall. Sengoku took off his reading glasses, frowned for a long time, and finally uttered only one sentence. And he actually took Shiryu away. The atmosphere at the table suddenly froze. Vice Admiral he sighed softly and frowned. Rog, that brat, he really dares to touch anything. Kizaru put on his sunglasses, his tone still slow. Do you think he really has no ideas? This kind of knife is indeed sharp, and it does cut hands. Aokiji stood against the wall, arms folded, expression unusually serious. Can he really suppress Shiryu? Sengoku remained silent, but elsewhere in the conference room, a man who had remained silent until then finally spoke. If it's Rog, Akainu Sakazuki whispered, his tone as firm as a burning rock, then it can be suppressed. His voice was not loud, but it was powerful. In this world, no one is more suitable than him to turn danger into the flame of justice. The next day, New World, Reef Zone 87 in the Triangle of Terror. Dark clouds were looming, thick fog was everywhere, the damp wind blew the bird carcasses on the broken reefs, and the lifeless sea seemed to have swallowed up time. A Madara barge with a faded purple sail was drifting slowly in the fog. The Fox logo on the bow was still funny, and obscene laughter came from the deck. He he he. God is really helping me. This sea is just the right shade of gloom. No one's disturbing us while we're doing our little program recording. Silver Fox Foxy put his hands on his hips, sucking guava juice and laughing wildly. But just as he finished speaking, a roar like a hammer hitting a bell suddenly came from the sky. Boom! The G5 battleship, as black as the night, was like a dragon emerging from the fog in the sea. The white pattern blade of rectification and the number G5 on the bow stood majestically, and a murderous aura filled the deck. Oh my god! Foxy instinctively splashed the juice into his mouth and fell to his knees. Turn around! Turn around! Those lunatics from G5 are coming. I'm not a pirate. I'm a comedian. But the next moment, a figure leaped into the air from the bow of the ship, his cloak like wings and his murderous aura like a raging tide. Silence! He stroked the knife with one hand and held the wine jug with the other, his red eyes revealing a long unsatisfied desire and hunger. I lightly touched the sea surface with my toes, but there was no ripple or trace. It's been a while since I felt the sensation of chopping someone down. He whispered, and suddenly paused in mid-air. Shiryu's eyes moved slightly, and he felt his body become slightly stiff, and the rhythm of his sword movement slowed down by a half-second. Is this sluggish? Is the body's reaction disturbed? He caught a glimpse of the funny finger gestures in Foxy's hands and immediately understood. So it's your fruit ability that can actually affect my level of physical reaction. A flash of knife. 5 minutes later, the sea surged in the thick fog, half of the slow-moving ship broke into charcoal, and corpses floated in the wreckage. After clearing out the stragglers from the other side, Ian and the second squad of G5 rushed to the main battlefield, only to see corpses were chopped to pieces on the ground, and the deck still had traces of the sword's shock. The silver fox Foxy was huddled under the wooden board like a charred dead mole, twitching slightly. Ain was silent for a moment, and whispered. He didn't even kill the rat. Rog walked over from the deck, his cloak fluttering in the wind, but with a strange smile on his face. Ready? There was a hint of teasing in his tone. Did you make a mistake? That's not like you. Shiryu was pouring wine into the wine flask and shrugged. This kid's fruit is a little interesting. My body was actually slowed down by 0.5 seconds. He shook his head. This is the first time someone has made me feel dull, so it's worth something. Hearing this, Rog's eyes fell on Foxy, who was already unconscious. His eyes lit up, and he curled the corners of his lips as if he had discovered something precious. The slow fruit, it's a rare find. Controlling time perception, reflexes, and delays in movement command signals, the tactical applications are extremely valuable. After saying that, he took out the Den Mushi. Chirp click. CP0, G5 Branch Chief Rog. I have a pirates who uses the slow fruit. Come and take him away and send him to Future Island for incarceration. Leave it to Vegapunk personally. He paused, his tone suddenly becoming more amused. Tell him that this fruit deserves a battle design template. Yes, yes. Send someone immediately. Immediately dispatch a dedicated air transport unit. The person on the other end of the Den Mushi was talking very fast. After hanging up, Rog looked at Foxy, who had fainted and drooled, and kicked him back into the wooden box. You are lucky. He smiled and said, if I had been a few seconds later, I wouldn't even have been able to collect the body. As Ain arranged for his men to pack up the target, he whispered to Shiryu, you really didn't kill him. Shiryu licked the scabbard, this fruit ability is worth keeping. Didn't you say I can only kill the damned? Then I'll give you some experimental materials. Rog nodded, not bad, you know the limits. The more I look at your knife, the better it looks to me. Chapter 50. New World Thriller Bark. In the thick sea fog, the dark and ghostly judgment slowly approached the shore. Rog stood at the bow, his eyes penetrating the fog and locking onto the huge castle that looked like a pile of wreckage. Is this Thriller Bark? Ian frowned, this place is really spooky. Are you scared? Shiryu scoffed, and Lei tapped the armor sheath lightly. How can you be a female swordsman with this aura? Ion rolled his eyes and turned to look at Rog. Vice Admiral, what are we here for? I'll change your knife. Rog said lightly. Hey! Ian looked confused. Rog stepped out from the bow, his cloak billowing. This is also to train you. Practice here for a while. In the Thriller Bark, there's a very special zombie, wielding one of the 21 great swords, Autumn Water. Ain's eyes were stunned, big knife. Shiryu rarely stopped joking and said in a slightly graver tone, Akaswai, one of the 21 great swords, is one of only 2 black swords in the world. He raised his eyelids and stared at Ion, the other one, is in Hawkeye's hand. Do you know what this means? Ain frowned and nodded seriously, I understand. In front of the castle's shadow and the zombie army's defense line, accompanied by the creaking sound of the metal door, a group of figures staggered out. Leading the group was the portly, gloomy-faced 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria. Absalom and Hogback followed closely behind, the 3 of them staring at the approaching marine from afar with frozen expressions. It's really a ghost. Absalom lowered his voice, that's Rog, the butcher of G5. What's he doing here? How should I know? Moria's forehead was covered with sweat, and his voice was weak. Don't fire. Let's see what he's going to do first. The 3 men came forward, and Moria forced an awkward smile. Ahem, Vice Admiral Rog has visited us. I wonder, what instructions do you have? Rog glanced at him, his expression calm. Since you've only dared to draw pirates lately, I'm not here to cause you any trouble today. Moria was relieved, haha. That's good, that's good. Tell me. Rog's tone became more serious. Among your pile of corpses, there's a zombie that's really good with a sword. Where is it? You mean the number 900, right? Hogback quickly added, he's our strongest zombie warrior right now, and he uses a long black sword. Very good. Rog nodded and said lightly, take us there. There were piles of iron and stone on all sides, and the dim torches could not illuminate the end of the room. The air was filled with a mixture of decay and old blood and rust, as oppressive as purgatory. Moria's voice trembled, his face pale, and he took 3 steps back. We call him number 900. He is a fusion of the shadow of a skeleton swordsman. No one has ever been able to control him. That's even better. Rog said calmly. Seal release. Crack. As the metal chain broke, the coffin lid flew off and the air pressure in the entire hall dropped sharply. The zombie warrior Longma slowly opened his lifeless eyes. A pitch-black, demonic-looking long sword, Chu Shui, was stuck in the tattered armor on his chest. He took a step forward, the corpse was as heavy as iron, and the sword intent was overwhelming. Boom! The ground cracked and the air waves were like blades. The black knife in Longma's hand pointed at An diagonally, and his energy was locked. Is that the aura of Chu Shui? Ian gripped his sword tightly, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Shiryu stared at the knife, his expression more solemn than ever before. That's no ordinary weapon. That's the Black Blade, a top-tier weapon that's been tempered with armament haki for a long time, permanently hardening the blade and enhancing its quality. He said slowly, the sword's will is as strong as iron, and the sword's heart is as powerful as force. If you are not firm enough, it will swallow up your will first. Rog turned to look at Ion, his eyes sharp. This is your battlefield. Let Chu Shui recognize you. The zombie swordsman was speechless. There was no soul in his eyes, but the movement of holding the knife was more precise than that of a living person. Swish! With just a horizontal swing, the sword energy swept out like a thread, so fast that it left several afterimages. The air collapsed between the trajectories and was visibly cut apart. Ian had almost no time to react and had to force himself to block with his sword. Bang! The shockwaves from the knife knocked her over and knocked down an iron wall. The armor shattered and the arm bones were numb. But she didn't back down. Come again! She roared hoarsely, bloodline slipped from her shoulder, rushed out of the broken wall, and slashed with the blade. Drink it! And the zombie swordsman, without sheathing his sword, took a step forward, lowered his shoulders, and swung his sword downwards. This move directly pressed Ian to the ground again, the floor tiles shattered, and the dust stirred like an explosion. Moria, who was watching the fight, was so frightened that her lips turned purple. That guy, his strength is wrong. What kind of zombie could have been so strong as to suppress a marine major? Rog's eyes were as calm as water, and he spoke softly. This zombie was originally the corpse of swordsman Ryoma. He looked towards the center of the battle circle. He was a dragon slayer in his lifetime, but after his death, his corpse chi didn't dissipate, so Hogbark turned him into a zombie. That autumn water was the blade he used to slay the dragon. Even the corpse still retains the lingering sword spirit. Shiryu sneered, no wonder she's able to dominate Ian. If this girl really wants to win, relying on physical skills alone won't be enough. At this time, in the center of the battle circle, Ian finally gritted his teeth and stood up. The blade shone like the moon, the air twisted, and a sweeping blow came crashing down. Ha! Ian blocked with both swords, haki surged, dang! The loud noise shook the stone beams of the castle. She was knocked back several meters, but she turned her feet and stabilized herself in an instant. Back off 4 seconds. The air suddenly reversed, and An flashed back to his previous position in the air, appearing in front of Ryoma again with the blade already raised. That blow of yours, I saw through it. She took a step forward and slashed diagonally, penetrating the gap between Chu Shui and the armor. Ding! Sparks flew and Long Ma's body paused. Shiryu's eyes flickered slightly. Good judgment and timing. So her fruit ability can also perform a fixed point retry in battle. Rog said calmly, her sword isn't fierce enough, but her mind is already that of a qualified warrior. Longma seemed to be enraged, and the black knife chopped down again, faster, heavier, and more crazy. Back off 3 seconds. Back 2 seconds. Ain adjusted his position repeatedly, dodging back several times to avoid vital points, and then, in a gap when the enemy was approaching, he shouted. Cut! The two blades crossed in mid-air, and haki exploded like thunder. Boom! The entire hall was instantly filled with smoke and dust. If taijutsu isn't good enough, then haki will make up for it. She shouted loudly, and her haki expanded like inky black wings, covering the blade and her arms. Armament break! His figure rushed forward like thunder, and he was slashed by Chu Shui's black knife. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was like a mountain roar, shaking the entire basement. Amidst flying stone chips, Ian finally forced the zombie swordsman to retreat 3 steps, and the Chu Shui sword trembled in his hand. This is the first time the zombies show a flaw. Continue. Rog shouted, a hint of approval in his voice. You're not fighting a dead man, you're trying to get Chu Shui to recognize you. A gleam flashed in An's eyes, he took a deep breath, and his fighting spirit became more and more boiling. Shape penetration, wheel breaking edge. Ein leaped up, his blade covered with armament haki, and he slashed out 9 shadow cuts in a row with the momentum of a spinning slash. The black knife attacked again, and the two sword intentions collided violently head-on, and the sword wind cracked the roof. Dash bang! With the final blow, Ian used the angle and explosive power to force Chu Shui and the zombie to the ground. As the lime rose, the zombie swordsman fell heavily to the ground, and the autumn water in his hand suddenly. The trembling of resistance stopped. The sword intent receded like the tide, and the remaining soul fell silent. The entire knife lay quietly in the same place, its ownerless edge being automatically restrained. Ian half knelt beside him, breathing heavily, looking at the pitch-black long sword with a complicated expression. It recognized me. Rog took a step closer and looked down at Chu Shui. It doesn't recognize anyone. It only follows those who can defeat it. He said calmly. If you win, you are the master. Shiryu leaned against the wall and chuckled, Congratulations, swordswoman. Moria seemed frozen, his face pale. Oh my god, the autumn water black sword, she took it away. Rog just quietly looked at the silent Chu Shui, then raised his head and looked at the endless sea fog outside. With his hands behind his back, he said coldly, Remember this day. You didn't get this knife from me. You earned it with your life. Chapter 51. New World G5 Base Sahan Naval Base. Before the night faded, the armored gate opened with a boom, and the sound of the steel rails pushing forward was deep and powerful. The judgment slowly approached the shore. The flagship named Blade of Justice that made the pirates tremble in fear was like a Shinigami returning to its nest in the morning mist. The deck bridge dropped down, and a figure stepped out first. Shiryu, former warden of Impel Down, the underwater prison. At that moment, the entire G5 military base seemed to stand still in an instant, and only surprise and whispers remained in the air. Isn't that madman from Impel Down? Shiryu, shouldn't he be locked up? Wait, he's joining us? Seriously? Lighter was the first to walk over quickly, his military jacket casually draped over his waist, sea stone brass knuckles draped around his waist. His face was filled with undisguised curiosity and excitement. "Are you Shiryu? You're quite good at killing, aren't you?" he said with a smile in his voice. Enel stood aside with his arms folded, his golden eyes narrowed slightly, lightning dancing lightly between his fingers. "He's truly a ruthless individual. His aura is exactly like the Impel Down rumors. Pretty awesome." Following closely behind was Luo Trafalgar, whose face had long been as calm as ice. When his eyes fell on the famous black sword at Anne's waist, his steps paused slightly and his eyes darkened. "Black knife? Did you bring it back from Thriller Bark?" "Yes." Ian nodded gently, his tone full of calm confidence. "It recognizes me as its master." "Pretty." Lei Te smiled, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Then I must test your strength, especially you, Shiryu. I heard you've killed many powerful pirates. Come and test my fist." Training ground. Under the scorching sun, the ground of the G5 training ground had already been cracked like spider webs by the aftermath of Haki. The watching Marines retreated 100 meters away, but were still tossed to and fro by the oncoming gusts of wind. Lighter twisted his neck, his armor color covering his body like a tide, and his sea stone brass knuckles gleamed coldly. "I heard you never use a second blow when you kill someone." Shiryu's thumb gently pushed the hilt of the sword, and the thunderstorm was unsheathed 3 inches. "Today I will make an exception." Before he finished speaking, the two of them disappeared at the same time. Bang! The moment the fists and blades collided, the shock wave shattered the nearest turret. Red spun around and delivered a whip kick, but Shiryu leaned back to avoid it and hit his knee with the back of his knife. Red staggered half a step, but used the momentum to elbow his opponent in the throat, forcing Shiryu to block with his sword. Amid the clanging sound of metal, the two men each took 3 steps back, leaving a deep pit on the ground. Red steadied himself and rushed forward quickly. Armed random fighting. His fists turned into afterimages, and each blow was accompanied by a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Shiryu's sword light formed a dense net, cutting off all attacks. Sparks flew, and Red suddenly changed his tactics, throwing an uppercut straight to the jaw. Clang! The thunderstorm blade accurately blocked the fist. Shiryu sneered, "Brute force is good, but..." The blade suddenly turned and slashed towards Red's throat along his arm. At the critical moment, Red leaned back suddenly, and the tip of the knife brushed past his nose, leaving a line of blood on his chest. Red wiped off the bloodline, and the muscles in his arms suddenly swelled. The pitch-black armament haki actually began to flow, gathering at the tip of the fist like magma. It was the entanglement of the armament haki that had just begun to emerge. Shiryu's pupils suddenly shrank. "Oh! Haki entanglement Beng Chuan!" Lei Te roared and blasted out a spiral shock wave. Shiryu finally got serious, wrapped the blade of the thunderstorm blade with dark red arcs, and slashed down with one blow. Thunder Prison! Boom! The moment the two energies collided, half of the ground in the training ground was blown away. In the smoke and dust, Lei Te slid backwards for more than 10 meters, his arms trembling. Shiryu took 3 steps back, stabilizing himself by digging the tip of his knife into the ground. "Ahem, I almost spit out Lao Zi's breakfast." Red spat out the blood foam from his mouth, but grinned, "Your move is powerful." Shiryu sheathed her sword, a rare smile on her face. "Just mastered armament haki and you're able to take my slash head on. G5 is truly home to monsters." He walked towards Lei Te and suddenly threw a bottle of wine to him. "Next time we fight bandits, you will be the first to go." Lei Te caught the bottle, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. "Don't let me take all your heads." The onlookers were stunned. Enel scratched his ears. Tisk, 2 battle maniacs. A few days later, Shiryu quickly integrated into G5, especially forming the hunting trio with Lei Te and Enel. Every time they go out on a hunting patrol, all the pirates are killed, and no one survives. G5 is crazy. He's beheading you before you even finish your cry for help. That guy named Shiryu, he's so scary, he's slashing people while laughing. These people are more brutal than the 4 emperors. The underground world is wailing constantly, and intelligence channels have raised the danger level of G5 to the highest level. The southwest blue region of New World has become a slaughterhouse. Bounty Hunter Intelligence Channel warning, avoid all G5 waters, leave no one alive. G5 Base ROG Office. On the desk, an urgent report from East Blue slowly slid down and lay quietly in front of ROG. East Blue, frequent maritime attacks, groups of unidentified, violent creatures attack merchant ships and devour crew members. Some merchant groups have been completely wiped out, with wreckage missing. ROG tapped his fingers lightly on the paper, his brows slightly furrowed. Violent creature. He whispered to himself, his eyes deep. Golden Lion? Right now, it seems like they're actually researching some kind of IQ project. After a long silence, he put down the report, stood up calmly and put on his coat. East Blue is where I started my business and it shouldn't be in danger of getting out of control like this. There are still some things I need to confirm. He dialed his exclusive platinum Den Den Mushi, his tone concise. CP0, immediately search the airflow anomaly areas over East Blue, especially those with atmospheric disturbances that could allow for long-term concealment. I suspect there are hidden Sky Island clusters. Notify me once the location is complete. After hanging up, he kicked open the office door and shouted. Light, Enel, get ready to go. We're going back to East Blue. East Blue Strong World Sky Island. More than 10 floating sky islands were connected by giant chains, like aerial fortresses, surrounded by clouds and mist, lightning, and the air was faintly filled with the pungent smell of drugs. On the central island, tall towers stand in rows. Amid the roar of steam, hundreds of scientists are busy operating giant experimental equipment. Inside the rows of injection tanks are blurry and twisting giant black shadows. On the central main island, the giant banquet hall was brightly lit, wine barrels were piled up like a hill, and the fat from roasting whole sea kings dripped into the bonfire, making a sizzling sound. Wahahaha! Cheers, guys! Golden Lion Shiki stuck a sword into the wine table, his long golden hair dancing wildly, and holding the wine bottle high in his hand. His legs, replaced by the famous swords Sakura-ten and Moku, were deeply embedded in the tabletop, and it seemed as if even the island was shaking with his laughter. To the success rate of IQ exceeding 40%, cheers! Cheers! Indigo, wearing his ridiculous purple lab coat and face paint, was drinking from a bucket of liquor. Scarlito hugged a few of his men and danced a weird dance drunkenly, occasionally making strange gababa laughs. After 3 rounds of drinks, Indigo wiped the foam from the corner of his mouth, approached Golden Lion, and said in a low voice. Captain, is it really okay for us to drop those violent creatures from the failed experiment onto East Blue? He adjusted his tilted goggles, speaking hesitantly, East Blue is now the domain of that Suinlin ROG. After he took over, the pirates in East Blue were almost extinct. Even the marine branch was completely reorganized by him. Golden Lion glanced at him sideways, then suddenly burst into laughter. He put his arm around Indigo's shoulders, spraying him in the face with the reek of alcohol. Indigo, when did you become such a coward? That ROG? He's just a brat. He took a gulp of wine, his eyes flashing with contempt. No matter how powerful he is, can he still fly up here? Wahahaha! A burst of laughter erupted in the banquet hall. The pirates slammed the table and stamped their feet, and the sound of wine glasses clinking could be heard one after another. That's right. We are in heaven. Could he possibly grow wings and fly up to chop us down? Ga. Even if he can really fly, we still have thousands of ferocious beasts waiting for him. Golden Lion looked at his men's reactions with satisfaction, crushing the bottle in his hand, and glass shards mixed with wine dripped from between his fingers. East Blue, Roger's hometown. He stared at the sea of clouds in the distance, with the crazy light flashing in his one eye. Soon, it will be reduced to rubble, and that Rog will be left watching from the ground. Wahahaha. On Sky Island, a group of villains and scientists were drinking happily, with the roars of beasts heard continuously, like a feast before a storm. Chapter 52. East Blue, a certain sea area, clear skies. The sunlight penetrates the mist, casting fine golden rays on the calm sea. The G5 warship iron wall cut through the blue waves, and the ferocious wolf head statue on the figurehead reflected a cold light. Rog leaned on the bow rail, the hem of his white cloak swaying gently in the sea breeze, gazing at the distant horizon. Hey, Rhett, you're disturbing my sunbathing. Enel leaned lazily against the mainmast, the golden staff casually draped over his shoulder. The sunlight danced on the thunder drum tattoo on his earlobe, casting a faint halo. Lei Te was slapping the railing excitedly, shaking the whole boat slightly. See. This is the kingdom that Lao Zi and the boss have built. His nostrils curled up and he waved his arm. The entire East Blue, from Windmill Village to Caucosia, from Alpine Island to Sea Cat's Nest Pirates? Not a single one. Ha 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 ha. Enel raised an eyebrow, looking unconvinced. Oh. Look for yourself, East Blue is as peaceful as a hot spring bathhouse. Enel narrowed his eyes, a hint of sarcasm on his lips. Look over there, what's that? His golden staff suddenly pointed to starboard. Suddenly, a huge splash of water exploded on the sea surface, and a merchant ship was rushing towards them at an almost crazy speed. The sails were already tattered, and the people on the deck were waving white flags hysterically. Marine! Save us! There's a... Before he could finish his words, 3 huge monsters emerged from the water. Leading the way was an upgraded giant lion, its scarlet eyes bloodshot, saliva dripping from its fangs corroding the deck. Following closely behind was a crocodile with bone spurs on its back, which created a 3-meter-high wave wall with a sweep of its tail. Rhett's expression froze instantly. He slowly lowered his head and looked at the railing he had just hit. There were still 5 fingerprints on the metal railing where he had pressed it excitedly. Boom! Without any nonsense, the deck under Rhett's feet exploded. He transformed into a streak of black lightning and soared into the sky, armament haki condensing into a spiral black storm on the tip of his fist. Armament haki entanglement, meteor fall. The first punch directly smashed the giant lion's head into its chest cavity, and the shock wave created a vacuum zone with a diameter of 20 meters on the sea surface. The second punch hit the crocodile's back, and the bone spurs that were said to be able to withstand artillery fire shattered like fragile glass. Bang! When lighter landed heavily on the deck of the merchant ship, the entire ship sank half a meter. This, is this, that. Light Sama from G5. It really is him. We survived. He looked at the shivering merchants on the deck and asked, what's going on? It's a monster that suddenly fell from the sky. The captain stammered, we were transporting wine when suddenly the clouds. Before they could cheer, Enel's gloating laughter came from the distant warship. Ah ha ha ah ha ha ha, from pirates to monsters, what a big change. Rhett, didn't you say there wasn't even one? Shut up. Veins popped out on Rhett's temples. He ripped off his cloak, revealing his muscular upper body. The scars left by countless battles now glowed red. Stay here and don't move. After he finished speaking to the merchants, he stomped on the deck and jumped up again. This time, he rushed directly towards the last monster, an upgraded albatross with a wingspan of more than 10 meters. A black, domineering air current formed a tornado on his right arm, with faint flashes of lightning. To Lao Zi die. In a rage and humiliation, Red broke through his limits and launched a series of domineering attacks. Boom! The wind from the fist tore through the air, directly blasting the giant bird into a bloody mist. The aftermath plowed a 100-meter-long gully on the sea surface, which took a long time to calm down. Rog stood at the stern, the telescope in his hand pointed somewhere in the sky, and the abnormal airflow Uzumaki was reflected on the lens. He gently lowered the telescope, his eyes narrowed dangerously behind the lens. It seems our cleaning work. We still have to develop higher. At this moment. Beep, crack. Inside the warship's command tower, a specially modified black and gold Den Mushi opened its eyes, its eyeballs glowing red, its mouth parts opened, and it spewed out electric-like noise ripples. Rog's eyes flashed, and he slowly stepped into the cabin, tapping the insect shell with his fingertips. G5 Branch Chief, Rog. An extremely cold voice came from the other end of the Den Mushi, as if it were a machine operating without any emotion. CP0 has completed analysis of Sky Island monitoring results over East Blue. Based on the data you provided, including the magnetic disturbance map, high-altitude wind belt breakup points, and abnormal migratory bird migration trajectories, the Sky Island group has been successfully located. Area code, East Sky 03. Location, 5,500 meters above the East Blue high-altitude cloud belt. The density of floating rocks is over 3 times that of a normal floating island belt. Traces of fruit power were detected on the core island, consistent with the lion fruit energy field structure. Over 3,000 biothermal signals were detected simultaneously, all highly aggressive, suspected to be artificially bred biological weapons. The traceable source is most likely Golden Lion Shiki, who escaped from Impel Down 18 years ago. There was dead silence in the cabin. Rog lowered his eyes and slowly closed the Den Mushi. His expression was terrifyingly calm, as if a strong wind was gathering in his eyes. He walked out of the cabin and looked up at the cloud-covered sky above his head. At this moment, Rhett was carrying a giant beast bone and jumping back to the deck with a gloomy face. Believe it or not, the skins of those 2 monsters are thicker than the Sea Kings I smashed before, he muttered. Enel, leaning against the railing, was laughing uncontrollably. Didn't the great hero Rhett say, I won't see a single pirate? Ha 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 ha, but we ended up seeing a monster. Have you laughed enough? Rhett stared at him with a dark face. Well, I'm just telling the truth. Enel shrugged, lightning flashed, and his aura did not diminish at all. While they were joking, Rog walked to the bow of the boat. East Blue is my territory. He spoke calmly, and although his voice was not loud, it was louder than the noise on the entire deck. This is the pure land we have cleared from the sea of blood and corpses. I will not allow any fishy smell or stray dogs to cause trouble here. But now, someone dares to raise a monster on my head. He looked up at the sky, his gaze seeming to penetrate the sea of clouds. How dare you throw the failed experiment product into my waters? He took a sudden step forward, his cloak rustling fiercely, and his cold voice was like a wrath from heaven. It seems that it's time to clear out this layer of the sky. Lei Te clenched his fists, his fighting spirit burning, so it's in the sky. I was wondering why we couldn't even find the culprit. Enel's lightning flashed, and a warlike smile appeared on his lips. Thor. I've waited too long for this day. Rog turned around. Light, Enel. Prepare to ascend. Lei Te put on the sea stone brass knuckles and said, It's been a long time since I last went all out. A wave of air suddenly exploded on the sea surface. Before the sailors on the merchant ship could recover from the fear of the ferocious creatures, they saw the huge black steel ship, G5's Judgment, slowly rising without any sails or propellers. Hey, 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 the warship is flying. The ropes at the edge of the deck suddenly taut, and Rog's cloak fluttered in the strong wind. He pressed his hand lightly, palm facing downwards. Rising dragon. Buzz. The atmosphere of the entire sea area seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand. The sea surface below the Judgment instantly sank into a hemispherical vacuum with a diameter of 100 meters, and the wave wall solidified in mid-air. The warship itself was lifted up by the ultimate compressed air, like a sword lifted by the hand of God, and it rose into the sky. A stream of blue and white light gushed out, and the entire warship rose into the sky like a flying dragon. The storm swept through, and ordinary people on the merchant ship were shocked and speechless, watching the judgment break through the clouds and soar into the sky. At the bow of the ship, Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his figure tall and straight, like a pillar of heaven, his eyes as cold as a blade. Whisper like a Shinigami pronounces judgment. Shiki, you even crawled out of a legend. Don't even dream of putting down a drop of blood on my world. The battle to clear up the Sky Island has officially begun. Chapter 53. Sky Island above East Blue. Great job! The first phase of the IQ test has a 40% success rate. Golden Lion Shiki's face flushed red, he slapped his thigh and laughed wildly, then drank the entire jar of liquor in one gulp, spraying it far away. The pirates in the audience laughed so hard that they fell over, with snot and tears pouring out. We're going to return the entire East Blue to the arms of the beast, ha 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 ha. Yes. The captain is right. Cheers. For monsters. For violence. For ugh, I think I drank too much. Ka 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 ka. Indigo was already standing on stilts and playing his nose flute, twisting and turning like a poisoned clown. Scarlet was dancing with two monkeys in his arms, and the pirates around him were clapping and cheering. Captain, you're awesome. You have the best IQ in the world. The entire Sky Island was like a boiling pot of pirates' soup, a mess. Until a panicked little pirate, his face bleeding, kicked open the wooden door of the banquet hall. Captain! Something terrible is happening. Marine! The marine is coming from the sky. Bang! The wine jar fell to the ground and broke, and the music stopped abruptly. Everyone seemed to be frozen in time, and the air was so quiet that you could hear someone's stomach growling. What did you say? Where does Marine come from? Indigo tilted his head, one eye widening. From the sky. The pirate's legs went weak. Then. Ha 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 ha. Did you secretly drink the experimental drug I prepared last night? Marine flying up? Have you ever seen a warship with wings? Could it be flying Vice Admiral Little Wings? Ha 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 ha. Indigo walked towards the window while laughing and jumping in a circle. Come, come, let me see which flying general is coming up. He had just looked over for 3 seconds when his facial muscles twitched. Nanny. Outside the window, thick clouds rolled in, and a black thunder battleship was coming through the air like a chariot of the gods, with lightning flashing and the G5 logo hanging high on the bow, as if a Shinigami had descended. The massive cannons roared, thunder and lightning intertwined, and the entire ship was actually flying. Oh my god, it really flew up. Indigo sat down on the ground and his nose flute fell into the wine barrel. The room instantly exploded. Is this true? Oh my god, that battleship is actually floating. Isn't that the G5 flagship of Madman Rog? Golden Lion's expression suddenly turned cold, his golden hair fluttering, his gaze passed through the window frame and locked onto the figure that broke through the thunderclouds. Conqueror's breath of alcohol dissipated everyone's breath, and he growled in a low voice. Everyone! Stand by! This is not a drill! The thunder-swallowing and wind-walking warship was heading straight for the depths of Sky Island with a murderous intent. The sky suddenly darkened and dark clouds rolled in, like a sky wrinkled by an angry god. Golden Lion Shiki was suspended in mid-air, his golden hair dancing wildly in the fierce wind. His legs transformed into the famous swords Sakura Ten and Moku, which kept slashing through the air. The dense swarm of sky pirates behind him seemed to swallow up the entire sky. During the confrontation, the ship was steadily suspended in front of it, surrounded by thunderclouds, like the arrival of Thor's ship, and the oppressive force enveloped the entire sky. In the center of the deck, Rog's eyes were cold, and the air around him was shaking like water waves. His unmoving posture was like an iron law declaring destruction in the eyes of everyone. Red had already stepped onto the railing, his blood boiling and his fists pounding. Enel leaned against the mast, his lips curled up, his ears rumbling with thunder. It's been a long time since I've had the opportunity to release lightning at this height. The golden lion roared, shaking the heavens, and the sound waves blasted towards the fleet like a strong wind. Marine brat, who do you think you are? I, Golden Lion Shiki, am a king of my generation, standing alongside the pirate king Roger and Whitebeard. Who gave you the guts to step onto my sky island? Before he finished speaking, Rog had already walked forward slowly, his calmness revealing a solemnity. The old guys of your generation should have been in the grave long ago. You came here to die. His voice was as low as thunder, or should I take you back to the surface? You. Golden Lion was furious. I'll let you know today that the sky still belongs to me. As soon as he finished speaking, more than 1,000 air pirate troops behind him roared out, the warships started, bullets roared, and beast claws slashed wildly, like a doomsday torrent rushing towards the warships. Lei Te laughed wildly, his body bursting with armed color. Lao Zi goes first. He rushed into the sky and threw a punch, and more than 10 sky pirates exploded into blood mist in an instant. Enel, clear the area. Learn. Thunder, pure realm. Enel raised his right arm high, and countless lightning arrows transformed from his palm into a pool of thunder, exploding above Sky Island with thunder and lightning that shook the sky. A large number of sky pirate warships short-circuited and exploded, falling from the sky. The wind roars, thunder and lightning surge, and Haki explodes. Golden Lion's 2 famous swords Sakura Ten and Moku suddenly shook, and his body swooped down like golden lightning. Get off, kid! Lion, Thousand Slice Valley! Multiple golden slash waves tore through the clouds, crossing the sky like a silk thread, and a brief crack was cut into the space. Rog remained motionless, only raising one hand. Wind obliteration wall. Boom! An invisible air pressure barrier instantly formed, and the moment the slash hit the barrier, it was actually exploded in the opposite direction. The airflow reverses and the clouds collapse. Golden Lion's pupils suddenly shrank. Interesting. Laughing wildly, the 2 swords crossed, and Conqueror's Haki surged like a raging wave. Sky Slash, Hurricane Fang. The golden sword energy intertwined into a hurricane, tearing through the atmosphere and heading straight for Rog's face. Rog Shunpo dodged, his figure turned into an afterimage, and the air compressed and exploded under his feet. Airlock shock drop. Ka. The air suddenly solidified, wrapping around the Golden Lion's limbs like invisible chains. Humph! Golden Lion Conqueror's burst broke out, shattering the airlock. This little trick won't work on Lao Zi. Lion Majesty, govern place earth coiling. The entire sky island trembled, and the surface rocks condensed into a floating mass. Dozens of giant lion heads rose from the ground, roaring and biting at Rog. Rog glanced coldly, his right hand clenched loosely. Air pressure collapse. Boom! The lion's head was compressed into pieces the moment of contact, and the terrifying air pressure even flattened half of the island. Kid, you're funnier than Sengoku. Rog placed the warship behind him and slowly rose into the air. The air pressure around him was distorted, and Conqueror's and Fruit abilities were perfectly integrated. Your time is long over. Floating Sky Island West Front Right vs Scaredu. Roar! Scaredu's bones cracked, his gorilla-like muscles expanded to the limit, and his fists, wrapped in high-voltage electricity and anesthetic mist, smashed towards Red like a war hammer. The ground collapsed instantly, and gravel flew everywhere. Red grinned, wrapped armament Haki around his fists, and instead of retreating, he advanced. BH-100 continuations. The fist shadows poured down like a rainstorm, and each blow hit Scaredu's weak joints accurately. The gorilla's skeleton twisted and deformed under the impact of the armed color, and sparks flew. You are the beast and I am the hunter. Red laughed wildly, suddenly gathering strength with his right elbow, and compressing Haki to the limit. Thunder elbow strike, armor break. Crack. Scarlet's metal breastplate was smashed through, and blood splattered. But Scaredil went crazy and ignored his injuries, clamping Red tightly with his arms. Sizzle, sizzle. A high-voltage current erupted, and Red's muscles tensed up. He used his armed color to resist the electric shock, and his knees shot up like a cannonball. Steel knee rising dragon. Boom. Scaredil was blown hundreds of meters away, crashing through 3 floating rocks, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Lei Te shook his numb arms, his fighting spirit even stronger. My buddy is the god of thunder, and you're going to shock me with electricity. Come again. Floating Sky Island East Wing Research Tower Enel vs Indigo. Chemical Magic, 100 Medicine Hanabi. Indigo tumbled in the air like a clown, his cape throwing out dozens of colorful explosive balls, and poisonous mist, acid, and hypnosis gas intertwined into deadly fireworks. Enel was suspended in mid-air, his heart network fully open, lightning dancing at his fingertips. It's a boring trick. 30 million volts Thunderbird. The giant bird condensed with lightning spread its wings and dived down, accurately penetrating each chemical ball and detonating it in advance. Boom boom boom. The shock wave of the explosion was evaporated by lightning before it could spread. Indigo's pupil shrank, and he suddenly threw out his hidden killer move. Delayed Poison Balloon Trio. The 3 balloons that seemed to be floating slowly suddenly accelerated and surrounded Enel from different angles. Enel didn't even look up, and tapped the golden stick lightly. Divine Judgment, Lightning Pillar. Boom. A towering lightning pillar descended from the sky, not only shattering the poisonous ball, but also turning the entire research tower into charcoal. Ah! Indigo was blown away by the aftermath, smoke all over his body, and fell into the ruins. Enel looked down indifferently, lightning forming a field around him. Miscellaneous soldiers, don't get in the way. 20 million volts, discharge, lightning net. The lightning spread like a spider web, instantly clearing out the flying pirates' miscellaneous soldiers within a radius of 100 meters, and charred bodies fell like rain. Chapter 54. East Blue Sky Island Main Battlefield. The clouds seemed to be torn apart by giant hands, surging into an angry lead grey color, with thunder surging in it, as if endless rage was hidden deep in the sky, ready to pour down at any time. The sky was no longer the tranquil blue, but had turned into a battlefield torn apart by the clash of 2 terrifying forces. The air was shaking into waves due to the fierce collision. Golden Lion Shiki floats in the void, covered in storm and haki, his wild hair dancing wildly in the wind, his face distorted like a ferocious lion king. His bloodshot eyes, flashing with the fierce light of a wild beast, were fixed on Rog in front of him. Sakura-ten and Muku surrounded the golden light of lion fruit, the light was dazzling and dazzling, constantly slashing at the air. Every time they swung the sword, it brought with it a sharp sound of breaking through the air, as if to tear the world apart. Cloud Lion 100 roars. Shiki roared angrily, his voice resonating through the clouds like thunder and reaching the sky. The sea of clouds in the sky seemed to be summoned by him, surging and condensing like a tide, turning into dozens of roaring golden lions, roaring with open mouths, and biting towards Rog. Thunder and lightning danced wildly in it, rushing towards Rog with a breath of destruction. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, leaving behind shocking cracks. Faced with such power, Rog only raised his fingertips slightly, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Atmosphere turns into a dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere began to spin rapidly, condensing into 5 golden and white dragon-shaped air currents, roaring out from behind him. These 5 dragon-shaped air currents were like substance, carrying powerful air pressure. The dragon roars were mixed with endless majesty and oppression, rushing straight into the sky, interweaving with the roars of the cloud lions, shaking the entire sky. The dragon and the lion collided in mid-air, thunder and wind whistled in unison, the space was torn apart, shock waves were generated, and the air exploded continuously. The collision of the 5 dragon-shaped air currents with the cloud lions was as shocking as the collapse of heaven and earth. Each shock wave carried the power of destruction, tearing the surrounding air into pieces, forming visible air waves that spread out in all directions. Wherever they passed, the buildings on the floating sky island were instantly destroyed and the rocks were blown to pieces. Rog's eyes were as cold as ice, and his figure disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the golden lion. His movements were as fast as lightning, his 5 fingers grabbed the air fruit and conqueror's haki were perfectly integrated, turning into a claw attack that tore through the space, and the air blade turned into a claw-like smash towards Shiki's chest. Bachan Lin Kong Po. The powerful air blade was like a physical claw, carrying endless haki, instantly piercing through the golden lion's defense and hitting his chest hard. Golden Lion roared angrily and unleashed haki to block the attack, but the powerful force still knocked him back more than 10 meters. He was numbed by the powerful impact and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted, his eyes full of anger and unwillingness. "You little brat!" Just as he stabilized his body, Shiki glanced around and saw that below him, Ret was punching Scareduo in the chest, knocking him off the floating platform. On the other side, Enel's lightning was as sharp as a blade, which had already struck Indigo unconscious. Thunder and rain were intertwined, slaughtering all the remaining flying pirates. A-hole! The golden lion's eyes were bloodshot and he was filled with rage. His voice was like a roar from hell, full of despair and anger, as if he wanted to tear the whole world apart. "This is Lao Zi's aerial empire. It's not meat on your chopping block." The lion fruit fully opened, and thousands of floating rocks and islands began to stir, gathering in the air and transforming into a giant vision like a lion's crown. Under the control of his powerful haki and fruit ability, the entire floating sky island group seemed to have become his weapon, and the air was distorted in his anger. The end, Lion Kagura. With a loud roar, the entire floating sky island group shook violently. The sea of clouds collapsed, the sky rolled violently, and countless rock islands, pumice stones, clouds, and seas of thunder were fused together by the golden lion, forming a lion god colossus spanning the sky. As the giant roared, the ultimate slash of concentrated destructive power came across the sky, as if it was going to chop down the entire east blue sky. Every muscle of the colossus was tense, and golden light flowed on the surface of its body, as if it contained endless energy. Its eyes were like 2 burning suns, locked on Rog. The next moment, a huge golden blade of light spurted out from the mouth of the lion god colossus and went straight towards Rog. "How dare you let it go?" Rog's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his voice was low and cold, as if it came from the depths of the underworld. He stepped into the air and his figure rose suddenly. The black and gold conqueror's haki wrapped around his body like a black belt, converging into a supercritical sonic boom air dragon. Overpowering dragon roar collapse. The air pressure around Rog gathered crazily, and under his control, the powerful airflow condensed into a huge dragon-shaped airflow, rushing towards the golden lion's lion god colossus with a breath of destruction. There were bursts of sharp explosions in the air. The dragon-shaped airflow and the golden light blade collided violently in the air, bursting out with dazzling light. The entire sky was illuminated by this power, like daylight. Boom! Dragon and lion, wind and cloud. At this moment, the entire east blue sky was torn in half. The ultimate collision of will and pride. Boom! At this moment, all the floating clouds above east blue were torn apart, the lightning was sucked away, and the sea surface for dozens of miles was flooded with waves. The islands shattered, the airspace was reconstructed, and the entire floating sky island group. Explosion and crash. The lion god shattered into tens of thousands of stone meteors, which rained down on east blue from the sky. As for the golden lion Shiki, his eyes were bloodshot in mid-air, his body was covered in blood, his chest was collapsed, and his cloak was burning. You, what on earth are you? Before he finished speaking, he heard Rog's whisper in the sky. I am the owner of East Blue. He's also the one who sent you back to the grave completely. In an instant, an air shock wave exploded. Air pressure cannon. Bang! The golden lion fell like a rag, crashing into the wreckage of the floating island, and fell straight to the surface of the island with a roar. Boom! The ripples in the air were still lingering, and Lighter and Enel stood on the edge of the ruined island, overlooking the area below. Lei Te licked his cracked lips and said, with this punch, I think the flying pirates will be thrown into the underwater zoo. The lightning behind Enel gradually faded, and his voice was low. He still overestimates the remnants of the old times. I didn't expect the so-called cotters to be so weak. The island collapsed, and the thunder still roared. The smoke of the battlefield had not yet cleared, but the figure of the golden lion was already deep in the core of the floating sky island. Among the jagged rocks, a half-kneeling blonde figure was slowly climbing up. Cough, cough. Damn it! Half of his face was stained with blood, his cloak was torn, his chest was concave, a corner of Sakura-ten and Muku was broken off, his breath was weak, but he still stubbornly held up his body. The roar in his ears did not stop, but he raised his eyes to the sky, and his observation haki quietly spread. But what came back was dead silence. The once mighty flying pirates are now nearly wiped out. The wreckage of floating battleships was scattered everywhere, the high sky islands were broken and tilted, and burning bodies and rubble fell from the clouds. Even Indigo and Scarlito, there is no news at all. Just like that, gone. Golden Lion's eyes widened, a look of confusion crossing his face before quickly turning to madness. Ha, ha 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 ha, just because of 3 little brats, just because of a new age lunatic. He laughed wildly and coughed up blood, his whole body was in chaos, pumice stones were dancing around him, and a storm was brewing. You destroyed my air empire. Then I will show you too. What do you mean by burying someone with you? He suddenly pulled out the muku that was deeply inserted into the ground, and the red light of the lion fruit boiled wildly on its body. Golden Lion raised his hand and pressed the floating core of the control center, growling. Open all. Let my monster army run away. As the command was conveyed, the IQ experiment prison deep in the floating island shattered. Roar! From the abyss, thousands of ferocious beasts leaped out into the air. The 3-headed steel-armored mammoth, the thunder-transformed velociraptor, the red-eyed alien lion, the winged dragon snake, all of them are out-of-control creatures that have been injected with unstable IQ potions. They roared and broke through the clouds, rushing and falling towards all parts of East Blue. Ha ha! Golden Lion laughed loudly, blood foam splattering from the corners of his mouth. Let this pure land accompany me to hell. East Blue? Clean? No. From today on, this will become a monster graveyard. At this moment, the breath of lion fruit peeled off from the island. He removed the ability. I don't want to fly anymore. I'll let these monsters carry on. The Lion Kings will in my place, in your world. The entire remaining floating core began to sink out of control. At the same time, Enel's expression changed, and he instantly caught sight of hundreds of inhuman heat sources falling towards East Blue. Lei Te also roared, that BD he's going to throw all the monsters down with him. Rog maneuvers the warship into the air, Light maneuvers the warship away from the island area, while Enel intercepts the falling behemoth from the air. Lei Te quickly jumped into the warship, and Enel turned into a torpedo and rushed towards the falling out-of-control creature. Rog floated in the air, and air pressure gathered in his palm. Aren't you willing to die like this, old man? All right. I will use this palm to shatter your beastly dream. Chapter 55. As Golden Lion Shiki released the Lion Fruit's ability, the entire group of floating sky islands began to plummet. Countless upgraded beasts injected with IQ reagents fell into the East Blue Sea like comets, roaring to the sky. The warship trembled violently in the turbulent currents of the sky. Lei Te gripped the steering wheel tightly and roared, "Damn it! Enel! Stop those monsters, don't let East Blue be trampled to pieces." "I know." Enel's expression was unusually stern, his pupils turned into lightning, and his entire body suddenly transformed into pure lightning and rose into the sky. As the thunder and lightning surged, a huge phantom of the god of thunder appeared behind him. Thor form. Thunder god 10,000 thunderstorms. Boom boom boom. Thunderclouds rolled like a raging sea, and thousands of lightning pillars pierced through the sky from the top of the clouds, accurately hitting every IQ beast falling from the sky. The alien giant lion roared in the thunder and turned into charred ashes, the Kong mammoth was pierced into powder, and the upgraded pterosaur exploded into a rain of bones. It was as if divine punishment descended from the sky, and all the disasters that fell on East Blue were completely annihilated. At this moment, Rog stood on the remnant of the floating sky island, his robes fluttering. He stared at the falling island core and the countless shattered monster nests, his eyes devoid of any emotion. "Shiki! How dare you raise monsters, spread poison, and throw waste on my head? Then you have to pay the price." He slowly raised his hands, put his palms together, and the air fruit instantly reached its limit. The air roared and the atmosphere collapsed. Atmospheric collapse, void realm. Boom! The next moment, the air within a 10-kilometer radius of the entire airspace where the floating sky island was located was instantly sucked out. The world fell into a brief dead vacuum. The clouds collapsed, the thunder died down, and the sound waves disappeared. All sounds seemed to be cut off, leaving only the air twisting and surging like a raging fire. Golden Lion stared wide-eyed on the island, his face blood-stained and frozen. This is... In the vacuum field, his body surface began to crack, his blood boiled, and his 5 senses were stripped away. Immediately afterwards, the atmospheric pressure suddenly collapsed. Like thousands of mountains crashing down at the same time, the supergravity field explodes. The entire floating sky island crackled like a shriveled biscuit, and the mountains, buildings, pumice, metal mechanisms, were all crushed into powder. The Golden Lion had a ferocious look on his face and was pressed hard into the center of the earth. He roared one last time. Raj! Boom! The atmosphere compressed to the limit rebounded violently at the core. The ultimate shockwave explosion. Like the hand of heaven and earth, the entire group of floating sky islands was instantly smashed into dust by the invisible giant palm and completely flattened. The flames and air waves rolled up to a height of 1,000 meters, as if the sky was torn apart. In the distance, on a warship that had just sailed out of the explosion limit zone, Lei Te suddenly braked the ship with a look of shock on his face. He looked at the shattered sky, the destructive force falling from his palm, and murmured. "Is this something a human can do? Boss, you are so scary." Enel transformed into a flash of lightning and returned to the deck, saying expressionlessly, "You just found out." The artillery fire died down, the thunderclouds dispersed, and no trace of Sky Island remained. The Golden Lion's dream ended at the hands of the wind. In the sea breeze, Rog slowly landed, his cloak tattered like a flag, his tone calm as usual. "East Blue, still clean. Remote Space Monitoring Ship CP0 Command Station." He compressed the entire archipelago. The thick fog had not yet dissipated, and aftershocks were still echoing in the sky. The CP0 Special Intelligence Officer gripped the telescope tightly, his knuckles turning white, and his face was full of fear. "This isn't a battle, this is a reckoning of destruction." Another executive officer in white quivered. One man wiped out an entire floating empire. Is this person truly someone the world government can control? East Blue, public opinion is boiling across the country. In Windmill Village, Shields Town, Logia Town, and other places, the warship broadcast bugs and intelligence broadcasters simultaneously broadcast announcements. G5 Branch Chief Rog annihilated the flying pirates led by Golden Lion Shiki over East Blue, destroyed the experimental floating archipelago, slew thousands of violent creatures, and successfully prevented the spread of the IQ drug to East Blue. No civilian casualties were reported in the entire region. Children ran and cheered, wearing paper hats and waving wooden swords. "I am Marine Vice Admiral Rog." The old village chief gazed at the setting sun, his pipe between his teeth as he sighed. "One man changed an entire ocean. Marine has produced a man who can bring the entire new world under control." The old fisherman stroked his beard and sighed, "Rog much more cruel than Garp. But we are really relieved." New World Newsbird full delivery. Major powers shocked. The news of the world's front page had a bold, scrolling headline. Golden Lion Shiki is destroyed. G5 Branch Chief Rog ends the Sky Empire. The floating experimental island was completely eradicated, and the world's largest biological weapon plan failed. Beasts Pirates Ghost Island. Boss. The photo of Golden Lion and the explosion scene came into Kaido's eyes. Kaido was silent for a long time, drank the wine jar in one gulp, and crushed it with a click. That madman, finally moved. He sat up, his muscles twitching and his face looked colder than ever. "Suinlin Vice Admiral, that's interesting. Don't touch East Blue anymore," Quinn reminded in a low voice. Kaido picked up the mace and said, "I'm not afraid of anything. War is only interesting when there is bloodshed." Big Mom Pirates Land International. Inside the Great Library of Nations, Charlotte Perospero looked at the image information with shock. "Mom! Shiki was crushed to death by that guy." Charlotte Linlin was munching on cake furiously. Upon hearing the news, she paused for a moment, her eyes darkening. "Humph! That old lion finally lost to the youngsters." She licked her lips. "But we have to avoid East Blue next. There are mad dogs in that sea right now." And I don't like dogs." Whitebeard Pirates, Moby DK. Aboard a huge white ship far away in New World, the atmosphere was heavier than usual. "Dad." Marco put down the newspaper with a complicated expression. "That Golden Lion guy has been completely eliminated." Whitebeard Edward Newgate sat in the main chair and remained silent for a long time. "Gulala. Shiki, we were rivals back in the day under Rock's ship, and we were fellow travelers. A madman like him is destined to be unable to coexist with the new era." And Rog Whitebeard clenched the bottle. "This brat, even I can't see through him anymore. Those who need to move will always move." He looked towards the sky, a new era scavenger. Marineford Naval Headquarters Marshal's Office. Sengoku, Garp, and Tsuru Vice Admiral sat together, the room so quiet that only the rustling of newspapers could be heard. Sengoku stared at the title for a long moment before putting his tea down. "Shiki. I've finally reached the final step." Garp's face darkened. "Yeah, he's the most stubborn person I've ever met." He sighed and said, "IQ test kit. I actually bet my last hope on something like this. In the end, I still lost to the times. And Rog. More ruthless than any of us back then." Sengoku said calmly, "Total destruction, leaving no room for error. That is, unwavering justice. And at this moment, the Rog fleet is returning." The warships shuttled through the clouds, avoiding the wind and clouds. Lei Te leaned against the railing, muttering, "Crushing an entire sky island. It's totally unreasonable." Enel hung upside down from the mast, a dried fruit in his mouth. "I think this is pretty cool. I want to develop a large-scale thunder avalanche too." On the bridge, Rog reviewed the intelligence and gave orders in a calm tone. G5 base radar system updated, East Blue defense map adjusted. Also ask CP0 to send me the latest intelligence on the pirates in the New World. About time, it's time to go over to them. He closed his eyes lightly, and the sea breeze blew his cloak. He said it so casually, as if it was just a routine task. Chapter 56. New World G5 Branch Command Office. The office was softly lit, and a large amount of New World's latest information was spread out on the huge conference table. Rog sat quietly in the main seat, his brows slightly furrowed, his fingers tapping on the table, reviewing the secret documents that had just been delivered. On the wall on one side of the room, a power distribution map that was updated in real time was flickering with a faint light. The Four Emperors' territory is clearly marked on the map: the Whitebeard Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, Beasts Pirates, and Big Mom Pirates are all highlighted in glaring red. Red leaned lazily on the back of a chair beside him, flipping through the navigation station report boredly. Enel floated on the top of the office, his eyes slightly closed, quietly training his mind network. Fine arcs of electricity occasionally flashed, outlining circles of subtle lightning. Suddenly, Rog's brows trembled, and a strong observation haki rang in his mind like an alarm bell. Buzz! In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart by invisible giant hands, and a huge and tall figure suddenly catapulted into the center of the office. Bartholomew Bear. Lighter arrived in an instant, his armament haki surging violently, his sea-stone brass knuckles gleaming coldly as he roared at Big Bear, "How dare you barge into the G5 base so carelessly? You're courting death!" At the same time, Enel descended like thunder, the golden staff in his hand crackling, thunder and lightning overwhelming the sky, and he shouted, "Get out! Stop!" Rog raised his right hand lightly, and with a slight movement of his palm, the air suddenly stagnated, dissolving Red and Enel's attacks into nothingness. The two of them took a few steps back and stared at Bartholomew Big Bear with wary eyes. At this moment, the Big Bear's body is huge and majestic, but it has already taken on a cold semi-mechanical structure, and a trace of consciousness is faintly emerging in its pupils. He slowly raised his head, and a low and distorted mechanical voice came from his throat. "Don't worry. I've used my fruit ability to eject the communication monitoring system 3 kilometers away. I have something I want to ask you." Rog looked at him quietly, his tone cold. "You dare to come to my office on your own initiative? Are you not planning to go back? I don't think there's any room for negotiation between me and the Revolutionary Army." When he heard the word Revolutionary Army, Daxing's body stiffened obviously, and a subtle hesitation flashed in his eyes for a moment. "You know." Rog stood up, walked slowly over, and looked at the tall Shishibukai. "After cooperating with Vegapunk, I naturally know more about your changes than you do. You're not asking for anything. You're acting against procedure." Big Bear whispered, "Yes. I know that in your next actions, you will cleanse the Shishibukai, purge the pirates, and reconstruct the order of the New World. I have no right to interfere, but I would like to ask you. Let Jewelry Bonnie go. She's just a child. She doesn't know anything about her father." The air fell silent for a moment. Lighter frowned and looked at Rog. "Bonnie? That little pirate from Paramecia's year-old fruit? Wasn't he wanted by the world government a long time ago?" Big Bear lowered his head and clenched his fists. "You can wipe out the pirates, you can crush the floating city, but she shouldn't be just a number in your tactical plan. This is a father's request." The air in the room was as heavy as lead. Rog stood quietly in front of him, his eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the mechanical shell and look directly at the suppressed remaining fire of the soul. He opened his lips slightly, but only uttered 2 words. "Reason." Big Bear looked up and said word by word. "She is the whole reason for my survival. And she must stay in this world, otherwise, everything I've endured will be worthless. I know you won't change your plans for a feeling, but I'm willing to give everything I have left, in exchange for her leaving once." Rog was silent for a long time before he slowly said, "Bonnie is not my primary target, but if she stands in my way, I will show no mercy. Keep her away from my battlefield." Big Bear raised his head slightly and said in a deep voice, I understand. Thank you for your tolerance. He paused and added coldly. A father's love is worth money, but to me, it's not worth a life. Bartholomew Big Bear bowed his head and slowly stepped back. The next moment, his entire body suddenly disappeared from the air, and his flesh ball compressed and ejected, without a word. The air returned to calm. Lighter asked solemnly, Boss, are you really going to let Bonnie go? Rog closed the file and said calmly, she's just a young child following in her adoptive father's footsteps. Her pirates were actually formed by the strongest fishermen in the kingdom of Salby to protect Bonnie. But, if she dares to stand in the way as a pirate. His eyes darkened. I will personally send her to reunite with her father. After Bartholomew Big Bear left, the office returned to silence. Rog sat in a large office chair with a calm expression, but his eyes became deep and distant, revealing a hint of complexity. My thoughts gradually returned to the fierce and decisive battle not long ago. Golden Lion Shiki, the legendary pirates who once shook the world, attempted to rekindle his ambitions by relying on the floating sky island and the flying pirates. However, the majestic floating sky island eventually exploded in the air like a firework, the Golden Lion's conspiracy was completely shattered, and the flying pirates were wiped out. On the way back, Rog did not return directly to the G5 base, but deliberately maneuvered the warship to bypass East Blue. Observation Haki spread out like a tide, scanning East Blue carefully and quickly. I clearly sensed the peaceful and tranquil scene of Kokozia village, where the villagers lived peacefully and happily. He also sensed the potential crisis in Zilobia village, the Black Cat Crow pirates were entrenched there with ill intentions. So he easily and accurately eliminated this hidden threat without making any noise. However, I was surprised when I continued to observe. Nami, who should have been no longer bothered by the pirates, was pushed by an invisible hand of fate to travel to the kingdom of Goa to draw a nautical chart. I also met King Luffy. It was as if fate itself was forcibly correcting the trajectory that Rog had deliberately changed. Rog frowned, his eyes gradually becoming cold and sharp. He whispered to himself, is the power of the so-called world will really so strong? In his previous life, Luffy, under Shanks's influence for over a year, only then did he dream of becoming the king of pirates. Despite my drastic purge, it only took a dozen days for him to embark on the path of a pirate once again. After pondering for a moment, a sharp edge gradually gathered in his eyes. If fate is so stubborn, then let's see who will be the master of this life. Rog slowly stood up and walked steadily to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the magnificent and boundless sea below. The sea breeze blew gently, and his figure was like a steel sculpture, firm and cold. At this moment, his inner determination became even stronger. Chapter 57 G5 Branch, Command Office. A thick stack of intelligence reports was neatly stacked in front of the desk. Rog paused in his flipping through the documents. Emergency transmission, Commodore Lighter of G5 has challenged Vice Admiral Garp, the Iron Fist. A fierce battle ensued in the headquarters plaza, with Commodore Lighter ultimately losing to Vice Admiral Garp. This guy, he can't even get away with delivering a document to headquarters. Rog slowly closed the file, his eyes narrowing slightly. Rog is well aware of Lighter's pursuit of the ultimate of armament Haki. But he didn't expect that this guy was so crazy that he ran to the headquarters without permission and directly challenged the old stubborn Garp. Although Garp is not a bad person, he is not the enforcer of justice that Rog would recognize. What's more, there was already a profound gap in concepts between the two. Sir Vice Admiral, the battle between Commodore Red and Vice Admiral Garp has caused quite a stir at headquarters. An intelligence officer reported cautiously, according to reports, although Commodore Lighter was defeated, his fierce clash with Vice Admiral Garp's armament Haki even cracked the stone slabs of the square. Rog looked calm, but there was a ripple in his heart. Being able to push Garp to such an extent, Red's growth rate really made him happy. However, acting on one's own initiative is against discipline and must be corrected. I see. Rog said calmly, notify Enel to temporarily take command of the branch. The staff officer was stunned and asked quickly, Vice Admiral, where are you going? Rog stood up, slowly straightened his military robe, and said calmly, I will go to the headquarters myself and bring that idiot back. After saying that, he walked straight out of the office. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. At this moment, a large number of Marine soldiers were still gathered on the headquarters square to watch. The battle was over long ago, but the broken boulders and spiderweb-like cracks all over the ground showed the brutality of the fierce confrontation. Red sat cross-legged on the ground, with several clear blood stains on his face, but he did not look depressed at all. Instead, his eyes were bright and he seemed to have understood something. Garp laughed heartily, rubbing his aching fist. Boy, you're quite impressive. I haven't had such a satisfying fight in ages. Lei Te snorted stubbornly, next time, I won't lose to you again. Ha ha ha. Good, that's what young people should do. At this moment, a cold and powerful aura suddenly enveloped the entire venue. Bang! A tall figure stepped into the square, his military robe rustling in the wind. The person who came was Rog. For a moment, the whole place was silent and the air seemed to freeze. Garp turned around, his smile slightly faded, and he looked at the young Vice Admiral in front of him with a complicated look. Rog, you came in person. Rog glanced at Garp coldly, said nothing, and walked straight towards Rhett. Lei Te was startled and stood up hurriedly, Boss. Rog stared at him sternly. You acted without authorization and disobeyed orders. You will be punished when you return. Lei Te's expression was stiff, and he lowered his head and said, Yes. Rog changed the subject, his tone softening slightly, however, it's not shameful to dare to confront Iron Fist head-on. Hearing this, Rhett raised his head slightly, and a hint of pride appeared at the corner of his mouth. Rog then turned to look at Garp, his tone calm but sharp, Sir Vice Admiral, next time my men challenge you, please don't be too gentle. Garp laughed, then turned serious. Rog, your absolute justice is good for dealing with pirates, but you need to be more restrained and not so cold-blooded. A cold light flashed in Rog's eyes, and he responded calmly, I don't think being soft-hearted can make the world a better place. After saying that, he gently waved his palm, and the air fruit was activated. In an instant, he and Light were lifted off the ground and flew away, leaving the marine in stunned silence. High in the sky, Lighter finally couldn't help but ask, Boss, do you really hate Vice Admiral Garp so much? Rog stared off into the distance, his tone cold, It's not that I dislike you, but I have different philosophies. He was silent for a moment, then continued, Garp could have been a hero, but he made all sorts of mistakes because of his so-called soft heart. If justice is not absolute, it will ultimately be just a joke. Red nodded silently, not quite understanding. Suddenly, a new piece of information came from the Den Mushi in his arms. Rog frowned slightly, then smiled faintly. Interesting, Ace the Fire Fist actually set his sights on Whitebeard so quickly. Lei Te was surprised, Ace? The Spade Pirates. Rog said calmly, Jinbei has already taken action to stop them. Marine intelligence has reported that the two are fighting in the waters near Bonaro Island. Do you want to go and take a look? Red's eyes flashed with anticipation. Go, I want to see how powerful the so-called Fire Fist is. Rog's tone was calm but revealed a strong confidence. The air shook, and Rog used the power of the air fruit to carry Red to fly at high speed. In an instant, he turned into a meteor and rushed towards the distant sea. In the Marine Headquarters Square, Garp was still looking in the direction where Rog left with a serious expression. Sengoku slowly approached and asked in a complicated tone, What do you think? Garp sighed, This era ultimately belongs to people like Rog. Sengoku was silent for a long time, then nodded slowly. Absolute justice. If you hold this double-edged sword firmly, it will be the end of the pirates. If you can't hold it. Garp snorted lightly, a bitter smile on his lips, then wait to get cut by yourself. Above the sky, Rog's speed increased, his eyes as cold as ice, his heart growing more resolute. Ace, Jinbei, Whitebeard. Let's see how far we can resist the so-called fate. Dark clouds were looming, lightning was like chains, and an isolated island was swaying in the dual force of the sea breeze and the battle. In the center of the island, flames and waves intertwined and collided. In the scorching waves, two figures were fighting like wild beasts. Fire Fist. Buzumi Straight Fist. Ace and Jinbei punched at the same time, the flames and water collided violently, and the shock spread. The battle had lasted for 5 days and both were injured, but neither of them had any intention of retreating and both had smiles on their faces. Jinbei, I told you I'm fine. This level of sparring is just a warm-up. Humph, young man with a stubborn mouth. Jinbei shook his burned arm. You're more organized than before. Just as the two were about to fight again, the sky shook violently. Boom! A violent gust of wind tore through the clouds, and two figures swooped down from the sky at high speed, descending over the battlefield with storm and pressure. Who? Jinbei turned his head suddenly, his pupils shrank suddenly, and warning signs rang in his heart. Ace also frowned, gritted his teeth and looked towards the sky. This aura. Amidst the whistling wind, Lei Te stood in midair with his arms folded across his chest, a look of disdain on his face. Is this the Fire Fist? Honestly, I don't think it will take more than 3 minutes to knock him down. Rog remained silent, just looking down at the battlefield below, a cold light flashing in the depths of his eyes. He is no match for you. He is just the fuse of fate. Red was stunned and was about to ask when Rog stepped into the air. His figure seemed to slide silently, the airflow stopped, the wind and waves died down, and an ultimate sense of oppression swept over like thunder. Jinbei's face changed drastically, and he immediately stood in front of Ace. Oh no, it's the G5 branch chief, Rog. Ace's smile instantly faded, his eyes wary. I've heard he annihilated Golden Lion. Your mightiness. Jinbei spoke in a deep voice, sweat dripping down his face. I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government. I have no grudge against you. This is just a friendly sparring match, no hostility. But Rog remained silent, he just landed slowly on the ground, his footsteps were as light as a sound, but his eyes were like thunder. He stared at Ace without saying a word. The next moment. Bang! The world was instantly silent, and an overwhelming conqueror's haki suddenly erupted. The space trembled, the earth cracked, and huge ripples appeared on the sea. Ace and Jinbei's faces changed drastically, and they felt the pressure coming down like a huge hammer almost at the same time. Varied. Boom! The two men's knees went weak and they were forced to kneel down by this invisible haki. You, what on earth do you want to do? Ace held onto his arms tightly, teeth clenched, and the flames exploded uncontrollably. You clearly have the potential to be a conqueror, yet you're so lazy. His aura was like a slowly rising black sun, as if it was about to engulf the world. However, right now. Boom! On the distant sea, suddenly, an extremely terrifying conqueror's haki hit like a tsunami. The momentum was violent and vast, like thousands of troops roaring across the sky and earth. This is... Red's face suddenly changed and he turned around in shock. Rog also raised his eyes in an instant, his pupils shrank slightly. Two conquerors collided violently between heaven and earth. The air exploded, the island shook, and a huge black and red intersecting air column formed in the center of the storm, breaking through the sky. Under the sky, an extremely huge white warship broke through the waves, and at the head of the warship stood a figure like a mountain. The white cape fluttered in the wind, and there were 3 striking scars on his chest. Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Behind him, Marco, Jaws, Vista and other captains stood in formation, full of murderous intent. Whitebeard slowly walked to the bow, his face full of majesty, staring at Rog on the island, grinning coldly. "Hey, little brat! Can you just touch my territory?" Lei Te gritted his teeth and whispered, "Whitebeard, actually went out in person." Rog was not surprised but smiled, his face showed no fear, he turned around calmly and said softly. "Whitebeard, you want to have some family drama." Chapter 58. The waves are rolling and the warships are approaching. The huge Moby Dick as big as a mountain broke through the waves and slowly approached the shore. Whitebeard stepped down from the bow like Optimus Prime, and his huge body stepped onto the island reef. Every step seemed to step on the heart of the earth, shaking the entire island slightly. He carried a naginata on his shoulder, his imposing presence was as powerful as a mountain, and the many captains behind him were awe-inspiring. An ace was now blocked behind him by a palm as broad as a wall, as if the protective gesture was some kind of belated fatherly love. Ace was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head with a complicated expression and said nothing. Rog watched this scene from afar, his face expressionless, seemingly unmoved, but a cold glint of irony flashed in his eyes. He acted with all his heart. Boom! The two men approached step by step until they were only a dozen meters apart. Their auras surged like mountains and seas, and it seemed as if the heaven and earth were holding their breath for this confrontation. Whitebeard spoke softly, his voice hoarse but like thunder. "Kid, as a Marine Vice Admiral, you're trespassing into the Four Emperors' territory without permission. Aren't you afraid that if word gets out, it might have a negative impact?" Rog stood with his hands behind his back, his tone cold and blunt, as if he didn't even take the other party's title of world's strongest seriously. "You are a thief, and I am a soldier. Do soldiers need a reason to catch thieves?" "You!" Captain Jaws of the 3rd Division in the back shouted angrily and was about to step forward, but Whitebeard raised his hand to stop him. Marco frowned and whispered, "Dad, he's deliberately provoking us to take action." Whitebeard didn't answer, but his eyes were fixed on Rog, his brows slightly furrowed. He had understood from the Conqueror's collision just now. This young Marine, his strength is extremely terrifying, even not inferior to the top Emperor level. What's even more terrifying is that his heart is as cold as a blade, and there is no hesitation in his eyes. If you really do it. Not to mention Ace, even among his own children, I'm afraid only 1 in 10 will survive. He was silent for a moment, then gently pushed Ace back with his palm, his expression showing a rare heaviness. And Rog, as if seeing through his contemplation, said with a half-smile. "Don't worry, it's not time to declare war yet." He looked up at the distant sky, as if sensing something, and said in a playful tone. "At the moment our conquerors collided, Sengoku's den mushi. I think it must have broken its skin." When Whitebeard heard this, he snorted in relief, and the murderous intent in his eyes faded slightly. But, the next sentence made his hair stand on end and his murderous intent rose again. Rog's voice was low, yet sharp as ice, as if it reached only Whitebeard's ears. "But the bloodline of the Pirate King is right before my eyes. It would be a shame not to catch him." Whitebeard's pupils suddenly shrank, the air behind him rolled back, the ground cracked, and with a slight shake of his naginata, the ground collapsed inch by inch. "What do you want?" Rog finally raised his head and looked directly at the godlike old man. His gaze was unwavering, but his tone was surprisingly gentle. "I want to try. The world's strongest man, is he worthy of my full-strength attack?" The world is silent, and the sea breeze reverses. Lei Te took a deep breath, his knuckles turned white, and cold sweat broke out on his back. "Boss, this is going to happen here." Whitebeard took a deep breath, his eyes gradually changing from angry to cold and solemn. He looked into Rog's eyes, which were cold to the extreme, and realized clearly for the first time. This marine boy is here to test us. He wants to sound the alarm for this era. Gulala. Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter, and the captains behind him became tense and alert. You little brat, you're even more annoying than your uncle Sakazuki. Rog nodded slightly. So, I'm not Akainu. I am Rog the Rectifier. The wind suddenly stopped, and the murderous intent returned. On the verge of breaking out. And the entire New World sky seemed to begin to tremble at this moment. The surroundings were calm, the tides were no longer roaring, but the air was like a fully drawn bowstring that could break at any time. Whitebeard held the naginata tightly in his right hand, staring deeply at the cold and fierce figure in front of him. He was silent for 5 breaths, then suddenly turned his head. Marco, lead your men back 500 meters. Dad. Marco said urgently, he is obedient. Whitebeard's tone was low, but it contained an irresistible pressure. Marco gritted his teeth and responded, leading the captains to quickly form a line. In the trembling air, Rog tilted his head and spoke lightly. Ret. Lei Te was shocked and immediately took a half-step forward. Boss, I will stay. No need. Rog did not allow any doubt, his expression stern. Ret was stunned, but was given a calm look by the other party. That glance only contained absolute confidence. It was as if saying, this battle belongs only to me. Ret pursed his lips, and finally slowly stepped back, confronting Marco and the others from a distance. The fighting forces of both sides withdrew completely, leaving only the center of the island, Rog and Whitebeard. The two stood still like 2 celestial monuments, blocking the entire space with murderous intent. Bang! Rog took the first step, and the air suddenly roared and exploded. A circle of vacuum ripples spread out with him as the center, pressing the ground down inch by inch. Heavy air pressure, boundless. The atmosphere around him suddenly collapsed, as if he had entered a silent underwater. Whitebeard smiled slightly, his huge body shook, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and Haki rolled out. Gulala, interesting. He suddenly leaped up, and slashed down with his naginata, carrying the power of a mountain. Shock sky slash! The air was distorted before the blade even landed, and a crack appeared in the space. This strike is a combination of shock fruit and conqueror's haki. Rog opened his palms slightly, the air fruit started to work instantly, and he pushed his hands forward. The gas bursts and the wall rises again. Boom! The impact exploded in the air, double haki intertwined, the vacuum and shock forces tore each other apart, tearing through hundreds of meters of forest, and directly cut out a giant circular collapse pit in the center of the island. Before the smoke and dust cleared, Whitebeard suddenly appeared behind Rog and swept his naginata across. Rog turned around and froze in the air. Air stagnation mirror slash. In an instant, Whitebeard's movements seemed to be frozen by an invisible hand, and his speed dropped sharply. Rog stepped forward, clenched his right fist, and the air collapsed wildly and gathered at the tip of his fist. Compression cannon. Boom! Whitebeard gritted his teeth and swung his right fist to send out a shockwave to block it. Shatter! Punch hit punch, the sky and the earth exploded. The sea water was shaken into an inverted waterfall, and a deep ravine was directly cracked in the center line of the entire island. Everyone was shocked. Lei Te stared at the battlefield, his mouth twitching. This isn't a collision of humans at all. This is the disaster itself. Whitebeard's expression grew colder, and the shocking power within him was no longer reserved. He knew very well that the young man in front of him named Rog not only possessed the hard power to oppress the Emperor level, but even more terrifying was that each of his strikes was as precise as a blade, without wasting any energy. Shock fruit can shatter the structure of everything, even twisting space, but it will also be affected. But Rog's air fruit does not confront it head-on, instead, it directly suppresses the structural formation itself. This is a showdown between destruction and dissolution. With every attack, the air controlled by Rog was like a silent scalpel, precisely cutting off and blocking the explosion path, and then rewinding and diverting the force. Gulala, you are indeed qualified to compete with me. Whitebeard laughed loudly towards the sky, raised the naginata in his hand high, and stomped hard. Shock wave. 5 consecutive earthquake waves burst out from under his feet, tearing the surface of the earth, like 5 ancient beasts roaring and rushing straight to where Rog was. And at this moment, Rog moved. He snapped his fingers, raised his toes, and the air around him suddenly stretched in the opposite direction. Decompression ring. The air under his feet was sucked away in an instant, forming a circle of low-pressure vacuum twisted belt. When the shock wave stepped onto that circle, the shock wave's impact force, which was originally as strong as a landslide, was instantly cut off by the vacuum chain breaker. Boom! The first shockwave shattered, creating a huge crater, but failed to affect Rog at all. The second, the third, the chain of attacks continued, but Rog always remained like a lone shadow in the wind, away from gravity, wandering outside the waves, neither dodging nor blocking, but no shock wave could get close to him. The wind blew past, and Rog said coldly, "I'll give you one." He raised his palm and swung it into the air. Air blade triple. Wow! 3 ultimate sharp vacuum slashes seemed to be split from the sky, carrying the air fault compressed to the ultimate level, slashing down from top to bottom. Each one is enough to cut through a 100-meter-high rock and destroy an aircraft carrier. Whitebeard roared, shook his feet, crossed his arms, and poured all his strength into the power of the shock fruit. Shatter! The shock wave exploded like a raging wave, smashing the first blow and taking the second one head-on. Boom! The air exploded, and a burst of wind and rain came from high altitude. The whole island shook violently and directly broke. The third slash cut into the heart of the island, piercing through the mountain, leaving behind a huge crack that spanned hundreds of meters. Smoke and dust rolled in, and the earth was devastated. Whitebeard's mouth was bleeding and he was gasping for breath, but his eyes remained unyielding and his murderous intent had not ceased. Rog stood quietly in the wind, his body straight as a spear, the sleeve on his left shoulder was torn, and a crack on his chest was slowly oozing blood. There is no winner or loser in this battle. But everyone already knew. Rog is truly qualified to face off against the 4 emperors. Gulala. As expected of Suan Lin. Whitebeard grinned. 10 years ago, I might have fought you to the death. Rog's eyes were calm, but he said softly. You are old, Whitebeard. And I've only just begun. These words caused a dead silence all around. Even Marco showed an unprecedented heavy expression. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed, his laughter filled with forbearance and admiration. Kid, you're more of a realizer than a marine. Rog said nothing, turned away, and said calmly. That's all for today. Next time I will come and take away the sinner who carries the blood of the Pirate King. Ace shuddered, his teeth clenched, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Whitebeard stood silently before him without saying another word. In the sky, the wind swept away the remaining clouds. Rog and Lighter flew away, leaving behind only a shocking and silent ruin. Although the outcome of this confrontation has not yet been decided. But the whole world has understood one thing, Suan Lin Rog is qualified to challenge the 4 emperors. Above the sky, 2 figures broke through the clouds and walked on the wind. Red was carried by Rog on the air current. He adjusted his posture while rubbing his chest with a grimace. Hey, every time I fly with you, I feel like my heart is about to jump out. As he spoke, he looked up at Rog beside him, his eyes still filled with some lingering fear and confusion. Boss, Whitebeard was clearly injured just now. Why didn't you press on and pursue him? Rog looked normal, but his tone was filled with disdain. Idiot, the whole group is here. If we keep fighting, it won't be a one-on-one fight anymore. Lei Te was stunned for a moment, then laughed dryly, hee hee, that's true. I almost forgot we were on someone else's territory just now. I almost thought we could sink the entire Moby DK. Rog's lips curled up slightly, but he didn't laugh out loud. However, his eyes lit up a little, as deep as the stars in the night sky. He looked towards the distant sky, his tone low and firm. No need to rush. I've already found out everything I wanted to find out. Next time. That's when they're going to be wiped out. The wind echoed, and the silhouette of the Red Fleet was vaguely revealed in front, piercing the morning mist like hellish magma. Chapter 59. The dust of the battle has settled, but the sky is still filled with the lingering remnants of Conqueror's power, and the air seems to still be burning with the warmth of solemnity and oppression. Whitebeard slowly put away his naginata, his huge body standing tall as a mountain. He took a deep breath, as if even his huge lungs were stirred by the shock just now and felt a dull pain. Dad! Marco, Vista, Jaws, Ace, and others immediately landed and surrounded the group. All the main forces of the Whitebeard group gathered together, and their expressions were unprecedentedly heavy. Vista frowned and looked at the sea-sky boundary that had disappeared in the distance, and asked in a deep voice. That kid just now, just left like that. Whitebeard laughed loudly, as heroic as ever, as if the fierce battle just now was just a stroll after dinner. Don't worry, Dad, I won't fall down that easily. His eyes softened a bit, and he stretched out his hand as thick as a wall and gently patted Ace's shoulder, and asked in a low voice. Ace, are you okay? Ace lowered his head, clenched his fists tightly, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Whitebeard didn't care at all. Instead, he laughed loudly, his tone proud and full of relief. It's not shameful to lose, it's shameful to be afraid. That Marine is not someone you can fight right now. Ace gritted his teeth and remained silent, but an unprecedented fiery determination was burning in his eyes. And at this moment, only Marco's expression did not soften with his father's laughter. He is the ship's doctor. He wasn't looking at Whitebeard's smile, nor the momentum of his naginata swinging, but at the subtle tremors of his muscles, the changes in his heart rate, the fluctuations in his blood circulation. During the battle just now, he was monitoring Whitebeard's condition every minute and every second. Dislocation of bones due to shock. Mild congestion in blood vessels due to pressure changes. Even the unnoticed trace of blood dripping from Whitebeard's arm. All of this means one thing. In the battle just now, Dad was not equally matched at all, but was suppressed the whole time. How old is he? 30? Probably less than. A vice admiral who's not even 30 years old, can actually force my father to use his full strength. Marco's pupils constricted and his heart felt heavy. He stared intently at the receding wind crack, his heart churning violently. Just now, if all of us took action, we might be able to stop him. He was about to speak when he was interrupted by Whitebeard's deep voice. Whitebeard seemed to sense his inner turmoil and turned his head and smiled. Don't worry, Marco, I'm still here. His laughter was still loud, still like an ancient tree supporting the sky, but at that moment, Marco inexplicably felt that this tree was a little tired. Whitebeard waved his hand, ready to go back. Just as everyone turned around, Xiao Ziyai frowned and whispered the question on everyone's mind. Dad, we were all here just now, why didn't you just take action and keep that kid? He's not Kizaru. He doesn't have the speed of light. He can't escape. Whitebeard did not answer immediately, but looked into the distance for a long time. After a long time, he slowly spoke. I can already smell it. Everyone was stunned. What do you smell? Whitebeard's voice was as deep as a bell. The smell of molten lava. As soon as the words fell, everyone's faces changed suddenly. Marco was shocked. You mean Akainu is here? Whitebeard nodded slowly. Not only Akainu. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the hacky light particles that had not yet dissipated in the air, and continued. Kizaru, I've actually been here a long time ago. He didn't show up the whole time. He was waiting. Let's make the first move. And Rog is just a trigger dot. The island fell into a brief silence. The wind blew the broken earth, and the waves still beat against the rock surface that was torn apart by the vacuum and shock. Marco then realized that the confrontation just now was more than just a one-on-one duel from the very beginning. The other side above the sky. The wind is howling wildly and the setting sun is blood red. Two figures passed through the shattered sky, slowly descended, and stepped on the thick air, returning like shooting stars. Below, a warship with red flames burning on its bow was quietly parked on the sea. Above it, the deck steel glowed red, and the smell of magma swirled like the limbo of hell. Marine Admiral Sakazuki. He stood with his hands behind his back, his fighting spirit as hot as magma gathered around him, his eyes fixed on the crack in the sky that was drawn by the air. When the familiar figure landed on the ground, his originally tense body relaxed slightly, as if he had let out a sigh of relief. But his face was still as cold as frost. "You little brat, you're finally back safely." Rog turned slightly when he landed, and the cloak on his shoulders fluttered in the wind. He turned around to look at the familiar yet oppressive figure, and curled his lips slightly, with his usual arrogance and confidence. "Uncle, you're back safe and sound, aren't you? Look, not a single hair is missing." Sakazuki snorted coldly and glanced at him. "I can keep my hair, but I almost lost my head. Did you know that old man Sengoku's Den Mushi is practically smoking from all the hits? You suddenly went to provoke Whitebeard, and the whole headquarters is about to be in chaos." Rog spread his hands, his face innocent, his voice cold as always. "I am Suan Lin, not the gate god of those clerks in this department. And didn't Admiral Kizaru go too? Why, retired?" This sentence made Sakazuki's eyebrows jump, and the magma aura in his body exploded. "That Kizaru guy slipped away a long time ago. I just saw him whiz back to headquarters in a flash of light. I guess he saw that your fight with Whitebeard was almost over and didn't want to get involved." At this moment, a figure landed on the deck with a thump. Lighter grinned, patted Rog's shoulder with one hand, and gave a thumbs up with the other hand. "But you are really confident, boss. No wonder. Admiral Akainu has come in person. What are we afraid of?" Sakazuki was stunned when he heard this, then he pulled the corner of his mouth and showed a rare sneer, but did not say anything. Of course he knew that Rog didn't dare to provoke him by taking advantage of his power. But, he has the ability. Just as everyone's breathing slowed down, Rog said nothing, but slowly raised his head to look at the golden and red horizon that was gradually sinking in the sky. A gust of sea breeze blew up his cloak, and his eyes became deep, cold, and sharp as a sword. "Whitebeard is old. He doesn't have many years left," he whispered slowly, as if speaking a death sentence to the world. "But his family, his blood, his wildfire. It's still poisoning the entire ocean. And he's the one who came to settle all this." When Sakazuki heard this, a deep light suddenly flashed in his eyes, but he said nothing, just nodded. He knew that this was not only Rog's will. It is also their common path to absolute justice. The red warship slowly turned its rudder, and its burning bow drew a fiery red streak on the sea. The blazing flames were like curtains, the cold winds like blades, advancing towards the center of the new world. At this moment, one can seem to hear the whispers of fate across the vast sea of sky. The flame of rectification has been ignited. The dark night of the new world will be engulfed by wind and fire. Chapter 60. Marineford Naval Headquarters Marshal's Office. "Who the hell do you think you are?" A thunderous roar exploded in the Marshal's office. Sengoku slammed his hands on the desk, the Den Mushi in front of him was still vibrating, and foam formed at the corners of his mouth. He had just finished several rounds of calls, and his emotions were like a volcano. The young man standing in front of him stood straight, with his hands in his pockets and a calm look in his eyes. It was the culprit who escaped unscathed after a one-on-one fight with Whitebeard. Vice Admiral Rog, Chief of G5 Branch. Lei Te stood by the door with his head down, the corners of his mouth twitching, and he felt like he was stepping on a powder keg in his heart. He knew very well that Sengoku's anger at this moment was not only out of order, but also out of shock and fear. You trespassed into the Four Emperors' territory without permission, challenged Whitebeard, and even deployed Admiral-level combat power. Do you know what you are doing? One wrong decision and the balance will be lost, and war will break out. Sengoku's voice grew louder and louder, veins popping out of his forehead. How many people do you want buried with you? Rog raised his eyes, his tone calm but sharp as a blade. I know. But that's why I want to do it. He stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Sengoku like cold stars. So-called balance has never been about justice. It's just a fig leaf, an excuse to maintain the status quo when you can't solve the problem. He glanced at everyone in the room, his voice low but like the beating of a drum. Who is really disrupting the order of this ocean? It's Shishibukai, the Black Hand incarnate. It's the Four Emperors, who are secretly dividing their own territories. It's the pirates, using the civilian village as a testing ground. You keep talking about balance, but you turn a blind eye to their expansion. And I just did what you dared not and were unwilling to do. Eliminate. The air seemed to stagnate. Lei Te broke out in a cold sweat and gently reminded him, Boss, if you keep saying that, you'll really be transferred. Garp bit into a senbei and looked out the window, not saying a word, but not showing any surprise either. This was Sakazuki's nephew, he knew. He not only inherited the destructiveness of magma, but also inherited the rigid belief of not turning. Sengoku gritted his teeth and lowered his voice, which was even colder. You are challenging the marine system. Rog snorted. I'm cleaning up the system. Clearing up those historical issues that should have been dealt with long ago. Sengoku's expression grew increasingly grim. He slammed the papers down. Do you know how much trouble you've gotten yourself into? Do you know what the world thinks of you? Rabid dog. Time bomb. Rog smiled gently, not anxious or impatient. What they want is an obedient lackey, not someone who can put an end to the chaos. And his eyes were bright, was born to put an end to the great pirates era. The atmosphere was dead silent, with only the howling sea breeze outside the window, as if the entire marine executive team had been torn apart by the storm raised by this young man. A long time. Sengoku closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. How many years do you think Whitebeard has left? You really see through him? Rog nodded without hesitation. I already have a clear understanding of his injuries and drug reactions. In a few years, if he doesn't die in battle, he will die of illness. But until then he is still the Four Emperors, still an enemy the sea cannot withstand. Sengoku said nothing more. He closed his eyes, as if he was going through some kind of struggle and compromise in his heart. After a while, he spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse. Get out. From today onwards, the G5 fleet is not allowed to leave the island without orders. Rog turned around, chuckled, and left only one sentence. We never sail on orders, we sail on justice. Red followed quickly out, leaving the three people in the room in silence. Bang! The door trembled and closed, and the echo was like waves. Sengoku leaned back in his chair slumped, a vein on his forehead still visible. Garp looked up, biting the senbei and whispered. This brat is indeed even tougher than Sakazuki. Vice Admiral, he pondered for a moment, his eyes deep. But that's why he is the man most likely to bring an end to the great pirates era. Sengoku didn't say anything, but just looked out the window at the sparkling sea, his heart restless for a long time. He knows. This world will eventually usher in a reckoning of wind and blood. And that young man named Rog was the blade at the beginning. Marie Joy's Five Elders' chamber. On the heavy long table, a red confidential intelligence was slowly placed down, the ink still wet on the signature at the end, CP0 Special Report. What did you say? The middle-aged man with a long white beard frowned, his voice filled with incredible suppressed anger. Across from him, the thin five elders closed the file, his eyes deep behind his glasses. That's right. G5 Branch Chief Rog single-handedly entered the New World Whitebeard waters, engaged Edward Newgate, and escaped unscathed. The blonde five elders slowly put down the quill in his hand and narrowed his eyes. Whitebeard didn't pursue. No. The thin old man shook his head, instead, he retreated with his sons. The room was so quiet in an instant that you could hear a pin drop. Only the candle named History beside the table was flickering slightly. After a moment, five elders, wearing a black coat, spoke coldly. This Rog, if it were 800 years ago, he would have been dubbed a natural enemy. Another person continued. But now everything he does is beneficial to the world government. He eliminated the pirates, weakened the four emperors, and cracked down on the Shishibukai. Even the ocean trade routes became more stable thanks to his crackdown. The blonde five elders pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression calm as usual. So, don't interfere. Continue to observe. His tone was neither hurried nor slow, but his words were as devastating as ice and snow. The four of them looked at each other. Second. 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 The five people agreed. G5 Branch Tactical Conference Room. The night is as dark as ink and the stars are silent. But at this moment, the G5 Iron Tower Fortress was brightly lit, like a striking statue of the god of war, shining solemnly in the darkness of the new world. Less than an hour after returning, the entire G5 branch had completed the Special Combat Assembly Order. Inside the huge tactical conference hall, hundreds of elite marines gathered, wearing steel helmets and armor, sitting solemnly. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood returning from the front lines, as if the reverberations of the battlefield were still echoing in the hall. And at this moment, in front of the podium, Red's face was full of passion and his blood was boiling. His fists clenched, his voice hoarse, the shock of watching Whitebeard fight still burning in his mind. That kind of battle, that kind of devastating oppression. Damn it, Lao Zi will never forget it. The high-level combat team behind him had already returned to their positions. Lightning gently meandered on the high seat. Enel, dressed in a white robe, held a staff in one hand, surrounded by lightning, like a god of thunder. He narrowed his eyes, as if listening to the heartbeat of the entire branch, but his expression was cold and murderous. Not far away, a black robe was fluttering, following like a shadow. It was Shiryu of Rain, the famous sword thunderstorm on his waist trembled slightly, as if it was thirsty for blood. He exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at the tactical map, and muttered to himself. Compared to Impel Down, the air here feels more like a battlefield. On the other side, Ein, dressed in a blue and white combat uniform and with a cool and elegant figure, stood silently, his eyes fixed on the main stage. The big sharp sword Chu Shui on her waist is as quiet as the abyss at this moment, but only those who know can feel the subtle fluctuations of sword intent caused by its recognition of its master. Near the back row, Binz, wearing a dark green cloak, lowered his eyes and twisted vines around the ring with his fingers. He is the G5's poison blade and forerunner of the breach, silent but deadly. At this moment, this group of people are looking in the same direction. Suinlin Vice Admiral Rog. He stood at the highest point of the tactical platform, his windbreaker fluttering, his eyes as cold as the sharp moon in the night sky. He remained silent, but beneath his feet was a projection of a map of the entire New World situation. This storm at sea has already reached us. The sound was not loud, but it penetrated the entire conference hall, like the sound of thunder and drums, striking into the hearts of every soldier. New World will no longer be pirates' paradise. What we need to do is not to defend, not to contain, but rather purge, The whole audience was silent and their breathing was held. Rog slowly walked down the platform, his steps as hard as iron, his voice sharp. From today on, the G5 will officially enter the combat capability reconstruction period. All members will undergo continuous rotation training, breaking limits training, actual combat capabilities, tactical coordination, and decisive battle simulations. Every team's standard Commodore redefines. He stretched out his hand and made a swipe, and several target symbols appeared on the map projection. Can hunt supernovas, can destroy pirate bases, can kill pirate high-ranking officials. An uproar. This is an extraordinary standard. But no one showed any fear. These people have long been accustomed to tempering their souls in a sea of fire and establishing their authority on a mountain of corpses. Lei Te grinned and raised his fist suddenly. Then can I go beat that BD Dover half to death first and then come back to eat? Laughter suddenly erupted in the conference hall, and murderous intent and blood passion intertwined into a boiling wave. Enel sighed and rolled his eyes. Let's see if you have enough stamina to last 10 minutes, stupid cow. Yuji Shiryu curled the corners of his mouth and remained silent. Ian simply glanced at Lighter and said calmly, noise. Binz narrowed his eyes and smiled. The vines silently wrapped around the chair legs and tightened quietly. But Rog didn't smile. He slowly raised his right hand and spread out his 5 fingers. Boom! The air seemed to freeze in an instant, and a heavy feeling of oppression as heavy as a mountain suddenly descended, sweeping across the entire venue. Everyone was shocked at the same time, as if they were facing Shura. But that intention was not a threat, but a call. Summon a group of warriors who will break the shackles of the times with blood and justice. This isn't special training, this is the hardening before the world-shattering war. From today on, you are no longer Marine. You are the black blade of righteousness, the blade of justice. The end will be determined by us. The lights on the ceiling went out one by one, leaving only the names of the pirates flashing on the tactical projection. The last ray of light fell on Rog, like a battle flag fluttering in the wind, burning with a solemn flame. Behind him stood an entire Marine Justice Army that is powerful enough to shake the world. Chapter 61. See Circle Calendar 1520 New World G5. The sun rises and the blood flags flutter. The G5 branch, the iron fortress that towers over the turbulent waters in the center of New World, has been completely transformed. It is no longer the rumored alien base with chaotic discipline and loose command, but a real, rectification battlefield. There are no leisurely sentries or routine morning exercises here, only the constantly ringing battle alarms, actual combat training, and the ever-present breath of death. The sea breeze no longer brought the smell of sea salt, but the smell of burnt blood and rust. The core of it all comes from one person. G5 Branch Chief Rog. Under Rog's leadership, from the middle of C Circle Calendar 1518, G5 began to implement a remodeling system codenamed Rectification. All recruits must undergo 72 hours of uninterrupted combat training before joining the army. Those who fail to meet the requirements will be directly retired or demoted to logistics. All commanders are required to submit their beheading records and actual combat data every month for public display and comparison. Those who rank low will be demoted to the mopping up team for rotation training. Intelligence officers are required to update the Pirates Anomaly chart daily, submit it to Anne for review, and then immediately dispatch an attack. There is no longer a clear division of labor between technical troops and armed forces, and both must master basic combat and tactical reorganization processes. Rog himself sets the standards. Soldiers are no longer passive gatekeepers. But it's a proactive hunter. Because of this, even if only one support ship of the current G5 fleet comes ashore, it is enough to make the pirates within 300 nautical miles automatically turn around and escape. Whoever you are. As long as you are wearing the skin of pirates, you will become a scarlet mark on the G5 purge list. What terrified everyone in Marine the most was this crazy plan, known only to a few high-ranking officials. Abyssal blood battle training, impel down level 5 to 6 confrontation mechanism. They're all so-called death row pirates anyway, so why keep them around? After reaching an agreement with Impel Down Administrator Magellan and getting Sengoku's approval, G5 dispatched dozens of elite marines to the depths of Impel Down in batches every month. Fight hand-to-hand with the world's most dangerous death row inmates without any weapons or equipment. The rules are extremely simple and crude. If you win, the marines will be promoted and the death row prisoners will be released, in theory. If they lose, the marine is rescued, and the condemned prisoner becomes a new trap for the next trial. But in reality, no prisoner could get out of that door. Even if someone managed to defeat the marines, as long as he was still alive, he would see that dark shadow approaching like a ghost the moment he stepped out of the checkpoint. Rain Shiryu. The thunderstorm would be quietly drawn out and a fatal blow would be delivered to the prisoner as he looked terrified and wanted to escape. Impel Down has now almost become an underground training ground for G5. The cells below level 5 have been basically cleared and reorganized. Only a few undisclosed old monsters are still dormant on level 6. In addition to the actual combat in the abyss, ROG also developed a pressure control drill on another front of the war. The G5 combat team frequently roams the borders of the Four Emperors, continuously creating legal military harassment. Every 2 weeks, a special forces team will circle the edge of Ghost Island of Beasts Pirates, leaving behind ship shadows and flares as a provocation. Every other month, Lighter leads the combat squadron to conduct counter-route training along Big Mom's Cake Route, claiming it is a routine exercise. Kaido was furious and sent out 3 fleets to try to fight, but they were wiped out by Enel's Thor's domain within 10 minutes, and their bodies were thrown back by high-altitude wind blades. Big Mom's eldest son Perospero was even blocked from the entire candy port by Binza's poison ivy array because of his pursuit of the G5 reconnaissance team, which caused supply interruption and internal mutiny. The Four Emperors Sea area today is calm on the surface, but the undercurrents are roaring. The core topic of the daily intelligence meetings of the major pirate groups is reduced to one sentence. G5, it's moving again. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku ordered the G5 not to cross the line to provoke, but ROG sarcastically retorted that training activities do not constitute an attack. 5 Elders meeting. In a new round of secret meetings, the 5 Elders have officially ordered the Intelligence Department, record, observe, and temporarily refrain from interfering with the G5 unless there is anti-world government behavior. Revolutionary Army Baldigo, Monkey D. Dragon first mentions the G5 at a high-level meeting of the Revolutionary Army, his expression unusually solemn. This person is even more uncontrollable than Sakazuki. The word rectification is no longer just a marine term. It is the nightmare of every pirate in the New World. It is the precursor to a storm. And ROG, standing in the eye of the storm, watched the world tremble quietly. G5 Branch Main Office Building. The iron wind howled outside the window, hundreds of ships in the port were reorganized and repaired, and the bridge patrol officers kept reporting dispatch data. ROG sat alone behind his desk, dressed in his vice admiral uniform, his figure as steady as a mountain. He was quietly flipping through the intelligence documents in his hand. Target number, Straw Hat Luffy. Suspected formation of the Straw Hat Pirates group in East Blue. ROG frowned slightly, his eyes calm but sharp. Something is wrong. East Blue's pirates' ecosystem had already collapsed in the storm of rectification. No trace of the Golden Lion remained, Arlong was annihilated in Caucosia, and the remnants of the Crow clan were wiped out by Anne and Binz a year ago. East Blue, where are the pirates for you to fight? ROG muttered to himself. He quickly turned to the survey notes page. The cause was discovered. After docking, the other party was actively approached by a sea merchant ship. The merchant ship's crew suddenly drew their swords and attacked the fishing village. Straw Hat Luffy and his crew fought back, killing 13 people before their identities were exposed. His eyes grew a little colder. Really? Someone is forcing him to become a pirate. This is a scripted smuggling drama. He closed his eyes and the picture appeared in his mind. The boy had a smiling face and wore a worn straw hat. The hat is his. He slowly stood up and pressed the intercom button. An. Here. A calm and rational voice came quickly. Every merchant ship, port of call, and informant the Straw Hat Pirates have come into contact with along the way. I want their backgrounds, sources, and capital flows over the past 6 months. The more hidden it is, the sooner we investigate it. Understood. Ian's tone was as firm as ever. The moment he hung up the phone, the door was pushed open with a click. Lei Te walked in with a half-stacked report, a hint of blood between his brows. Boss, the next round of rosters for Impel Down have been finalized, but what were you looking at just now? Rog gestured for him to look at the intelligence. Lei Te glanced at the photo and scratched his head. The Straw Hat Pirates? East Blue? Where did this kid come from? Do you know him? I don't know it. Rog whispered, but I recognize this hat. Lei Te's eyes lit up, could it be Red Hair's hat? Rog nodded, his tone turned cold. That man wearing it on Roger's ship, shouting I want to be the king of pirates. And now, I want to tell a new generation. This sea doesn't need a pirate's king. During the 1.5 years of the rectification campaign, the G5 force structure has been completely updated. Enel, Rear Admiral, has been mentioned by Sengoku several times for promotion to Vice Admiral, but has refused. Lighter, Rear Admiral, whose combat beheadings have reached Vice Admiral standards, I won't go overboard. Trafalgar Law, has a special connection with Sengoku, and his identity as Rear Admiral is hidden from the public. Ion and Bins, the Commodore has become the G5's decapitation infiltration double-edged sword. Rain Shiryu, Special Operations Commander. Due to his special status in Impel Down cooperation, he is not listed in the organization but actually serves in the G5 operation. New members. Smoker, a year ago, I was completely disappointed with the original marine system and took the initiative to apply to join G5. I failed to transfer twice, and Sakazuki personally approved the third time. He was dissuaded by Aokiji, but failed to change his mind. He is temporarily appointed as the branch chief of Rog Town, and Enel is instructed by Rog to guide his fruit development plus armament haki. Today's smoker is no longer the righteous mad dog who could only spray white smoke. His armament color has begun to take shape, and the smoke can be condensed into an armor-piercing assault gun. There was a solemn light in his eyes. Rog stared quietly at the distant sky, the wind blowing through the battleship's anchor tower. Lighter came over and grinned, do you want me to go and test the Straw Hat group? No need. Rog said lightly. I want to know more now. Who is arranging his fate? And fate? I'll destroy this thing every time I see it. Chapter 62. G5 Branch, Main Office Building, Strategic Intelligence Office. In the early morning, before the mist had dispersed, Anne walked into the intelligence room, feeling the sea breeze. She gently placed a thick file folder in her hand on the alloy desk in front of Rog. This is the complete interactive analysis report of the Straw Hat Pirates East Blue Line. Her tone was calm, but her eyes were colder than before. Rog put down the training plan he was working on, took the document and opened the first page. Ian reported briefly, we retrieved the Straw Hat's port trajectory over the past 3 days. It docked 7 times, landed 6 times, engaged in combat 5 times, and received 3 requests for civilian support. 4 of the encounters involved pirate groups disguised as business travelers. After their identities were confirmed, they were all traced back to. She paused for a moment, her eyes darkening slightly. Under the red hair pirates. Rog's brows moved slightly, continue. Ian flipped to the next page and pointed at several composite images. In 3 of these towns, someone described to the Straw Hat Pirates how free the pirates were, and acted out scenes of Marines oppressing civilians. But after reviewing military intelligence at East Blue's port, we confirmed that those soldiers were arrested and convicted within 5 minutes of the incident. They were all fakes. More importantly, Ian pulled out a piece of cryptic handwritten intelligence. Off the coast of the Goa Kingdom, a ship under the Red Hare banner disguised as a fishing boat had a brief encounter with the Straw Hat Pirates. Rog paused with the paper in his hand. His eyes fell on the name on the photo. Logia Lu. Red Hare. He murmured softly, with a rare hint of doubt in his eyes. What exactly do you want him to inherit? He looked at the young smiling face, the straw hat slightly lifted in the wind, outlining a kind of premeditated inheritance outline. Suddenly, the untraceable mysteries in the past life's unofficial history emerged in my mind. It is said that after Roger arrived at the final island, he smiled and said that he had arrived too early. It is said that the island needs a specific person, the successor to Nika's will. It is said that Red Hare once personally brought the fruit and ate it in front of Luffy. Rog closed the file and took a deep breath. What's early? Is there a sign on the door of that island saying, geniuses who have not eaten the Nika fruit are prohibited from entering? Oh, no, eating it won't help. Only when Joy Boy eats it and awakens can the plot be triggered. You guys who are dealing with mysterious legacy, really? He raised his hand and brushed away the chaotic thoughts in his mind, as if clearing out those chaotic speculations from his mind one by one. After a few moments of silence, he pressed the intercom button. Lyta, Enel, suspend the Western Reconnaissance mission and remain at the base on standby. Bins, Shiryu, keep an eye on Impel down for special training. Ion. Ian responded, yes. Rog stood up, his eyes sharp as a knife, and his cloak fluttered up. Move the ship for me. I'm going to Rog myself. In the distance outside the window, the morning light slanted down, and the entire fortress seemed to be sunk into a solemn and iron-like silence. Ion stood behind him and asked softly, are you going to capture the Straw Hat Pirates yourself? No. Rog looked at the sky in the distance and said in a low voice. I want to confirm who is trying to make him the new generation of Roger. His eyes were like the surging deep sea. Perhaps, I should put an end to this fateful drama in advance. Marineford Naval Headquarters Marshal's Office. Where is Rog going? Sengoku frowned, his eyes slowly moving away from the information on the conversation bug. The adjutant's report had not yet been completed, but doubts had already arisen in his mind. Rog Town? They've been peaceful for over a year, why are they suddenly starting to move? Why would he go there? There aren't any pirates there anymore, it's not a strategic location. Sengoku was muttering to himself when the office door was slammed open. A familiar figure in slippers took a big bite of a senbei, chewing it with a crunching sound. Sengoku, what are you doing with that sour face again? Garb. Sengoku frowned at him, this is the marshal's office, you. Garp waved his hand nonchalantly. There are so many more and more rules these days. It's so annoying. He casually threw the rice cracker bag onto the sofa and was about to continue joking when his eyes suddenly glanced at the intelligence file on the table. G5 Branch Chief Rog mobilizes ships, heading to East Blue Rog Town Straw Hat Luffy Pirates. At that moment, the senbei in Garp's hand snapped into 2 pieces. His expression also changed suddenly. Where is he going? Rog Town. Sengoku saw his expression suddenly change and immediately became alert. What's wrong with you? Do you know what that place is? Before he could finish his words, Garp turned abruptly and rushed out the door without looking back. Bang! The door slammed shut. Sengoku was stunned. Today is, 1 or 2 people, are they all crazy? East Blue, Rog Town, Port Terminal. The Mary had just docked. We're here. This is the place where the Pirate King was born and died, right? Luffy excitedly jumped onto the shore and pointed towards the town. I want to see the execution platform. A-hole, resupply first. Nami tugged at his ear, but eventually let go and sighed, never mind, I'm going to the cartography bureau to check out the Grand Line charts. Don't get into trouble. Zoro, she called over her shoulder. I'm going to the weapons store. That broken sword I had is now chipped. Zoro walked deeper into the street. I'll go find some spices and ingredients. Sanji adjusted his cuffs. By the way, see if there are any pretty ladies. Hey, I'm going to go to the market. Maybe I can get some information about the powerful one. Usopp said as he pulled out a handful of fireworks and hid them in his backpack, but don't forget, I'm a man with 80 million men under my command. Everyone dispersed. However, no one realized that this small town, which East Blue considers to be a completely cleared place without pirates, has a different reaction to the word pirates than the rest of the world. Rog Town, Main Street, several minutes later. I am the legendary Lord Usopp. My pirates are spread across 8,000 miles of the sea, and everyone is terrified of me. He stood in the stall and shouted, surrounded by a circle of people, but their expressions were strange. Are you pirates? Ah! An old lady's pupil shrank. Did he just say, pirates? Alarm bug. Sound it. All I heard was the sirens of Wu, that rang out throughout the streets. Usopp was confused. Hey? No way, calling the police already. He started running, and a group of patrolling marines behind him shouted menacingly, don't move. Is this steak made with steamed beef rump muscle? You're processing it completely wrong. Sanji was arguing with the restaurant's chef when an officer sitting in the corner drinking quietly stood up. You just said you were the pirate's chef. I didn't say that. Sanji turned his head and raised his eyebrows. The officer drew his sword and said, then please return to headquarters and explain yourself. Hey! Sanji's eyes turned cold, and he kicked the man and the table away. Damn, East Blue's reaction is a bit too exaggerated. Catch him! Sanji immediately broke through the window and fled. Alas, I really shouldn't have expected there to be humans with a sense of taste in this place. She had just sneaked into the map library and was about to steal the Grand Line's nautical charts when she ran into a team of fully armed marines. The leader was none other than Smoker, wearing a G5 uniform, with a cold face and smoke wrapped around his arms. Nami recognized him immediately. Aren't you Marine? Why are you here? G5 Temporary Branch, Rog Town Garrison Branch Chief, Smoker. You are suspected of trespassing into a confidential location and your identity is unknown. Nami decisively turned and ran away. Luffy. You culprit. In the distant clouds, a black shadow cut through the sky like a shuttle in the sky. The battleships have not yet appeared, but the sense of oppression has already arrived. Rog stood at the front of the deck, his cloak fluttering like a banner. He looked down at the peaceful yet turbulent town with a cold gaze. The red-haired man wants to put on a show, then I will come and break the situation. Be it Joyboy or Nika. If he dares to raise the pirate's flag, I will nail him to this scaffold right here. Chapter 63. Rog Town Execution Square. The first ray of sunlight in the morning passed through the bell tower and fell on the execution platform that witnessed the fall of the king. The air here seems to be inherently oppressive. At this moment, an unequal hunt has begun. I told you I'm not a pirate. Nami yelled angrily, her hands bound behind her back as she tried to break free from the layers of smoke chains, her feet dragging against the ground. The one who took her away was none other than the cold-faced executor who had fully evolved into the G5 style. Smoker Rog Town Branch Chief. He stared at the struggling girl coldly without saying a word. The moment he pushed Nami to the foot of the execution steps. Nami! How did you get caught? What did you do to her? A flash of green broke through the crowd, and the sword light was like a rainbow. Itoryu, Lion Song. Zoro came with the Snow Walker and third-generation Kaititsu he just bought from the weapon shop. He swept his knife across, aiming directly at the side of Smoker's neck. At the same time, an angry shout suddenly came from behind. Rubber rubber bazooka! Luffy was furious, his arms stretched out in preparation, and his fists roared forward. However, call out! Just as the two men's attacks were about to hit, Smoker's entire upper body suddenly turned into mist and disappeared like a phantom. What? Zoro's face changed. The next second. Don't bow your head. A deep voice sounded from behind. Bang! The iron fist wrapped in armed color hit Luffy's chest like a heavy hammer. The elasticity of the rubber was completely crushed, and Luffy flew backwards dozens of meters like a cannonball, smashing through the wall, and dust flew everywhere. Luffy! Zoro was shocked, turned around and swung his knife, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his palm. The hilt of the third-generation Kaititsu was unexpectedly caught in a chain of smoke, and on that chain, a black light like a snake was jumping. Haki armament! What's this? Zoro took 3 steps back, blood dripping from his palms, and almost lost his sword. You're still a long way off. Smoker gave him a cold glance, his tone frosty. You don't even know Haki, and you dare to come out as a pirate? What's the king of pirates nonsense? He condensed mist into his right arm again and slammed the ground. Smoke explosion cloud boom. The entire street was filled with smoke, layers of it like a boiling pot of steam pouring back into the entire place, safely dispersing all civilians to the periphery. At this moment, don't even think about fighting two at once. Sanji slid into the smoke, leaped out of the fog, and kicked out with his legs continuously. Combination kick. Bang bang bang. Smoker blocked with one hand and counter-attacked with a kick, using his powerful blows to shatter the ground. Not even close. He commented coldly, and with the next strike he raised his hand to seal her throat. Sanji was knocked back, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Sure kill, Stardust Grenade. On the other side, Usopp gritted his teeth and filled the position, then pulled the slingshot hard and 10 special bombs flew out. Boom! Boom boom boom! As the smoke exploded, one hand grabbed Usopp's neck from behind. You want to be the protagonist too? You're just a blaster in the corner of the stage at best. Get out of here! Bang! Usopp fell heavily onto a roadside stall, wailing, I'm not the protagonist. Seeing that all 4 of them were defeated, Nami stood at the bottom of the stairs, his face pale. This is, the Marine Branch Chief. This guy is simply not someone we can handle. Smoker exhaled a puff of thick smoke, his face expressionless. It's over. The next second, the smoke chain grew out of the ground like vines, instantly entangling the hands and feet of the 5 people. Click, click, click. 5 huge iron chains emerged from the fog, fixing the 5 people in a cross shape in the center of the execution platform. The sun shines again. The straw hat swayed in the wind, but it was powerless to resist. On the execution platform, the 5 future mainstays now looked like losers about to be hanged. And below the stage, Smoker slowly raised his head and looked towards the top of the platform, where Gold Roger took his last steps towards death. You bunch of clowns, do you really want to repeat the glory of that day? Are you worthy? The sky was cloudless, and the sun shone on the execution rack, illuminating the 5 struggling figures of Madara. Whoa ha 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 ha, is this the place? The Pirate King was beheaded here. Luffy was chained to the center of the execution platform, his chest heaving, but with a bright smile on his face, his eyes excited as if he were part of a legend. What the hell are you laughing at? Usopp's tears and snot were streaming. If you keep laughing we'll really die here. Sanji gritted his teeth and struggled to break free from the chains. Damn it! I don't even have the chance to fight back. Zoro's face was filled with dissatisfaction. Is this the gap? Nami cried out loudly, Luffy. Do you know that we are going to die? At this moment, Smoker stood at the top of the stairs, his eyes as cold as stone. You guys don't even have a decent direction, and you dare to call yourselves free. What has your Pirates King brought to the world? Order collapsed, the country was destroyed, and people were displaced. It's people like you who use dreams and freedom as a fig leaf, but who only commit acts of plunder, burning, killing, and aggression. The freedom you speak of is a paradise built on the corpses of others. His fists were clenched, and the silhouettes of countless fallen cities were reflected in the rolling smoke. The reason this ocean is in this state is because of you. Luffy threw his head back and laughed, showing no remorse. I don't know who you're talking about, but I'm not one of those pirates. I only know. The Pirates King is the freest person in the world. As soon as these words came out, a cold light flashed in Smoker's eyes. He said no more. He slowly drew out the military blade from behind, and a huge blade condensed into black weapon, flashing with cold light. The marines around had already retreated to the outer blockade line, and the entire square fell into deathly silence. Smoker raised his long knife and pointed it at the 5 people on the stage, his tone cold. G5 forces have the authority to execute on the spot any unannounced pirates who disrupt the peace in marine territory. Your freedom ends here. The blade flashed and was about to fall. At that moment, boom! A strong wind suddenly rises. The sky in the entire square suddenly changed, as if the entire cloud layer was torn apart in an instant. A huge thunder struck down, and boom hit the center of the execution platform. As the execution platform collapsed, a circle of violent lightning exploded. What? Smoker reacted extremely quickly, transforming into smoke and jumping out, but his right arm was still trembling slightly from the electric shock. His pupils shrank and he shouted angrily, Alert! Evacuate the people! Amidst the flying debris, 5 figures should have fallen with the stage, but they slowly floated up in the wind, as if held up by an invisible giant hand, and landed steadily on the ground. At that moment, the world seemed to stand still. The dust has settled. Lightning flashed on the ground like the remnants of a spider web. Thank you. Luffy stood up, waved and smiled at the empty air. Who is saving us? Nami looked around in horror. This wind is not natural. Zoro's eyes sharpened. It's the power of the devil fruit. I don't care who it is, today is simply amazing. Usopp slumped to the ground, the joy of survival overwhelming the fear. Let's go, or we're going to die here. Sanji pulled Nami up and everyone turned around to escape. Don't even think about leaving. Smoker's eyes were sharp, and he was about to chase after her. Brush! A figure slowly appeared in front of him. He wore a black cape and a standard cloak, but without the marine logo. The breath is deep, like a motionless mountain in the wind. Smoker took a look. The opponent had not drawn his sword or shown any power, but he was like a wall blocking the way. I subconsciously burst out with observation haki, and a powerful and heart-pounding sense of oppression hit me. Who are you? The man slowly raised his head, a strand of hair fluttering in the wind. But he just uttered a sentence lightly. Please stop. All the surrounding marines were immediately on alert. Smoker stared at the man intently, but a name suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be? Chapter 64. Rogtown Execution Platform Ruins. Get out of the way. Smoker growled, swung his arms violently, and released smoke chains, like a black snake breaking through the air, rushing straight towards the black-robed man who blocked his way. You're going to stop me from doing my marine duties. The man in black robe remained expressionless, but with a wave of his hand, a gust of wind rose from the ground, instantly blowing away the smoke lock. Don't get in the way of me catching the pirates! Smoker roared, took a step forward, an armament haki instantly covered his arms. His fists were like cannons, aiming straight at the black-robed man's face. Boom! The air collapsed in an instant, the two men's fists collided, the floor tiles shattered, and the shockwaves spread out. The surrounding marines were blown several meters away, and it was extremely difficult for them to even stand steady. Is this the power of wind? Is he a powerful person who controls air currents? Smoker's hair stood on end with rage, his body turned into mist, he flashed 3 times in the strong wind, and attacked from behind. However, he was kicked out of the air wave by the man in black robe, and slid more than 10 meters to the ground, and knelt on the ground to steady his body. The dust has not settled and the smoke has not dissipated. Smoker knelt on the ground, his chest heaving violently, and his breath smelled metallic. He pulled out his knee that was stuck in the stone slab with force, kicked his foot, and the smoke exploded again. White smoke assault. He transformed into a high-speed spinning white tornado, carrying armed black lightning and charging straight towards the man in black robe. This is a real full-strength attack. But the next moment, wind anchor, return strike. The black-robed man tapped his toes lightly, and the strong wind at his feet became an anchor and reversed the vortex, accurately locking onto Smoker's movement trajectory in an instant. Boom! Dash! Wind and fog collide. It was as if 2 natural disasters collided head-on at the same moment, and the already dilapidated ground of the execution square exploded with a loud bang. Gravel flew everywhere and the sonic boom was like thunder. The 2 figures flew backwards almost at the same time, but their landing postures were completely different. Smoker's left arm dropped, blood gushing out, and Marine's cloak was shattered. The man in black robe turned back steadily in the air, with a long wind wrapping around him. When he landed, he brought up small fallen leaves. Half of the corner of his cloak was lifted up, and his black boots stepped on the ground, silently but with an oppressive power like a mountain. Ha! Ha! Damn guy! Smoker knelt on one knee, gritting his teeth to support himself, his blood churning in his body, and veins bulging on his forehead. The black-robed man did not answer, but slowly took off his hood, revealing a calm but not to be ignored face. The long cape fluttered in the wind, with a flaming slipper's mark on it. The Marines around him widened their eyes. That's the Commander-in-Chief of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Smoker was shocked. He actually showed up in person at East Blue. Disguising yourself as a civilian, obstructing law enforcement, and shielding a wanted criminal, what on earth are you trying to achieve? Monkey D. Dragon finally spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, but it pierced through the echoing battlefield. What do I want? He looked down at the Straw Hat pirates who had already fled the town in the distance, his eyes flashing with a dark and complex emotion. What I'm after is a future. A future, where dreams can no longer be arbitrarily executed by your so-called justice. Smoker gritted his teeth and growled, Dream? You call burning, killing, and looting a dream? The turmoil of the entire world is the result of the evil offspring raised by you idealistic lunatics. If they were arranged by you, then you are the mastermind behind the rise of the pirates. Monkey D. Dragon's expression froze slightly, but he didn't answer. Just then, the sky suddenly changed, and an air pressure so terrifying that it reached the ultimate level suddenly descended from the sky. It was as if the entire sky was being pressed down by some invisible giant hand. Here it comes. Monkey D. Dragon glanced sideways suddenly. Atmosphere fall. A silent shock wave slanted down from the sky, shattering the clouds and forcibly squeezing the air into a twisted trajectory. Boom! Amidst the explosion, Rog appeared with a heavy weight of golden and black wind pressure, falling from the sky and going straight between the two of them. The ground collapsed several meters in an instant, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. Smoker and Monkey D. Dragon were both knocked back by the impact. The high-pressure air wave tore through the surrounding rubble, and even the remaining iron frame of the execution platform was shaking violently. For the first time, Monkey D. Dragon's expression showed a noticeable change. Long narrowed his eyes and looked at the person in front of him, a trace of solemnity between his brows. Air fruit, as expected. G5's purifier, you are more dangerous than the rumors say. Rog stood in the center of the smoke, his windbreaker fluttering, his black hair slightly raised, his right palm slightly raised, and the cyclone between his fingers still twisted endlessly. That's enough. Monkey D. Dragon. If you dare take another step, I'll smash your head into the rocks of Rog Town Square. His tone was as cold as ice, leaving no room for doubt. Long's eyes were stern, and his gaze met Rog's. The two strongest cores of the system collided fiercely for the first time in the center of the ruins. Smoker collapsed not far away, his eyes confused, his breath trembling, the shock in his heart still not subsiding. This is the suppressive power of Suinlin Rog. I haven't made a move yet, but I just can't move. Rog glanced around and saw the Straw Hat pirates who had escaped the blockade not far away. Yes. A calm female voice sounded. A white shadow has swept into the distance, the light and shadow along the way are distorted, and it is chasing to the extreme. The dragon suddenly moved. He turned around, his cloak blowing in the wind, and he wanted to stand up to stop it. But just as he took that step, Rog appeared in front of him, raised his hand, and caused a stream of air to solidify instantly. Two terrifying auras confronted each other quietly. The air was almost frozen, and the dust was stagnant in the air. Long's face was gloomy. You want to kill them? Rog remained calm. I don't need your opinion on killing a little pirates. The two men exchanged glances. One is as deep and unfathomable as the eye of a storm. One is like a mountain pressing down on the border, unshakable. Time seems to freeze at this moment. Rog Town, coastline, escape route. Tap tap tap. Dust was flying as the 5 Straw Hat pirates ran desperately towards the Going Merry not far away. Luffy, if you don't run now it will be too late. Usopp cried out. I don't want to die in East Blue. I haven't finished counting my money yet. Nami turned pale with fear. Stop making noise. Sanji clutched his ribs and gritted his teeth. They're chasing us. This sword energy is from a true master. Zoro's eyes narrowed, and a warning that he had never felt before arose in his heart. Ha ha ha, so exciting. Luffy still looked excited. Whoosh. A white shadow broke through the air. Instant kill, break the tide. A sword light as dark as the night came crashing down. Zoro instantly drew his sword and slashed, and Sanji also did a sideways spinning kick. Bang! Cough! The two men flew backwards together and crashed heavily into the pile of boats at the edge of the dock, blood oozing from the corners of their mouths. Zoro! Sanji! Usopp and Nami exclaimed and rushed forward to help. Not far ahead, the sound of the Chu Shui being unsheathed was like a Shinigami whisper. The woman holding the sword had her long hair slightly raised and her eyes were as cold as ice. Ion G5 Commodore, user of the retrograde fruit. Leave it to me. She stepped forward and swung her sword, concentrating her energy on the slash, gathering strength and thrusting out. Right now. Bang! A cannonball with haki condensed in it whistled from afar. An's face suddenly changed and he raised his sword to block. Autumn water, shocking defense style. Boom! The explosion created a huge wave of air, and Ian was knocked back dozens of meters, rolling into a ditch on the ground. On the other side. Go, go, go! Luffy gritted his teeth and carried Zoro on his back, Sanji carried Nami on his shoulders, and Usopp ran in front to drive the boat. Set sail! Now! Usopp roared. Mary is setting off. The ship shook, broke through the waves, and sailed out of the port thrillingly. In the smoke and dust, Ian gritted his teeth and stood up. His side was charred, his eyes were cold, and a green light flashed in his right hand. Rewind 10 seconds. Time flowed back, and the next second her body returned to normal. She roared angrily, and the sword energy in her hand surged, and she slashed out suddenly. Silence breaks, thousand slashes split the sky. The black sword energy cuts through the sky like a sickle-shaped moon, tearing the sea apart. Just before hitting the Mary. Boom! Another powerful shell came towards him, hitting the sword energy head-on. The two blasts collided, the air waves rushed back, and 100-foot water column rose from the sea. Ayin stopped abruptly, looked sideways at the sea, and his pupils shrank sharply. That is. A warship with a dog head with a hood on it is speeding towards us. Garp's cloak fluttered at the bow of the ship. For the first time, Ayan's face became extremely solemn. He slowly put away his sword and looked coldly at the Mary that was moving further and further away. The situation in Rog is even more tense. Chapter 65. Monkey D. Dragon, who was confronting Rog, suddenly frowned, and his originally calm expression suddenly became turbulent. He uttered softly, "There." The next moment, his cloak fluttered and his figure turned into a gust of wind and disappeared without a trace. Rog's brows twitched slightly, an observation haki was released instantly, and the energy of heaven and earth emerged in his mind. The next moment, his expression darkened, and his whole body suddenly turned into air, transforming into a ray of vacuum light that broke through the air and flew straight towards the port where Anne was. Only cold instructions remained in the wind. "Smoker, lead all Marines and evacuate civilians immediately, away from the port." Smoker's expression changed drastically. How could he dare to hesitate? "You heard me. Everyone, evacuate the port area, immediately." The Marines responded quickly and retreated like a tide with the civilians in the port. Rog Town, above the port. The sky roared and the sea breeze turned into blades. The air was distorted like glass in the violent vibration, and Rog was like a judge from heaven, descending from the sky and overwhelming the situation. Below, Ian was half kneeling in the center of the shattered harbor, his clothes on his shoulders were scorched, his breathing was disordered, his hands were inserted into the ground to support himself, and his pupils had not yet regained focus. In the distance, the dog-headed warship slowly approached the shore, and a tall figure wearing a marine cloak jumped down first, landing in a cloud of dust. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Hiro Garp. And just at this moment, "You better give me a reason, Vice Admiral Garp." Rog stood in mid-air, his eyes as cold as lightning, and the air around him made a sharp and piercing sound. His tone was extremely cold, like the final calm before a storm. Garp looked at Ian, then glanced at the Mary fleeing on the sea, frowned, and said in a deep voice, "He didn't do anything bad." Before he finished speaking, boom! The air collapsed into a column. Rog threw a punch, with vacuum high pressure and armed haki, which instantly hit Garp's chest, knocking him back hundreds of meters and directly crashing into the already evacuated streets behind the port. Ka ka ka! The blocks behind the port were instantly blown away into a wall of dust. Garp crashed into the 3-story building, bricks and tiles exploded, and blood filled the air. As a Marine, he actually injured his comrades in order to cover the pirates' escape. Rog's tone grew increasingly cold, and every word he spoke carried an echo that vibrated the air. "Then I will eliminate you with my own hands." He stepped out slowly, and the air beneath his feet formed ripples, as if the entire world was making way for him. All the Marine soldiers around the port retreated, and no one dared to stop them. The surrounding Marines were all stunned. Adjutant Garp frantically pulled out his den mushi. Quickly inform Marshal Sengoku-sama Rog and Vice Admiral Garp are fighting." In the dust and smoke, Garp slowly stood up, his eyes as deep as the night. It really resembles Sakazuki's madness. He spat out a mouthful of blood, slowly raised his fist, his muscles flexed, and haki was like armor. "But I'm Marine's hero." In response, Rog took a step into the air, his fist gathering momentum like a hammer that could shatter the heavens. Heroes cannot become obstacles to justice. Two symbolic Marine Vice Admirals clash fiercely at the place where Roger fell. The port collapsed and the sky shook. Rog vs Garp officially launched. Boom! The two of them collided instantly. Garp's punch was like a meteor that shattered a mountain, and his domineering and exciting entanglement with Vice Admiral tore the air into pieces. Rog's figure was as fast as a shadow, and his fists pulled high-pressure air, causing a counter-shock and a shock blast. Air pressure screw explosion. Iron fist shockwave. Boom 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 boom. The entire port collapsed dozens of meters, huge waves hit the sky, wind howled and thunder roared, and the entire Rog town trembled. Inside Sengoku's office, the Den Mushi suddenly exploded, leaving scorch marks on the metal casing. Marshal Sengoku, oh no! Vice Admiral Garp and Rog Vice Admiral are fighting in Rog town. Sengoku stood up suddenly, his face livid. What did you say? The cracks under justice finally opened the first crack. Rog town port battlefield core. Boom! The heaven and earth trembled. Where Rog and Garp clashed, it was as if two meteorites collided continuously. The port was instantly stirred up by a 100-meter-high dust wave, the sea surface rolled up, the dock was shattered, and the houses collapsed. One old and one young, one hard and one empty, fist wind and vacuum, haki and wind pressure, it's like a confrontation between the ancient world and the roar of mountains. Garp's eyes widened with anger, and his iron fist was like a mountain pressing down on the air barrier. Every punch is packed with the iron bone haki tempered for decades, and the sound of the fist is accompanied by the sound of the ground cracking. Rog is like the king of hunting wind, his body seems to be integrated with the air, his steps are silent but as fast as thunder, and he can cut through the void with a wave of his palm. Garp stepped on the stone slab, and it exploded, sending him flying like a cannonball. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Garp shouted angrily. Rog's eyes flashed coldly, I only distinguish between right and wrong. Lousy, today, I will make you, a stinky boy, wake up. Iron fist, mountain explosion. With his fists clasped together, he smashed down from top to bottom with the pressure of a mountain. Boom! Rog instantly disappeared in the wind and landed beside Garp, with his 5 fingers spread out and a palm slapped out. Air blade, breaking boundary. The air was compressed to its limit and then exploded, forming a triple twisted cutting mark, which accurately slashed towards Garp's arm and ribs. Crack! One of Garp's arms was shaken and became weak, his entire forearm was bruised and swollen, but the old man's anger only grew more intense. UBD brat! That's not good enough. He throws a knee and haki bursts out. Rog placed his palms on his knees, forcing his arms to sink an inch. The air beneath his feet suddenly exploded, and the entire port foundation seemed to sink slightly. Rog took a deep breath, and thrust out his 5 fingers like swords. Atmospheric killing shock line. 6 paths high-speed vibrating vacuum lines shot out from his fingertips, cutting through space and hitting Garp's vital points. Garp roared, his armament haki condensed into a pitch-black armor to resist, and he punched the ground. Iron fist, breaking shock. He actually used the ground as a medium to transform haki vibrations into large-scale shell shocks, forming a domain-breaking shock field similar to the 4 Emperors shock fruit. Bang! The vacuum cutting line and the earth vein recoil collide head-on. The earth and sky shook violently, and half of the streets in the town of Rog collapsed into a deep pit, with dust covering the sky and the sun. Thunderclouds rolled and the storm swirled. Rog was floating in the sky, his robes rustling, a hideous blue and red internal wound appeared on his chest, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Garp knelt on one knee, breathing heavily, his arms trembling slightly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, but he still grinned coldly. There aren't many people who are qualified to take on me seriously. Rog exhaled lightly, adjusted his state, and then the two of them sprinted at the same time, ready to fight again. Naval Headquarters Marineford. What? Rog is fighting Garp. Sengoku stood up from the marshal's chair in anger. The battle briefing came from the communication bug without a break. Vice Admiral He's eyes narrowed. If we let them continue, the entire town of Rog will be destroyed. Sengoku quickly ordered, Kizaru. Go to Rog town immediately. Stop Rog. Kizaru was leaning lazily against the wall by the window. When he heard the instructions, he stopped joking and just smiled lightly. That kid is so scary. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure turned into a dazzling beam of light, piercing through the sky. Rog Town, Battlefield Core. The two top forces collided with each other, the wind roared like a giant beast, and the entire port area of Rog Town was directly caught in the landform fracture. Buzz! The sky exploded, and a golden beam of light came straight down like a divine punishment, instantly piercing through the core of the battlefield. The light was so bright that the surrounding Marines dared not look directly at it. The air suddenly froze. Before the fist and the palm blade collided, Rog and Garp raised their heads almost at the same time. Tisk tisk tisk. You two are really a source of worry to me. Kizaru Borsellino, dressed in Marine Admiral formal attire, slowly stepped out from the light. Floating in mid-air, his face still wore that lazy and unpredictable smile, but his eyes were filled with rare seriousness and oppression. He stood high in the sky and slowly descended between the two of them. Golden light condensed in his palm and slowly rotated like a meteor. The Marshal's order. Tell you two to stop tearing up the map. The battlefield is still for 3 seconds. 3 Admiral-level oppressive auras are released simultaneously. Rog, Garp, Kizaru. The triangular auras confronted each other, and the sea breeze at the port seemed to be frozen. Smoker was leading the team as they were accelerating the evacuation, but suddenly they felt a triple hacky collision in the sky, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. This is crazy. This is like a marine earthquake scene. The adjutant yelled, if we don't leave now, it's too late. The whole town is about to collapse.